Chapter 1. I beg you, grant me a swift end. Oh, no, no, no. You can't eat here. It will be excruciating. Ah. Li Chun clutched his groin tightly with both hands. Drenched in sweat as he opened his eyes, what greeted him was the familiar sight of his bedroom and his bed. What is happening? Am I not dead? Is this a dream? Have I been tormented to the point of demise? Li Chun murmured to himself. He pressed his hands against his groin with a bit more force, a sharp pain confirming that all of this was indeed real. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the bathroom, gazing at his own fair and handsome visage in the mirror, confusion swirling within him. The apocalypse had struck, the world ravaged by extreme heat, torrential rains, and frigid snow, all due to a dire lack of resources. He had been lured into a trap by the goddess he had pursued for years, who had taken his supplies and locked him away in a state of humiliation, ultimately leading to his body being cannibalized in their desperate hunger. Just as they were about to inflict harm upon his most sensitive areas, the scene unfolded as described at the beginning. Could all of this be a dream? No. The visceral pain is not something so trivial with that thought. Li Chun rushed to the bedside to check his phone, revealing the date. November 10th, 2060. So, I have been reborn? I have returned to 20 days before the apocalypse. In his memory, on November 30th, just 20 days hence, the sky would suddenly erupt with a blinding light, a result of a solar flare that destroyed the ozone layer of Blue Star, leading to extreme heat with temperatures soaring to 60-70 C. This oppressive heat would persist for approximately a month, melting glaciers, followed by deluges that submerged much of the city. Then, the climate would abruptly shift to a state of extreme cold, transforming the planet into a frozen wasteland. Li Chun, having only glimpsed the icy desolation, would fall victim to cannibalism, the fate of what transpired thereafter shrouded in mystery. At this moment, Li Chun's mind was remarkably clear. He stepped outside, glanced up at the blazing sun, and descended the stairs to the familiar breakfast shop boss. They'll have a bowl of wontons, a bowl of noodles, 2 fried eggs, and 2 braised pig trotters, and don't forget the spice. I say, how long have you been starving? Can you finish all of this? The boss quipped, though he quickly turned to prepare the order. Li Chun smiled, remaining silent indeed. He had been famished for far too long. Though this hunger was not merely physical, no one would believe him if he voiced it. Before long, as he beheld the feast laid before him, tears welled in his eyes. She had not seen such delectable food in ages. 20 minutes later, amidst the boss' concerned gaze, he let out a long, satisfied belch. Upon returning home, Li Chun dashed into the bathroom and indulged in a long, hot shower. In the apocalypse, even clean drinking water was a luxury, let alone a hot bath. Gazing down at his prized possession, the remnants of fear from the apocalypse still lingered warmth. Thank goodness, I have returned. Li Chun took a seat at his desk, pulled out an A4 sheet from the printer, and began crafting his detailed plan. In the apocalypse, what was of utmost importance? Resources, the various essentials for human survival, were paramount. Next came shelter. Only with a stronghold could one adequately secure their supplies. Medicines and weapons were also necessary, yet these would be the most challenging to procure. In the apocalypse, the scarcity of resources could drive a person to murderous thoughts over a simple bowl of instant noodles. Conversely, that same bowl of noodles could serve as a wager in a game of poker with a beautiful woman. As the icy grip of winter approached, humanity had even resorted to cannibalism for survival. He then opened his phone to check his balance. 326 million. This was the compensation from his parents' tragic car accident, along with the proceeds from selling their old house. This was all the liquid capital he had at his disposal. Li Chun surveyed the list on his A4 paper. It's time to devise a way to amass more funds otherwise. This money won't last enough. Thinking for now, he'll take a nap. There are still 20 days left. With that, Li Chun nestled into his large bed, sinking into a deep slumber. This was the most comfortable sleep he had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. In his dreams, Li Chun found himself in an unfamiliar place, square-shaped and roughly the size of 50 football fields, with a hazy boundary all around. He approached the edge and reached out, only to encounter an invisible wall that barred his path. Where am I? Is this a dream? Having experienced rebirth, Li Chun slapped himself hard. The fiery pain reaffirmed that this was not a dream, this was real. Could it be that I possess a mysterious space? In his previous life, Li Chun had indulged in many online novels, and if he could encounter rebirth, having a space of his own seemed entirely plausible. With this thought, Li Chun leapt with joy. Possessing a space in the apocalypse was nothing short of invincible, an exhilarating prospect. But how do I exit? Is it through intention? With that, Li Chun concentrated on the thought of going out, and indeed he found himself back in bed, reaching for the water cup on his bedside. With a mere thought, the cup vanished from his hand. Next, he entered the space and discovered the very cup he had just held. One by one, the items in the room disappeared and reappeared, Li Chun's form flickering in and out of existence. However, he soon realized that he could only remain in the space for about a minute. Otherwise, it felt akin to drowning, as if he could only hold his breath for a minute. This indicated a lack of oxygen within the space, rendering it uninhabitable for animals over extended periods. He wondered if this limitation would change with his increasing stamina. Yet, this was merely Li Chun's conjecture. At dawn, I will begin stockpiling resources. If all else fails in the final days, I shall resort to zero-cost shopping. Li Chun lay awake, anticipating the arrival of dawn. To further test the space, he prepared a bowl of instant noodles and stored it within, eager to retrieve it the following day. Sure enough, he had not read those novels in vain. The noodles were still steaming, the heat palpable to his touch, indicating that time within the space was either frozen or moving at an exceedingly slow pace. Stockpiling required funds, and the over 3 million he had was far from sufficient. How was he to acquire more money? As soon as dawn broke, Li Chun took his property deed to a real estate agency. The complex where he resided was one of the most luxurious in Jiangzhou, with exorbitant property prices. Before his parents' demise, they had operated a food wholesale business in Jiangzhou. Accumulating some wealth, they had invested over 5 million to purchase this spacious penthouse of over 200 square meters for Li Chun, intending it as a wedding gift, with a deed bearing his name. He had considered mortgage loans or online loans, but the house would not fetch as much as selling it outright, so he decided on the latter. Given the impending apocalypse with its extremes of heat and rain, while the house might not be submerged, it was still unsafe. He needed to find a more secure place to rent, preferably a villa. The real estate agent warmly ushered Li Chun inside, with a professional smile. Sir, what do we call you? Are you looking to buy, sell, or rent? Li Chun looked up at her. She wore light makeup and a professional outfit that accentuated her figure perfectly, the hint of her curves momentarily distracting him. A phrase flashed through his mind. 2 packs of instant noodles indeed. In the apocalypse, such a woman would be worth at least that much. The saleswoman noticed his gaze, and a flicker of pride crossed her face. Li Chun quickly averted his eyes, placing the property deed on the table. My name is Li Chun. You can call me brotherly. Please sell this apartment as swiftly as possible, and also see if there are any higher villas available. The location doesn't matter much. I prefer tranquility. The saleswoman picked up the property deed and remarked, Sir, your complex is fantastic. It's a school district property, easy to sell. We have many clients looking for homes. This penthouse is certainly in demand. They'll contact them right away. Half an hour later, a rotund, middle-aged man appeared before Li Chun. Ultimately, the apartment was sold for 63 million, and after signing the agreement, he followed the charming saleswoman to complete the paperwork. Li Chun's account swelled by 63 million, bringing his total funds to nearly 10 million. Subsequently, Li Chun accompanied the saleswoman to Jiangzhou's largest villa district, situated atop the lofty Woham Mountain, offering an elevated vantage point. Residing in this area allowed one to overlook the entire scenery of Jiangzhou, a favored locale for the city's elite. The district boasted approximately 30 villas and 3 high-rise buildings. The saleswoman pointed to a villa on the southwestern corner of the hill. Brother Li, look at that house. The owner has gone abroad, and the rent is quite reasonable, only 200,000 per year. It's also the highest point, and since you prefer quiet, I think it suits you perfectly. Would you like to take a look inside? Li Chun felt a twinge of suspicion. Logically, such a splendid house shouldn't be so inexpensive. As if reading his thoughts, the saleswoman continued, You must be wondering why it's so affordable. That's because this house. Li Chun swiftly comprehended the situation. It turned out that the sales representative was not deterred by the so-called haunted house. Not an issue. My brother, I have an affinity for this type, he remarked. The primary reason was that the homeowner had relocated abroad, granting him the freedom to furnish the place as he pleased upon hearing this. The beautiful saleswoman couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This property had been listed with the company for nearly a year, consistently failing to attract tenants now. Hope was finally in sight. The previous owner was a wealthy businessman from Jiangzhou, who, after purchasing this villa and moving in, was soon pursued by enemies. His wife and children met a tragic end within these walls, leaving him as the sole survivor, gazing upon his once vibrant home. He found himself torn between the desire to sell and an unwillingness to part with it, ultimately succumbing to despair. In a bid to evade his adversaries, he fled overseas, intending to rent out the house to maintain some semblance of life within it. He had no need for money, merely collecting a token rent in hopes that an unsuspecting individual might occupy the space. Little did he know, it was Li Chun who had seized this opportunity. For Li Chun, in a world teetering on the brink of collapse, the true terror lay not in spirits, but in humanity. Thus, he remained unfazed by the house's tragic history. The saleswoman moved with remarkable efficiency before darkness fell. They finalized the rental agreement, exchanged funds, and handed over the keys in one seamless motion. Her commission was substantial after the company's deductions. She would earn over $60,000 from the sale and an additional month's rent, totaling more than $10,000. Earning $70,000 in a single day ignited a fervent admiration in her gaze, further intensified by Li Chun's handsome visage and well-proportioned physique, not to mention the financial resources at his disposal. Before departing, the saleswoman said, "Brother Li, my name is Lu Ting. You may call me Ting Ting. Let me add you on WeChat. Should you need anything in the future, I will be at your service." Upon their exchange of WeChat contacts, Li Chun made his way to a nearby hotel, securing a room for the night. If all proceeded as anticipated, only 19 days remained until the onset of the apocalypse. In these fleeting days, numerous tasks awaited him, foremost among them the construction of an impregnable sanctuary for the impending chaos. In a world beset by scarcity, with desperate survivors and burgeoning factions capable of unspeakable deeds, safeguarding oneself necessitated both weaponry and a secure refuge. Stockpiling resources was equally essential. Various foodstuffs, clothing, transportation tools, and daily necessities were imperative for survival. Fortunately, with his extraordinary spatial abilities, he harbored no fear of others discovering his supplies, provided he maintained his secrecy. At the break of dawn the following day, Li Chun arrived at Jiangzhou's premier specialized residential construction firm, renowned for crafting fortified safe houses for the affluent and banking institutions. As he stepped inside, the eager sales representative greeted him with a warm smile. "Good day, sir. How may I address you?" "Welcome to Gusuo Company. How can we assist you today?" "I am surnamed Li," he replied. "I possess a small villa on Wahoo Mountain, and I require your expertise to construct an impenetrable sanctuary within 15 days, one that cannot be breached by human means, nor by the most formidable of firearms. Is this feasible?" "You've come to the right place, sir. This is our specialty. May I inquire whether your request stems from a mere hobby or the need to secure valuable possessions?" The sales representative continued. Li Chun elucidated, "It is purely a matter of personal interest. Allow me to outline my requirements. First, an independent power generation system and a heating and cooling apparatus. Second, I require a fuel-based heating system, such as a fireplace. Third, the walls, floors, ceilings, and glass must possess exceptional security features. Fourth, the entire residence must be insulated, meaning that without my express permission, no one shall enter. Can you fulfill these specifications?" "No problem. You can leave it to us, as long as the funds are sufficient. There's nothing we cannot achieve. Just wait a moment. I will provide you with a detailed plan and budget." The sales team is thinking this is a lucrative business opportunity, and this month's performance is bound to double. Within half an hour, a renovation plan with a budget of $30 million was presented before Li Chun. The payment method required a 20 upfront payment, amounting to $6 million, which Li Chun managed to negotiate down to $5 million, citing it as the first collaboration. As for the remaining balance, it will be paid after a 1-month trial following the completion of the shelter. By then, in a world where cash would be worthless, who would still seek payments? Looking at the renovation plan on the table, Li Chun felt quite satisfied. Next came the card swipe, glancing at the text message showing a balance of over $4 million. Li Chun sighed at how quickly money seems to vanish. However, investing 5 million for a potential return of 30 million was worth it. Moreover, in this impending apocalypse, the value of this shelter transcended mere currency. Subsequently, Li Chun accompanied manager Wang of the construction team to the villa, addressed a few issues, and then turned back to the hotel, leaving the rest to the professionals. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already noon that Li Chun casually grabbed a bite to eat before commencing the stockpiling plan. The first priority was food: rice, flour, sweet potatoes, corn, and various staple foods, including instant noodles, self-heating pots, self-heating rice, packaged Gillen rice noodles, snail rice noodles, compressed biscuits, hanging noodles, various dumplings, wontons, and much more. Additionally, a diverse array of medications was essential. In an apocalypse, even a minor fever could be fatal. There were also heating supplies, coal, and what to consider, for power. Diesel and gasoline generators were necessary. While the shelter had some, a spacious setup could accommodate more. Fuel was indispensable for any machinery, and ample water was paramount, just as crucial as food. After formulating a detailed plan, Li Chun ventured to a large wholesale street in Jiangzhou to procure water, which necessitated storage equipment. Arriving at a store specializing in water tanks, Li Chun smiled at the sight of large tanks marked with a capacity of 20 cubic meters. "How much for this water tank?" Li Chun inquired upon entering. "Hello, so that if you want just one, it's 200, but we can offer discount for bulk orders," the enthusiastic owner replied. "You have a large stock of these tanks? Could you show me?" Upon hearing the inquiry about inventory, the owner quickly responded, "Yes, we have plenty. Please follow me." Li Chun was led into the back warehouse, where he observed numerous tanks stacked high. There must have been tens of thousands. A bold idea arose. With over 5 million in hand, and each tank costing 200, acquiring 10,000 would total 2 million due to insufficient funds. A zero-cost purchase was the only option, as long as he could endure until the apocalypse arrived and society descended into chaos. Who would care about such matters? Thus, amidst the owner's disdainful gaze, Li Chun purchased a single water tank and left with an air of nonchalance. Continuing his exploration of the wholesale market, Li Chun inquired but refrained from making purchases. Wandering until nightfall in the evening, he hastily had dinner before visiting several large supermarkets in Jiangzhou, merely browsing without buying anything, laying the groundwork for his forthcoming zero-cost purchase strategy. Li Chun planned to initiate this strategy 3 to 5 days before the apocalypse was expected to hit. The next day, Li Chun drove to the suburbs and rented an empty warehouse for 3,000 yuan a month. He then drove to the countryside, arriving at a farmhouse where he noticed a substantial pile of firewood stacked along the walls. "Uncle, are you selling this firewood? What's the price?" he inquired out. "Young boss, I have quite a bit of firewood here. What do you need it for?" replied a man inside. "I'm preparing to start an eco-friendly fuel pellet factory. So I need a large quantity." Li Chun fabricated. "That's so. In the past, someone offered 380 yuan per ton. How much do you need?" The uncle continued. "That price isn't bad, but how about this? How much wood does your village have? I'll pay you 400 yuan per ton if you help me collect it. I need about 3,000 tons, and you can deliver it to the warehouse," Li Chun proposed. Upon hearing the potential profit, the uncle eagerly agreed, realizing he could earn an extra 20 yuan per ton, which amounted to 60,000 yuan for 3,000 tons. "Thank you, boss. Don't worry. Every household in the village has firewood. I'll have it sorted within 5 days." After signing a simple procurement agreement, Li Chun transferred 1.2 million yuan, prompting the uncle to immediately spring into action. Finally, after being warmly hosted by the uncle with farm-fresh chicken and duck, Li Chun left the village feeling content. On the return journey, he noted down every gas station he passed. Li Chun contemplated that with the zero-cost purchase plan for 5 days before the apocalypse, he had little to do during this interim. After spending 1.2 million on firewood, only a little over 4 million remained in his account, which, while appearing substantial, was hardly enough. Thus, he decided to venture abroad, as firearms were prohibited in China to procure such items. The best destination was the United States, where specialty shops thrived. After completing the necessary arrangements, he flew to the United States. Upon landing, he headed straight to the main street, intending not to spend money on purchases. Instead, he planned to explore during the day and procure items at night. As night fell, Li Chun donned a pre-prepared outfit for nocturnal activities, complete with a mask and hat, wearing oversized shoes to obscure his physique. Looking at his disguised reflection, he smiled as he approached the back door of a large weapons store he had scouted during the day. By chance, this shop appeared to be under the control of local gangs, leading to lax security. After nearly half an hour, Li Chun effortlessly entered through the back door. Inside, he was met with a dazzling array of firearms, and without a second thought about surveillance, he swiftly collected various handguns, rifles, grenades, and ammunition. He even spotted a sniper rifle along with its corresponding rounds. Within half an hour, he had successfully cleared the store. Exiting the shop, he found a corner to shed his disguise and changed into another outfit from his stash. He then proceeded to another store, employing the same strategy. As the more he acquired, the better. It wasn't until he had visited the fifth establishment that he finally removed his disguise and returned to his hotel. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, and even if the authorities in the United States discovered the theft later, he would have already returned home. The next morning, Li Chun purchased a ticket to the land of the rising sun. Shortly after takeoff, chaos erupted within a gang organization in the United States as the entire stock of a weapons store vanished overnight. The authorities sprang into action, their day destined to be filled with busyness. Surveillance footage captured a tall figure passing by, leading both gang leaders and officials to believe they were witnessing the supernatural. However, the gang was distraught, as this particular store housed 80% of their inventory. Consequently, the entire city was mobilized to search for the perpetrator. Meanwhile, Li Chun was on the plane, engaging in light-hearted banter with the flight attendants. Having initiated the zero-cost purchase plan, he felt compelled to seize opportunities in the land of the rising sun as well. Upon landing, Li Chun made his way to a large supermarket's material transit warehouse, which belonged to a chain with branches nationwide, showcasing an impressive stockpile. Outside the transit warehouse, Li Chun pondered how to gain entry. As it operated 24/7 with staff on duty, would he need to resort to force? He possessed ample weaponry, but once used, there would be no turning back. Thus, he decided to wait for an opportune moment and settled into a CAF across from the warehouse. In the early afternoon, employees began exiting the warehouse, most heading toward the SAF. Lost in thought, Li Chun was interrupted by a melodious voice. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" Looking up, he beheld a stunning beauty. Her large, glistening eyes fixed upon him as she spoke that have such a captivating companion was indeed a rare fortune. Moreover, the young lady was dressed in professional attire, her figure accentuated by a white blouse that seemed slightly too short, revealing a deep neckline that made Li Chun unable to resist the urge to take her hand and discuss her future career prospects. He promptly replied, "Hello, welcome. With your beauty, how could I bear to let you stand?" He then extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am Li Chun, hailing from the beautiful land of China. May I ask how to address such a lovely lady?" As Li Chun grasped her fingertips, a soft sensation coursed through his palm. He immediately summoned a waiter to bring her a cup of coffee. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and he learned her name was in no way Shirataki, a 31-year-old divorcee who served as the logistics supervisor for the warehouse. She led a rather leisurely life, occasionally inspecting the inventory, and her earnings were quite satisfactory. Captivated by Li Chun's handsome features and well-proportioned physique, she felt an urge to engage him in conversation. One could not deny that the cultural openness of her country was refreshing. It was only natural for someone to want to connect with a striking individual. However, it was understandable, given her monotonous job and the loneliness that accompanied her recent divorce, that she would seek companionship. They agreed to meet again after work that evening. While Inoue likely perceived this as a mere chance encounter, Li Chun's heart brimmed with joy. Was this not a perfect opportunity knocking at his door? That evening, they met at an upscale restaurant where Li Chun ordered 2 bottles of red wine. Bathed in a rosy glow, Inoue appeared enchanting as the evening progressed. Li Chun, having dressed impeccably, garnered her increasing admiration, as if this mysterious man exuded an irresistible charm. After dinner, having enjoyed a few drinks, Inoue invited Li Chun to her home. Sensing the moment was ripe, he said, "In China, I often study your cultural practices, including those related to kitchens, offices, and warehouses. Would it be possible for me to learn more about your office or warehouse firsthand? Mr. Li, you certainly know how to have fun, but we have surveillance cameras in the warehouse. Don't we? It would be quite embarrassing to be seen. She replied that I trust you can resolve this issue. Can't you, my esteemed supervisor? In no way flashed a deep smile. Then we must disguise ourselves to avoid being seen. Li Chun's heart soared with excitement. How thoughtful of her. It seemed he would have to make some sacrifices. I will ensure the cameras are disabled for half an hour, but you must treat me well during that time. In no way, shyly responded. Half an hour is hardly sufficient for my affection. I require at least 3 hours. Li Chun quipped, half-jokingly, wow. I didn't realize you were so bold. With that, Inoue took his hand and hurried toward the warehouse. Dressed in oversized clothing, complete with hats and masks, they entered Inoue's office. Once their disguises were shed, she eagerly issued a command to the surveillance room. Temporarily disable the cameras for 3 hours. With all surveillance halted, they rushed into the warehouse, locking lips in a passionate embrace. With a swift motion, Li Chun rendered Inoue unconscious, thinking to himself, as much as I desire companionship, in a world where resources are scarce, I prioritize provisions. Thus began Li Chun's frenzied gathering spree. He filled his space with bags of rice, flour, noodles, and a myriad of snacks, instant meals, and beverages. He meticulously collected various condiments, household items, and even winter clothing, toiletries, and specialty items tailored for the unique preferences of his countrymen. After 2.5 hours of exertion, Li Chun, exhausted and panting, surveyed the warehouse, now stripped of 2/3 of its contents, with his arms outstretched. He had raced back and forth, yet could not completely clear the warehouse in such a short time. Nevertheless, the bounty he had secured would sustain him for a century, should fortune favor him. The sheer capacity of his transfer warehouse left him in awe. Next, he hoisted the unconscious Inoue onto his back, binding her with ropes, draping a large coat over her to disguise her appearance. He maneuvered through the back door of the hotel, carefully placing her down in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. After changing his attire, he carried her back to his room. After this ordeal, it was already past midnight. He had booked a flight back home for the next morning, and, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Inoue, he planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, murmuring, "Thank you, but I must take my leave. Otherwise, I may not return to Jiangzhou International Airport." Li Chun emerged with an air of ease, eagerly returning to the hotel. In his room, he inspected the vast trove of supplies he had amassed from the warehouse. If he played his cards right, he could thrive for generations in the impending apocalypse. The following day, Inoue awoke slowly, struggling to recall the previous night's revelry and questioning how she ended up in a hotel room. Turning on the television, she was met with news of the warehouse theft, and suddenly, memories of Li Chun flooded back. Yet, she hesitated to speak of it, knowing that admitting the truth would embroil her in a web of confusion. Thus, she resolved to remain silent, avoiding any mention of Li Chun unless absolutely necessary. Yet, she pondered how, within just 3 hours of surveillance being disabled, he managed to clear 2/3 of the warehouse. It must be said that the quality of provisions in her country was exceptionally high, featuring premium rice, wheat, and various essential goods intended for the citizens. The next morning, as dawn broke, Li Chun arrived at Jiangzhou's largest car rental agency, where an array of vehicles awaited. Ultimately, he rented a 4-wheel drive pickup truck and a bulletproof SUV for 100,000 yuan, securing them for a month. After discreetly storing the SUV in his space, he drove the pickup to the suburban warehouse, where he was greeted by a farmer who had been waiting for him. "Boss, I have fulfilled your request. All the firewood you wanted is right here. Please inspect it," the farmer announced with enthusiasm. Li Chun examined the neatly stacked, sun-dried firewood, satisfied with its quality. After dismissing the farmer, he quickly stored all the firewood in his space, locked the warehouse door, and left with a flourish. It was time to check on the progress of his villa renovation, having been abroad for several days. Plus the time spent selling his previous house. Only 6 days remained until the apocalypse. The villa, promised to be completed in 15 days, warranted a visit. Driving to the site, he found manager Wang overseeing the renovations. "Mr. Li, welcome. The villa is expected to be completed by tomorrow. Allow me to show you around." Wang greeted him warmly. "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Wang. Please lead the way." "Right this way, Mr. Li. First, let's examine the courtyard. The gate is constructed from 5 centimeter thick alloy steel, and the courtyard walls are nearly 1 meter thick and 3 meters high. The entire perimeter is equipped with high-voltage electroprotection measures. Essentially, the villa boasts formidable defensive and offensive capabilities from the very outset. The gate can be controlled remotely, allowing you to operate it without leaving your residence. Li Chun ran his hand along the thick walls and sturdy gate, nodding in approval. The villa consists of 2.5 stories. The first floor serves as a dining and entertainment area. The second floor comprises your living quarters and guest rooms, while the third floor is designated for water storage and supplies. Now, let's proceed to the first floor. Following Manager Wong, Li Chun entered the first floor, greeted by a gleaming steel door. The main entrance featured a double-layer design, with the outer layer constructed from 10 centimeter thick alloy steel, impervious even to artillery fire. The inner layer was made from aviation-grade materials, ensuring maximum security. The walls of the villa, including the roof, were embedded with 10 centimeter thick alloy steel, surrounded by 50 centimeter thick high-strength concrete, with cutting-edge insulation materials in between. Even amidst the harshest winter, the interior would remain unaffected. Moreover, an installation of split central air conditioning throughout the entire house has been executed, along with the fireplace you specifically requested. Both the first and second floor living rooms are adorned with 2 floor-to-ceiling windows, fitted with 4 layers of bulletproof glass, rendering them impervious to harm from ordinary weaponry. The entire residence is equipped with a brand-new air filtration system, eliminating any concerns regarding the infiltration of external pollutants. The flooring is constructed from high-strength concrete, measuring 60 centimeters in thickness, complemented by waterproof insulation, and a basement has been excavated. Within this basement, we have installed a silent diesel generator, ensuring the seamless operation of household facilities even during power outages. On the rooftop, we have implemented the most advanced solar power generation system available, while the third floor has been designated for storage and water reserve, allowing you to procure a water tank without the worry of water shortages. Additionally, we have strategically positioned numerous concealed cameras around the villa, ensuring that you can monitor the surroundings from within. Inside the villa, we have left several observation openings that can be controlled from the inside at your discretion. I assure you, Mr. Li, even in the event of an apocalyptic scenario, this villa would remain impenetrable by human force. Li Chun surveyed the premises, inspecting every nook and cranny, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was undoubtedly a fortress fit for the end of the world. As long as he remained indoors, he could confidently declare himself safe. That I assume I am the only one with the keys to the villa. Correct? You do not possess a copy, do you? Li Chun inquired, his unease evident. Rest assured, we are a reputable company, Manager Wong reassured him. All construction was conducted using renovation keys, and once your key has opened a lock, the renovation key will no longer function. With this explanation, Li Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if his worries had evaporated. After leaving the villa, he began to strategize. He had secured an apocalyptic refuge, weapons, firewood, and supplies from the small nation of Guashan. What remained elusive were fuels, gasoline, diesel, and coal, essential for maintaining power and warmth during the apocalypse. He also required transportation tools such as snowmobiles and jet skis, along with winter clothing, among other necessities. After calculating his needs, Li Chun realized that time was slipping away. Moreover, a reliable source of clean water was imperative. Rivers would dry up in extreme heat, and municipal water would cease to flow mere days after the apocalypse commenced. He must store a substantial amount of water. With just 5 days until the onset of the apocalypse, at 1 a.m, Li Chun donned his disguise, altering his appearance, and ventured into the largest wholesale street in Jiangzhou, where he had already mapped out his route. In the darkness, the wholesale market was shuttered, illuminated only by the dim glow of streetlights casting shadows on the deserted streets. Hesitant to venture onto the main road, Li Chun slipped into the alley behind the wholesale street. He arrived at the back door of the water tank wholesale store, where he changed his outfit once more in a surveillance-free corner before approaching the warehouse entrance. With a swift motion, a pair of steel cutters materialized in his hands, allowing him to easily gain entry to the warehouse. Upon seeing the neatly stacked water tanks, he opened his arms wide and dashed forward, swiftly collecting nearly 10,000 water tanks into his space. After exiting the water tank warehouse, he employed the same tactic to acquire 20 gasoline generators and 20 diesel generators, selecting models that matched the power specifications of the generator he had seen at the villa. Having gathered the generators, he noted that he still had approximately 2 hours until dawn. Li Chun proceeded to a wholesale outdoor supply warehouse, where he collected various tools such as machetes, entrenching tools, winter clothing, ropes, outdoor equipment, and 3 inflatable boats along with 2 snowmobiles. These items would prove invaluable in the frigid, desolate conditions of the apocalypse. Once he completed these tasks, the first light of dawn began to break. After changing his disguise 4 or 5 times, Li Chun stealthily exited the wholesale market and returned to his hotel. Following 4 hours of rest, he awoke and made his way to the villa. As today marked the completion of the construction, upon arrival, Manager Wang was already waiting for him. Mr. Li, the villa has been completed. Once you are satisfied with the inspection, we will officially hand over the keys to you. Completing our work, Manager Wang said, beaming with pride. Li Chun nodded in acknowledgement, entering the villa to test its various functions. After a thorough inspection, he expressed his satisfaction, saying, Manager Wang, I am very pleased with your team's efforts. Your satisfaction is our priority. The remaining payment of 25 million is due. Please ensure it is paid on time if everything is satisfactory after 1 month, Manager Wang reminded him. Rest assured, Manager Wang. A month from now, the payment will be no issue, Li Chun replied, reflecting on the impending apocalypse and considering the villa a contribution to their good deed. After bidding farewell to Manager Wang and his team, Li Chun took out the keys and opened each door to render the renovation keys ineffective. He had no intention of allowing anyone to enter the villa post-apocalypse with keys in hand. That prospect felt more perilous than marrying a second-hand spouse. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, amidst the scarcity of resources, the human heart would become the most dangerous element of this world. Having experienced this firsthand, Li Chun approached with utmost caution. Next, he ascended to the 3rd floor and connected a water tank to the indoor water supply system, activating the villa's plumbing to fill the tank. Simultaneously, he filled the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors with water tanks, connecting hoses to facilitate water storage. Furthermore, during the apocalypse, entertainment would be equally important. With the internet likely to fail, he prepared for the inevitable by downloading various songs and movies onto portable hard drives while filling the water tanks. However, he had previously stored numerous gigabytes of educational videos on his computer. Primarily, he had to limit his consumption of entertainment, as excess viewing could be detrimental to his health. Yet, watching the water levels gradually rise, Li Chun fell into contemplation, realizing that this method was far too slow. The apocalypse loomed, and with only a few days remaining, it would be impossible to fill 10,000 water tanks in time. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he gazed at the Jiangzhou map, that he swiftly turned and drove his pickup truck out. Approximately 40 minutes later, Li Chun, dressed as an avid fisherman, arrived at the largest lake in Jiangzhou, Yuan Lake. The lake, shaped like a winding ribbon, was fed by a convergence of mountain streams, its waters crystal clear. Indeed, Jiangzhou's municipal water originated from this very lake. It was afternoon, and the shores were already populated with numerous fishermen, causing Li Chun to frown at the sight of so many people. As their presence hindered his plans, he made his way to the lake's source, where thorns and weeds flourished, creating an uncomfortable fishing environment that deterred others. Additionally, due to the lake's winding shape, this location was conveniently situated in a visual blind spot, facilitating his actions. However, since it was daytime, Li Chun dared not draw attention to his water collection. Therefore, he set up his fishing rod, feigning the appearance of an angler. While keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings, with a swift motion, a water tank appeared on the lake's surface, slowly descending until it was submerged, vanishing from sight as it was absorbed into a space. This method proved far more efficient than using a tap at home. As the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, he continued his discreet operations until nightfall, wiping the sweat from his brow. Li Chun surveyed the space, filled with approximately 300 water tanks, his expression darkening. This pace would leave him utterly exhausted if he continued. Night descended around 10 o'clock. Li Chun sprinted along the lake shore. Noting that the fishermen had likely retreated from the mosquitoes plaguing the mountains, leaving the area deserted, a surge of excitement coursed through him as he thought. Fortunately, The fishermen here lack perseverance. They have not set up tents to fish through the night, thus providing me with an opportunity. With a focused thought, an entire expanse of the lake's surface became dotted with water tanks, each slowly sinking below the surface. Li Chun took out his inflatable boat and, extending his hand, maneuvered the boat in circles on the lake, collecting the filled water tanks into his space as he passed by. After completing a full circuit of the lake, the water level visibly dropped. It was only when the first light of dawn began to break that Li Chun returned, pale and fatigued, to the pickup truck parked at a distance from Yuan Lake. That I'm utterly exhausted, he muttered, collapsing into the truck's seat. After hastily consuming a small amount of food from his space, he regained his composure and entered the space to admire the neatly stacked, filled water tanks. A smile creeping across his face. Seizing the opportunity before full dawn, he started the vehicle and returned to the villa, collapsing into a deep sleep. With the villa now complete, there was no longer a need to stay at the hotel. In the early morning, the mist had yet to dissipate as fishermen began to arrive at Yuan Lake. However, each one looked as if they could barely fit an egg in their mouths. What the heck? Has this lake sprung a leak? Where's the water? The fishing spot I painstakingly prepared yesterday is now halfway up the hillside. Which scoundrels siphoned the water from Yuan Lake? How on earth did they do it overnight? Are there gods among us? However, a few keen-eyed individuals suddenly heard the splashing sounds of fish at the bottom of the lake. They noticed that as the water receded, the density of the fish had significantly increased. Goodness, they exclaimed, regardless of whether there were any deities involved. Look below. The water is teeming with fish. In an instant, an array of weapons were deployed. Hand rods, sea rods, lure rods, and various fishing contraptions. Some even rushed back to retrieve inflatable rafts. Nets, barriers, and traps, all set in motion. That day, everyone returned home with bountiful catches, filling every container capable of holding water with fish. Subsequently, relevant hydrological experts, geological specialists, and even Taoists were summoned by the authorities. They all shared a common theme: the vanishing lake water. It was estimated that television stations could produce several episodes on the matter. Meanwhile, the instigator, Li Chun, was blissfully slumbering in his villa. Utterly unconcerned, he knew that by the time the experts uncovered the truth, the apocalypse would have already commenced. After a restful 4 hours, Li Chun rose promptly, for there were merely 3 days until the end of days. During this time, he needed to visit the coal yard in Jiangzhou, a few large shopping centers, and most importantly, several gas stations. But it was still daylight, and thus, a visit to the food city was indispensable. The mere thought of the various barbecues, stir-fries, and dishes of all kinds, ranging from low to high-end, especially the prepared foods, made his mouth water. With a balance of over 4 million in hand, he set himself a task to spend it all. Upon entering the food city, a familiar aroma wafted towards him, stirring nostalgia in Li Chun's heart as he realized it had been ages since his last visit. His eyes fell upon a stall called Uncle Wong's Barbecue. Approaching, he greeted, "Uncle Wong, did Aunt Wong scold you last night? Your eyes look a bit red. Were you up late next door again?" Li Chun spoke with familiarity. "Ah, it's you, lad. It's been a while since your last visit. Don't speak carelessly. Your aunt might take it seriously," Uncle Wong replied evasively. Could it be that Uncle Wong truly embodied his name? "So, what will you have today?" "Came alone. Where's your sister Jingzhu?" Uncle Wong inquired. The mention of Sister Jingzhu, a flicker of intensity crossed Li Chun's eyes, only to be replaced by calmness. The so-called goddess referred to here was the girl from his past life. Dream Jingzhu, whom he adored to the point of being a devoted admirer, and who bore a delightful name derived from the Book of Songs. The quiet girl is beautiful. She was exceptionally beautiful. And in his previous life, Li Chun had spent lavishly to win her affection, only to be met with sporadic attention, whether it was dining, entertainment, or gifts. Naturally, Uncle Wong had seen his fair share of visits from him. Yet, despite the thunderous promises, no rain fell. As the apocalypse loomed, Li Chun had never even held Sister Jingzhu's hand, let alone experienced anything further. It was only when the end times arrived that Jingzhu knocked on his door, leading her male friends to seize his provisions and cruelly divide them among themselves, that Li Chun truly understood. Thus, with a cheerful demeanor, he declared to Uncle Wong, "Today, I'm treating you to barbecue. Start cooking now and prepare all the ingredients in your shop. I'll come to collect them later." Uncle Wong gazed at Li Chun, his greasy hand brushing across his forehead. Kid, what has got into you? I need at least 10,000 for ingredients each day. Oh, you think you can eat all that? We're having a large gathering up in the mountains tonight. Just go ahead and prepare it. I'll pay up front. Li Chun replied, scanning Uncle Wong's QR code and promptly transferring 10,000. Only then did Uncle Wong realize Li Chun was serious, and he shouted to Aunt Wong in the back. Don't be angry. Come out and start the barbecue. This fool has bought everything for today that will finish early, and then I need to head next door to fish at Source Lake. Li Chun watched with a knowing smile, casting a glance at the prominent sign of Uncle Wong's Barbecue. How eagerly this old fellow was anticipating the business. Following this, Li Chun strolled down the barbecue street, and soon the air filled with the enticing scent of smoke. His bank card was swiftly debited by 50,000 that after wrapping up these arrangements, Li Chun called for a 6.8-meter vehicle, tipping the driver an extra 1,000 to deliver the culinary treasures to his villa, providing the address as well. The driver, bewildered, silently cursed, spendthrift, scoundrel, but seeing the generous tip, cheerfully assured Li Chun, "Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of everything." Next, Li Chun entered a mid-range restaurant within the food city, perusing the menu and ordering over 20 of his favorite dishes. Instructing the waitress, prepare 500 tables for takeout. The waitress quickly summoned the manager. Manager, we have a customer wanting 500 tables of food packed up. You should come over. I don't think he seems like a good person. Li Chun retorted, You're not a good person. Your whole family, Ison. The manager approached. Good day, sir. The dishes you've ordered will cost approximately 1,000 per table, and for 500 tables. That's around 500,000 out, of course. I'm not doubting your financial capability, but that's a lot of food, and it'll spoil if not consumed. Are you hosting a banquet? I have a large gathering tomorrow. Can you have 500 tables ready by noon? Li Chun continued to inquire. That's feasible. We can work overtime, the manager replied, but he hesitated. What about the payment? Just ensure it's done, Li Chun said, turning to scan the QR code, and the manager nearly fainted upon seeing the transfer of 500,000 with over 300,000 remaining in his balance. Li Chun pondered whether he should indulge in something high-end. He then stepped into an upscale restaurant. As he approached the entrance, a sweet voice called out, Li Chun, what are you doing here? You haven't called me in days. Where have you been? Turning around, he found it was his former obsession, the goddess Dream Jingzhu, accompanied by her friend Wang Lu. Gazing at the beautiful and familiar visage, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, causing him to instinctively clench his fists. In that fleeting moment, he relaxed. Li Chun understood that beneath this stunning exterior lay a heart as venomous as any surge of vengeful desire coursed through him. Yet, this was not the time. He vowed to make her life a living hell. Resuming his former sycophantic demeanor, he exclaimed, Jingzhu, what a coincidence. You're here too. I just returned from the mountains where there was no signal, so I couldn't contact you. But you were on my mind constantly since you are being so sincere, I won't hold it against you. It's mealtime. Let us eat here, shall we? She replied, without waiting for Li Chun's consent, as she and her friend interlinked arms and entered the restaurant. Li Chun smiled ruefully and followed them inside, requesting a window seat. He took the menu from the server and eagerly handed it to Dream Jingzhu, saying, Jingzhu, take a look at what you'd like to eat. Wang Lu perked up instantly, nudging Dream Jingzhu. Li Chun is being so generous today. You better choose wisely. I haven't had lobster or abalone in ages. And see cucumbers too. Li Chun observed them in silence, a wave of disdain washing over him. Wang Lu, much like Dream Jingzhu, was a typical opportunist. Neither particularly beautiful nor unattractive, she was aware of her own situation. As long as one could afford a room, she would welcome them with open arms. In contrast, Dream Jingzhu had substantial assets and a discerning eye, surrounded by wealthy heirs. Thus, Wang Lu gravitated towards Dream Jingzhu, perhaps hoping to latch onto someone who might overlook her and catch a rich heir by chance. That Li Chun himself was not lacking in resources, possessing a house and savings. However, his infatuation with Dream Jingzhu had deprived Wang Lu of opportunities. Therefore, these two girls were quite similar, having likely shared more than a few beds with men. Yet, even so, Dream Jingzhu remained stunningly beautiful, her figure impeccably maintained. Reflecting on this, Li Chun mused, Indeed, some things never fade. Watching Dream Jingzhu order an extravagant array of dishes without a hint of hesitation, he thought, naturally, it wasn't her money being spent. After all, what good is a sycophant if not to pay? Thus, he endured, needing to devise a strategy to ensure they sought him out during the apocalypse. To accomplish this, he must make them aware of his material wealth. Then, he would be free to act as he pleased. So before them, he summoned the manager, prepared to employ his previous tactics. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The manager greeted with a professional smile, bowing slightly to Li Chun. "Could you tell me how much this table of dishes would cost?" Li Chun raised his head and inquired. The two women, upon hearing this question from Li Chun, couldn't help but feel a wave of disdain in their hearts. Could it be that this fellow was reluctant to part with his money? Others might wish to treat us to a meal, yet they might not even have the opportunity. What s with this sycophant? Why is he being so stingy today? He wasn't like this before. Consequently, the straightforward Wang Lu interrupted their conversation. "Li Chun, you can't possibly be hesitant about spending money. Can you? Such a wonderful opportunity, and you're not seizing it? Who in their right mind asks about the price before even eating?" Li Chun cast a glance at her, ignoring the interruption, and once again posed his question to the manager. "Excuse me, approximately how much would this table of dishes cost?" The manager, looking at him with a complex expression, replied, "Sir, you have ordered mostly our signature dishes along with a variety of seafood. The total for this table would be around 9,000 yuan. May I ask if you have any concerns?" As expected, the manager seemed to misunderstand Li Chun, perhaps thinking he would eat and then make a run for it. "Before noon tomorrow, could you prepare 100 identical sets of dishes, properly packed and delivered to the Woa Mountain Villa?" Li Chun spoke to the manager slowly. The manager was momentarily taken aback. 100 sets to pack. Was this person a fool? Wouldn't it be simpler to just have the banquet on site? Yet, as a professional in the catering industry, he politely responded, "Sir, we can certainly prepare 100 sets, but why not just dine in?" The two women also looked bewildered. 100 sets. That would cost nearly 1 million. Li Chun might have some money, but surely he couldn't afford that much, especially not at the Woha Mountain Villa. Had he struck it rich? If that were the case, perhaps they should indulge him a little. If you can do it, then let us proceed. Give me your bank details," Li Chun declared, pulling out his phone and transferring 1 million yuan. Only then did the manager realize that this was no joke. "Sir, I did not expect you to act with such decisiveness. I admire that. I will arrange it immediately. In fact, let us make it 112 sets, and I will waive the bill for this meal as a token of our gratitude for your support." With that, he hurried off to the kitchen to make arrangements. "Chun Ge, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't be upset, but are you really having the banquet at the villa?" Wang Lu said, playfully trying to appease Li Chun. Li Chun smiled, indicating that there was no offense taken, and did not respond to her question. Turning to Meng Jingshu, he said, "Jingshu, do eat more. After all, this meal is free. If you don't indulge, it would be our failure." Meng Jingshu's demeanor shifted slightly. "You should eat more too. Look at how thin you've become during your days in the mountains. You need to take care of your health." Hearing this rare concern, the Li Chun of the past would have likely jumped for joy. However, now, he suppressed the urge to lash out at her, and instead expressed his excitement. "Thank you for your concern. Jingshu, you are truly wonderful." Internally, he muttered, "This is so nauseating." Thus, the three of them enjoyed their meal, and at that moment, Hualala had finished loading the food from the street and called Li Chun, "Boss, the goods are ready. Shall I unload them in your villa's yard?" Given the impending apocalypse, Li Chun did not bother closing the yard gate. He replied, "No problem. Just unload them in the yard," with cameras everywhere. He was not worried about the driver. Furthermore, prior to the apocalypse, China had been one of the most harmonious countries in the world. Next on his agenda was an important task: shopping. "Let us go shopping. I want to buy some things that you both have time," Li Chun asked the two women. Perhaps due to their changed perception of Li Chun's sudden wealth, Meng Jingshu readily agreed, contemplating what she might ask him to buy for her. If Li Chun were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, "What are you even thinking?" Shortly thereafter, the trio drove in the bulletproof SUV rented by Li Chun to the largest shopping center in Zhangzhou, the Changda Shopping Plaza, which boasted a plethora of life necessities. Upon entering, the two women dashed towards the luxury boutiques. Li Chun thought to himself, This maneuver was quite slick. Nonetheless, tonight was bound to disappoint them. He walked over to the women and said, "Could you accompany me to the supermarket? I just moved into a villa, and there are many essential items I still need." The two women pondered this and agreed. Thus, the three of them, each pushing a shopping cart, began to gather supplies. Rice, oil, noodles, seasonings, chicken, duck, fish, meat, instant noodles, and even a complete set of cooking equipment. The women trailed behind Li Chun, likely feeling that this was the first time in their lives that shopping had become exhausting. After they checked out, Li Chun had spent a substantial 20,000 yuan on living essentials, after which he asked the two women to help him carry the large bags to the car. "Can you drive? Please take the SUV back for me. There is too much to fit in one car, so I'll go get another vehicle." Without waiting for the response, he headed to the underground parking lot to find a secluded corner, retrieved a pickup truck from his spatial storage, and drove it next to the two women to load the remaining supplies. After this flurry of activity, the women were left exhausted, their limbs trembling. The trio then drove back to the villa, and Meng Jingshu and Wang Lu suddenly realized that something was amiss. Why were they doing menial labor after just sharing a meal? They were now carrying items and driving. As the vehicle entered the villa's yard, the women were once again taken aback, gazing at the assortment of barbecue delicacies piled in the yard. What was Li Chun up to? Had he purchased an entire food street? They turned to him and inquired, "I find you quite peculiar. Why buy so many items? Is the apocalypse upon us? We can understand the other necessities, but why so much cooked food? Won't it spoil in 2 days? Are you simply overflowing with cash? If that is the case, we can help you spend it." Li Chun feigned seriousness and replied, "A few days ago, I had a dream in which the supreme Lao Jun accidentally overturned his alchemical furnace. I suspect that celestial fire will manifest, and many will perish." The two women stared at him in disbelief, as if he were a fool. They quickly said, No, it's getting late. We should head home." "You take care." With that, they fled as if afraid of catching his madness. Li Chun could only shake his head in resignation. Sigh. "I told you, but you wouldn't believe me." Indeed, any normal person would find it hard to believe. Regardless, they had now become aware of the significant supplies he had acquired. His objective achieved, he bid them farewell, but he then set about his tasks, first sweeping the cooked food from the food street into his spatial storage. Next, he meticulously unloaded the supplies from the vehicle into the villa's storage room before heading upstairs to sleep. Lying in bed, he reflected on his current situation. Water was secured, weapons obtained, transportation and warm clothing were ready, and living supplies were nearly complete. What remained were coal and gasoline, along with medicine. However, acquiring medicine was not something that could be easily achieved with money, as regulations were strict. Thus, he would have to resort to zero-cost shopping during the apocalypse. Looking at the over 2 million yuan he had left, he realized that this money needed to be spent. Otherwise, when the apocalypse arrived, it would merely be a pile of worthless paper, if all went according to plan. The apocalypse was expected to commence the day after tomorrow at dawn, leaving him with 2 days to prepare. Thus, he decided to secure coal tomorrow. After enduring extreme heat and torrential rains, the world would soon be enveloped in icy cold. At that time, relying solely on the 3,000 tons of firewood would not suffice. Who knew how long the bitter cold would last, or what other variables might emerge? Gasoline and diesel were tightly regulated in China, making large-scale purchases unrealistic. He would have to resort to zero-cost shopping during the extreme heat days, when the apocalypse first began and the authorities would be caught off guard. Therefore, Li Chun planned to convert his 2 million yuan entirely into coal within 2 days. Early the next morning, Li Chun drove his SUV to a coal factory in Jiangzhou. The owner was lazily dozing in his office, clearly lacking business. Upon seeing Li Chun approach, he did not display much enthusiasm, merely saying, "Are you here to buy coal?" Li Chun replied, "Yes. How much stock do you currently have? What is the price?" The owner chuckled with irritation at Li Chun's question, thinking to himself, "What are you implying? That you'll take it all?" He slowly replied, "I haven't really checked, but my factory isn't large. I should have around 200 to 300 tons in stock. How much do you want? If you take a lot, it's 4,000 yuan per ton." With that, he returned to his drowsy state. "All right, I'll take it all. Please deliver it to this location by tomorrow," Li Chun said, writing down the address of the suburban warehouse. "What did you say?" "All of it. That is over 1 million worth of goods." The owner instantly woke up, staring incredulously at this well-mannered young and Li Chun did not waste words and directly asked for his bank account details. Ultimately, in the midst of the carbon factory owner's bemused grin, Li Chun purchased all his inventory for a sum of 1.2 million, with the owner assuring him that the delivery would arrive by noon the following day. He departed in style. Glancing at the remaining balance of approximately 800,000 in his possession, Li Chun then drove to the briquette factory, where he paid 600,000 and returned to his villa amidst the owner's enthusiastic farewell. At that moment, the 600 dishes from 2 hotels had just been delivered, all of which were unloaded in the courtyard. After seeing them off, Li Chun casually opened his space to be by the time he finished these tasks. It was already noon. Li Chun took out several dishes from his space and leisurely enjoyed his meal. It seemed he had amassed enough provisions. On the night the apocalypse was to arrive, he could embark on a zero-cost shopping spree in a few locations and begin to savor life. As he ate, these thoughts crossed his mind. Just as he finished his meal, the doorbell rang. Li Chun pondered, reflecting that he had very few friends and hardly anyone knew of his residence here. Who could it be? As the villa's grand door swung open, a warm woman in her 40s appeared. "You must be the new resident." "Right. I am the director of the neighborhood committee for our villa area, living in the house at the entrance that my surname is Zhang. I appear to be a bit older than you, so feel free to call me Sister Zhang." "Welcome. May I ask your name?" Realizing it was the neighborhood committee, Li Chun guessed they had come to register or familiarize themselves with the new resident, likely drawn by the sudden illumination of this long, uninhabited villa. "Hello, Sister Zhang. My name is Li Chun." "Yes, I just moved in. Is there something I can assist you with?" "Oh, nothing at all. It's just that this house has been vacant for so long, upon seeing it occupied. I thought I would come and check on you." Sister Zhang continued enthusiastically. "I see. Thank you for your concern, Sister Zhang." Li Chun replied, "You're too polite, little Li. How about I add you to our homeowners group? In the future, if you need anything, we can all look out for each other. Our community isn't composed of simple folks. Everyone has their own strengths. Unity fosters better development. It's not just your villa area. Those 3 high-rise buildings are also quite upscale," she added, likely mistaking him for an owner, which was understandable, who would undertake such extensive renovations for a rental property. Indeed, most who could reside in this villa were either affluent or of noble standing. Thus, Li Chun successfully joined the homeowners group, which boasted several hundred members, including the 30 or so villas and 3 high-rise buildings. After bidding farewell to Sister Zhang, Li Chun greeted the group, making his presence known. However, aside from Sister Zhang's welcome, no one else acknowledged him. Well, it seemed the wealthy often possessed an air of superiority. Nevertheless, in a few days, all would be equal. In the afternoon, with nothing pressing to do, Li Chun decided to take a nap, planning to see if he could venture out for something later that night. Thus, he spent the entire afternoon in slumber, while several computers busily downloaded a variety of films and television series. As night fell, Li Chun stepped outside, observing the substantial balance still remaining in his account. Gazing at the neon-lit city, he noticed people strolling leisurely, while others hurried by, each navigating the city's shadowy corners. At that moment, Li Chun suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. Before his rebirth, he had endured hunger, cold, and suffering during the apocalypse, living a life worse than that of stray dog in the dozen days since his rebirth. He had focused solely on hoarding supplies, neglecting to truly enjoy the beauty of this city. As he walked, he found himself standing before a business club named Jusei, gazing at the flickering neon sign. He mused, if all goes as expected, the apocalypse would come at dawn the day after tomorrow. Therefore, while the city still pulsed with vitality, it was time to indulge. With a balance of several 100,000 in his account, Li Chun resolutely entered the club. Inside a private room, a lavish spread of drinks and fruit platters awaited. Li Chun settled himself in the center, listening to a row of young women presenting their introductions, which soon began to feel somewhat tedious. He turned to a young man beside him, clad in a white shirt, and said, "Please, let us all sit down, and no need for further introductions." The young man produced a QR code, smiling contentedly as he said, "Thank you for your support, brother. Enjoy yourself. I won't disturb you any longer." The next morning, Li Chun awoke early, Shaking off the remnants of last night's indulgence, he surveyed the bed strewn with beautiful women and, satisfied, dressed and departed the hotel. After breakfast, he drove to the warehouse, where numerous trailers loaded with coal and carbon awaited at the entrance, a smile spreading across his face as he opened the warehouse doors and retrieved some cigarettes. The workers, propelled by Huazi's orders, unloaded the goods with remarkable speed, finishing the task within half a day. After sending them off, Li Chun stored the coal in his space and left the warehouse doors wide open, tossing the key into the drain. This warehouse had lost its value. Driving back to the villa, he awaited the onset of night. After 10 o'clock at the Changda shopping center, a few patrolling security guards idly smoked and chatted in a corner. While in the monitoring room, 2 guards dozed off. Suddenly, they felt a tingling sensation coursing through their bodies, and then they fainted. Behind them stood a stout man wielding 2 stun guns, none other than Li Chun. Subsequently, Li Chun disabled all the surveillance cameras and stepped out of the monitoring room. The mall was closed, illuminated only by a few dim lights. It was unlikely anyone would anticipate a robbery in such a place. Resulting in lax security, Li Chun smoothly made his way to the supermarket warehouse, gathering rice, flour, oil, salt, vegetables, fruits, various snacks, and an assortment of daily necessities, collecting everything in sight without regard for organization. An hour later, the supermarket's warehouse stood completely empty. Next, Li Chun proceeded to the first floor. Seizing the motorcycles on display before arriving at the entrance of jewelry store, he extracted a pair of steel scissors from his space and effortlessly broke in, taking the counter along with him into his space. That he then visited a well-known tobacco and liquor shop, and 10 minutes later, it was left with nothing but bare walls. After swiftly raiding several shops, Li Chun changed outfits multiple times before exiting the shopping plaza. Removing the license plate from his pickup truck, he approached a nearby gas station. It was past midnight, and the lone attendant was engrossed in his phone at the counter. Li Chun quietly slipped behind the gas station to the fuel storage area, taking both gasoline and diesel along with the tanks, all without a sound. Following the same tactic, he hit up 4 large gas stations in Jiangzhou. By now, the clock read 5:40 a.m. If all went as planned, the apocalypse would commence at 6:50 a.m., just as dawn broke. Li Chun drove to a section devoid of surveillance, retrieving an off-road vehicle from his space and making his way back to the villa. Having covered several dozen kilometers away from the villa, he was determined to return before the apocalypse struck. Otherwise, the initial heat would be unbearable, reaching its peak before gradually dropping to around 60 to 70 degrees. Particularly in the wilderness, dangerous territory. Fortunately, Li Chun entered the villa's courtyard at 6:38 a.m., stowing the off-road vehicle in his space and securing all the doors behind him. Approaching the grand floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, he waved his hand, and the dining table was suddenly adorned with a feast of steaming dishes. Pouring himself a glass of red wine, he lit a cigarette, his gaze fixated on the outside world. At this moment, Li Chun's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he eagerly anticipated the apocalypse, confident that he had amassed enough supplies to survive for lifetimes. On the other hand, he dreaded its arrival, knowing it would spell near annihilation for the world. Yet, having acquired so many resources at no cost, he was certain that the authorities would eventually locate him. There are no secrets that cannot be uncovered. Only he remained in this state of turmoil as time ticked by. Minute by minute, Li Chun continued to smoke, his eyes glued to the window, feeling both fear and anticipation. Due to the villa's elevated position, he could overlook half of Jiangzhou's nightscape, witnessing the vibrant neon lights. Little did anyone know that in mere moments, all of this would transform into a hell on earth. All that was beautiful would vanish in a remarkably short time, leaving behind only endless suffering and torment. The world would plunge into chaos and darkness, and humanity would reveal its most grotesque aspects under the pressure of basic survival needs. Reflecting on this, Li Chun recalled the beautiful visage of Meng Jingzhu and her venomous heart. In this life, he vowed to make those who had stormed through his door suffer beyond measure. One and all. On November 30, 2060 at 6:50 a.m., brilliant lights suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating Jiangzhou, China, and the world as if it were daylight, with temperatures soaring above 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. Subsequently, droplets of water began to form atop the sturdy Antarctic glaciers, while asphalt roads began to melt and plastic signs on various buildings softened and sagged. It was already November, and the slumbering populace remained cocooned under thick blankets. Suddenly, a wave of unbearable heat engulfed everyone, as if they had been thrust into an oven, with perspiration streaming down their bodies. Some early risers were already engaged in their morning routines, while those still in bed, others in the restroom, and those who had roamed the city's corners throughout the night seemed to be enduring a fiery torment. The extreme temperature persisted for approximately 5 minutes before gradually subsiding to around 60 to 70 degrees. A resplendent sun hung high in the sky, emitting a blinding white light. Despite this, humanity found it intolerable. Everyone switched on their air conditioning, and upon realizing its ineffectiveness, many rushed to the restroom to douse themselves with lukewarm water. Li Chun, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, observed this scene and couldn't help but think that the $30 million investment in renovating the villa was truly worthwhile. Inside, he felt merely a slight increase in temperature. He then activated the air conditioning and indulged in fine cuisine and exquisite wine. Turning on the television, he was met with an official news broadcast. Our city is currently experiencing an extreme heat wave. According to meteorological experts, this scorching weather is expected to last nearly a week. Please remain calm and, for your safety, try to stay indoors. Take a tea this moment. The homeowners group chat was already abuzz. What is going on? Why is it suddenly so unbearably hot? Is the earth about to explode? Didn't the news say it would only last a week? I was just about to go buy groceries. How can I go out in this heat? People in Zhangzhou had a habit of buying groceries once a day to keep their food fresh. Lacking the practice of stockpiling, that my household is the same. Thankfully, my son bought some instant noodles. So we're all having that for breakfast. Oh, my poor stomach. I heard that just a few minutes ago, several elderly folks who went out for their morning exercise didn't make it back. I saw that video too. They must have succumbed to the sudden heat or some related illness. Indeed, it seems we should wait until it cools down a bit tonight to go buy supplies. It's going to be a week of this heat, so let us avoid going out during the day. Community leader Sister Zhang chimed in. Dear homeowners, please do not panic. Experts have stated that this extreme heat will last for approximately a week. Please refrain from going out during the day and try to shop for supplies at night. Li Chun read the messages in the group chat, choosing to remain silent. Did they really think a week would just pass? He then added Sister Zhang on WeChat, as she was the first person in the entire community to reach out to him, whether for work or other reasons. Before long, Sister Zhang added Li Chun and inquired, Li, is there something you need? Please, do not go out during the day. Just a little while ago, many elderly people who went out for their morning exercise suddenly disappeared. The heat was unbearable. Li Chun glanced at the message, appreciating Sister Zhang's diligence, and replied, Yes, but I feel this weather is highly abnormal. I doubt it's as optimistic as the experts say. You should stock up on more supplies tonight. After responding to Sister Zhang, he opened the chat with Meng Jingshu. Jingshu, the weather has suddenly turned hot. Are you all right? A devoted admirer should maintain their persona and not neglect their affections. A moment later, she replied, I'm fine. Li Chun remained unperturbed, knowing that when she gets truly hungry, she would inevitably seek him out. That moment, the television announced another piece of news last night. The warehouse and several stores at Changda Shopping Plaza were robbed, resulting in significant losses. The police have identified the suspect, a male, 190 cm tall, wearing black athletic attire, a black cap, and a dark gray mask. With glasses, if anyone has information, please contact the authorities immediately. Li Chun chuckled at the news, thinking, I'm only 180 centimeters tall, and I don't wear glasses. In truth, he was not worried at all. The sudden extreme heat had caught the authorities off guard, necessitating rescues across various locations as fires ignited due to the heat and droughts persisted. He anticipated that in a few days, rivers would run dry and wildfires would rage, plunging the world into chaos. Li Chun decided to turn off the television, lower the air conditioning a few degrees, and snuggle under the covers on the first day of this apocalyptic scenario, aside from those few minutes of scorching heat. Everyone, under the comfort of air conditioning, seemed to be managing well the tea night. People would venture out to gather supplies, and despite the news, most remained optimistic. True chaos would only arise with the torrential rains and floods that followed the heat. When supplies would be submerged, revealing the depths of human nature, night fell. The scorching sun quietly withdrew. Those sheltered indoors cautiously peeked outside, stepping out into the community and slowly acclimating to the apocalyptic temperature. Most were headed toward the nearest supermarket. Li Chun followed the crowd to a large supermarket in Jiangzhou, where a long queue had already formed outside. Although he had ample supplies in his personal space from the Little Days country and the Changdao warehouse, enough to last him a lifetime, he needed to maintain the facade. After waiting for nearly an hour, it was finally his turn to enter the supermarket, where he found a team of staff restocking shelves. However, as soon as items were replenished, eager customers snatched them up. Li Chun purchased a 20-kilogram bag of rice, over 10 kilograms of pork, and a few vegetables and fruits before heading to the checkout. What would usually cost under 300 yuan ended up costing him 800 yuan. According to the supermarket, high temperatures meant higher operational costs, and price increases were to be expected. He discreetly glanced at the supermarket prices, thinking, fine, I'll come back tomorrow, especially at such inflated rates. Observing the stream of people returning to the community, each drenched in sweat, men with bare torsos and women clad in light dresses, he noted that even though nighttime temperatures were slightly lower, they still hovered around 50 degrees to 80. Such temperatures, any clothing clinging to the skin would be thoroughly soaked with sweat. Li Chun ambled along, adjusting to the new reality, as he would need to venture out for work during the day. Returning home with his purchases, he casually tossed them onto the floor, turned on the air conditioning, took a shower, set an alarm for 6 a.m., and burrowed under the covers. Yes, he planned to head out at 6 a.m. It seemed everyone had tacitly agreed to reverse their schedules due to the heat, which also provided him the best conditions to gather more supplies. As the air conditioning blew a refreshing breeze, Li Chun tightened his blanket. Outside, the world was in turmoil, while he remained comfortably cool indoors. If those outside knew of his situation, they would surely attempt to impose a moral obligation upon him. Ding! An urgent alarm jolted Li Chun from his slumber. It was 6 a.m. He rose, washed up, hastily grabbed some bread from his base, donned the ultra-high UV protective clothing produced in the Little Days country, and stepped out of the villa into the daylight. This hour, the community's residents had only recently fallen into a deep sleep, their curtains tightly drawn. Who would have imagined someone so fearless would venture out in broad daylight? As he walked down the street, Li Chun opted for shaded paths. Despite the premium quality of his sun-protective clothing, who could guarantee he wouldn't be scorched by the relentless sun? The streets were deserted, filled with the scent of melting plastic and asphalt. Traffic lights and surveillance cameras sagged under the sun's glare, devoid of life. An hour later, Li Chun arrived at Jiangzhou's largest cold chain wholesale market. Fortunately, the power supply was still sufficient, allowing the cold storage facilities to continue operating. That a security guard was sound asleep against the cold storage wall, seemingly finding solace in its chill. Each cold storage unit was secured with heavy locks. And as people had not yet lost their rationality, public safety remained relatively intact, so no additional security measures had been implemented. For Li Chun, this was the perfect opportunity to take action. That he glanced up at the surveillance camera in the corridor. Lacking any special heat insulation, these high-tech devices had also succumbed during those few intense minutes of heat. Silently, he crept over, pulling out a stun gun to easily subdue the guard. Gazing at the cold storage unit, which measured 20 meters long, 15 meters wide, and 3 meters high, he felt a thrill of anticipation. Li Chun's face lit up with a smile. With the ease of an electropressure cutter, she effortlessly opened the first cold storage unit. To her astonishment, the entire space was filled with frozen pigs' feet, stacked in boxes, exuding a chilling aura. Without a moment's hesitation, she collected them all into her storage. Moving on to the second unit, she found frozen steaks and gathered them as well. The third held frozen pork, which she promptly added to her collection. The fourth was brimming with various dumplings, meatballs, and tang yuan, all of which she also took. The fifth unit, once again, contained pork, which she gathered without reservation. The sixth unit was entirely filled with popsicles and ice cream. Li Chun furrowed her brow, pondering the utility of such items. However, upon reflection, she realized that with the outside world engulfed in a wintry chill, enjoying ice treats in the warmth of her home would be immensely pleasurable. Thus, she collected them too. The seventh unit was filled to the brim with fruits, bananas, apples, cantaloupes, durians, cherries, and more, well preserved in cold storage. Thankfully, she had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the perishables would have spoiled in the heat. She gathered them all. The 8th unit was packed with vegetables. Cabbages, bok choy, cucumbers, asparagus, scallions, ginger, and garlic. All equally preserved. Li Chun unceremoniously collected them into her storage, after leisurely inspecting the entire cold storage. She strolled down another street. Li Chun arrived at a pharmacy named Qinglin. She glanced around to ensure no one was present, exhibiting her excessive caution in the sweltering heat of over 60 degrees. Unless one was mentally unstable, who would wander the streets in such weather? She snipped the lock on the glass door and easily entered the pharmacy. Not particularly knowledgeable about medications, she left the store with nothing but an empty shell behind her. At the next pharmacy, she executed the same operation, taking everything, including the shelves, whether Western or traditional medicine, into her storage. Yes, she gazed at the tonics for nourishing the kidneys. She fell into contemplation, thinking it better to be prepared than caught off guard. So she collected them as well. After plundering 6 pharmacies, she finally ceased her looting. On her way back, she passed by a renowned tobacco and liquor shop, a place she had never dared to enter before the apocalypse. The items within were quite expensive, and Li Chun prided herself on being frugal. She opened the door to find it similarly deserted. In this new world, some old smokers would rather forego meals than miss a puff. Thus, she saw no harm in indulging herself. Various spirits, cigarettes, and those so-called premium teas found their way into her storage. The Shengfa tea house was collected as well. After all, necessities were scarce in the apocalypse. As for Jean Pizzi jewelry, it likely contained a trove of valuables, gold, silver, and jade, so she gathered it all. As Li Chun wandered further down the street, she noticed the drooping heads of surveillance cameras. And she felt a rush of audacity. She decided to raid a hardware store. One could never predict when supplies might be needed in the apocalypse. Within a large equipment showroom, she spotted a solitary excavator in the display area. After a moment's contemplation, she deemed it useful and decided to procure it, considering the numerous gas stations in her storage. By the time she finished her errands, the afternoon had waned, and Li Chun felt it prudent to return to her villa. She didn't want to be seen wandering about as darkness fell. Thus, she hurried home, collecting items along the way. Just before nightfall, she arrived back at the villa, took a leisurely shower, and reclined on the sofa for a moment. As usual, she followed the throngs of people into the mall, joining the queue to purchase goods. Upon exiting, she encountered a familiar face. Li Gu, over here. A beautiful girl waved at her. It was Lu Ting, the one who had sold her the villa. Donned in a thin dress, drenched in sweat, she was quite the sight to behold. Li Chun chuckled and approached her. What a coincidence. You're here too. Yes, it's so hot. And I have hardly anything to eat at home. They say this heat will persist for another week. So I came out to buy some supplies, Lu Ting replied. Then you should stock up. It might not just be 7 days. Better to be prepared, Li Chun suggested, recalling her favorable impression of Lu Ting. For without her, selling the house would have been a challenge. I'm not buying that much. Prices have skyrocketed these past few days. I can't afford to be as extravagant as you. Lu Ting responded awkwardly. Li Chun contemplated for a moment before offering her some items from her own collection. Take these. After all, you've indirectly helped me, so let us ensure you have enough to last a while. That's too generous, Li Gu. Everyone is short on supplies right now. You should keep them, Lu Ting protested. Just take them. And by the way, when you go out at night, remember to wear some undergarments, Li Chun said, looking at her. After handing over the items, she turned and walked towards the villa. Lu Ting's face flushed crimson as she accepted the gifts, muttering a thank you before hurriedly departing. Unbeknownst to them, this exchange was witnessed by Meng Jingzhu and Wang Lu, who were also waiting in line. Meng Jingzhu thought to herself, is Li Chun getting a new girlfriend? He used to fawn over me. What a scoundrel. He can dote on me, but not on anyone else. She took out her phone and sent Li Chun a WeChat message. Li Chun, what are you up to? This weather is unbearable. After sending the message, she waited in vain for a response, which only heightened her discomfort. In this sweltering heat, he hadn't bothered to contact her or bring her any supplies. And now he was flirting with another woman, ignoring her messages entirely. In truth, Li Chun was already at home, enjoying a shower. Once he finished, he retrieved an ice cream from his storage, savoring the cool treat while reclining on the sofa. Only then did he pick up his phone and open WeChat that he noticed 2 messages and a group chat with 99 unread notifications. He had little interest in the group chat, as it was mostly filled with complaints about the heat and rising prices, utterly mundane. One message was from Lu Ting. "Li Ge, thank you for today." Li Chun smiled and replied, "No problem." The other message took him by surprise. It was from Meng Jingzhu, the green tea girl. Typically, she only contacted him when she needed something. "Li Chun, what are you doing? This weather is killing me," he responded. "What else can I do? Just lounging the villa. I just went out to buy a few things." Buying things, more like delivering them. "I was wondering why you've been ignoring me for so long that I in this heat. You could at least bring me some food." "What is this? Do you have a girlfriend now?" Not long after, Meng Jingzhu replied, "How could I? You have a supermarket right downstairs. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some supplies. I don't want to see you hungry." "Humph, you say you don't, but I saw you giving things to someone else today." "My supermarket downstairs was robbed. Everything is gone, and the police are still there," Li Chun thought to himself. "So that is why Lu Ting caught my eye. Was it a supernatural act or some other force?" He felt a pang of anxiety. After pondering for a while, he recalled that he indeed passed by her place earlier and had taken a few items on a whim that it turned out to be a false alarm. "Jingzhu, you misunderstood. That was my cousin. She is working here alone, and I felt sorry for her, so I gave her a few things." "Okay, I'll trust you this time. Just remember to bring me supplies tomorrow." Meng Jingzhu replied before falling silent. "Supplies? Just wait at home." Li Chun thought, "I'll be a dog if I cater to you again." Exiting the chat with Meng Jingzhu, Li Chun found himself feeling bored. He mused that if he continued to lounge around in the apocalypse, he would surely balloon to 200 pounds. Moreover, while he was well armed, physical strength was equally crucial in this new world. Determined, he retrieved a set of fitness equipment from his storage and began to exercise. After working up a good sweat, he took another refreshing shower, then settled back on the sofa and turned on the television. The news broadcasted an alarming report. A murder occurred at a cold storage facility in the southwestern development zone of our city, with supplies mysteriously disappearing. The assailants were exceptionally brutal, having electrocuted the security guard before making off with the goods. We urge the public to report any clues, with a reward of 30,000 yuan for useful information. This serves as a warning to all criminals. Do not take advantage of natural disasters for your nefarious deeds. If the suspects are watching this news, please come forward to the police. Leniency may be offered. Li Chun retrieved the electric stun gun from his storage. Pondering, such a feeble physique? One shock, and he is dead? Alas, what a transgression! Who could blame you for posing a threat while stationed there? Indeed, even the slightest risk would compel Li Chun, who has survived once in this apocalyptic world, to tread with utmost caution. One could only attribute this predicament to the frail constitution of that security guard. Likely suffering from a heart ailment or the like this moment, Li Chun exhibited no trace of guilt or unease from taking a life. To endure in the apocalypse, one must suppress any semblance of kindness or compassion. With a flick of her wrist, Li Chun switched off the television. The extreme heat had persisted for 2 days. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, a cataclysmic weather change was anticipated by the 5th day. Torrential rains would descend, glaciers would melt, fierce winds would howl, and sea levels would rise, submerging vast expanses of the globe. In that eventuality, a plethora of materials would lie submerged, and many would be forced to evacuate to higher ground. Thus, it could be said that such a moment might indeed herald the true onset of the apocalypse. On the following morning, as Li Chun sat upon the toilet, she opened her phone and perused humorous snippets. It was evident that of late, various media outlets and platforms were inundated with discussions regarding the sweltering heat, alongside numerous experts analyzing its causes and proposing remedies. When she turned on the faucet to wash up, she was met with an unsettling silence. The water had ceased to flow. The relentless high temperatures had led to the drying up of rivers and lakes. Jiangzhou, dependent on the source lake's water, had found its mountain streams parched under the relentless heat, resulting in widespread water shortages. In the homeowners group chat, chaos reigned. Everyone was bombarding Sister Zhang with inquiries about the situation. Sister Zhang was equally overwhelmed, striving to soothe the homeowners' anxieties while liaising with higher-ups. Thus, she informed the group, "I have just contacted the authorities. They assure me that water trucks will arrive shortly. Please remain calm. This is merely a temporary issue, and once the heat subsides, the water sources will recover swiftly." Hearing this reassured the residents somewhat. After several days of scrambling for supplies, most households still managed to stockpile a fair amount of bottled water. Though the scarcity of water for daily use posed a significant inconvenience, N01 was willing to sacrifice the $10 bottled water purchase from the supermarket for flushing toilets, washing clothes, or bathing. The villa district where Li Chun resided fared better. Most residents were affluent, possessing ample reserves, and thus managed to cope. However, the inhabitants of the 3 high-rise buildings were less prepared, leading to more frequent complaints. At this juncture, Li Chun turned off the water valve and opened the tank on the 3rd floor. With the water supply cut off, she resolved not to compete for resources. After finishing her morning routine with the water from the tank, she prepared a simple breakfast: boiled noodles accompanied by 2 fried eggs. One must consume a pair for balance. Sated, she reclined on the sofa, indulging in television and video games as the afternoon wore on. Most residents succumbed to slumber. The entire community had adopted a pattern of sleeping during the day and being active at night. Consequently, the group chat erupted once more. Community worker Sister Zhang inquired, "What is the situation? Where's the promised water truck? When will it arrive? Indeed, I couldn't even flush this morning. It was unbearable." Another chimed in, "Can we get a definite timeline? We are growing increasingly anxious." Sister Zhang, feeling helpless, explained, "Please bear with me. I have just been in contact. Water is expected to arrive by evening." Thus, the homeowners' chat quieted as they tended to place their trust in the authorities. When the first water delivery finally arrived around 9 p.m., several trucks rumbled into the community, with staff organizing residents into orderly lines for their allotted 20 liters of water each. Li Chun joined the throng, carrying a bucket and waiting patiently. Nearby, armed police stood guard, likely to prevent any potential chaos among the residents vying for water. The queue was relatively orderly. People collected their water and departed quietly. After securing her supply, Li Chun returned to her villa, storing the water in the bathroom. Bored and restless, she picked up her phone and messaged Meng Jingshu. "Jingshu, how are you faring?" Moments later, a reply came. "Not great. Are you coming over to deliver supplies?" "I would love to, but when I visited the supermarket today, it was completely devoid of stock. You must still have some provisions, right? Please hold on a bit longer. I'll deliver supplies as soon as I can gather some." Li Chun's response left Meng Jingshu perplexed. Had this persistent admirer finally turned her down? Was it truly that there was nothing left for sale? "Still," she replied, "has the water been cut off at your place?" "We've been without it all day. Did I have some supplies left? We can discuss it later." Li Chun walked to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and recorded a video. It hasn't stopped, but the flow is significantly reduced. Meng Jingshu's eyes widened with envy. The villa district was indeed fortunate. Even during shortages that I longed to take a shower. I feel filthy after a day without one. "Come over and shower. I still have water, and there is food too," Li Chun replied with a smile. Though he merely jested, Meng Jingshu was not yet at a point of desperation. "Dream on. Do you think I would just waltz into a boy's house without an invitation?" Meng Jingshu shot back, though she did indeed crave a shower. For now, she could endure, as several admirers were delivering water to her doorstep. And she had enough water at home for a quick wipe dash down. Li Chun felt a wave of revulsion wash over him before he abruptly ended the conversation. Over the next 5 or 6 days, he continued his routine, fetching water from the community and chatting with Meng Jingshu and sending messages till he tinged to stave off boredom. He exercised, played games, and watched movies. However, the water supply dwindled. What began as 3 delivery trucks had been reduced to 1, and each household's daily allocation of 20 liters had shrunk to just 3. The water grew murkier by the day. Li Chun surmised that this water was being extracted from underground wells and was diminishing steadily. The afflicted populace's discontent escalated. The police presence at the water distribution site had transformed into armed paramilitary forces. Reports circulated of conflicts breaking out in certain communities over water, resulting in fatalities and numerous arrests. Thus, the authorities intensified security measures. Most alarmingly, the expert who had previously assured the public of a respite from the heat in 7 days now proclaimed that the citizens would need to endure for at least another fortnight. This pronouncement incited profound outrage among the populace, igniting a torrent of grievances across various online platforms. Many elderly individuals and those with frail constitutions succumbed under the relentless heat, further inflaming public ire. For their part, the authorities were equally powerless. They were striving to manage the crisis as best as they could, unaware that the weather would take such a dire turn. Meanwhile, Meng Jingshu and Wang Le, residing in their rented apartment, found themselves in dire straits as well. Their food supplies had nearly been depleted. Both were working professionals, earning a modest monthly salary of 5,000 yuan and had little to no savings. Even if they could find provisions, their funds were running low. The admirers who had previously delivered supplies were now at their wits' end. While the goddess was a delightful prospect, survival took precedence. Encouraged by Wang Lu, Meng Jingshu sent another message to Li Chun. "What are you up to?" Li Chun glanced at the message, sensing her desperation, and replied, "Nothing much, just about to cook." "Wow, what are you making?" "Show me." Li Chun snapped a photo, revealing a roasted duck purchased from a barbecue street vendor, fresh vegetables, and a pot of chicken simmering on the stove. A large lobster was also visible nearby. Meng Jingshu's mouth watered, and Wang Lu exclaimed, urging her to visit Li Chun. For days they had subsisted on instant noodles and plain rice, and their home was devoid of any meat. Meng Jingshu yearned to go over, but as a goddess, how could she extend an invitation without Li Chun's persistent entreaties? "I must devise a plan to entice him," she pondered. "Wow, such a feast. Yuri, quite the savvy one. It seems you stocked up on supplies that day at the supermarket, and we helped you haul some back. Meanwhile, we've been reduced to instant noodles and are feeling quite miserable." That was all she could say, waiting for Li Chun to respond. Li Chun felt no sympathy, replying, "Indeed, to be honest, I owe you thanks. Otherwise, I would have had quite the ordeal with that load." "What's this?" Shouldn't a devoted admirer be lamenting his plight and urgently inviting me over for a meal? With renewed determination, she mused, "Indeed, I have never driven an off-road vehicle before. That day was my first experience, and I was so nervous it nearly terrified me. Yes, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I shall certainly treat you to a meal another day," Li Chun retorted with disdain. "Another day? Isn't that just an excuse to avoid treating us?" It seemed Li Chun had undergone a sudden transformation. Dream Jingshu, undeterred, boldly suggested, "How about today instead? Why postpone? This opportunity may never come again. Let us see how you perform it. Are you suggesting to come today?" "That won't do. It would be too shabby to entertain you with what I have." Li Chun feigned ignorance. After pondering for a moment, Dream Jingshu sensed they were but a step away from success. Given that she had always been resolute in front of Li Chun, she decided to deny him any chance to rebut. She continued, "Let us make it tonight. It's settled. It's daytime now, and the sun is too harsh. It could damage our skin. This evening, I'll invite Chun Chong and Lu Dong, along with some old friends of yours. It's been a while since you've seen them. Hasn't it? We can dine at your place." After saying this, she sent a few selfies, enhanced with filters, to him. Chun Chong was, in fact, Dream Jingshu's official boyfriend, coming from a well-off family. Lu Dong and a few others were Chun Chong's entourage. In a past life, Li Chun had worked alongside them. Chun Chong was their superior, thus they were quite familiar with one another. However, after the apocalypse, it was these very individuals who had forced their way into Li Chun's life, subjecting him to relentless torment until his demise. It seemed that no matter where she was, they would always come. Thus, Li Chun thought to himself, "Then don't blame me if all went as anticipated." Around midnight, the temperature would plummet sharply, followed by torrential rain and flooding. If they all came, it would suit Li Chun's intentions perfectly. "Very well, if you insist on coming, then so be it," Li Chun replied. Dream Jingshu felt a surge of joy, yet she maintained the air of a goddess. She then informed Li Chun, "All right, it's settled. We'll come by in the evening." Li Chun mused, still pretending. "I wonder how long you can keep it up." Dream Jingshu promptly contacted Chun Chong and the others, and upon hearing there would be seafood and a lavish feast, they all agreed to come. After all, Li Chun was merely a spineless sycophant, posing no threat to them. Previously, he had always been at their mercy, rendering him insignificant in their eyes. Furthermore, with Li Chun possessing so many resources, bringing along a few more people would be advantageous. They could stay at his home and do as they pleased, Chun Chong thought to himself, rallying 6 individuals. After a day of fasting and dozing off in a daze, Dream Jing Shu rose. Using the water provided by the sycophants to freshen up, and set out with Wang Lu to meet Qin Chong, preparing to head to Li Chun's residence. As they departed, she sent Li Chun a message. "We're heading your way. So be ready." Li Chun coldly chuckled before responding. "Fine, come on over." Dream Jing Shu met up with Qin Chong and immediately nestled close to him, their affection evident. Qin Chong and Lu Dong were accompanied by 3 other men, Zhao, Wang Jifu, and Xie Peng, along with Xie Peng's girlfriend, Lu Yu. Ended in total. There were 8 of them, 3 women and 5 men, since their vehicle had long since melded with the asphalt. The group chose to walk under the cover of night. Outside the villa, Li Chun set up a table, determined not to let them enter the premises. The table was adorned with a plate of kelp and a selection of cooked dishes from a hotel, along with 5 bottles of strong liquor he had retrieved from his storage. This bait was substantial, and after arranging everything, he snapped a photo and sent it to Dream Jing Shu. All set. "Where are you now?" Upon seeing Li Chun's message, Dream Jing Shu's stomach grumbled, prompting the group to quicken their pace. After approximately half an hour, they arrived outside Li Chun's villa. Li Chun, having securely locked the door, stood outside, clearly indicating that if they wished to eat, they would do so there. "Apologies, it's too hot inside, and there's a pleasant breeze outside this evening. Let us dine here," Li Chun said apologetically. The sight of the food and the long-awaited bottles of liquor made it impossible for anyone to care about where they ate. They eagerly took their seats, with Qin Chong unceremoniously downing a mouthful of liquor. Exclaiming his delight, Li Chun observed the scene, thinking, the host is still present, yet you act as if you've taken charge, believing you are still the subordinate. However, he paid it little mind, noting how scantily clad they were. Soon enough, they would feel the consequences. They continued to feast until around 10:40 p.m., when everyone had indulged a bit too much. Li Chun retreated indoors to fetch 2 more bottles of liquor, cheap yet potent. The perfect concoction. He felt no remorse. As his storage was overflowing as he exited, he casually closed the door behind him. Now, with everyone slightly inebriated, whether due to the liquor or the weather, they felt a refreshing coolness wash over them. Dream Jing Shu sat closely beside Qin Chong, occasionally engaging in flirtatious gestures, which Li Chun noticed but chose not to address, but he was well aware of their clandestine relationship from a previous life. Both Qin Chong and Dream Jing Shu were of the same ilk, each indulging in extramarital affairs while maintaining a fa. The individuals Qin Chong had brought were precisely those who had barged into Li Chun's life before. None were missing. Tonight, everything aligned perfectly at 11 p.m. Li Chun excused himself under the pretense of needing the restroom and stealthily slipped into the darkness. The others, engrossed in their revelry, were oblivious to his absence. Even if Li Chun were to perish at that moment, he would be of no concern to them in their eyes. He was merely a petty sycophant with a bit of cash. Li Chun found himself on the street, and as expected, the temperature plummeted sharply at midnight, with the heavens unleashing torrential rain, causing water levels to rise rapidly, soon submerging the first floor of ordinary apartments. With an hour to spare, he could procure supplies without spending a dime. During that hour, Li Chun felt no anxiety about being caught, as the floodwaters engulfed the streets, rendering all rescue vehicles immobile, who would still concern themselves with him then. Li Chun hurriedly made his way to the largest logistics transfer station in Jiangzhou. Knowing it held an abundance of supplies that he had previously refrained from going due to the stringent security enforced by the authorities, he arrived at the warehouse's perimeter, noting that armed guards were stationed at the entrance. Evidently, they were prepared for the impending crisis. It seemed he would need to devise an alternative plan. Behind the warehouse lay a small hill. To the left was a road, and to the right, a residential area. The road was devoid of vehicles, but patrol units were still making rounds in pairs. Li Chun donned a black tactical outfit, obscuring his identity despite the heat, and stealthily approached under the cover of night. Armed with 2 stun guns, given the noise guns produce and the necessity to neutralize 2 trained operatives swiftly, he lay in wait in the grass beside the road as the 2 guards approached. Laughing and chatting, he waited until they were halfway past him. With a mere 2-meter distance, he fired both stun guns simultaneously, achieving the desired effect without a sound. The duo collapsed silently, and Li Chun quickly dragged them into the foliage, stripping one of their uniforms to don himself, before arming himself with the other's gear. "Apologies, my friend. Just a short nap, and you'll be right as rain," he chuckled, swaggering towards the entrance. Though he had heard tales of the stringent security, he felt relaxed. After all, China is one of the most harmonious countries in the world. No one would suspect a lone individual attempting to steal supplies, thus, the guard paid him no mind, allowing him to waltz past in his disguise. With a confident stride, Li Chun entered the warehouse. This final opportunity to procure supplies unfolded as he navigated towards the core of the warehouse, with only 30 minutes remaining before the true apocalypse began. Time is of the essence. Upon arriving at the heart of the warehouse, Li Chun observed the bustling workers, none daring to confront a figure like him, clad in his own attire and wielding a firearm. Gazing at the abundance of supplies, he realized he had underestimated the influence of the upper echelons of society. In times of great peril, requisitioning resources first and settling accounts later was a pragmatic, albeit unfortunate, necessity. After all, human life is paramount. Presently, the items being transported appeared to be primarily rice and other rations, which he deemed unnecessary to monitor, as he possessed ample supplies within his own space. Thus, he ventured deeper into the warehouse, where the human presence dwindled. Casually, he entered a shipping container, finding it neatly stocked with 3 jet skis. Although he already had some in his space, who could ever have too many? He claimed them. Next, he opened another container, revealing around a dozen off-road motorcycles, another acquisition. The third container housed 4-wheeled all-terrain vehicles, suitable even for snowy conditions with the addition of snow chains, another gain. The fourth contained a recreational vehicle, which he also took possession of. Puzzled by the abundance of vehicles, he glanced around and realized he had stumbled into the automotive section. Continuing on, he entered another storage room and was astounded to find it filled with barrels of gasoline and diesel. Having already secured 4 gas stations, he was in need of more, and this entire room was a bonanza. The IT was likely kept separate due to the risk of explosions. Li Chun quickly cleared it out. Exhausted and panting, he continued to gather an assortment of vegetables, fruits, and everyday necessities, feeling thoroughly satisfied. After all, soon these supplies would be submerged, and even if the authorities arrived, they would be unable to seize them. He reasoned that it was better to store them than to let them be lost to the waters. If not for the time constraint, he believed he could have gathered even more. Checking the time, he realized he needed to hurry back. Otherwise, an unforeseen mishap could leave him stranded. Li Chun briskly exited the main door and, finding the nearby bushes, changed into fresh clothing before making his way toward the villa area. However, just as he ventured out, the sky began to drizzle. He retrieved the off-road vehicle from a secluded spot and sped off, the roads devoid of traffic. The windshield wipers were set to maximum as the rain intensified. Everywhere, people were rushing out of their homes, arms flailing, reveling in the downpour. Li Chun raced onward, acutely aware of the rain's ominous potential. As anticipated, the temperature displayed in his vehicle plummeted from 30°C to 10°C in a mere 5 minutes, stabilizing at around 5°C thereafter. Upon arriving outside the community, he noticed the rainwater cascading down the mountain towards the entrance, quickly submerging half the wheels of his vehicle. In the shadows, he stored the car in his space and waded through the rising water towards the villa. The revelers outside sensed a change within mere minutes, the chilling rain striking them with a bone-deep cold, prompting most to retreat indoors. Meanwhile, those gathered outside Li Chun's villa were drenched and felt the urgency to take shelter, only to find the door locked. Li Chun was nowhere to be seen, the house illuminated, yet he did not answer calls or messages, nor would he open the door. With no alternative, they realized that remaining outside would surely lead to frostbite. So they fled to one of the 3 high-rise buildings, trembling in the stairwell. Having arrived in warm weather, they were dressed too lightly, and while they still had a chance to wade home, the cold was unbearable. With alcohol in their systems and soaked from the rain, none wished to move, causing them to miss the optimal moment to snuggle under warm blankets. Li Chun, concealed in the darkness, watched them enter Building 2 and proceeded towards his villa, clad in a raincoat over a warm down jacket, feeling relatively comfortable. Upon entering the villa, He switched the air conditioning to heating mode and enjoyed a refreshing shower in the cozy space. Checking his phone, he noticed dozens of missed calls, primarily from Meng Jingzhu, alongside those from Li Chun and Wang Lu. His WeChat was flooded with messages. The owner's group chat had exploded with activity since the onset of the rain. This cursed weather is finally ending. It's so refreshing. I must go out and have a shower. I'm already outside. I haven't bathed in ages and brought my shampoo. Dude, at least wear some pants before you go out. Followed by a comical image of a man dancing in the rain. After about 15 minutes, the tone shifted. Something's not right. Why is it so cold? This water feels like winter. I ran back home. It suddenly turned freezing. I'm shivering here. I put on my down jacket. I just checked the thermometer. It's at 5 degrees. This weather is strange. Everyone stay indoors, or you'll catch a cold. This rain is absurd. The heavens are playing tricks on us. One moment it's scorching, the next freezing. Look at the entrance to the community. The water is already quite deep. Where is all this water coming from? I just saw the first floor parking lot flooding. Those luxury cars need to be moved to higher ground. This rain doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. As the 3 high-rises had elevated ground floors for parking. No residents were present yet. I just saw a few young people in the stairwell. They looked so pitiful. Li Chun chuckled at these messages, a smile creeping onto his face, but he composed a response. Wow, people are actually living in the stairwell. What era are we in? Outside. The downpour continued relentlessly. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Li Chun observed the steadily rising water level, estimating that by the next morning, it would reach the 2nd floor. He placed a rocking chair by the window, a cigarette in one hand and his phone in the other, and a peculiar thrill coursed through him at the thought of the 8 individuals huddled together in the stairwell. Shivering, though he lamented not witnessing it firsthand. Opening Meng Jingzhu's profile, he read her messages. Li Chun, where are you? Hurry and open the door. Let us in to escape the rain? Why aren't you answering your phone? The weather turned cold so suddenly. What is going on? I know you're at home. Li Chun, please open the door. We're not dressed warmly enough. It's too cold. After reading, Li Chun replied, I saw you all having a great time. The house ran out of alcohol, so I went out to buy some. I didn't expect to encounter this heavy rain. I barely made it back. The water is too deep. Where are you? The 8 individuals huddled in the stairwell heard the relentless rain pounding outside when suddenly Meng Jingzhu's phone lit up. Reading Li Chun's message nearly brought her to tears. She quickly typed back, Li Chun, you scared us. We thought something happened to you. Don't you have an off-road vehicle? We're in building 2. It's too rainy for us to get over. Please come pick us up. Li Chun read her message, a chill running down his spine. What was she thinking? Pick them up. His vehicle was submerged outside. He had run back. They needed to figure it out on their own. Moments later, Meng Jingzhu sent another message. Do you have any raincoats? You could wear one and bring us some clothes. We're freezing. After reading this, Li Chun tossed his phone onto the sofa, choosing to ignore her. After a while, Meng Jingzhu noticed he hadn't responded. Though she had several admirers in the community, none were in building 2. However, that didn't hinder her plan, employing a subtle strategy. She accessed the owner's group chat. Immediately, she posted, Is there anyone in building 2 with enough space? We're visiting your community and got stuck in the stairwell. We seek refuge. Meng Jingzhu's profile picture showcased her meticulously styled and beautified appearance. Undeniably goddess-like. Seeing a beautiful woman in distress, many oblivious single men could hardly refuse assistance, and soon the group chat erupted with offers. 2-1203 Huang. Poor girl. Are you alone? Come to my place. I have plenty of space. 2-1601 Shi Huang. Need help? Come on over. 1601 is waiting for you. 2-902 The affectionate chubby guy. How many are there? If not too many, you can come to my place. 2-1603 Old Joe. Come to my place. I have a duplex, and you can choose any room. 2-1601 Shi Huang. Old Joe, what do you mean? Am I not in a duplex too? In an instant, Meng Jingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Being a clever individual, she understood that with so many people, it would be impossible for them to enter any one household. Thus, she discreetly whispered to Li Chun, Changge, I have joined the homeowners group of this community. However, with so many of us, we certainly cannot all fit into one place. In a moment, I will feign a need to use the restroom. You and Wang Lu accompany me. and we shall first seek a refuge. After listening, Li Chun nodded and informed Lu Dong and the others. Jingzhu and Lele need to use the restroom. The IT is quite unsafe in this darkness. Please wait here for me, while I accompany them. With that, the three made their way towards the high-rise, while the others naively believed they were merely going to the restroom, and thus remained completely unsuspecting. The reason Meng Jingzhu brought Wang Lu along was her concern that the homeowners might harbor ill intentions. In such a case, she could push Wang Lu forward as a diversion that, in the blink of an eye, an entire group had been outwitted. Ultimately, the trio chose to take refuge in the home of old Zhou in Unit 1603. As Li Chun stood behind the door, Meng Jingzhu knocked and called out, "Zhou Gu, please open the door." It's Jingzhu from earlier, seeking assistance in the group. Old Zhou, feeling secretly pleased, thought to himself, "Look at that. The beautiful woman has chosen me." He expressed his delight and opened the door. Li Chun swiftly slipped inside, followed by the two women who entered in a single file, expressing their gratitude while unceremoniously stepping into the living space. Old Zhou furrowed his brow, taken aback by the presence of a man, particularly a robust one. However, upon seeing the two young ladies, his apprehension dissipated. But there's another one behind, though not as attractive as Meng Jingzhu. She is by no means unpleasant. He thus warmly invited them to sit down, offering them spare clothing for a shower, displaying genuine hospitality. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Jingzhu pulled Lu Dong into the homeowners group, stating that she had knocked on a family's door while pretending to use the restroom, seeking a place to hide. Yet the homeowner mentioned they could only accommodate the three of them, advising them to find someone in the group willing to take them in. Consequently, Lu Dong executed a series of clever maneuvers, leading the remaining five into the home of an elderly couple. Perhaps it was the kindness of the elderly or their belief that humanity was not so terrifying, they allowed the group to enter. Meanwhile, Li Chun had already drifted into slumber, indifferent to the plight of others. He believed that by the next morning, they would undoubtedly be unable to leave. Even if they managed to escape, it would be futile, as the water levels were rising at an unimaginable rate. At dawn the following day, Li Chun awoke and drew back the curtains, revealing the relentless downpour outside, which showed no signs of abating. Peering out, he saw that the water level had already reached the second floor of 3 high-rise buildings. Grabbing a pair of binoculars, he observed the outside world, noting that the city appeared as if it had been constructed upon water. Various objects floated on the surface, and to his dismay, he discerned what seemed to be individuals who had not managed to evacuate. Now lifeless, Li Chun's neighborhood was situated on higher ground. Thus the water had only reached the second floor. In stark contrast, the low-lying communities by the river were likely inundated well beyond the 4th floor. His villa, perched atop a mountain, was comparable to the 16th floor of the high-rises, and the villa area inherently had an elevation advantage over the towers. Consequently, even the fiercest deluge posed no threat to Li Chun. The entire villa area, comprising 30-odd houses, remained unscathed as the water could not encroach upon it. Attempting to switch on the lights, he discovered that the city's aesthetic considerations had led all wiring to be buried underground. Although waterproof measures had been implemented, they were no match for submersion, resulting in widespread power outages. Only a few residents situated on the mountain, benefiting from overhead lines, still had electricity, although that too was likely to be short-lived. Continuous torrential rain threatened to topple electrical infrastructure, and with vehicles rendered immobile, even the power company's repair efforts were hindered by accessibility issues. Upon the power outage, Zhang Jie from the neighborhood committee promptly contacted the relevant authorities. Yet not a single call connected. Zhang Jie had realized the terrifying severity of the unusual weather. Fortunately, during the previous heat wave, she had stockpiled some supplies, ensuring survival for the time, being that, in truth, the entire city was grappling with power outages. And the water supply had ceased. While rainwater continued to fall, the previous standards of tap water were no longer available. Likewise, gas supplies had been cut off long ago, leaving everyone to endure a dire existence. The homeowners group erupted into chaos, with some lamenting the weather, others expressing grievances towards the authorities, and some directing their frustrations at Zhang Jie. The uproar intensified. Fearing potential unrest, Zhang Jie stepped forward to reassure. "Everyone, do not panic. trust in the authorities. Aid will surely arrive. Just a few days ago, during that scorching heat, the officials did not abandon us and provided water and supplies that I believe they will do the same now. At that moment, Zhang Ji's words effectively represented the official stance. Thus the residents held on to hope, albeit misplaced, in the authorities. However, this incident was global in scale. Everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival. And the suddenness of it all left the officials overwhelmed. Li Chun chuckled at the messages flooding the homeowners group. Mused to himself, humanity fears losing hope. As long as hope remains, there is still goodness. The downpour persisted in Old Zhou's residence. Meng Jingzhu and her companions had donned the cotton-padded winter garments provided by him. Presently, Old Zhou was busy in the kitchen, while Wang Lu occasionally stepped in. Li Chun and Meng Jingzhu were charging their phones using Old Zhou's power bank. Observing the meager supplies in Old Zhou's home amidst the unrelenting rain, a somber expression clouded Li Chun's face. If the downpour continued unabated, he would need to devise a plan soon. Old Zhou, a manager at a private enterprise, enjoyed a decent income. Now in his 40s, nearing 50, he remained single, and the house was rented. Outside of work, he preferred to stay at home, possessing a rather earnest and unassuming nature. From the moment Li Chun stepped through the door, it was clear that the home had effectively changed hands. Li Chun contemplated calling Lu Dong, instructing him to gather everyone in Unit 1603 and to bring along supplies. Lu Dong and his companions, having pilfered provisions from the elderly couple while they slept, made their way to 1603. Old Zhou, witnessing the sudden influx of 5 new guests, was so startled that he could scarcely utter a word, focusing solely on preparing food in the kitchen. Deep down, he understood that his act of kindness had placed him in peril. He attempted to call the police, but the line remained dead. In desperation, he reached out to the nearby Society King, yet the latter was still miffed over their earlier altercation regarding the beautiful woman and ignored him. Old Zhou found himself in a dire predicament, feeling as though his cries for help fell on deaf ears. He could only tread carefully, as Li Chun and Meng Jingzhu had commandeered his master bedroom, while the other rooms had been claimed by the remaining guests, leaving him to reluctantly occupy the living room. Each day, he was tasked with preparing meals for them, and regret gnawed at him. He lamented his foolishness in attempting to be a good Samaritan. In a world turned upside down, a heart of gold would not survive long. Gazing out at the unrelenting rain, Old Zhou pondered what the future might hold. 8 individuals now resided in his home, all having joined the homeowners group, yet the supplies brought by Lu Dong were scant. The homeowners group erupted into a frenzy, sparked by messages from the elderly couple. Those despicable outsiders, we kindly took them in. Yet they had the audacity to steal our food and flee. They implored Zhang Jie and the group, Xiao Zhang, we cannot reach the police. You must take charge and have them apprehended. Zhang Jie, feeling utterly helpless, realized she too could not connect with the authorities. What could she possibly do? After comforting the elderly couple in the group, she sent out a message. Attention homeowners, the torrential rain is unpredictable. Please remain indoors and conserve food supplies, preparing for the long haul. Meanwhile, Li Chun observed the messages on his phone, shaking his head in amusement. Is this merely the beginning? In a few days, when supplies run low, human nature will truly reveal itself. Having recently arrived in this community, he held no ties to these individuals. As long as they did not provoke him, he could continue living his solitary life. With the rain still pouring outside, Li Chun, feeling unoccupied, decided to organize the supplies in his space, which had been accumulating for some time without a proper inventory. Yes, he focused his thoughts on the space. He marveled at the plethora of supplies, realizing he could likely sustain himself for a lifetime. Thus, he began categorizing staple foods, snacks, clothing, personal care items like shampoo and body wash, meats, ready-to-eat meals, transportation tools, weapons, fuel, power generation equipment, and much more. After finishing the categorization, he felt exhausted yet satisfied, surveying the neat and orderly space. Suddenly, he noticed an issue. The mist surrounding the space seemed to have thinned somewhat. Entering the space, he realized he could only remain for a minute. However, after a minute had passed, it seemed that he was not on the brink of death. Thus, he lingered for another 2 minutes before that sensation finally emerged. Could it be that while hoarding resources, He inadvertently stored an oxygen tank that subsequently leaked. He had no recollection of such an event. Although he did possess some diving equipment, he ventured inside once more, only to discover that the diving gear was intact. Could it be that the issue was not with the oxygen, but rather with the space itself rejecting living beings, and now, perhaps, it had relaxed its grip? But what could be the cause? Puzzled, a sudden epiphany struck him. What about the gold and jewelry he had amassed? Where had they gone? Could it be that they were absorbed by the space? It was certainly a possibility. That moment, Li Chun felt a surge of excitement. If that were the case, then as long as he possessed enough gold and silver, the space might upgrade. If he could remain in the space long enough, then regardless of the environment, he would have a means of survival. Therefore, he could no longer squander his time at home. He must seize the opportunity to venture out in search of gold that very evening. To celebrate this newfound discovery, Li Chun decided to indulge in a sumptuous meal. He retrieved a feast of steaming dishes ordered from a high-end hotel and opened a bottle of red wine. Settling down in front of the grand floor-to-ceiling windows to savor the moment. That juncture, his phone on the table lit up. Upon glancing at it, he saw that it was a video call from Meng Jingzhu. He casually answered, "What's up, beautiful? You have some free time today?" As he observed the scene on the other end, he saw Meng Jingzhu wrapped in a man-esque shirt, lounging in bed, covered with a blanket, her hair in disarray, appearing quite pitiful as she addressed him. "Li Chun, what are you doing? Our supplies are dwindling, and the heavy rain continues. Li Chong and the others have decided to brave the storm and come to your place. You must let us in." Li Chun felt a wave of disdain wash over him. "You all are coming? I can't dare open the door. Just you alone would suffice. I've heard that Li Chong's group has even robbed the elderly. I am terrified. You misunderstand. After all these years as colleagues, you should know us better. Tia surely just hearsay that no, just you alone is fine." That moment, Li Chong snatched the phone. "Li Chun, what do you mean? Do you intend to watch us perish?" "Oh, it's you, Chong. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that my supplies are also running low. You can take a look for yourself." He then turned the camera to show the dining table. When Li Chong beheld the food, red wine, and cigarettes, everyone present in the room could not help but swallow hard. "Li Chun, are you doing this on purpose? Is this what you call having limited supplies?" Li Chong said fiercely that "It is limited. I only dare to have one meal a day. Any more and I'll be out." Li Chun flashed an innocent smile. "Li Chun, I admit, we've looked down on you a bit in the past. Chong, I apologize to you here. But what time is it now? You can't be this petty." After a moment of thought, Li Chong added, "I won't accept your apology. Get lost." Li Chun recalled scenes from his previous life and casually hung up the phone. Li Chun then took out a pair of binoculars and observed that the water level had already submerged the third floor of the high-rise. At that moment, in the group chat, Sister Zhang was urging again, "Friends on higher floors, please show some kindness. If you have spare rooms, please take in those affected by the flooding. That we are one community, one big family. For example, 2-201 can host those in need." The call to action proved effective, though they had not yet reached that dire situation. Consequently, residents of the flooded floors welcomed familiar neighbors. But who would dare to take in strangers? Meanwhile, in the villa district, a homeowner spoke up. "Zhang from Building 6. If anyone has surplus food, please add me on WeChat. I will let them into my villa. Our villa is situated on higher ground, and I see the water level rising. The residents on the lower floors are in danger." Indeed, residents on the 4th and 5th floors were increasingly alarmed as they watched the water level continue to climb, fearing their homes would soon be submerged as well. 2-503. "Hello, I have 100 gene of rice and 6 boxes of instant noodles. May I come over?" 2-402. "I have 80 gene of rice, over 10 gene of pork, and several boxes of instant noodles. I'm strong and capable. I assure you I'm safe. Consider it." At this juncture, the group chat buzzed with activity, primarily consisting of lower-floor residents attempting to persuade those in the villa district. Shortly, someone from the group, Li Chun, chimed in, "Little brother, your villa is the tallest. My sister and I have some instant noodles. Can we come to your place? I can cook and do laundry. You won't have to lift a finger once I'm there." Li Chun found this somewhat amusing, realizing they had turned to him for help. Unfortunately, he currently held a lack of trust in others. After 12 days of relentless rain, it finally ceased, yet the water level had risen to the 6th floor. Li Chun got up, gazing out the window to find that the rain had stopped, although the sky remained ominously overcast. Holding the binoculars, he surveyed the entire Jiangzhou city, which resembled a waterborne metropolis. Outside, people gradually appeared, clad in thick cotton jackets, paddling various floating objects in search of supplies. During these days, under Sister Zhang's coordination, most residents from the sixth floor had taken refuge in their neighbors' homes, pooling resources, and the majority had managed to survive. However, their supplies were mostly depleted. The shortest villa in the district had already taken on water, and the family had moved to the second floor. Every household was shrouded in smoke, as everyone resorted to burning for warmth. The power had long been cut, and even the villa district was without electricity and water. Li Chun descended to the basement, activating the silent diesel generator, filling it with diesel. For now, the air conditioning remained operational thanks to the generator. He refrained from igniting the fireplace. After a simple breakfast, he exercised for a while and retrieved a compound bow from the space to practice archery on the second floor. Gradually, a group of people appeared on the higher floors, paddling a foam board towards the villa district. Indeed, it was Li Chun and his entourage, their sights set on Li Chun's villa. Before long, they reached the shore and made their way to Li Chun's villa. Knocking on the door at the entrance, that, Li Chun, are you there? Open the door. Li Chun called out first. Li Chun had long been aware of their approach and thought to himself that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. Oh, it's you. What do you want? Li Chun feigned ignorance. Let us cut to the chase. I know you have food. Hear us the deal. I'll pay you, and you let us in, Li Chun stated. Yes, Li Chun, don't be so heartless. You've always liked me. Haven to you. This is your chance to show your worth. Just let me in, Meng Jingzhu added. Li Chun chuckled. Money? I have no need for it. As for you, I used to like you, but look at you now. You're filthy. That's all right. Just let me in, and I'll clean up and look the same as before, Meng Jingzhu replied. Li Chun smirked coldly, opened the second-floor window, and let a chill sweep through the villa, causing him to shiver. Don't linger in front of my villa, scram. He then provocatively raised his middle finger. Li Chun was enraged. Li Chun, don't make it so absolute. You'll regret it. Thus, the group departed empty-handed. Back at Lao Zhou's place, Li Chun kicked Lao Zhou's belly. Look at this mess. Lao Zhou, on the verge of tears, lamented, What did I do to deserve this? Li Chun, you're pushing it. I swear I'll kill you. Li Chun, having concluded his remarks, dragged Meng Jingzhu into the warm embrace of the blankets. As night descended, the city was shrouded in darkness, with only a few households equipped with various power generators casting faint glimmers of light. Among them were Li Chun and several affluent families in the villa district. After enjoying dinner, Li Chun turned on the television, but the channels were scarce, limited to a handful of official broadcasts from larger cities. Perhaps due to their more abundant resources, the authorities were still holding on. Yet in a small third-tier city like Jiangzhou, they had long since been overwhelmed. The news was rife with images of disaster and floods, with various debris and bodies floating in the waters. The official explanation cited melting glaciers, claiming that the small nation had only a third of its land left. Li Chun could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction at this. In summary, most of the earth was submerged, and the entire world was engulfed in turmoil. Urging everyone to fend for themselves, as he watched, the alarm on the wall began to buzz, indicating that someone was approaching the villa. 8 shadowy figures, taking advantage of the darkness, bent low and made their way to the base of Li Chun's courtyard wall. One of them then brandished an object and began to poke at the lock of Li Chun's gate. Witnessing this scene, Li Chun thought to himself, they came prepared. Surely, it would not be so simple to breach his defenses. After all, wasn't this a shelter in the apocalypse? Li Chun picked up the surveillance tablet and chuckled at the furtive figures. Feeling a surge of amusement, he was ready to confront them head-on. After about 10 minutes of futile attempts, a young man named Xie Peng turned to Li Chun and said, Brother Chong, it's no use. This lock is beyond my expertise. What a useless fool, Li Chun cursed. Looking at the 3-meter-high wall, his expression darkened. He shouted from outside, Li Chun, open the door. If you don't open it today, don't blame me for being rude. He raised the fire axe in his hand and swung it at the door. The impact of the blow reverberated through his arm, leaving it numb. Li Chun, unfazed, remarked, What kind of door is this? So sturdy? Just then, the electric gate began to open slowly. Li Chun, brandishing his composite bow, squinted. The 3-meter-high wall obstructed his view of the intruders. He decided to let them enter the courtyard. The group assumed that Li Chun had backed down and strode into the yard with a swagger. Had I known it would be like this, you should have opened the door during the day. Now you're scared. Who said I was afraid? I simply wish to invite you in, Li Chun retorted as the gate closed behind them. The 8 individuals stood in the courtyard, exchanging glances. Li Chun approached the gate, snarling, "Open the main gate. Don't think that just because you have a sturdy door you can keep us out. Try me." Hearing Li Chun's taunts, Li Chun raised his fire axe and struck the gate lock repeatedly. After about 10 strikes, he called over Lu Dong to continue the assault. Soon, everyone except for the 3 women had taken a turn. Unfortunately, the door had only lost a bit of paint. Li Chun, standing by the window, said, "How does it feel?" "Tired from smashing. If you want food, I have it. Come on, bark like a dog first." He then brandished a roasted duck. Opening the window on the 2nd floor, the aroma wafted into the noses of the 8 intruders, who greedily inhaled the scent, their expressions darkening as they gazed at the food in his hands. They were ravenous. Having gone 2 or 3 days with only instant noodles, their stomachs were filled with nothing but water. Li Chun waved the roasted duck and continued, "Here's the deal. I don't particularly like Li Chun. So, whoever breaks his leg or kills him, the roasted duck is yours. How does that sound?" He glanced at Lu Dong. The others exchanged doubtful looks, none daring to make a move. They lacked the courage to confront someone as ruthless as Li Chun. Yet, their thoughts remained unknown. Li Chun, you won't die a good death. One day, I will enter your house and carve you up piece by piece. Li Chun continued with threats. Li Chun's anger surged upon hearing this. Memories of past grievances flooding back, he remained silent, turned off the yard lights, and retrieved his composite bow, loading it with a rusty target arrow. Aiming for Li Chun's abdomen, he released the trigger. The sound of the arrow embedding itself in flesh was unmistakable, followed by Li Chun's agonized screams. Li Chun knocked another arrow, then a third. Watching the 2 writhing in pain on the ground, he shook his head in disappointment. His aim was lacking, despite having night vision. He was in the light while the enemy lurked in darkness. The first arrow had struck Li Chun's thigh instead of his belly. The second found its mark in Xie Peng's arm, while the third missed entirely. After firing 3 arrows, Li Chun closed the window and opened the courtyard gate. Initially, he intended to finish them off that night, but reconsidered. It wouldn't be fair, compared to the suffering he had endured. He couldn't let them off that easily, hence the 3 arrows. However, if Li Chun and Xie Peng did not receive timely treatment, they would surely face a grim fate. Seeing the courtyard gate open, the group hastily dragged their injured comrades away. Back at their hideout, Li Chun and Xie Peng lay on the bed, the arrows still embedded in their bodies. None of them had medical training and were too afraid to remove the projectiles. Left to wail in agony. "Someone give me a doctor," Li Chun bellowed, his fury boiling over as he glared at the rusted arrows. He pondered the gravity of his situation. Without prompt treatment, he might die. Though he had never held Li Chun in high regard, he never imagined he would suffer such a brutal attack. Casting a glance at the woman beside him, he thought, it must be her. Li Chun's desire for Meng Jingzhu must have fueled his wrath. Yet he realized that only Li Chun likely possessed any medical supplies. With this thought in mind, Li Chun swiftly grabbed his phone and sent a message to Li Chun. "Li Chun. Brother Chun, I don't know where I offended you. I know you want Meng Jingzhu. I'll send her to you. And in return, you give me medical supplies. From now on, I won't disturb you again." Li Chun read the message and burst into laughter, replying with a simple "get lost," and promptly forwarded the chat screenshot to Meng Jingzhu. Some people are inherently malicious. Had Li Chun not had this refuge or resources, matters would have unfolded differently. Let them fight for a while, he mused. Indeed, upon seeing the screenshot from Li Chun, Meng Jingzhu said nothing and simply left the room, leaving Li Chun to scream in frustration. Meng Jingzhu loved Li Chun, but what good was that in the face of death? She continued sending messages to Li Chun. "I know you want me, that I promise to come alone. Just give me food, and you can do whatever you want." "Really do whatever I want?" Li Chun teased. "Really?" she replied, sending him a seductive photo from the apocalypse future. "Not very sincere," Li Chun countered, pushing for more. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Jingzhu pulled up several private photos, all revealing her without a stitch of clothing. Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "My goddess, you're quite the vixen." After perusing the images, he replied, "What a shade of darkness. I don't want it. I'm afraid of catching a disease." Meng Jingzhu was infuriated. "I've shown you so much sincerity. Did Li Chun never find me appealing? Was this all an act?" "Why, Li Chun? You bastard. You want to die a good death. Just wait. I'll make you regret this," she seethed, slamming her phone down and storming into the room to kick Li Chong's wound. After kicking him, she pulled Wang Lu and headed for the door. Li Chong howled in agony. "Are you out of your mind?" After that, he fainted. Wang Lu, still bewildered, was dragged outside by Meng Jingzhu. They arrived at the door of the Social King 1601. Knocking on the door, they asked for Wang Lu. It didn't matter where she went. She was merely a bystander, optimistic about her role. The people inside peered out at Meng Jingzhu, thinking, "Isn't she with old Joe? What are those five guys doing? Are they here to cause trouble?" "Wang Gu, it's Meng Jingzhu and Wang Lu. We've run out of options. Please take us in," Meng Jingzhu implored. "You think you can fool me? You're still too naive. Those boys are behind you, aren't they?" The Social King replied, "That you're mistaken, Wang Gu. It's just us two girls. We pose no threat to you. You're all alone too. Wouldn't you prefer the company of two beauties?" Meng Jingzhu continued. The Social King gazed at the two girls before him, an instant surge of desire igniting within him. However, he was not foolish. He turned and retreated into his room. Moments later, a sliver of light appeared as the door of the Social King's abode creaked open. Meng Jingzhu glimpsed a glimmer of hope, but what awaited them was not the Social King, but the ominous barrel of a gun. Indeed, the Social King emerged from his chamber wielding a firearm. After assessing the two girls at the threshold, he beckoned them inside. The Social King, whose real name was Wang Meng, was a notorious figure in the underworld, often engaged in the illicit trade of homemade firearms and ammunition to sustain his lavish lifestyle. This residence was merely a rental. Individuals of his ilk seldom possessed a permanent dwelling, frequently moving to evade the authorities. During this sweltering season, he had stockpiled considerable supplies through his connections and wealth, ensuring that maintaining two canaries was well within his means. If necessary, he could simply reduce their rations. After all, with a gun in hand, venturing out to seize resources was always an option. Residing in a duplex, the Social King had installed a small wind turbine on the rooftop for daily lighting, mobile charging, and the occasional boiling of water, with the energy stored in a battery system. Thus, he led a relatively comfortable existence, which explained his prolonged absence from the fray. Once the two girls entered his domain, he boiled a kettle of water, tossing them a towel, and instructing them to freshen up. In his words, "After so many days without a wash, you must smell dreadful." The girls understood the implication. With no one to rely on anymore, and with Li Chong incapacitated, the remaining few were increasingly cowardly. It was far better to seek out a formidable ally. Meng Jingzhu had long been aware of the Social King's true nature, which was precisely why she sought him out. Bringing along Wang Lu was merely a precaution against the Social King's potential dissatisfaction. Now, faced with the gun in his hand, her resolve solidified. This was indeed the right move. After a short while, they had cleaned themselves and entered the living room, where the Social King scrutinized the two girls. Even in these dire times, Meng Jingzhu exuded a beauty and grace that surpassed that of ordinary girls. A smile broke out on the Social King's face. Meng Jingzhu took a slight step back, while Wang Lu showed no fear. The Social King appeared to be in his 40s, not unattractive by any means. At this juncture, Meng Jingzhu spoke up. "Brother Wang, how about you prepare some food for us? We haven't had a proper meal in several days." The Social King cursed inwardly, finding the situation bothersome, and tossed them 2 pieces of bread. "Eat up, quickly!" Meng Jingzhu and Wang Li's eyes sparkled. It had been ages since they had seen such pristine bread. They snatched it and devoured it ravenously. "Once we're in, I'll make sure to thorough experience." The Social King thought to himself. Unlike his sycophants, he was already notorious, and with a gun in hand, he commanded respect. Meng Jingzhu initially intended for Wang Lu to go first. However, the young girl, with 2 apples in hand, understood the inevitability of sharing. An hour later, satisfied, the Social King kicked Wang Lu lightly. "Go. Fetch me some cigarettes. It was a ritual for every man, even in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, in room 1603, Li Chun had slowly regained consciousness. Lu Dong, realizing Li Chun was on the brink of collapse, approached him under the pretense of offering help. Brother Chong, this arrowhead is rusted. It could cause tetanus. I must remove it. Bear with me. With one foot pressing against Li Chun's thigh, Lu Dong grasped the arrow and pulled with force, causing a fountain of blood to erupt from Li Chun's leg. It seemed he had struck a major artery. Blood flowed uncontrollably, and Li Chun's complexion paled visibly. Lu Dong, witnessing the blood gushing forth, found it hard to suppress his own apprehension. At this point, there was no need for concern about tetanus or infection. Lu Dong had inadvertently drained Li Chun of life. Nearby, Xie Peng, witnessing this scene, panicked and cried to his girlfriend, "Don't help me remove the arrow. Quickly take me to a doctor. I don't want to die." Before his girlfriend, Lu Yun, could respond, Lu Dong approached him. "Where would you find a doctor? You're not seriously hurt. Trust me, or you'll face worse." Zhao and Wang Jifu restrained him. Lu Dong took a breath, and with a decisive motion, he extracted the arrow embedded in Xie Peng's arm. True to the adage, pulling a radish brings mud. A chunk of flesh came away with it. Lu Dong swallowed hard again. Xie Peng, in agony, fainted. Lu Yun hurried to his side, tearing a piece of bedsheet to bandage his wound. Xie Peng was fortunate. He had merely lost a piece of flesh without serious injury, leaving the outcome reliant on whether the wound would become infected. Meanwhile, in room 1601, Meng Jingzhu contemplated the social king. A bold idea blossoming within her. 2 days later, the social king lay leisurely in bed smoking, while Wang Lu busied herself in the kitchen preparing instant noodles. Meng Jingzhu nestled against the social king and remarked, "Brother Wang, although the rain has ceased, the water shows no signs of receding, and our supplies won't last much longer. Do we need to devise a plan?" "Ah, you think quite far ahead, don't you?" "Share your thoughts," the social king replied, his curiosity piqued. "Considering you possess a firearm, yet we reside in a high-rise. Look at the villa district. Many households have generators, and they likely have ample supplies. How about we relocate there?" Meng Jingzhu tentatively suggested. The social king fell into contemplation. "Continue. The reason we lingered in your community was that Li Chun invited us for a meal. When the downpour hit, we found ourselves trapped. As far as I know, he has hoarded a significant amount of supplies, having purchased 2 truckloads before the apocalypse. How much can one person consume?" Meng Jingzhu paused before continuing. "Let us go over. You can shoot out his windows, and once inside, all that he possesses will belong to us. That makes sense, but taking 2 women along presents a challenge." The social king frowned. "I've already considered that for you. Brother Wang, aren't there a few men next door? Lu Chong and Xie Peng are likely incapacitated, but there are still Lu Dong, Zhao Yi, Wang Jifu, and Old Zhou," Meng Jingzhu asserted, seeking to claim credit for her insight. A glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes as she added, "Li Chun will pay for this." Moreover, Xie Peng's girlfriend Lu Yun was quite attractive. With Brother Wang's skills, it should be manageable to win them over. Right? After Meng Jingzhu finished speaking, the social king fell into deep thought. Initially, he intended to tire of these 2 girls and cast them aside, but now it appeared that Meng Jingzhu possessed considerable intellect. Moreover, his supplies were dwindling. Who knew how long this dreadful weather would persist? So far, the authorities had not conducted a single rescue operation, likely too overwhelmed to attend to them. Thus, he could act as he pleased. Resources. Women. With his skills and the gun in hand, gathering a few more followers would be a cinch. He was aware that the villa district housed several beautiful women. Without further ado, the trio rose from bed and entered the living room. Wang Lu carried the prepared food, and after satisfying their hunger, they arrived at the doorstep of room 1603. "Old Zhou, open up. Your brother Wang has come to save you." Upon hearing that voice, Old Zhou was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. "Brother Wang, you finally acknowledge me. These beasts are inhumane." During the days when 8 men had occupied Old Zhou's room, he had endured immense suffering. His resources had been pillaged, and he received only meager rations. Any discomfort he expressed was met with violence. Seizing an opportunity when the men were distracted, Old Zhou swiftly opened the door. the threshold, stood the social king, gun in hand, surveying the occupants of the room. From this day forth, I am your leader. You will either obey me or face death. Lu Dong regarded him coolly, while Zhao, Yi, and Wang Jifu trembled in the corner. And Xiapeng clutched his AR-M that moment. Lu Dong spoke, "We might join you, but what isn't it for us? The benefit is survival, but you must follow my orders unconditionally." He then turned his gaze to Lu Yun, who stood beside Xiapeng. "This girl will be mine. I promise you warmth and sustenance." Xiapeng, indignant, interjected, "She is my girlfriend. Don't even think about it." As soon as the words fell, a gunshot rang out, and Xiapeng collapsed stiffly to the ground. Indeed, the social king sought to establish his authority, and since this lad had injured his arm, he was nothing but a burden. Thus, it was time to bid him farewell. Having spoken, he hoisted Lu Yun and strode into the largest room. Lu Yun, witnessing Xiapeng's fall, trembled in fear, unsure whether he was paralyzed by terror or engulfed in sorrow, allowing himself to be dragged along in silence. "Speaking of Brother Wang, your health is truly remarkable." The gunshots startled many, including Li Chun from the Villa district. "Has the killing begun? Who could it be? This neighborhood indeed harbors hidden talents, as someone possesses a firearm." Li Chun mused, "If only the social king could hear. Damn it, I'm the one who deals in this business. Who else could it be?" Half an hour later, the vigorous Brother Wang emerged from the room. Following the incident where he had struck 2 out of 3 arrows, Li Chun had been training with particular diligence, ensuring he did not neglect his physical conditioning, for one could never predict what circumstances the apocalypse might present. Li Chun anticipated that Meng Jingzhu would not easily relent. Li Chun was likely incapacitated, and who would he rely upon now? He decided not to dwell on it. After all, one must meet force with force. And he should focus on scouring for gold, for upgrading his space was of utmost importance. Little did he know, the social king and his entourage had already set their sights on him, and were plotting. To test the mettle of a few individuals, the social king descended the stairs with a firearm and several accomplices, beginning to target several households and seizing a considerable amount of supplies. With most people's phones dead, the homeowners group was eerily silent. Consequently, everyone instinctively bolted their doors, barricading them with wardrobes and other furniture. Those who had not been robbed occasionally heard cries for help echoing from the stairwell and even witnessed people plummeting into the water. Fear gripped the hearts of the residents, who realized that official rescue efforts would not arrive. In such times, strength was paramount. Meanwhile, the social king's band had swelled considerably after days of looting, in Wang Meng's words. "Thank goodness, I deal in firearms." The social king is not called such for nothing. On that day, the sky was overcast as Li Chun opened the villa door and stepped out, clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet. Wrapped in a down jacket, preparing to venture forth that, if all went as expected, this dreary weather would persist for about 5 more days before an extreme cold front arrived. He needed to take advantage of these days to dive and scour the major banks and gold shops. Once the bitter cold set in, most supplies would likely be buried beneath layers of ice. Li Chun walked to the water's edge and found a secluded spot. He retrieved a speedboat from a space, started the engine, and with a roar, set off into the distance. Survivors who spotted the speedboat mistakenly believed it to be an official rescue. Instantly, a cacophony of shouts urged Li Chun to accelerate. As the speedboat showed no signs of stopping, despair enveloped the crowd once more. Over here, the social king's robbery crew was in full swing. As their haul grew, Meng Jingzhu's status rose correspondingly, leading her to feel it was time to exact revenge on Li Chun. In her heart, she blamed him for all her woes. If it weren't for coming to dine, if only Li Chun hadn't suddenly ceased his affections. Li Chun, observing the skyscrapers that pierced the surface of the water, soon pinpointed the location of a bank that he maneuvered the speedboat around a corner and retrieved diving gear from a space. Plunging into the water, the icy depths were biting, and after diving a few meters, he had to resurface, quickly slipping into his space. Inside, he changed into warm clothing within 3 minutes and fell into contemplation. It seemed diving was not feasible. The water was too frigid, far beyond his tolerance. His gaze shifted to the towering office buildings above, where many large corporations had their executives' offices. Surely there must be gold and jewels within. Resolute, he made his way to a high-rise situated in Jiangzhou's bustling city center. Replete with offices of major enterprises, Li Chun entered the building and began his ascent. On the first floor, some survivors noticed Li Chun, impeccably dressed, eyeing him with suspicion. Without hesitation, he drew a tang knife from his backpack. The gleaming blade made the famished survivors avert their gaze. That moment, Li Chun felt like a knight-errant in a post-apocalyptic world. Arriving at the door of a trading company, he found the roll-up iron gate securely locked, likely the reason it hadn't been pried open by survivors. Producing a portable electric cutter from his belongings, a fortunate find from a hardware store, he set to work. After a brief operation, he entered the premises, which had long been abandoned as everyone fled during the chaos of extreme heat. Without a moment to waste, he made his way to the largest, most opulent office, where he encountered a safe tucked in the corner. Vexed at the thought of how to open it, I'll just absorb it into my space. He decided, as the space was capable of assimilating metals and gems, regardless of whether it contained anything, he thought. And so, half a day passed, and Li Chun managed to collect 12 safes. Upon reaching the first floor, he held a loudspeaker, proclaiming, "Anyone with gold or jewels can come to me for food." He then approached the table, pulling out some compressed biscuits from his backpack. The sight of the biscuits ignited a fervent gleam in the survivors' eyes. And a few young men in the corner seemed restless. To deter any reckless attempts to seize his provisions, Li Chun produced a submachine gun from his pack, an illusion meant to distract. As he had actually retrieved it from his space, he fired half a magazine into the ceiling, causing the individuals in the corner to settle down. Those adorned with gold rings and necklaces formed an orderly line, one by one approaching to barter their treasures for sustenance. After half an hour, Li Chun found himself in possession of dozens of rings, necklaces, and earrings, regardless of their utility. He stuffed them all into his space. By the end of this day, his space was filled with numerous safes and the gold and jewels exchanged with the desperate survivors, all for a mere 10 pounds of compressed biscuits, an item he had in abundance. Before the onset of the apocalypse, no one would have cared for such trinkets, but in moments of dire hunger, what value do gold and silver hold? That night, as Li Chun entered his space, he discovered that his time spent there had only increased by half a minute. The corners of his mouth twitched. It was indeed insatiable. For the next 5 consecutive days, Li Chun diligently collected or exchanged for gold and jewels. His gains proving satisfactory. By now, his time spent in the space had extended to roughly 10 minutes. Unforeseen temperatures were expected to plummet tonight, blanketing the surroundings in ice and snow. In the evening, Li Chun chose not to venture out. After refueling the generator in the basement, he settled by the large window on the second floor, enjoying fine food, smoking a cigarette, and sipping on a drink while awaiting the impending freeze. Meanwhile, in room 1601, Meng Jingzhu, after an exhausting bout with the social king, eagerly remarked to Wang Meng, "Brother Wang, our numbers are growing. It's time we head to the villa district." The social king accepted a cup of goji berry water from Wang Lu, gulping it down before nodding in agreement. "It's time. We shall go shortly." He then turned to Wang Lu. "Come here." A few minutes later, the social king grumbled, "Damn it, I just wasted goji berries." Wang Lu, wearing an expression of helplessness, thought to herself, "What does this have to do with me?" Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts. The social king was indeed formidable. In a time of such scarcity, he still managed to procure goji berries. Truly impressive. That night, the group arrived at Li Chun's yard, calling at the door, just as they had previously. However, this time they came prepared. The social king donned a metal barrel and had fashioned a suit of armor from tin. Others carried makeshift helmets, door panels, and one particularly eccentric individual brandished a pressure cooker, all aiming to defend against Li Chun's compound BOW. Li Chun observed this motley crew through his surveillance screen. Chuckling to himself, it was a scene reminiscent of a whimsical game of Plants vs. Zombies. Then came Meng Jingzhu's moment to shine. "Li Chun, may I come in? I know we made mistakes before. But now that Li Chun is dead, aren't you still angry? Open the door and let me in. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. To be honest, while I enjoy playing with boys, no one has touched my body yet. I'm saving it for you. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that point." 2 women gazed at the roast duck in Li Chun's hands, instantly succumbing to a frenzy. A torment indeed, having watched countless films. With a swift motion, Li Chun closed the door and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, a white haze enveloped the landscape, the temperature plummeting sharply, likely around -30 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow, the entire world would probably be encased in ice. Hearing the anguished screams emanating from within the room, Li Chun recalled his previous life, which had begun much like this, enduring similar torment in the same manner. The wails persisted until dawn before finally subsiding. Li Chun opened the door to enter, surveying the blood-stained floor, the crimson at the corners of the women's mouths, and the barely conscious Meng Jingzhu lying on the beat. It became evident that a person could indeed be bitten to death. What friends, what confidants, what humanity. None of it mattered in the face of life and death at that moment. The two women, their hair disheveled, resembled demons emerging from hell, their appearance as terrifying as it could be. True to his word, Li Chun tossed in a roast duck, and without hesitation, the two women lunged at it, devouring it amid the bloodstains on the ground. Once they finished, Li Chun unshackled Meng Jingzhu. "You three may leave." Wang Li looked at Li Chun with pleading eyes, hoping he would take them in. "Brother Chun, please keep us. We will be your dogs from now on. You could do as you wish." "I fear you might bite me," Li Chun replied, chuckling at her. "I can bite too, Brother Chun." Lu Yin chimed in. "No, I fear you might kill me," he retorted, gesturing toward Meng Jingzhu. He then opened the door, kicking the three women outside, instructing them to drag Meng Jingzhu along. The two women, struggling against the biting cold wind, made their way up the stairs with Meng Jingzhu, naked in the snow, left a trail of blood behind her, teetering on the brink of death, already numb from the cold. Meanwhile, on the second-floor windowsill of the villa, Li Chun set up a silenced sniper rifle equipped with night vision, observing the slow progress of the three women. He pulled the trigger. The first shot claimed Meng Jingzhu, who silently ceased to breathe. The two women continued dragging her towards the submerged water's edge. The second shot struck Wang Li, who collapsed into the water. Lu Yun, still bewildered by the turn of events, also fell into the water, dragged down alongside Meng Jingzhu. Li Chun put away his gun, feeling an emptiness within him. The vendetta was avenged, and he felt a sudden lightness. As if a hint of boredom had set in, he had contemplated numerous ways of enacting revenge, yet upon achieving it, he found no joy in his heart. Perhaps tomorrow, the places submerged in water would be covered by a thick layer of ice, and he would have ample resources and a sanctuary to survive, living worry-free in this apocalyptic world. Gazing at the emptiness of the room, Li Chun felt loneliness for the first time. Perhaps this was the mindset that accompanied the fulfillment of vengeance. He needed to adjust quickly, lest he succumb to depression one day. With that thought, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and upon checking the time, he realized it was already 3 in the morning. He took a shower and comfortably lay down in bed. The next day, the snow continued to fall from the sky. Li Chun retrieved a hose and entered the blood-stained room, leisurely undertaking the cleaning. After working up a sweat, he enjoyed a refreshing shower and a hearty breakfast. Outside, a thick layer of ice had formed, and Li Chun felt the chill, indicating that the temperature had dropped to extreme lows, rendering the air conditioning ineffective. Consequently, he gathered firewood and ignited the villa's fireplace. The firewood he had collected was remarkably good, igniting readily with a crackling sound, and slowly, the temperature inside the house began to rise. Li Chun added a few pieces of honeycomb coal. Donning extreme cold weather gear, he wore thermal clothing and a bulletproof vest beneath his outer layer, complete with a large hood, and slung a backpack over his shoulders. He opened the villa's front door. It was time to venture outside and acclimatize to the frigid temperatures. With the dangers in the neighborhood resolved, it was also time to take a stroll. Who knew what the future held? Outside, the wind howled fiercely, the temperature plunging to between -60 and 70 degrees Celsius. Li Chun tightened his clothing and stepped out into the cold. Reaching a deserted area, he retrieved a snowmobile and sped towards the city center. This time, his target remained the upgrade materials akin to gold. Before long, clad in extreme cold weather gear, backpack slung, and rifle in hand, Li Chun entered a high-rise building. Inside, numerous campfires flickered, smoke curling through the air as groups of survivors huddled together against the cold. As they caught sight of Li Chun, gun in tow, they instinctively parted to allow him passage. Li Chun dragged over a table, producing a stash of compressed biscuits from his backpack. Observing the greedy gazes in the hall, he fired a shot into the air. I am neither a thief nor a philanthropist. If you seek food, offer your gold, silver, and jewels in exchange. Once the trade is complete, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing of the food, the survivors disregarded the cold and gathered around him. Li Chun fired another shot, this one landing at their feet, sparks flying from the floor. I shall repeat myself. Those with gold and jewels form an orderly queue for food. Otherwise, he raised his gun, realizing that robbery was futile. Some individuals began to disperse from the crowd. Boss, is cash acceptable? One person inquired. I only want gold and jewels. Save your cash for toilet paper, Li Chun replied. Just then, an elderly man presented a gold bracelet. Handing it to Li Chun, in exchange, Li Chun casually offered him 2 compressed biscuits. The old man said nothing and hurried to a child nearby, feeding the biscuits to the little one. Soon, the second and third individuals followed suit. This is the only thing my mother left me. Could you give me a few more biscuits? A voice interrupted Li Chun as he distributed supplies. Hearing the familiar tone, he lifted his gaze. Before him stood a grimy face, clad in oversized clothing that did little to conceal her beautiful features. Tentatively, he called out, "Ting Ting." The hand holding the bracelet trembled slightly. "Who are you?" she asked. Li Chun removed his mask. The girl with the bracelet suddenly burst into tears. Li go. Is it really you? She exclaimed, attempting to rush toward him. Li Chun extended his hand to halt her, thinking to himself, we aren't that familiar. Indeed, this girl was Lu Ting, the very person who had assisted Li Chun in selling the house, recommending the villa, and warning him about its sinister past. Also the one who had received 2 packs of instant noodles from Li Chun. Lu Ting had never expected to encounter Li Chun here. After he had provided her with supplies at the supermarket, they had lost contact. Following the flood, the apartment Lu Ting rented had been inundated, and she had clung to a piece of foam board, bringing along her meager supplies to reach this high-rise. Soon after, her provisions had run out, prompting her to scavenge for food and offices to survive. It was only with the heavy snowfall that she had arrived here, joining other survivors to keep warm by the fire. Unexpectedly, she encountered Li Chun, coming to barter with the only keepsake of her mother. The building had long been stripped of supplies, and she had gone 2 days without food. Li Chun, taken aback by this reunion, called her aside and retrieved a loaf of bread from his backpack. Continuing his collection of gold, before long, all the gold and jewels in the survivor's possession had found their way into Li Chun's hands. Watching Lu Ting devour the bread ravenously, he led her to an office on the upper floor. He inquired about her presence there, and Lu Ting recounted her recent experiences, tearfully recounting her hardships. Li go. Thank you for the bread, she said, extending the bracelet back to him. Li Chun looked at her, pondering her kindness. If it were anyone else, they would have clung to their precious resources like a leech. Li go. I can see that you only have those supplies in your backpack. I don't know what you need the gold and silver for. But at this moment, food is far more important than precious metals. Perhaps you should reconsider the exchange, she added. Li Chun took the bracelet she offered, distinctly noticing her eyes redden once more, likely a testament to her attachment to the keepsake from her mother. However, having consumed her own bread, she could have chosen not to share it, yet she persisted in the transaction. Indeed, human nature is not inherently malevolent. After all, she was alone and had no one to care for her. So why not accept it? Yet, human intentions are elusive, and Li Chun resolved to test the waters once more. Suddenly, Li Chun stifled a yawn and said to Lu Ting, I need to rest for a moment. I was out all night searching for food and am utterly exhausted. Since you're here, could you keep an eye on the door for me? With that, she placed her backpack and gun on the table, sank into the sofa, and soon the soft sounds of her slumber filled the air. 10 minutes later, Li Chun opened her eyes to find Lu Ting sitting at the door, her face etched with anxiety. While the food on the table remained untouched, and the gun had not moved from its place, she thought to herself, what a kind-hearted person. How has she managed to survive this long? Upon noticing Li Chun was awake, Lu Ting exclaimed, Li Ge, you can't just sleep like that. Don't you realize how dangerous it is? You nearly scare me to death. Li Chun understood that the single piece of bread she had earlier could hardly satiate Lu Ting. Thus, it seemed certain individuals are born with an inherent malevolence, while others possess an innate goodness. Didn't you have any thoughts about taking the gun and shooting me to seize the food and survive? Li Chun asked Lu Ting earnestly. I did consider it. Lu Ting replied, but we have no enmity between us, and you've always treated me kindly. I couldn't bring myself to do it. And besides, I believe you wouldn't abandon me. You are a good person. Lu Ting's intelligence and kindness were evident. Had she answered otherwise, Li Chun would have disregarded her entirely, for anyone in such a predicament would have contemplated similar actions. After hearing her response, Li Chun removed the magazine from the gun, replaced it with a new one, and chambered round. Lu Ting gazed at the empty magazine in disbelief. Let us go. I'll take you home, Li Chun said, rising to her feet. Home? Lu Ting inquired, puzzled. It suddenly dawned on her. The villa. Yes, it was situated on higher ground and had not been submerged. She quickly stood up and followed Li Chun out of the office. Outside, the air was still thick with smoke, and those who had traded food had long since satisfied their hunger. Survivors huddled together, warming themselves by a fire to fend off the chill. Li Chun led Lu Ting through the crowd, and with the gun in hand, the survivors instinctively parted to create a path. They passed an elderly man exchanging food. The child in his arms looked at Li Chun without a hint of fear and smiled at her. Li Chun, moved by the child's innocent smile, reached in her backpack and retrieved a loaf of bread, a bottle of mineral water, and a few biscuits. Observing the eager crowd, she knew that once she departed, the scant provisions would likely incite violence. Thus, she declared, Eat. I'll watch you. Holding the gun aloft, she cast a cold gaze around her. The elder handed the bread to the child, who eagerly tore into the biscuits. They continued until they had drained the bottle of water. Li Chun then took Lu Ting's hand and led her toward the exit, silently reflecting, For your smile, I offer you a meal. Your survival from here on is up to fate. Once outside the building, Li Chun said, Wait here. I'll fetch the vehicle. The vehicle? Lu Ting questioned, incredulously watching Li Chun's retreating figure. Could one really drive in such frigid conditions? She shivered in her scant cotton coat, unaware of the harsh cold outside. With a roar of the engine, Li Chun appeared, riding a snowmobile into Lu Ting's view. Hop on, she commanded. Lu Ting numbly settled behind him, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. Feeling the warmth of his body, which ignited a spark of irritation within Li Chun, it had been quite a while since he had played cards. After all that they sped away, the survivors in the building peered through the windows at the scene. Indeed, beauty has its advantages. Had she known, she would have dressed up this morning. Perhaps it would have been her riding the snowmobile now. A girl, confident in her beauty, remarked, One smile, and the building crumbles. As she received disdainful glances from those around her. What are you saying? You can't even afford a mirror. With your looks, if someone doesn't shoot you, consider yourself lucky. Don't go out there and frighten people. The snowmobile swiftly arrived at the villa, now blanketed in white. As the engine roared, heads began to peek out from neighboring buildings. The once ominous residents had gained a notorious reputation. Many knew of the past incident where over 10 individuals had attempted to break in, only to be dragged away as corpses. Therefore, few dared to covet this villa. Unbeknownst to Li Chun, in one of the 6 villas, a group of people had gathered, seated around, burning wooden furniture for warmth and engaged in hushed discussions. Li Chun parked the snowmobile in the yard. Upon the doors opening, a wave of warmth enveloped Lu Ting. Once inside, she quickly felt her skin dampen with perspiration as the heat washed over her. Li Chun shed his heavy clothing, donning only shorts and a t-shirt, as he tended to the fireplace. Turning to Lu Ting, he remarked, You should take those off. Aren't you feeling hot? Lu Ting blushed. Feeling too unfamiliar with him to remove her clothing in his presence, Li Chun, maintaining a stern demeanor, continued, Given the current situation, I brought you here solely because you are beautiful and kind-hearted. You are an intelligent person. You should recognize your worth. Lu Ting understood. Given Li Chun's circumstances, he could easily attract any woman with material wealth. Why, then, was he so kind to her? To maintain her facade of beauty would be quite ungrateful. In that moment, Lu Ting seemed to resolve herself. As Li Chun turned to add more fuel to the fire, she quickly disrobed completely. Li Chun turned back to witness this alluring sight. Truth be told, as a man, and a normal one at that, he felt compelled, yet acting upon it would be taking advantage of the situation. The most shameless indulgence in life must be to disguise carnal desires as love. Ahem, what I meant was from now on, you'll need to cook and do laundry for me. I suggested you take off your clothes so you could wash up, Li Chun awkwardly stated. Lu Ting's face flushed crimson to the roots of her hair. I understand, Li Gu. You could have any woman you desire. I was being overly sentimental. With that, she swiftly donned her fitted clothes. Li Chun rubbed his nose, feeling a mix of awe and regret. Her physique was undeniably impressive, far surpassing that of Meng Jingzhu, and she was not even tanned. He then ascended to the second floor, retrieving a set of pajamas, toiletries, and a package of feminine supplies from his space. He returned downstairs and handed them to her, saying, "The bathroom has hot water. Go wash up." "How long has it been since you last bathed?" Lu Ting, catching sight of her dirty appearance, felt her embarrassment deepen and dashed into the bathroom, turning on the tap. Tears of joy streamed down her face. It seemed she and T enjoyed a proper hot shower in ages, though she had no knowledge of how Li Chun procured electricity and water. Her gratitude toward him multiplied. Had it not been for him, she might have resorted to selling her body to survive, or perhaps even considered leaping from a high building. Yet, the world is full of strange twists of fate, and she had encountered him, from selling her home to receiving material comforts, and now being rescued from the icy wilderness. What could she offer him in return? Perhaps only her body. It was the sole capital she possessed. Half an hour later, Lu Ting emerged from the bathroom, her damp black hair cascading over her shoulders, the pure white pajamas revealing her voluptuous figure beneath. Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, nearly drooling at the sight. It wasn't that Li Chun neglected to provide her with undergarments. Firstly, he had no idea what size she wore, and secondly, as a seasoned bachelor, presenting a set of women's lingerie would surely lead her to think him a pervert. Lu Ting moved to tidy up her discarded clothing, clutching tightly to the daily essentials Li Chun had given her. Heaven knows how difficult it was to live without such items in the apocalypse. You could discard those clothes. While I was out shopping, I happened to grab some women as clothing and left them in the room. After we finish eating, you can pick some out, Li Chun awkwardly suggested. In truth, he had gathered some clothes he presumed would fit her while she was bathing, and he intended to keep the matter of his space a secret for now, to be honest. Li Chun's trust in her was still superficial and had yet to deepen. There are some ingredients in the kitchen. I've already cooked a meal. Can you cook? Li Chun continued to speak. In order to prevent his younger brother from exploding, he hastily sent her away. Brotherly, I am a child raised in the mountains. I spent my childhood washing clothes, cooking, feeding pigs, and chasing dogs. Just leave it to me. After saying this, Lu Ting entered the kitchen. Upon seeing the ingredients in the refrigerator, Lu Ting was astonished. She had thought that in the apocalypse, even boiling a simple bowl of noodles would be a luxury. Before her stood an enormous double-door refrigerator filled to the brim with pork, beef, chicken, duck, fish, and seafood in the freezer, while the refrigerator compartment housed various fruits and vegetables. She picked up some eggs and a few tomatoes, cut a small piece of meat, and added a handful of greens and a green pepper. Before long, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a stir-fry of green pepper with meat, and a stir-fried vegetable dish were placed on the dining table, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice. Li Chun furrowed his brow. Was this all so meager? As he picked up his chopsticks and probed the stir-fry, he noticed only a few strips of meat in the green pepper dish and probably just 1 egg in the scrambled eggs. Wasn't there an abundance of ingredients in the refrigerator? Why is there so little food prepared? Li Chun inquired. Brotherly, who knows how long this icy weather will persist? I thought it best to save a little. I can manage with just rice. You can have the rest, Lu Ting replied anxiously. Li Chun ignored her, turning back to the kitchen, and when she wasn't looking, he discreetly retrieved a plate of braised pork from his storage space and placed it in the microwave. A short while later, he returned to the dining table with the braised pork. Don't skimp on me in the future. If there's not enough, the warehouse still has plenty of supplies. You will never go hungry with me. He then piled several pieces of braised pork into her bowl. Overwhelmed by the aroma of the dish, tears streamed down Lu Ting's face once more. Why are women so prone to tears? Li Chun hurriedly comforted her. Why are you crying again? Did I frighten you? No, brotherly, you were just too kind to me that I don't know how to repay you. Lu Ting said through her tears. Perhaps you could pledge yourself to me. Li Chun blurted out, immediately regretting it and offering an awkward smile. Stop crying. Let us eat. he said, returning to his meal. Lu Ting let out a long, satisfied burp, collected the dishes, and went to wash them, while Li Chun ascended to the second floor to play games. After finishing the dishes, Lu Ting began to mop the floors, starting from the first floor and moving to the second. Watching her busy figure, Li Chun mused that a household truly cannot do without a woman. Once she was done, Lu Ting obediently sat beside Li Chun, watching him play games in silence, her gaze fixed on him. For a moment, Li Chun felt the temperature in the room rise sharply. That night, with a solitary man and woman amidst the heavy snowfall outside, the indoors felt as warm as spring. Li Chun discarded the controller, scooped Lu Ting into his arms, and headed toward the bedroom. The next morning, Li Chun awoke feeling refreshed, glancing at Lu Ting, who was still deep in slumber, as well as the scattered small umbrellas on the floor. Li Chun suddenly felt that perhaps the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. After speaking, he went downstairs, completed his morning routine, and headed straight into the kitchen. It was indeed exhausting to rise early. Li Chun hummed a cheerful tune as he began to prepare breakfast. Although there were still many cooked dishes in his storage, eating the same thing every day could become monotonous before long. A pot of bland noodle soup was freshly prepared. Lu Ting, likely awakened by Li Chun's captivating singing, dressed quickly and made her way downstairs. Upon seeing the somewhat overcooked noodle soup, she wore a bemused expression. Thus, in this icy, desolate world, Li Chun embarked on his laid-back lifestyle. After finishing the bland noodle soup, Lu Ting curled up on the sofa, leaning against Li Chun. Did I feel like I'm in a dream? Pinch me, Lu Ting exclaimed. Li Chun touched her forehead and remarked, Why is it a bit warm? Are you running a fever? Come on, let us go upstairs, and I'll give you a shot. He then took her hand. Intending to head upstairs, I just can't believe this is all real. Why do I need a shot? Lu Ting thought. Puzzled that an hour later, Lu Ting finally understood what Li Chun meant by a shot. And she thought, isn't that needle a bit large? Li Chun grinned mischievously. I'm going out to find you some clothes. In reality, he had plenty of women's undergarments in his storage, but he felt too shy to admit it. Thus, he used the excuse of stepping out, planning to return seamlessly. Left in the villa, Lu Ting understood that in her current state, venturing outside would only hinder Li Chun. So she decided it was best to stay home and wait for him. As the villa door swung open, Li Chun revved up the snowmobile and sped toward the city center. Why now? Some people had begun to emerge on the ice. Armed with pickaxes and steel rods, they were prying various supplies buried in the ice. One woman finally unearthed a bag of chips from the ice, only to have it snatched away by a man nearby. The woman said nothing and continued her digging. Li Chun frowned in confusion at this scene, but soon noticed something troubling among the crowd. A few men were clearly more robust than the others, their clothing bulging suspiciously, possibly concealing knives or guns. These individuals merely loitered on the ice, not participating in the labor, yet whenever someone unearthed usable supplies, they would swiftly snatch them away and place them in a plastic container. Li Chun realized that there was likely a force controlling these people. Indeed, whether in times of peace or apocalypse, society would inevitably stratify live freely. One must be strong like that moment. Li Chun's snowmobile stood out prominently amidst the crowd, catching the attention of several burly men who approached him in unison. This is bad. They mean to rob me, Li Chun thought, sensing that the nearby survivors were likely under the thumb of some powerful figure. As the group drew closer, a bearded man addressed Li Chun. Kid, nice ride. Where did you get it? For men had already surrounded Li Chun, encircling his snowmobile, likely wary of him speeding away. Aside from the bearded man, the other three had drawn machetes, glaring menacingly at Li Chun. What is it to you? Li Chun retorted sharply. You've got some nerve. Do you know who we are? The bearded man continued to threaten at Li Chun, clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, was unperturbed by the menacing figures before him. He casually twisted the throttle, causing the two men standing in front of the snowmobile to shift uneasily. They understood that their only chance lay in either dislodging him from the vehicle or shutting it off. A collision with the snowmobile would spell disaster for them. We are members of the Jiangzhou Changshan gang. Kid, leave her backpack and the snowmobile. I'll let you live, the bearded man said, signaling to one of his companions. The man moved deeper into the crowd. Li Chun smirked and pointed at the bearded man, stating, Step aside now. and you might just survive." The bearded man smiled, but remained silent, while the other three men tightened their grip around the snowmobile. Suddenly, Li Chun noticed a group of people ahead hoisting large logs across their path, and he realized they were blocking his route. The bearded man waved his hand, and the two men with knives immediately advanced toward him. Sensing the danger, Li Chun revved the throttle and darted away, stopping near the logs. "Run, if you dare, just moments ago. You were so brave. My grandfather sees your vehicle as a blessing," the bearded man taunted as he approached. "Get him! Kill him!" he yelled, and several men with knives charged at Li Chun. The bystanders sifting through the ice merely watched coldly. Seemingly unfazed as the bearded man and his companions charged, they suddenly halted. Li Chun, standing atop the snowmobile, was brandishing a rifle at them, the dark muzzle instilling fear in their hearts. "Come on over. Didn't you want the vehicle? Come and take it. Want a gun? I have another one right here." With that, Li Chun pulled a handgun from his chest bag and aimed it at the bearded man, firing a shot. "Stop talking so much. We all survivors here. Why act like a boss?" Watching the bearded man collapse, the remaining three panicked. "Bro, it's a misunderstanding. We were wrong. Please spare us." A gunshot rang out, and a tall, thin man fell to his knees, clutching his leg. "A misunderstanding. You ran the fastest just now. Let us see you run 5 kilometers now. We erred in our judgment. We should not have seized your supplies. Look, we possess resources here, and we are willing to give them all to you. Please, spare us." After saying this, another individual slid the supplies he had just excavated in a plastic basket across the icy surface toward Li Chun. Observing the meager rations within the basket, Li Chun shook his head. Can this even be consumed? Most of it consists of frozen, rigid foodstuffs. Beneath the ice lies everything imaginable. Corpses, various contaminants. One cannot fathom what might happen if one were to ingest this food. Li Chun cast a cold gaze at the individuals before him, and suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He needed gold and jewels. Given that they wield their own influence, might they possess gold? Clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, armed with weaponry, he felt relatively secure. Li Chun was intensely curious about what lay beyond the veil of mist that obscured his surroundings. This innate curiosity about the unknown is perhaps universal. Perhaps behind that mist lies powerful cultivation techniques that could grant him immense strength, leading him to dominate the world, just as one reads in novels. Li Chun mused. Thus he decided he must meet their leader. Perhaps a trade could be arranged. Pray tell, who is your boss? Where is your base? Li Chun inquired of the individuals before him. Please, just let us go. We will never provoke you again, one of the henchmen implored, even kneeling and bowing his head. Fear not. As long as you cooperate, I shall not make things difficult for you, Li Chun replied, retrieving a roasted chicken from his backpack. If you take me to meet your boss. This will be yours. The kneeling man swallowed hard. It was roasted chicken, a delicacy he hadn't encountered in quite some time. Indeed, lured by the temptation of food, the man slowly rose and led Li Chun towards a building. Li Chun trailed behind him on his snowmobile, moving cautiously, rifle slung across his back, eyes vigilant to the surroundings. After winding through the ice for approximately 20 minutes, Li Chun arrived at the foot of a tall building. He secured his snowmobile to a pillar at the entrance and followed the man inside. The interior of the building was warmer than the outside, hovering around 0°C, with intact windows and many rooms emitting black smoke. They were likely burning wood for warmth, but in this frigid climate, where would they acquire wood? Subsequently, Li Chun followed the man into an office, which was significantly warmer. A fireplace constructed from bricks burned brightly in the corner. Seated upon a sofa was a rotund man, flanked by 2 attractive women. The women were dressed rather scantily, and at that moment, the man was inappropriately touching them, eliciting soft gasps from the women. Upon seeing Li Chun enter, the man cast a disdainful glance, but upon noticing the handgun in his hand and the automatic rifle on his back, his expression softened considerably. However, his greedy gaze unabashedly lingered on Li Chun's firearm. Xiao Liuzi, who is this brother? The man inquired. Boss, we attempted to rob him, but he overpowered us. He insisted on meeting you, or else he would kill me. Xiao Liuzi explained. You deserve it for being so blind. The man retorted, then turned his attention to Li Chun. What shall I call you, brother? I apologize for my man's insolence. I will deal with him shortly, and no need. The one who provoked me is already dead. Li Chun replied, tossing the roasted chicken to Xiao Yozi. Upon hearing that Li Chun's adversary had met his demise, a cold glimmer flickered in the man's eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. He then grinned and said, "Good riddance. Let them learn that not everyone can be trifled with. What brings you to me, brother?" Through their ensuing conversation, Li Chun learned that the man's name was Wang Sheng, who had been the owner of a security company before the apocalypse. After the collapse, leveraging his personnel, he founded the Changshan Gang, primarily gathering individuals to scavenge for supplies and survive. He had ascended to the position of leader, and those like Xiao Yozi were former ruffians he had recruited, who previously engaged in robbery and theft, but now enjoyed a more comfortable existence under Wang Sheng's leadership. The two women by his side were selected survivors, exclusively for Wang Sheng and his brother's amusement, and they were not required to toil for their sustenance. I end this era of scarcity. After eliminating some who resisted, the remaining individuals had become subdued, leading to a significant expansion of his gang. After Li Chun handed Wang Sheng a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes, their conversation grew lively, with the two of them calling each other brother and little brother in a friendly manner. Nevertheless, Li Chun's finger remained poised on the trigger, while Wang Sheng's hand lingered on the back of one of the women, suggesting that should Li Chun raise his weapon, she would be used as a shield. "Wang Ge, you must have gold and jewels here, right? I can trade for them with supplies," Li Chun stated, revealing the purpose of his visit. Wang Sheng regarded him with curiosity before breaking into a smile. "Little brother, such things are of little use in this day and age. What would you want them for? I have my reasons. How much do you possess? Or do your men have any? How much can you help me gather?" Li Chun responded. Wang Sheng then called over a subordinate and whispered instructions in his ear. After approximately 2 hours, the subordinate returned, struggling to carry a box, which he placed on the table. Wang Sheng promptly opened the box. Good heavens, it dazzled Li Chun's eyes. Within lay a hodgepodge of items: gold bars, bracelets, earrings, necklaces, and jade pendants, filling an entire large box, likely weighing over 100 pounds. To be honest, during those sweltering days, I sensed something was amiss and led my men to loot a few gold stores. "This box contains quite a treasure, little brother." Wang Sheng declared that I can offer rice, cigarettes, compressed biscuits, and a few more roasted chickens at home. Name your price. "Wang Ge," Li Chun replied. Wang Sheng thought to himself that this fellow was quite affluent. He resolved to send a clever subordinate along later. "How about 1,000 pounds of rice, 1,000 cigarettes, 1,000 pounds of biscuits, plus a few of your chickens?" Wang Sheng proposed tentatively. Li Chun pondered. Should he kill him and take everything? It was likely that he possessed more than just this box, so murdering him was not an option. He shook his head and replied, "Wang Ge, can you eat this here? Or in case of an unexpected incident, can you protect these?" Wang Sheng merely mentioned a price off the cuff. In his heart, he believed that securing 100 pounds of rice and a few packs of cigarettes would be a decent deal, as he had looted the gold store. However, he later realized that such items were utterly useless, gathering dust in a corner. "So, brother, what number do you propose?" Li Chun contemplated before stating, "Here's the deal. Wang Ge, I can offer you a maximum of 200 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of compressed biscuits, and 5 packs of cigarettes." Wang Sheng felt a surge of joy but feigned sorrow, saying, "Little brother, we lost a man for this deal. Can't you add a bit more?" "Wang Ge, let us not push our luck," Li Chun replied, raising the barrel of his gun. Wang Sheng's face turned anxious. If he were to be killed on his own turf, it would be utterly foolish. Thus, he conceded, "All right, I, Wang Sheng, will consider you a brother today. How shall we transact?" "This afternoon, have your men bring the goods to the clock tower in Jiangzhou. I will be waiting for you there. Farewell." Li Chun concluded and left. Speeding along, Li Chun arrived at the clock tower in Jiangzhou, a high-rise built during the era when city clocks were in vogue. Now reduced to a mere half in the afternoon. Upon entering the building, he found it deserted and took supplies from his space, placing them on the ground. 10 bags of rice, each weighing 20 pounds. A pile of 5-pound compressed biscuits, and 5 packs of the cheapest Hometown Mountain cigarettes. After arranging everything, he retreated behind a table, propping a rifle in front of him, and awaited their arrival in silence. At 2 p.m., 6 individuals came into view, two of whom were carrying a box while the others brandished machetes. Shortly thereafter, they entered the room, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the supplies on the floor. As their gaze shifted forward, they were met with the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at them, and behind it, Li Chun wore a mischievous grin. "Not slow at all. Let us see what you've got," he said. The box was placed on the ground, and one person cautiously opened it. Once Li Chun confirmed that the contents were correct, he instructed, "Take what is on the floor." The group approached the supplies gingerly, fearful that Li Chun might fire at any moment. Until they exited the house with the supplies, not a single gunshot rang out. "I advise your leader to stock up on more goods. I shall return in a few days." That a few individuals, upon hearing Li Chun's voice, remained silent, merely quickening their pace until they vanished from his sight. Li Chun raised his hand, stowing the supplies into his space. And without a glance at the spatial changes, he mounted his snowmobile and sped towards the villa area. Li Chun raced ahead. Arriving at the entrance of the community, he felt no hint of impending danger. Meanwhile, the individuals exchanging supplies had returned to the Chongsheng gang. Did Taitu follow? Wang Sheng inquired. That he followed, but whether he can keep up remains uncertain. "That person rides a snowmobile," one subordinate replied. It turned out that Wang Sheng had also been cautious, sending someone to trail Li Chun after the transaction to ascertain where he stored his supplies and how many followers he had. If it were merely him alone, then he could hardly be blamed. At the community entrance, Li Chun was speeding towards them when suddenly a rope was stretched across the snow. Li Chun could not evade it in time, and the snowmobile overturned, throwing him off to It that moment. Over 20 individuals erupted from the adjacent villa area. Some brandished machetes, others wielded clubs, all charging towards Li Chun with cries of murder. Li Chun, momentarily disoriented from the collision, was fortunate to be wearing a helmet. Otherwise, he might have sustained severe injuries. Unbeknownst to him, this was the plan devised by the group from Villa Number 6, who had long discussed their intentions. The entire community was aware that Li Chun possessed supplies and a handgun. However, they also understood that they could not breach his villa. Thus, they lay in ambush on his return path, calculating that a swarm of them could overpower him, especially if he had limited ammunition. As Li Chun beheld the fierce faces of the oncoming survivors, he thought, "I have been careless. I'm still underprepared. It seems my possession of supplies and a sanctuary has become an open secret within the community." The assailants, their faces still adorned with smiles, believed victory was within their grasp. Capturing Li Chun would mean access to his villa was imminent. However, they quickly abandoned this notion as Li Chun unexpectedly produced an AK rifle. Regarding them coldly, with a series of thunderous gunfire, assailants fell in droves, while the others, sensing the shift in fortune, turned tail and fled back to the villa. In that moment, Li Chun resembled a deity of death, his AK unleashing a relentless barrage. Yes, they were terrified. Little did they anticipate that Li Chun possessed automatic weaponry. He continued to reap lives with his gun, while those fortunate enough managed to scurry back to Villa No. 6.8 this point. The villa's main entrance was locked tight, and not a single living soul could be seen outside. Anyone capable of breathing had been executed by Li Chun's handgun in an instant. The snow at the villa's entrance was stained crimson, mirroring the tumult within Li Chun's heart. "I did not seek trouble with you, yet you dared to provoke me," Li Chun cursed as he approached Villa No. 6. Inside the villa, its occupants believed themselves safe, panting heavily and thinking they had narrowly escaped death. Just then, Li Chun appeared outside, conjuring several dark objects that emitted smoke and hurling them towards the villa's entrance. With a series of explosions, the front door collapsed with a resounding crash. It was not Li Chun's bloodthirst. It was merely a matter of resolving this trouble today, for failure to do so would lead to unending conflict. After all, when survival is at stake, people are capable of anything. Li Chun reloaded his magazine and entered the villa, moving from the first floor to the second, continuing to harvest lives until silence enveloped Villa No. 6. Upon witnessing the scattered corpses throughout the villa area, Li Chun finally exited. Nearby, several residents cowered in corners, trembling with fear, anxious that this deity of death might find their existence unsatisfactory and pay them a visit. The higher-level residents had witnessed the entire ordeal, and now, each of them held a singular thought. This formidable figure must not be provoked. However, within the community, only a handful of able-bodied individuals remained. The elderly and children had succumbed to the harshness of the snow just days prior. The population capable of survival was less than half, a grim reflection of the world at large. Where fewer than half remained alive, that Li Chun, utterly exhausted, felt his hands tremble slightly. The recoil of the AK was too great, and ultimately his physical condition was lacking. Had luck not favored him today, he might have sustained injuries in the collision. Otherwise, he would likely have ended up captured by that group, just as in his previous life. Consequently, Li Chun resolved to dedicate some time to strengthening his physique. He was far too weak. He righted the snowmobile and sped towards the villa entrance, where he spotted a familiar figure eagerly awaiting him, a kitchen knife in hand, advancing towards him. Lu Ting, having heard the gunfire, rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window just in time to see Li Chun in the midst of his grim harvest. She watched him in silence, her heart heavy with worry, and, in the kitchen, she sees a knife, preparing to rush outside. However, the villa's main door consisted of 2 layers, with an additional courtyard gate. This was a specially designed barrier that could not be opened with a mere twist of the handle unless Li Chun's facial recognition was employed. Just as she opened the courtyard gate, Li Chun returned. Upon seeing Li Chun's victorious arrival, a smile blossomed on her face, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Li Chun, moved, uttered 2 words, "Home," upon entering the villa. Lu Ting enveloped him in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Do you know? You scare me to death just now. Foolish girl, don't ever do that again. I ask for them. They pose no threat to me, even if I were in danger. Your stepping out would only lead to your demise," Li Chun replied warmly. He had always thought himself isolated. Since the passing of his parents, he had not experienced warmth until this moment amidst the apocalypse. Truly feeling cared for, gazing into Lu Ting's eyes, he was unable to restrain himself and leaned in for a kiss. Should someone witness this, they might exclaim, "How can you two be so enamored when dozens have perished outside?" After a deep kiss, Li Chun continued, "From this incident, I have realized that danger lurks everywhere. Possessing supplies and firearms does not guarantee safety. Hence, I believe it is time to start exercising." Lu Ting gazed at him with deep affection. "It's all right. We will stay indoors and go nowhere. Now let's take a shower." Li Chun playfully brushed his hand across her chest. "Finish in 5 minutes and wait for me in bed." Who was just so adamant about exercising? Lu Ting teased. "Perhaps this is a form of exercise as well. After all, it is physical work, isn't it?" 5 minutes later, Li Chun entered the room clad only in his undergarments. An hour later, while Li Chun smoked a cigarette in bed, Lu Ting lay atop his chest. "I must tell you a secret. Once I reveal it to you, it signifies my acceptance of you," Li Chun said, looking at Lu Ting. Indeed, from the moment Lu Ting emerged with the kitchen knife, Li Chun had recognized her in his heart. Lu Ting gazed at him, her expression filled with emotion, on the verge of tears. "Once more that you're always so good, yet you cry so easily," Li Chun remarked. As he spoke, a rifle materialized in his hand. Lu Ting, astonished, exclaimed, "Is this magic?" "This is not magic. It is my superpower. I can summon whatever I desire at any moment, including weapons," Li Chun explained. The reason he refrained from mentioning the space was to instill a sense of awe in Lu Ting. A person capable of effortlessly producing various weapons was indeed formidable. Moreover, revealing this to Lu Ting was a form of acknowledgement of her and a testament to his self-assurance in his own abilities. "Now you understand why I fear nothing in this apocalypse, correct?" Li Chun continued. "However, these items can only be summoned by me. Should I perish, no one will lay claim to them." That moment, a hand covered his mouth. "Do not utter the word die. If anyone must perish, it shall be me first." "Well, the atmosphere has been perfectly set, so let us once again indulge in a fleeting affair under the guise of love." At this moment, a pair of eyes was fixated on the villa. It belonged to Tai Tu of the Sheng gang. He had been following the trail of snowmobiles for quite some time before finally locating the villa district. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Li Chun and Lu Ting entering the villa, but he had missed the preceding scene, only to find a ground littered with corpses and bloodstains. He was uncertain whether Li Chun was the one responsible for the killings. Concealed beside the villa, he observed the performance of the two, noting the villa ablaze with light. through the floor-to-ceiling windows. After they entered a room, he discerned their illicit activities that a sense of restlessness stirred within him. For he was merely an outer member of the Changsheng gang and had yet to attain the status of distributing women. Whenever he contemplated a situation, he could only resort to exchanging a bit of food at the gang's internal office to satiate his needs. Wang Sheng, in a bid to win hearts, had organized some individuals previously engaged in that line of work. As long as one had food, their desires could be met. Yet, in this famished apocalypse, who possessed such ample resources? After a while of watching, Tai Tu decided to return. He aimed to persuade his leader to seize the villa, which would be a significant achievement. Perhaps then, he could ascend to the inner circle and secure a fixed asset. By then, he could carry instant noodles with ease, eliminating the need for fast food. Tai Tu fancied he saw a girl beckoning to him. Upon returning to the Changsheng gang, Tai Tu immediately sought out Wang Sheng. "Boss, I have clear intel. That kid returned home alone, residing in a villa within the community. Remarkably, while everyone else experienced a blackout, his home remained illuminated, with windows open, likely equipped with heating and power generation devices. Inside, there are only two people, a beautiful woman and him. That woman is a paragon of beauty, truly deserving to be my sister-in-law." Tai Tu's flattering words pleased Wang Sheng immensely. "Have you assessed the situation?" "No other issues?" Wang Sheng inquired further. "There shouldn't be any problems, but that community isn't safe. When I arrived, I counted dozens of dead bodies, suggesting a violent clash occurred," Tai Tu reported candidly. "But that kid possesses a firearm, an automatic rifle. This complicates matters." Wang Sheng felt a twinge of anxiety. "Boss, that's not an insurmountable issue. We have the numbers. We can send those outside in first, allowing them to take the lead. How many bullets could he possibly have?" Tai Tu proposed. "Indeed, I lack many things, but not manpower. We'll push those scavengers to the front and hide ourselves behind. How many bullets could he have left? I'll show him what a human wave tactic looks like." Wang Sheng regarded Tai Tu with an appreciative gaze. "You've done well, kid. Clever thinking. Once we seize that villa, I'll gift you this," he concluded, gesturing toward the woman beside him. Tai Tu could not suppress a surge of excitement. Indeed, following the boss was exhilarating. Expressing his gratitude, he turned and exited the office, knowing he still had a bit of provisions left. Back in his room, Tai Tu rummaged under the bed for a while, sorrowfully retrieving a packet of instant noodles. Unable to resist its aroma, he promptly headed to the Changsheng gang's office, intent on procuring something high-end today. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng quickly summoned the core members of the gang for a meeting, specifically those who had previously established the security company. "This is an opportunity. The Villa District is rich in supplies that I traded a box of gold for several hundred pounds of rice and cigarettes." That kid didn't even blink while exchanging goods. According to Tai Tu, the villa has electricity, suggesting power generation equipment. "So, brothers, whether we can occupy that villa depends on our unity." Wang Sheng elaborated on Li Chun's villa situation, once again instilling determination in them. Thus, they devised a detailed plan, each gathering personnel and weapons in preparation for action the following night. The next morning, Li Chun and Lu Ting awoke, with Lu Ting dutifully preparing breakfast. Meanwhile, Li Chun ascended to the third floor, where various fitness equipment, procured from different sources, awaited him. Li Chun commenced his workout. Half an hour later, after finishing breakfast, he returned to the third floor. This time, he retrieved a tang sword from a space, practicing his swings despite lacking martial arts training. Given his vulnerability in close combat, he knew that more practice could only be beneficial. After all, should someone close in on him one day, he would need some means of resistance. While Li Chun trained, Lu Ting busied herself with household chores and watched television, tuned to the films Li Chun had downloaded. The television stations had long ceased broadcasting, and Li Chun remained indoors that day. In the afternoon, Li Chun suddenly recalled the box of gold and jewels he had tossed into the space yesterday and decided to check on it. The mist in the space had thinned considerably, yet the contents remained obscured. To his astonishment, he found that he could remain inside for approximately 10 minutes without experiencing any breathing difficulties or discomfort. Li Chun mused that perhaps once the fog completely dissipated, he might be able to reside there long. Term as night fell. After having dinner with Lu Ting, Li Chun prepared for bed. Suddenly, he noticed something flickering in the pitch-black villa district, grabbing a night vision device from his space. He was startled to see a dense throng of several hundred people advancing toward his villa. That moment, Li Chun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could they be from the higher-ups? That seemed unlikely. After the massacre yesterday, no one would dare approach. The villa district was also implausible. They couldn't possibly muster that many people. The only possibility left was the Chongsheng gang. They had likely tracked him after the transaction. Recalling the snowmobile tracks, he gazed at the surging crowd. A sense of tension gripped Li Chun. He then grabbed a loudspeaker and declared, "Advance any further, and I will open fire." Upon hearing the threat of gunfire, the advancing crowd hesitated momentarily. However, Wang Sheng's voice rang out from the rear. "Brother, with such a splendid place, why not invite your elder brother in for a visit instead of forcing him to come uninvited?" Li Chun retorted, "What's this, Brother Wang? Are you planning an outright robbery? Aren't you afraid of losing your life in the process? What nonsense! With so many of us, you can't have many bullets left. Can you? Either you open the door peacefully, surrender the supplies and the woman, and I kill you. You can be my second in command. How does that sound?" Wang Sheng continued. Upon hearing this, Li Chun had already sentenced Wang Sheng to death. However, Wang Sheng remained concealed behind the crowd, hesitant to reveal himself, making it challenging to strike. Lu Ting looked at Li Chun with a face full of anxiety, prompting him to hand her a submachine gun. It was clear that Li Chun had placed his complete trust in her to survive in this apocalypse. One must learn to kill. He couldn't protect her at all times. Tonight would serve as her lesson. Lu Ting listened to Li Chun's words, her mind swirling in confusion. Yet she did not refuse. Her hand trembled as she accepted the gun. "I'm afraid I can't do it." Lu Ting's voice quivered slightly. "You must do it. If they break in, think of the consequences that I might die. But what about you?" Li Chun said sternly. He then nearly dragged her to the third floor, opened the shooting window, holding her hand while embracing her, and fired into the crowd. Through the night vision device, Lu Ting saw a blood arrow erupt from one man's head, causing him to collapse. "That I killed someone. Li Ge, I killed someone. If you don't kill him, he will consume your flesh and drink your blood." Bodies fell. The crowd surged even more frantically forward. Their reasoning was that the faster they charged, the lesser their chances of dying. "Fire! Don't conserve bullets!" Li Chun commanded with authority. That moment, Lu Ting stared at the rushing crowd, her mind blank, merely aiming at individuals and pulling the trigger, reloading that Li Chun had previously stated. "If they breach our defenses, they will feast upon you in the blink of an eye." People continued to fall, only to be overwhelmed by those behind them. Meanwhile, Li Chun steadied his sniper rifle, targeting Wang Sheng and his group at the back. Amidst the chaos, Tai Tu, standing near Wang Sheng, fell to the ground, his head obliterated by a high-caliber bullet. Wang Sheng nearly wet himself in fright. Could there be others lurking nearby? After speaking, he tightly concealed himself among the throng. The night vision goggles did not provide a clear view, leaving Li Chun to rely solely on his instincts to ascertain Wang Sheng's location. Having disposed of dozens of corpses, the crowd surged into the villa's courtyard. Having formed a human ladder to scale the walls, in his single-minded pursuit of Wang Sheng, Li Chun neglected to activate the high-voltage electric fence. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng, witnessing the crowd infiltrating the villa, appeared to sense impending victory. Suddenly, a blue arc of electricity flashed, and those near the wall instantly emitted the scent of charred flesh. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. High-voltage electricity was present. Moreover, the submachine guns above seemed to possess limitless ammunition. Was this some form of cheating? To their further dismay, the door was utterly impenetrable. Li Chun remained composed, continuing his search for Wang Sheng amidst the chaos, knowing that once he eliminated him, the throng would disperse. At last, he spotted a rotund man, surrounded by several individuals. If you're so afraid of death, wouldn't being surrounded make you a bigger target? Wang Sheng could never have fathomed that a sniper rifle would be in Li Chun's possession. Such weaponry was stringently controlled by the state. With a resounding gunshot, Wang Sheng's head was entirely blown away, leaving the faces of those surrounding him splattered with a mix of red and white. Witnessing the demise of their leader, the corps members lost their resolve and swiftly turned to flee. So easy to come and go. Li Chun's sniper rifle methodically picked them off one by one. Truth be told, hitting these moving targets proved challenging, and a few managed to escape. As more individuals noticed their comrades retreating, they too began to flee to that moment. Someone shouted, "The boss is dead! Run!" Instantly, the crowd erupted into a panic, each person desperately trying to escape, while those in the courtyard found themselves trapped. Entering was impossible, and exiting meant facing high-voltage electricity. Consequently, some began to weep, while others cursed Li Chun, then switched from the sniper rifle to an AK, unleashing a barrage upon the fleeing individuals. Those in the courtyard helplessly watched as several dark objects were hurled from the windows above, after which they lost consciousness. Silence enveloped the courtyard, extending outward as well. Li Chun, having unlocked the courtyard gate, mounted his snowmobile and sped away, heading straight for the Changshan gang. Yes, he intended to seize their resources while they were preoccupied with survival. Primarily targeting gold, silver, and jade, he raced to the location of the Changshan gang, where he found only a few women present. Upon seeing Li Chun, armed and formidable, they dared not make a sound. Li Chun addressed them. "Wang Sheng is dead. The Changshan gang is no more." He then aimed his weapon at a woman he recognized, the one who had once nestled beside Wang Sheng. "Take me to Wang Sheng's warehouse." The woman, staring at the dark barrel of the gun, immediately lost control of her bladder. Terrified, she hurriedly complied. Li Chun reiterated, "Hurry, you know where it is." The woman, now too frightened to speak, could only gesture for Li Chun to follow her up to the second floor. Stopping beside a conference room, two individuals stood at the entrance. "Who are you, and what are you?" Before they could finish, Li Chun silenced them with several shots. He then kicked open the conference room door, surveying the scant resources within, and collected only the rice he had exchanged. Approaching a large cabinet, Li Chun spotted what he sought. Originally, there had not been so much. After a successful exchange of goods, Wang Sheng had tasted the sweetness of wealth. Thus, he had amassed all the gold and silver jewelry from his subordinates. Additionally, the entire stock from the robbed gold shop found its way here, as these items were not consumable and had been carelessly stored in this cabinet. With a wave, Li Chun took the cabinet with him. The woman at the door, witnessing the spectacle, once again lost control of herself. Now seated in the corner of the conference room, unable to rise. Turning, Li Chun noticed her still there, a puddle beneath her. He approached her, saying languidly, "You really have a lot of urine." Raising his weapon, he shot her without hesitation. Having completed these tasks, Li Chun made his way to the exit, mounted his snowmobile, and sped back. After his departure, a few individuals cautiously emerged from the shadows. These were remnants of the former Changshan gang who had returned. However, upon seeing the snowmobile, they quickly hid away. This time, the Changshan gang had come away with nothing, instead suffering grievous losses to their surprise. Following a single sortie, they had gained nothing, their leader slain, and more than half of their brothers dead, only to discover their lair had been ransacked. In truth, the moment Li Chun left, the women had rushed into the warehouse, emptying it of all its contents before vanishing without a trace. The remaining unscrupulous members of the Changshan gang glanced at the desolate warehouse, then turned to disappear into the night. Subsequently, among the survivors of Jiangzhou, tales emerged of a reaper, a specter who had slain hundreds overnight. Yet, no one had glimpsed his visage. It was said that he appeared and disappeared like a ghost, donned a helmet, wore cold-resistant attire, and rode a snowmobile. The most outlandish rumors suggested that he was a mutated being masquerading as a human, with a penchant for consuming human hearts and an aversion to women's urine. For a long time thereafter, women among the survivors in Jiangzhou were exceedingly cautious, fearful of crossing paths with the Reaper. Upon returning to the villa, Li Chun found Lu Ting sitting vacantly on the sofa, tightly gripping the submachine gun. Upon seeing Li Chun enter, she dropped the gun and rushed toward him. "Brotherly, did I kill many people? I'm so scared." Li Chun embraced her tightly. "It's all right. You'll get used to it." He casually stowed the gun away and took her hand, leading her outside to the courtyard. Lu Ting gazed at the scattered remnants of limbs and shattered bodies, and immediately began to vomit. Li Chun observed, "Just keep vomiting, and you'll get accustomed to it." After a considerable struggle to regain her composure, Lu Ting, upon hearing Li Chun's words, "Tomorrow morning, Let us have some tofu pudding. Dashed back to the restroom in a frenzy. Ultimately, Lu Ting ceased her retching, not from a lack of desire, but because there was nothing left to expel. Perhaps you think my actions towards you are cruel, or that you yourself are cruel. However, this is the apocalypse. If you do not kill others, they will kill you. Never allow your compassion to place us in peril, Li Chun earnestly advised Lu Ting. She met his gaze, her chest rising and falling. Yet she nodded solemnly that if you still feel discomfort, then let us find joy together, Li Chun said, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Ting's chest at the worst. But I like you so much. Lu Ting seemed to have matured overnight. The ensuing events are not suitable for younger audiences. The next day, after a night of profound exploration, the two arose languidly. Li Chun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the snow-blanketed landscape. Aside from the remnants in the courtyard, the corpses on the street appeared to have vanished overnight. Li Chun seemed to grasp the fate of those bodies. At that moment, a cacophony of chattering erupted from the courtyard. Goodness, what enormous rats! Several rats the size of basins were feasting on the spoils of the previous night. Shortly thereafter, more scurried over the wall. These rats had a staggering appetite, and within half an hour, they had devoured everything in the courtyard. After their feast, they prepared to exit with remarkable speed, prompting Li Chun to activate the high-voltage electric fence. One rat, perched precariously on the wall, squeaked before collapsing in the courtyard, enveloped in black smoke. The remaining two scurried frantically, seemingly aware of the imminent danger. Hesitant to advance, Li Chun drew his AK and executed a precise shot at one, blowing its head clean off, and he felt increasingly pleased with his marksmanship. Observing the headless carcass, Li Chun pondered, where did these come from, and are they edible? If sustenance were available, then the survivors might have a chance to endure. Following the harsh winter, nearly all flora and fauna have perished, likely leaving only those resilient beings from frigid regions. The last remaining creature, having witnessed its companions meet their demise, scurried about in a frantic state. Li Chun raised his firearm. Thinking it would suffice as a target for practice, he shot the rodent squarely in its abdomen. It curled up, writhing momentarily before succumbing to its fate. Li Chun stepped outside the villa and beheld the enormous rat before him, which bore a striking resemblance to the ordinary vermin that typically emerge from the sewers, albeit in an astonishingly larger form. An unsettling thought suddenly struck him. In his previous life, Li Chun had perused countless online novels and frequently explored bizarre curiosities on the internet. Could this be a mutation? The mere notion sent chills down his spine. What if some subterranean creatures had survived the freeze but had been tainted by pollution? He dared not entertain the thought further. In such a post-apocalyptic world, things could become exceedingly complicated. If these creatures were plentiful, humanity might no longer reign as the dominant species on Earth, especially with the current state of technological regression. Li Chun discarded the rodent outside the villa and turned to re-enter, pondering how many more of these creatures lurked nearby and whether they would pose a threat to humans. Just as he pivoted, his foot landed upon a hard object. Curious, he picked it up and discovered a hexagonal crystal, shimmering with a golden hue, a sight to behold. Initially assuming it to be a piece of gold dropped by someone the previous night, he paid it little mind and casually tossed it into his storage space. Once inside the villa, Li Chun recalled the vast array of gold, silver, and jewels he had acquired at Changsheng the previous night. He wondered if his storage would have undergone a significant transformation. Making his way to his room, he swiftly stepped into the storage space, where he remained for a full half-hour, behind a mist. He could faintly discern a silhouette, something resembling a house or a stone structure. Just as he was about to exit the space, he noticed the small piece of gold he had collected, which had not been absorbed. With it in hand, he returned to his room, ate tea that moment. Lu Ting emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of millet porridge, a plate of greens, several meat buns, and a glass of milk. This was their breakfast. After their meal, Li Chun engaged in physical exercise before honing his blade skills. Sweaty and exhausted, he descended to the second floor, only to find Lu Ting standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, her expression one of astonishment. "Did you take care of those things last night?" she inquired, puzzled. Having been preoccupied in the kitchen for over half an hour, she had not witnessed the massive rodent. Li Chun rubbed his nose, responding they were likely covered by the snow. He withheld the grim truth from her, adding, I dealt with them in the yard. Lu Ting thought to herself, does he take me for a fool? The snow had long ceased, merely lingering due to the frigid temperatures. However, she opted not to question further, recognizing Li Chun's intelligence and diligence. With nothing pressing to attend to, Li Chun picked up the golden stone, discovering it emitted a slight warmth that he held it in his hand. Smoking a cigarette as he sat by the coffee table, tea that moment, Lu Ting had brewed a pot of tea for him, a ritual he cherished. Yet, whether in the world before or after the apocalypse, he had always been preoccupied with survival, leaving him little time for leisure. Now that he had a moment to spare, he resolved to indulge in smoke, drink, and tea by day, and laughter by night. This, he mused, was life. This was the essence of existence in the apocalypse. As he contemplated this, a smile spread across his face as he gazed at Lu Ting. Li go. If you're not tired, then I certainly am. Lu Ting quickly replied. What do you mean, tired? I simply find that no matter how I look at my dear Ting Ting, she remains endlessly enchanting, Li Chun awkwardly remarked. Inwardly, Lu Ting felt a wave of disdain. He merely wished to play cards with her, pretending otherwise that Li Chun thought to himself, a few cups of tea should invigorate me. It wouldn't be out of the question, he playfully eyed Lu Ting, who, feeling uneasy under his gaze, responded, I'll prepare my own. I'm off to watch my show. With that, Li Chun shifted positions, reaching for the kettle tea. Oh, his surprise. As he opened his hand, some powder fell from it. What is happening? Where did that golden stone go? Did I inadvertently dissolve it? Suddenly, another thought crossed his mind. Could this object enhance my abilities? Without hesitation, he dashed to the gym. After completing his routine, he found himself invigorated. Devoid of any fatigue, continuing his blade practice, he sensed a substantial increase in both strength and speed. Yet where did this come from? Was it a gift from the heavens? Ah yes, that massive rat he had dispatched. Li Chun was elated as he burst out of the villa, prompting a look of concern from Lu Ting, who wondered if his energy was excessive. Upon reaching the exterior, he saw the rodent's corpse remained intact. Drawing a dagger from his storage, he began to dissect the creature's head. Indeed, within the skulls of two rodents, he uncovered similar stones, while the other yielded nothing. Returning indoors, he grasped the stones and commenced absorption. This time, the process was notably swifter. This indicated that absorbing these stones would enhance his strength, with increased quantities leading to even greater power and faster absorption rates. Li Chun felt as though he had stumbled upon a groundbreaking discovery. What man would not desire to grow stronger, especially in this desolate world? Thus, he decided to bestow a fitting name upon the large rodents. Mutant rats. He also assigned himself a formidable title, Apocalyptic Superhuman. Moving forward, he realized that to acquire more of these crystals, he would need to locate additional mutant rats or other creatures. Yet, amid this icy wasteland, where could he possibly find them? An idea sparked in Li Chun's mind. If a horde of mutant rats were scavenging a carcass, there must be a significant number of them, likely struggling to find sustenance. His storage brimming with supplies, the villa's yard resembled an expansive trap for rodents. If he could lure them in, activate a high-voltage current, and then employ a grenade, he chuckled at the thought. With a wicked grin, Li Chun returned to the kitchen, retrieving several frozen meat pieces and an array of spices. Before long, the kitchen was filled with an appetizing aroma. Unable to resist, Li Chun took a bite. He evenly scattered the meat throughout the villa's yard, secured the door, and then positioned himself at a second-floor window to keep a vigilant watch over the yard. As Lu Ting observed Li Chun's actions, she felt a pang of worry. How could he waste such delectable meat when food was scarce? Yet, she reasoned that Li Chun was not the type to act thoughtlessly. He must have had his reasons. Being reliant on him, she chose not to pry further. Approximately half an hour later, a mutant rat caught wind of the enticing scent of the meat, scaling the wall and leaping into the yard. Good grief, what a colossal rat! Lu Ting, akin to Li Chun encountering a colossal rat for the first time, exhibited an expression of astonishment, unable to refrain from exclaiming a traditional saying, subsequently, as the second and third rats appeared. Before long, the courtyard was teeming with mutated rodents. likely numbering around 20 to 30, that a throng of mutated rats was engaged in a fierce competition for chunks of meat, several of them stained with crimson blood. Li Chun activated the high-voltage electricity along the courtyard wall, and the diesel generator in the basement roared under increased load. The few rats near the wall were instantly singed, emitting a charred odor. Following this, the mutated rats, seemingly startled, began to scatter chaotically. Several of them, caught off guard, collided against the courtyard wall, releasing a savory scent of flesh. This aroma, in turn, attracted even more mutated rats. The entire villa district transformed into a spectacle, with an increasing number of mutated rodents emerging from every nook and cranny at that moment. The entire area buzzed with activity, as many grabbed their weapons and joined the fray against the rats. Indeed, the rats, the size of basins, instilled considerable fear among the onlookers. In an instant, the ground was littered with rat carcasses and those unfortunate survivors who had been gnawed upon. The villa district echoed with the anguished cries of survivors and the incessant squeaking of rats. Meanwhile, Li Chun brandished a 9mm pistol, entering the mutated rat harvesting mode. He opted against using larger caliber weapons, primarily because the prospect of a pile of minced meat in the courtyard would be exceedingly difficult to manage. Those survivors lacking firearms typically banded together to tackle a single rat. For them, these creatures represented sustenance, a rare source of meat. After a fierce battle, casualties were incurred on both sides, yet the rats suffered the greater losses. Thanks to Li Chun's formidable presence, gradually, the mutated rats, unable to withstand the onslaught, retreated, leaving behind a multitude of corpses that in that moment. Joy mingled with sorrow. Some mourned their kin who had fallen prey to the rats, while others began to cook the rodents. However, due to the pack mentality of the mutated rats, their formidable strength and swift speed, the survivors managed to kill merely 3 of the creatures, and that was only through collective effort. Li Chun, wielding a sharp dagger, meticulously severed the heads of the mutated rats, extracting crystals from within. Scattered around the courtyard and along the outer wall lay approximately 40 rat carcasses. Lu Ting observed as Li Chun, with his dagger, extracted the crystals from the heads of the massive rats. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally inquired, "Li Gu, what are these things? They seem quite significant to you, that I'll explain later. These are treasures," Li Chun replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Ting joined the cranial excavation effort, suppressing her disgust, and fetched a kitchen knife to emulate Li Chun's actions, systematically hacking open the heads of the mutated rats. An hour later, both Li Chun and Lu Ting had decapitated all the rats, discarding the bodies outside the courtyard. Given the frigid weather, there was no concern about the odor from the 40-odd mutated rats. Li Chun had extracted 13 crystals, with approximately a 30% chance of obtaining them. Even so, he felt a considerable sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the villa, Li Chun shared the details regarding the mutated rats with Lu Ting, casually handing her one of the crystals for her to attempt absorption. However, after holding the golden crystal for a while, Lu Ting noticed no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that only I can absorb them? Or perhaps Lu Ting's method is flawed? Li Chun furrowed his brow, plagued by uncertainty, ultimately attributing it to a matter of physical constitution. Lu Ting, however, did not feel disheartened. For her, the prospect of remaining in the villa to cook and do laundry for Li Chun was more than sufficient. Li Chun reassured her, "It's all right. Perhaps this crystal simply isn't suitable for you. Once I've absorbed these crystals, I'll venture outside to see if there are other mutated creatures. There may yet be opportunities." Hearing this, Lu Ting felt a warm current flow through her heart. "It's fine, brother. I'm content just being by your side, cooking and doing laundry, that I don't crave any powers or abilities. Silly girl, the stronger you become, the more you can assist me." Li Chun affectionately tousled her hair. With that, he retreated to his room, clutching the 13 crystals, and began the process of absorption, one by one, that each absorption was quicker than the last. And after consuming 8 crystals, Li Chun distinctly sensed a qualitative enhancement in his strength and speed, as if he had broken through a barrier. Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended to the rank of a second-tier ability user. Experiencing a substantial increase in both strength and speed, Li Chun also sensed that the crystals he held were now less effective for his advancement. It was time to venture outside. Having discovered crystals and the existence of mutated rats. He pondered whether there might also be mutated humans and other life forms akin to himself. If so, it was imperative to leave the confines of the villa at that moment. Li Chun felt that a full-force punch could likely leave a dent in the villa's gate. Tentatively designating himself as a second-tier mutant, he wondered if there existed third-tier, fourth-tier, or even higher-level mutants that if such beings did exist, would they not be capable of effortlessly infiltrating his villa and ending his life? With this thought, an urgent desire to grow stronger surged within Li Chun. Whether in his past life or in this apocalyptic world, a mindset of vigilance in times of peace was essential. Despite possessing space and now abilities, Li Chun did not believe he could live without worry. There were always greater beings beyond his comprehension. After all, he was merely situated in Jiangzhou. Who could say what formidable individuals might exist elsewhere? With this in mind, Li Chun plunged into the gym, commencing his training in swordplay. The following day, clad in a bulletproof vest and winter gear, Li Chun set out on a snowmobile that he drove slowly. As the icy terrain was dotted with groups of individuals wielding machetes and various weapons, likely hunters seeking the mutated rats, Li Chun surmised that some of these individuals might very well be mutated survivors themselves. Given that the mutated rats contained a chance of yielding crystals, it was fortunate that not everyone could absorb them. Otherwise, Li Chun would find himself in peril. Nevertheless, he could not afford to be complacent. "Hey, what are you all doing?" Li Chun inquired of a middle-aged man wielding a stick. The man glanced at Li Chun, noting his winter attire and snowmobile, which indicated he belonged to a notable faction. Following the onset of the freeze, some individuals had resorted to various means to gather groups of people and unite, leading to the emergence of diverse factions in this world. The middle-aged man, wary of offending Li Chun, replied warmly, "We're catching rats, young man. You must be new around here. Jiangzhou has seen a surge of large rats lately, and they taste quite good." Li Chun regarded them. "I know about the large rats, ones as big as basins. In droves. Do you think you can catch them with just a few people? What choice do we have? Many at home are waiting for meat that a few of us working together should be able to take down at least one." The man responded that, "Oh, I see. Have you managed to catch any?" Li Chun continued his inquiry. The middle-aged man replied, "We spotted a large group the day before yesterday, but we only managed to catch one. Those beasts are incredibly fast. We lost a companion to one before we succeeded." That a look of sorrow crossed the man's face, and he added, "But what can we do for food? Indeed, it's a tough world. Surviving is difficult. You know where there are more rats?" Li Chun suddenly expressed interest that he needed the crystals, while they sought meat. It appeared they were unaware of the crystal's true value. However, they knew the location of a group of mutated rats, though they had only captured one and were uncertain about the others. "What do you mean, young man? You seem well fed. Are you trying to compete with us?" The man looked at him suspiciously. "That you've misunderstood. Sir, if you know where the large rats are, please tell me. If I catch them, I'll share the meat with you. I just want their heads." Li Chun gazed at the older man, who appeared increasingly perplexed. "Young fellow, are you jesting with us? What good is that thing aside from its meat?" Li Chun replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own purposes for their heads, and I can assist you in dealing with the rats." With that, Li Chun retrieved an AK rifle from within his clothing. The older man instinctively took a step back upon seeing the weapon, yet soon reconsidered. After all, the head of a rat is the least valuable part. And with a gun in hand, why not take him along? He gestured for Li Chun to wait a moment and approached his companions to confer. Shortly after, a man in his 30s, evidently their leader, approached. "Brother, what do we call you?" "I am Luo Mu," he continued. "I am unsure of your intentions for those rat heads, but let it be clear, we will take all the meat, leaving only the heads." "No problem, Brother Luo. Just call me Li Chun," he replied, sensing a favorable outcome. Consequently, Li Chun followed them toward a small hill. In the distance, a rooftop became visible. Luo Mu pointed it out to Li Chun and signaled for everyone to halt. Thus, the group paused several hundred meters from the rooftop. Li Chun also stopped and casually extracted a military-grade binocular from his backpack to observe the area. He noticed that occasionally, a mutated rat would emerge from the rooftop, indicating it was likely a stronghold. Luo Mu then whispered to Li Chun, "Brother, these creatures are quite clever. We observed them entering this place yesterday. I recall it used to be a large garbage dump. So it must be their home. When they see someone approaching, they rush out to chase them off, likely because there are things inside that concern them. How about this? I will send a few people to lure some out, and you can take your shot from here. What do you think? Luo Mu inquired, seeking Li Chun's opinion, as he held the gun, knowing that confronting the rats with mere sticks could be perilous. Li Chun nodded in agreement, and so the group constructed a shooting position for him about 200 meters away using snow. Luo Mu dispatched 2 individuals to stealthily approach, where they forcefully struck a pod about 100 meters from the rooftop before turning and sprinting back to the group, who stood ready for action. Upon hearing the noise, the rats on the rooftop became alert, and upon spotting the fleeing figures, they began to squeak loudly. Moments later, over a dozen mutated rats burst forth from the garbage dump, charging towards the group. Li, fire your weapon. Kill the rats. Luo Mu shouted at Li Chun. At that moment, Li Chun sprang into action, bullets flying with remarkable precision, as if his abilities had heightened after absorbing the crystal. One by one, the mutated rats fell, and before they could reach the group, all of them lay lifeless in the snow. However, witnessing their fallen companions seemed to incite the rats' fury, and soon, an additional 20 or 30 rushed towards them. Li Chun swiftly reloaded, yet 2 or 3 managed to breach the group's defenses. Nevertheless, Luo Mu and his comrades, armed with clubs and knives, swiftly dealt with them. The mutated rats, now thoroughly enraged, surged forward in a massive wave, causing Li Chun's heart to race as he beheld the throng of at least 100, and no longer firing in single shots. He unleashed a barrage of gunfire from the AK, sending the rats tumbling down one after another. Yet still, 30 or so continued their assault, engaging the survivors in a fierce struggle. Li Chun switched to a handgun, taking aim at one rat after another, but still found himself at a disadvantage. In an instant, one of Luo Mu's men was overwhelmed by 3 mutated rats, and his screams echoed as they bit into him, claiming his life. Despite their numbers, the remaining survivors ultimately dispatched the remaining rats. At that moment, they heard a frantic squeaking emanating from the warehouse. Shortly thereafter, a rat of significantly larger proportions charged forth. This mutated rat resembled a small calf, moving with incredible speed. Li Chun fired a volley of bullets, but most missed their mark, and even those that struck only slightly impeded its velocity. In no time, the massive rat plunged into the crowd, seizing a man and severing his throat. The sight sent the onlookers into a panic as they fled in terror, realizing the creature was formidable enough to withstand gunfire. Amidst the chaos, the giant rat focused its attention on Li Chun, perceiving him as the one responsible for the deaths of its kin, and charged towards him. Li Chun, alarmed, recognized that in close quarters, his handgun would be ineffective. He quickly retrieved a tang knife from his spatial storage. As everyone else fled in panic, none noticed his sudden transition from gun to blade. Drawing upon his second-tier mutated abilities, Li Chun charged forward with the knife. The giant rat, seemingly puzzled by the sudden ferocity of this seemingly smaller human, hesitated momentarily. In that brief instance, Li Chun closed the distance. Delivering a sweeping cut, the rat raised its claw in defense, and the blade scraped against it with a hissing sound. Frowning, Li Chun realized that the strike had not severed the claw. This creature was far stronger than the others. Reacting swiftly, the giant rat lunged at Li Chun with its other claw as he evaded. Rolling to the side, a desert eagle appeared in his hand, the only one acquired from an American gun shop. He spun around and squeezed the trigger, the powerful force of the bullet striking the rat's abdomen, sending it tumbling back. Continuing to fire, Li Chun thought with a gun who would engage in melee. He had merely wished to test his blade speed, yet was taken aback by the rat's formidable claws. Now lying motionless in the snow, the giant rat was as dead as could be. Li Chun promptly severed its head, sensing that if it yielded a crystal, it would undoubtedly be unlike the ordinary mutated rats. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining mutated rats seemed to lose all will to fight and scattered in all directions, disappearing without a trace. Li Chun pondered the intelligence of these creatures, surmising that their size correlated with their strength. With that thought, he boldly approached the garbage dump, which lay completely buried beneath snow, revealing only its rooftop. Cautiously, Li Chun descended from the rooftop to the ground, confronted by a foul stench of refuse mixed with the distinct odor of mutated rats, nearly overwhelming him. Inside the dump lay numerous nests fashioned from various materials, exuding a hint of warmth amidst the icy desolation that moment. It became clear that the mutated rats had vacated the area, just as Li Chun was about to leave, deeming further exploration futile. He suddenly heard rustling from a nearby pile of straw. Curiosity piqued. He approached and used the AK to sift through the straw, revealing a scrawny dog curled up within. Upon noticing Li Chun, the dog wagged its tail vigorously. Inspecting closely, he discerned it was a local breed, naturally friendly towards humans. Li Chun pondered how this creature had survived, suspecting it was a stray that had sought refuge during the snowstorm. Though buried, the temperature within the straw remained bearable, allowing it to endure. As for why the rats hadn't devoured it, Li Chun conjectured that this dog was one to mind its own business, steering clear of conflict, thus evading the rat's wrath. Indeed, minding one's own affairs often leads to longevity. Observing the dog's filthy appearance, yet witnessing its eager tail wagging, he was suddenly struck by the desire to adopt it. After all, he recalled that during his visit to the supermarket, he had acquired dog food from his spatial storage, considering it a companion for Lu Ting. He called out to the dog, "Come, pup, follow me." The dog gazed at Li Chun in silence, yet its tail seemed to wag with increasing vigor, as if to express its thoughts. Observing that no one was around, it retrieved a pouch of dog food from the spatial realm. Cautiously approaching the food, the dog noticed that Li Chun had no intention of reprimanding it, and with its tail wagging, it began to devour the morsels hungrily. The dog mused to itself, "In my entire life, this is the first time I've savored something so delectable. Clearly, this young fellow was worth befriending." As Li Chun turned to leave after finishing the food, the dog instinctively followed him. Upon reaching the ground, the dog visibly shivered, the cold being rather intense. Li Chun observed its shaking legs, but chose not to intervene. Meanwhile, the group led by Luo Mu kept their promise, having removed the heads of the giant rats, totaling at least 100, all piled in the snow. It was no laughing matter. Who would dare provoke someone who, without hesitation, drew a gun in a scuffle? Moreover, the audacity to charge at the giant rat with a blade was something no one could muster. "Brother Li, we owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, we would likely have met our demise here. The rat heads are all here, not a single one missing. The rat meat is also entirely accounted for. What do you think?" Luo Mu inquired cautiously. "Feel free to take the rat meat. I have no need for it. We had previously agreed upon this. Furthermore, in the future, when you catch rats, please keep the heads for me. I can exchange them for other items, such as clothing or food. Also, if you happen to possess any gold, I would be willing to exchange it for clothes and food. Do you have any?" Li Chun reiterated. "Brother Li, you are too polite. We will certainly save the rat heads for you in the future, without requiring any exchange. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to procure so much meat. As for gold, we have gathered a bit. We are currently residing in the Luwang mansion. You're welcome to visit any time, and I will make the arrangements for you." Luo Mu expressed gratefully. After providing their location, the group departed with the rat meat, having proposed to deliver the rat heads to Li Chun, which he declined. They assumed Li Chun was reluctant to disclose his residence and discreetly left. Once their figures vanished, Li Chun waved his hand, summoning the rat heads into the spatial realm. The dog, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the pile, trembled in fear, yet its tail wagged even more vigorously. Seemingly anxious not to displease Li Chun, as they rode on the snowmobile. Li Chun at the helm, the dog lay on his back, its teeth chattering in the cold wind. Upon entering the villa's courtyard, Lu Ting, who had been waiting eagerly, emerged, her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at Li Chun. Upon noticing the trembling dog on the back, her maternal instincts kicked in, and her eyes glistened with warmth. "Wow, Brother Li, where did you find this dog? It looks adorable, albeit a bit unattractive," Lu Ting remarked, observing the canine. The dog shot her a disdainful look, as if to say, "You're the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly." Li Chun replied, "I found it outside. I'll give it a wash and care for it for a few days, thinking it might be a good companion for you, that a loyal dog can also guard the home." After about half an hour, the dog emerged from the washroom, looking refreshed, prompting Lu Ting to embrace it. Unable to contain her affection, Li Chun watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself that he should have just cooked and eaten it instead. After all, it was a male dog. The dog, noticing Li Chun's gaze, wriggled free from Lu Ting's embrace and scampered over to Li Chun's feet, wagging its tail. You're quite obedient from now on. Your name shall be Dogmeat. If you misbehave one day, I won't hesitate to boil you in oil. Remember, this is your mistress, Li Chun said sternly to Dogmeat. The dog seemed to comprehend Li Chun's words, showing an expression of eagerness to please. It alternately wagged its tail in front of Li Chun and nuzzled against Lu Ting. Li Chun couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at the dog's antics. After taking a shower, Li Chun found that Lu Ting had prepared a feast, adhering to his instructions that meals should always be plentiful, with 4 dishes and a soup being essential. He then retrieved several bags of dog food from the spatial realm, placing a metal bowl before Dogmeat. Startled by the sudden appearance of food, Dogmeat was momentarily taken aback, wondering if its master was even human. After the meal, Li Chun led Dogmeat to the courtyard, retrieving a pile of rat heads and stacking them in the yard. Armed with a dagger, he began his work, having brought Dogmeat outside to help it acclimate to the cold temperatures. After all, the secrets of the spatial realm were safe. Dogs couldn't speak, so what was there to fear? Li Chun extracted over 40 crystal stones, along with one that glimmered with a purple hue, which he obtained from the giant rat's head. Holding it, he could feel the immense power contained within, far surpassing that of the golden crystals. Dogmeat gazed greedily at the pile of rat heads. Casting a hopeful glance at Li Chun, you want to eat this? Li Chun asked Dogmeat. The dog wagged its tail, ready to pounce. After receiving Li Chun's approval, it lunged for a rat head. Sinking its teeth into Li Chun was taken aback by the brutality and repulsiveness of the act. He vowed never to let this creature lick him again. After devouring 4 rat heads, Dogmeat finally ceased its feast, wiping its mouth in the snow, its expression one of utter satisfaction as it gazed at Li Chun. Li Chun surveyed the pile of rat heads and thought to himself that it was best to leave them there. After all, in the icy cold, they wouldn't emit any odor. It was no trouble to boil them later if they froze solid, as feeding Dogmeat solely dog food was not a sustainable option. Little did Li Chun know, the meat of the mutated rats would greatly benefit Dogmeat. The following day, Li Chun awoke to the warmth of Lu Ting beside him. Dogmeat had already been waiting at the villa's entrance, wagging its tail as if attempting to communicate something to Li Chun. Upon seeing him emerge, it scratched at the door with its P-8W-D. You want to go out? To eat rat heads? Li Chun queried, observing the dog. Suddenly, he noticed that Dogmeat seemed different from the previous day. It had shed its frail appearance and was now brimming with vitality. Curiosity piqued, he examined the frozen rat heads in the courtyard, wondering if Dogmeat's consumption of the mutated rat meat was enhancing its strength. Opening the door, he led Dogmeat outside, conjuring a large pot and stove with a wave of his hand, igniting a fire beneath as he shoveled snow into the pot. Once the snow melted and the water boiled, he tossed in 5 rat heads, adding a sprinkle of salt. Being his dog, how could he allow it to gnaw on ice? He feared it might break its teeth. Dogmeat watched the rat heads bubbling in the pot, its tail wagging furiously. After devouring the 5 rat heads, it looked up at Li Chun with longing, as if still hungry. Reluctantly, Li Chun tossed in another 5, thinking to himself that this dog had an insatiable appetite. After finishing the meal, Dogmeat found a spot on the first floor and promptly fell asleep. Snoring contentedly, it wouldn't awaken until night fell, at which point Li Chun noticed that Dogmeat appeared even more robust. He retrieved a crystal stone, pondering whether consuming meat would enhance its strength. Would eating a crystal induce a mutation? With that thought, he seized Dogmeat, pried open its mouth, and dropped the crystal inside. Dogmeat wore an expression akin to one who had just tasted something foul, looking at Li Chun with despair. "What kind of poison are you trying to feed me?" It seemed to question. Soon after, however, it felt a warm sensation surging through its body, spreading to its limbs. And a look of comfort washed over Dogmeat's face as it sensed its strength gradually increasing. In its previous state, it would have found it easy to handle 7 or 8 female dogs. Meanwhile, Li Chun held a desert eagle, watching dog meat warily. If it displayed any signs of hostility, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Approximately half an hour later, dog meat approached Li Chun, wagging its tail and nuzzling against him affectionately, as if expressing gratitude. Witnessing this, Li Chun felt a sense of relief, pondering just how much stronger dog meat had become. Yet he had an inkling that he could still manage it easily. Next time, he would take it out to catch some rats to gauge its true strength. Dog meat, however, thought to itself, have you ever seen a dog meddling in such affairs? Catching rats is beneath me. In truth, dog meat had already evolved into a first-tier supernatural being, or what could be referred to as a first-tier supernatural DOG. In the ensuing days, dog meat devoured all the mutated rat heads in the courtyard. And after feasting on the mutated rat meat, its interest in dog food diminished significantly. Had it not been for Li Chun's imposing authority, it is likely that it would have dared to upend the dog bowl with a single swipe. Throughout these past few days, Li Chun had been experimenting with allowing Lu Ting to absorb the crystal stones, even presenting her with a purple crystal, yet there was no response whatsoever. Consequently, Li Chun produced another crystal, rinsed it off in the bathroom, and urged Lu Ting to swallow it. Given that dog meat had previously swallowed such stones without consequence, after much deliberation, he finally shared his thoughts with Lu Ting. Surprisingly, upon hearing his proposal, Lu Ting did not refuse, for she had grown weary of Li Chun venturing out alone. She yearned to accompany him. The anxiety of waiting for his return each day was overwhelming, and she feared that, in the future, a woman more capable than herself might appear. Would Li Chun abandon her? Thus, for both Li Chun's sake and her own, she swallowed the crystal without hesitation. Almost immediately, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen, but after a few minutes, a wave of comfort enveloped her, a warm current coursing through her limbs. When the warmth subsided, she realized her strength and speed had increased. Ecstatic, she dashed to the gym on the third floor, ate tea that moment. Li Chun understood that Lu Ting had stepped into the realm of a first-tier ability user, and anticipated that with the absorption of a few more golden crystals, she might awaken to the second tier. Thus, while she could ingest these stones, he pitted himself, having to grasp them for absorption while his legs grew weary in the process. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Lu Ting felt as if an inexhaustible reservoir of strength had been bestowed upon her. The gym equipment that once intimidated her now felt effortless to use. She was overjoyed, finally possessing the qualification to accompany Li Chun on his outings. Having been cooped up for far too long, upon seeing Li Chun ascend, she excitedly rushed towards him. Just then, dog meat, following Li Chun, peeked around the staircase only to be startled back by a single glance from Li Chun. Obediently retreating to its doghouse on the first floor, the dog thought to itself, "Who wants to watch you too? I bet my prowess surpasses yours in the heat of the moment." Li Chun suddenly sneezed, pondering with confusion, "Who the hell just insulted me?" An hour later, Li Chun rushed downstairs into the bathroom. Dog meat in the corner didn't even spare him a glance, likely harboring disdain in its heart. When Lu Ting emerged from her shower and descended the stairs, she pounced on him, eager for affection. Li Chun mused, "Looks like she's quite attached." As night fell, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, settled on the sofa to watch television. Li Chun felt somewhat distracted. The stronger he became, the more acute his sense of danger grew. How did the mutated rats come to be? Were there other mutated creatures lurking about, like tigers or lions? Were their ability users more formidable than himself? All these questions required exploration. Now that Lu Ting and dog meat possessed first-tier strength, combined with his arsenal of firearms, it seemed that few in Jiangzhou could pose a threat to him. Thus, he resolved to take Lu Ting and dog meat out for training the following day, as growth could not occur in the absence of conflict. The essence of one's strength lies not only in physical power, but also in mental acuity and wisdom. While Lu Ting and dog meat had gained strength, it remained uncertain whether they possessed the courage to confront challenges head-on. Lu Ting had taken lives before, but that had merely been one-sided slaughter. What if they encountered a worthy opponent? What if they faced someone stronger? All of this necessitated experience, for mere strength would not suffice to survive in this apocalyptic world. Early the next day, Li Chun equipped Lu Ting with a bulletproof vest, a snow-resistant outfit, and a tang knife to carry. He retrieved the off-road vehicle from his storage space. filled it with fuel, and fitted each tire with anti-skid chains. The heavy snowfall had long ceased, yet the frozen landscape showed no signs of thawing. The vehicle, adorned with chains, traversed the snow with ease. Even if they encountered deep pits, Li Chun was unperturbed. He could simply store the vehicle and release it in a safer area. As they exited the villa, the roaring off-road vehicle sped forth. Lu Ting sat in the passenger seat while Dogmeat, clad in the winter gear Lu Ting had modified for it overnight, lay in the back, panting. Lu Ting gazed out at the icy expanse, her eyes misty. The once familiar skyscrapers reminded her of how long it had been since she had left the villa, spotting the occasional corpse protruding from the ice. She felt a wave of melancholy. Without Li Chun, without that villa, might she have ended up like those beneath the ice, merely a frozen statue? Would she, like other women, have curled up in some high-rise, guarding a room, becoming a mere tool for others' release, starving each day, forced to contend with filthy men for scraps of food? Yet, thanks to Li Chun, everything had changed. Life was now filled with beauty and anticipation. Overcome by emotion, she instinctively kissed Li Chun on the cheek. Little sister, not here. There is a lecherous dog watching us from behind, Li Chun said seriously. And while this wintry experience is delightful, we must focus on the task at hand. Dogmeat chimed in. Should I leave? Lu Ting replied. What are you talking about? Moments later, they arrived at their first destination, the Lu Wang building. Li Chun parked the vehicle, brandishing an automatic rifle while a desert eagle hung from his waist. He genuinely believed in the effectiveness of such weapons. Their immense power made them unbeatable in close combat. Although the recoil was significant, given Li Chun's second-tier ability user physique, it was hardly an issue. Lu Ting, wielding the tang knife, followed behind him cautiously, with Dogmeat strutting ahead, exuding an air of disdain for anyone else in sight. Li Chun gave Dogmeat a nudge. Go back and watch the vehicle. After barely a minute of bravado, it obediently returned to the car. With Dogmeat around, few would dare attempt to steal their vehicle. Li Chun led Lu Ting into the building, calling out, Is Luo Mu here? It asked Li Chun. Moments later, a hurried figure rushed down from the second floor to greet him. Brother Li, you've finally arrived. We've been eagerly awaiting your presence, Luo Mu exclaimed, his gaze lingering on Lu Ting for a moment before he quickly averted his eyes. Though she was clad in winter gear, it did little to conceal her alluring physique. However, Luo Mu dared not stare too long. Should this esteemed gentleman misinterpret his intentions, a bullet could easily find its way to him. Observing Luo Mu's gaze, Li Chun felt pleased. Good, you understand propriety, he then inquired. So, how is it going, Brother Luo? Is everything ready? Everything is prepared. Please follow me. The items are on the second floor, Luo Mu replied, leading them upstairs. Upon reaching an office on the second floor, they found a fire burning, fueled by remnants of tables, benches, and doors. Li Chun surmised that most of the wood had been scavenged from the ice. A blackened pot simmered over the fire, containing meat. No doubt the flesh of mutated rats. Li Chun pondered whether consuming such meat might also enhance one's strength. He resolved to find an opportunity to try it. Beside the fire stood a table, atop which rested a wooden box radiating golden light. This was the item Li Chun sought. Luo Mu gestured toward the box, saying, Brother Li, these are the items everyone had worn. They've all been removed and placed here. Li Chun examined the collection, estimating it weighed around 10 pounds. He turned to Luo Mu. Thank you for your efforts, but what do you wish to trade for these items? Brother Li, you don't need to mention it. Without you, we wouldn't have acquired so much rat meat. These items are a gift to you, Luo Mu replied. Internally, he thought that if this 10-pound treasure could forge a bond with the formidable Li Chun, his group's future would likely be secure. However, Li Chun had already discerned his intentions. How could he be swayed by such a trivial offering? Thus, he replied sternly, That won't do. I, Li Chun, am not one to take advantage of others. The last time was a transaction, and so it shall be this time as well. How about this? I will offer you 100 pounds of rice and 10 winter coats in exchange. What? Rice? Brother Li, are you certain you have rice? Luo Mu exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. It had been so long since he had seen rice that he had nearly forgotten its taste, realizing he might have offered too generous a deal. Li Chun worried it could lead to unwanted attention, He didn't wish to repeat the exhausting experience with Wang Sheng and his gang. Thus, he clarified to Luo Mu, "Yes, Rice, I don't have much left. But if it weren't for the utility of these items and your amiable nature, I wouldn't part with them." Having spoken, he proceeded towards the off-road vehicle. From the trunk, Li Chun retrieved 2 bags of aged rice weighing 50 pounds each, along with 10 sets of inexpensive down jackets. Dog Meat had grown accustomed to the sudden appearance of items and barely glanced at them. Luo Mu, brimming with excitement, eagerly examined the supplies in Li Chun's hands, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Although the rice was old, it remained a luxurious commodity in this apocalyptic world. One could surmise that only those of considerable power could afford such delicacies. Li Chun instructed Luo Mu to load the box of gold and silver jewelry into the vehicle, and then he drove the off-road car, accompanied by a woman and a dog, towards the other side of the city. Lu Ting gazed at the remnants of shattered walls and the throngs of people scavenging for supplies on the icy ground, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. However, she was also grateful to have encountered Li Chun. The trio and their vehicle undoubtedly stood out as the most striking sight in Jiangzhou, attracting the attention of numerous survivors. Yet, after enduring the apocalypse for an extended period, survivors had learned to navigate their struggles and discern certain rules. Those who could still afford to drive a vehicle were not to be trifled with. It was not just about acquiring a car. Even if you possessed one, securing fuel was another monumental challenge. Only the eyes of the powerful took note of this vehicle in secret. The reason these powerful factions maintained their status was evident. Either they had the numbers or a ruthless leader capable of rallying a group to serve their interests. The vehicle came to a halt in front of a deserted steel factory on the outskirts of the city. Li Chun surveyed the abandoned site, a flicker of joy passing through his eyes. Through his binoculars, he clearly spotted several mutated rats perched atop a roof, partially visible above the building. At that moment, Li Chun addressed Lu Ting and Dog Meat, saying, "This is your first battle in honing your skills. Those ahead are mutated rats. Your task is to summon your strength and eliminate them all." Lu Ting tightened her grip on the tang knife, while Dog Meat looked at Li Chun with a semblance of understanding. Li Chun then started the vehicle, charging towards the steel factory and halting right at the entrance. The weight of the vehicle made it crucial to be cautious, as any blunder could lead to trouble. Li Chun drew his pistol and fired a shot at the group of mutated rats, indifferent to whether he hit or missed. At that moment, the rats on the roof had already detected Li Chun and began chattering excitedly. Subsequently, dozens of mutated rats surged out from the factory. The sight of the overwhelming number of rats made Lu Ting uneasy. The size of these creatures was reminiscent of a basin, instilling a twinge of fear within her. Observing Lu Ting's apprehensive demeanor, Li Chun realized he needed to take the lead. With that, he drew his tang knife, shouted, and charged into the horde of rats. Lu Ting, inspired by Li Chun's courage, mustered her resolve and followed suit, while Dog Meat had a different motivation, driven by the allure of the delicious prey. Thus the trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, plowed through the swarm of rats. It was only upon entering the fray that Lu Ting discovered her own prowess. In a short while, dozens of mutated rats lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Seeing Dog Meat with a rat clamped in its jaws elicited a chuckle from her. Indeed, a dog catching a rat. The scene remained tranquil for a brief minute before a cacophony of squeaks erupted from within the factory, prompting Li Chun to frown. It seemed there was a larger foe lurking inside. Soon, over 100 mutated rats began to emerge from the building. Li Chun and Lu Ting exchanged worried glances, while Dog Meat trembled slightly. The forefront was a mutated rat the size of an adult cow, its muscles rippling with each step. This creature was even larger and seemingly more dangerous than the one Li Chun had previously slain. Li Chun deduced that if the last rat had been classified as a second-tier mutation, this one was likely a third tier. Accompanying this formidable creature were 2 second-tier rats, followed closely by a horde of ordinary mutated rats. Li Chun shouted to Lu Ting and Dog Meat, "Leave the large one to me. You 2 hold off the rest. Kill as many as you can. Move out." With that, he produced several grenades from his inventory, pulled the pins, and hurled them into the swarm. The mutated rats, unaware of the impending danger, curiously approached and began to gnaw at the grenades. As the explosions resonated, dozens of mutated rats were dispatched. At this juncture, Li Chun unleashed a burst from his AK rifle into the fray. Lu Ting and Dog Meat watched in astonishment. They had expected him to charge in recklessly, but were surprised by his clever tactics. Li Chun remarked, "That one ahead is a third tier. If we don't eliminate its reinforcements, we won't stand a chance." The largest rat, filled with rage, closed the distance to Li Chun in mere moments, its claws lunging towards him. Li Chun rolled aside, evading the iron-like talons. Drawing his Desert Eagle, he fired a shot at the mutated rat's claws, hitting its mark. Meanwhile, Dogmeat and Lu Ting were engaged in combat with two second-tier rats, skillfully dispatching additional ordinary rats in the process. The third-tier rat recoiled in pain, momentarily retreating while emitting a series of high-pitched screeches. To Li Chun's disbelief, the powerful Desert Eagle had not obliterated its claw, but merely wounded it. Stunned, Li Chun observed the third-tier rat. Its resilience was formidable. After a brief pause, the creature roared and charged at him once more. Li Chun raised his tang knife, delivering a horizontal slash. The third-tier rat, however, was agile enough to evade the attack and lunged at Li Chun from the side. This creature was exceptionally nimble. Li Chun decided against further dialogue and swiftly evaded its assault, creating distance between them. Seizing the moment, he retrieved a shotgun from his inventory and fired a shot into the rat's abdomen. The powerful recoil left Li Chun's arm tingling, yet the mutated rat, despite being hit, pressed on in its assault. Li Chun fired again, knocking the rat to the ground, and charged forward to deliver a finishing blow. "Let me show you what a dimensional strike looks like." He continued firing until his weapon was empty, observing the gruesome sight of the disfigured rat before shaking his numb arm and glancing towards Lu Ting and Dogmeat. At that moment, Lu Ting had successfully dispatched a second-tier rat, while Dogmeat was still engaged, hunting down the ordinary rats. Lu Ting bore a deep scratch on her arm, blood oozing from the wound. Li Chun swiftly retrieved medical supplies to disinfect and bandage her injury before sending her back to the vehicle. Exhausted, he began collecting the mutated rats one by one, knowing that the crystals and flesh within them were valuable. Especially to Dogmeat, that a profound sense of danger enveloped Li Chun. He had encountered creatures far stronger than himself. His greatest concern remained humanity. If third or even fourth-tier human mutants emerged, he felt utterly unprepared. Upon returning, he resolved to refrain from venturing outside for a while, focusing instead on enhancing their abilities that he vowed to reach third-tier status, while Lu Ting and Dogmeat needed to elevate to second or even third tier as well. Currently, he had accumulated over 100 pieces of mutated rat meat, which would suffice for Dogmeat, and he still possessed around 40 crystals along with one purple crystal from the previous encounter. Uncertain of the outcome this time, Li Chun extracted the crystal from the head of the third-tier rat, revealing yet another purple crystal. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, could this truly be a second-tier rat? However, he soon noticed a discrepancy. This crystal was a deeper hue, exuding a palpable energy. Next, he extracted crystals from two additional second-tier rats, both yielding purple crystals as well. That it seemed that ordinary mutated rats might possess crystals, but only those that had ascended in tier were guaranteed to contain them. Meanwhile, Lu Ting, seated in the vehicle, had begun to recover. Aside from the occasional throbbing pain in her arms, Lu Ting felt little discomfort. After just emerging from a fierce battle, her demeanor seemed to have transformed. If she had once been merely a gentle and beautiful woman, now there lingered a hint of the commanding presence of a superior. Lu Ting gazed at Li Chun with a smile, her silence brimming with affection. If her previous companionship with Li Chun was born out of a need for survival, after witnessing this snow-laden world and enduring the recent skirmish, Li Chun had now become her beloved in Lu Ting's eyes. Li Chun recognized that this shift was a consequence of the bloodshed. Meanwhile, Go Ro remained as stoic as ever, lying silently in the back seat. Exhausted from the earlier chase of the Li Chun started the car, heading towards the villa. Upon returning, the trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, were utterly spent, their energy depleted. Coincidentally, both Lu Ting and Li Chun felt their stomachs grumble in unison, while Go Ro looked at Li Chun with eager anticipation. Lu Ting rose to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal, but was halted by Li Chun as he approached the dining table. Waved his hand, and a feast that would have cost a fortune in the pre-apocalyptic world appeared before them. This was the meal Li Chun had ordered from a high-end restaurant on the culinary street before the world changed. He then retrieved 2 bottles of red wine from his space. With another wave of his hand, a splendid array of dishes materialized before Go Ro, neatly arranged. This was the kind of meal that had cost 500 yuan at the food street. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely exclaim, "What a joke! Living worse than a dog." But it all depended on whose dog one was referring to, even in the old world. Many lived lives less dignified than that of a dog. Go Ro wagged its tail for a moment before diving into its meal. Meanwhile, Lu Ting, using her uninjured hand, lifted a glass of red wine. Gazing at Li Chun with deep affection, "Li Go, I love you." Li Chun smiled in return. "You are mine. If not me, whom would you love? Besides, you can only belong to me." "Yes, I am solely yours," Lu Ting declared, downing her glass in one gulp. Li Chun couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. How had their relationship taken such a bold turn? After finishing their meal, Go Ro had already drifted into a deep slumber. Li Chun led Lu Ting to the second-floor bathroom. Since her hand was injured, all bathing duties fell to him. Go Ro remained blissfully unaware of the monumental struggle unfolding in the bathroom upstairs. Soon, the two embraced and fell into a peaceful slumber. When they awoke, it was already evening. Perhaps due to her enhanced constitution, Lu Ting's wounds were healing rapidly, with scabbing beginning to form in 2 or 3 days. She would likely be as good as new. After Li Chun applied fresh medicine to her wounds, he ventured alone into the yard. He brandished a dagger, gazing at the mountain of mutated rats piled up in the yard, and worked diligently until deep into the night. This time, he had collected a total of 127 mutated rats, 42 ordinary crystals, 2 second-tier crystals, and 1 third-tier crystal. Having completed his tasks, he quietly washed up and returned to the room. Lu Ting was still fast asleep, likely exhausted from the day's battles. Li Chun chose not to disturb her and soon fell into a deep slumber himself. The following morning, Li Chun rose early to prepare breakfast. He set up a pot in the yard and simmered several mutated rats for Go Ro before heading to the gym. The previous day's combat had revealed to him that his close combat abilities were still lacking, and he was eager to enhance his skills, particularly curious about what it would be like to reach the 3rd tier. He grabbed a handful of ordinary crystals and swallowed them as if they were mere beans. Since both Lu Ting and Go Ro had consumed them without issue, it indicated that they were indeed edible. Moreover, he found that ingesting them was quicker than absorbing them through his hands. However, he remained puzzled as to why he could absorb them, while Lu Ting could not. Li Chun felt a warm surge in his abdomen, which soon coursed through his limbs before dissipating. Dissipated? He mused, surprised. The last time he absorbed 10 crystals, he had broken through to the 2nd tier. Did this mean that eating them had no effect? Or perhaps ordinary crystals no longer held potency for him? With these thoughts in mind, he retrieved the 2 purple 2nd-tier crystals, contemplating for a long time before shaking his head. He then took out the 3rd-tier purple crystal and swallowed it whole. As the crystal melted in his stomach, he felt as if 1,000 knives were stabbing into him, and he gritted his teeth to endure the pain, but he sensed that if his focus waned even slightly, he might lose consciousness. Should he faint, he could not guarantee what unforeseen circumstances might ensue. After about an hour, the pain subsided, and Li Chun felt invigorated. Had he broken through to the 3rd tier? He stood up, drew his Tang Dao, and struck it against the concrete pillar of the villa with a single blow, cleaving in 2 to 8 that moment, as he gazed at the severed blade and the jagged edge of the pillar. He knew that if he were to confront a 3rd-tier mutated rat now, he could undoubtedly dispatch it with a single strike. He then ascended to the 2nd floor, where Lu Ting had already prepared a meal. A breakthrough had consumed half the day, but he was grateful for the safety of the villa. Otherwise, the process might not have been secure. As he savored Lu Ting's cooking, Li Chun presented her with 10 crystals. After we finish eating, let's attempt your breakthrough to the 2nd tier. Only by growing stronger can we ensure our survival, he advised Lu Ting. It seemed that everyone harbored a yearning for power, including women. After their meal, Lu Ting, without even washing the dishes, seized the crystals and retreated to her room. Li Chun observed the untouched tableware and thought, Thank goodness I'm stronger than her. Otherwise, this would be quite unsettling. Disregarding the mess, he descended to the first floor, where he watched Go-Ro munching on the crystals as if they were candy, musing about its remarkable dental health. He then made his way back to the second floor, slipping into his space. Unfortunately, the 10 or so pounds of gold and silver jewelry collected by Luo Mu seemed to have little effect within the space. The misty barrier remained impenetrable. Exiting into the living room once more, he brewed a pot of tea. Acquiring gold and silver was no simple task. Most of it lay buried beneath the earth, and breaking through the thick layer of ice was beyond human capability. Even if he attempted to gather it and set up a stall to exchange it, the process would be painfully slow, and he would be waiting an eternity. Forget it. No need to dwell on that. While I have the chance, I might as well enjoy life, he resolved. Even amidst life's difficulties, there were moments when one simply needed to relax. Lighting a cigarette, sipping tea, and watching television, he indulged in a leisurely afternoon. As dusk approached, Lu Ting emerged from her room, having successfully broken through to become a second-tier ability user. Like a tea that moment. Go-Ro on the first floor let out a long howl, seemingly expressing its joy at the breakthrough. Li Chun quipped, "You're a dog, not a wolf." He then descended the stairs and playfully tossed Go-Ro out of the villa, pondering whether he should build it a little nest in the yard. He casually tossed out several mutated rat carcasses alongside it. Go-Ro, feeling slightly wronged, thought, "I merely howled. This guy's taking it too far," yet soon began munching away at the meat. For Go-Ro, the distinction between raw and cooked seemed negligible. As long as it wasn't frozen solid, it was acceptable, and perhaps even more delicious when raw. If Li Chun were to learn of its thoughts, he would be furious, having prepared so many meals for it in vain. Ting Ting, have you broken through to the second tier? Care to test your endurance? Li Chun teased, eyeing Lu Ting with a mischievous grin. Lu Ting rolled her eyes but took Li Chun's arm as they entered the room together. She would always acquiesce to his whims. Who could say who had the upper hand in their relationship? There was no need for fear. The next day, Li Chun drove his off-road vehicle, accompanied by Lu Ting and Go-Ro, embarking once more on a quest to hunt for mutated rats. For them, there were no other methods of enhancement. They could either absorb crystals or engage in combat. They still had a few ordinary crystals on hand, which, although less useful now, were better than nothing. They wondered if there were other mutated creatures aside from the rats, or perhaps different types of crystals yet to be discovered. The off-road vehicle, equipped with snow chains, roared through the snowy terrain, passing row after row of towering buildings that jutted out from the icy world. However, due to a sudden decline in population, only those sturdy and well-insulated buildings continued to harbor survivors. After such a prolonged apocalypse, it seems that everyone has grown accustomed to this way of life, with a fair number of individuals venturing outside. Even some trading markets have emerged, primarily exchanging goods unearthed from the snow and ice. Meanwhile, the authorities appear to have abandoned Jiangzhou City since the onset of the torrential rains. Li Chun has yet to uncover any information from them. Perhaps they are hiding in some large shelter, selecting the best of humanity while merely surviving. The ordinary survivors, lacking significant contributions, are presumably unqualified to access those places. Consequently, the entire world is engulfed in chaos, with various acts of violence occurring frequently. Simultaneously, no one seems to know how much time has passed since the apocalypse began. All are striving merely for sustenance. Aside from the cycle of day and night, there is no longer any sense of time. Every day feels like winter, with nothing but an expanse of white before their eyes, beyond the instinct to survive. Who still cares about the seasons or the passage of time? A rugged vehicle traverses the snowy terrain. As Li Chun dons sunglasses to be candid, the pervasive whiteness unsettles him. Suddenly, a raindrop strikes the windshield. Then 2, 3, Li Chun slams on the brakes, halting the vehicle, removes his sunglasses, and gazes at the droplets on the window. It has begun to rain. Could it be that the weather is about to change? Or perhaps the apocalypse is nearing its end? Yet, as Li Chun scrutinizes the raindrops on the glass, he is enveloped in contemplation. Lu Ting, too, senses something amiss. Why are these raindrops gray? Just as Lu Ting is about to exit the vehicle to investigate, Li Chun firmly grabs her. Don't go out. Let us observe first. Thus, the two of them, along with their dog, remain quietly inside the car, deterred from exiting without Li Chun's command that moment. Survivors from a nearby building appear frenziedly clad in various rain gear, rushing into the snow with containers in hand to catch the falling rainwater. Most of them drink the rainwater eagerly. For in the apocalypse, everyone has grown weary of the water derived from melting snow. The ice and snow have encapsulated the entire globe, and when it rains, the water merges with various substances, rendering its taste quite unpleasant. Hence, this scene unfolds. One seems to notice that the rainwater is no longer clear and transparent, but rather exhibits a gray HUAT this juncture. The people remain oblivious to the fact that this rainwater harbors a plethora of viruses that could strip them of their sanity, turning them violent and bloodthirsty. Li Chun, feeling an unsettling anxiety, decides to turn the vehicle toward the villa district. He cannot shake the feeling that this rainwater is peculiar. In truth, it is merely his lack of understanding regarding water. There is ample tap water within the space, as well as a source from the lake he has collected, sufficient for his daily baths. As the car careens into the villa courtyard, Li Chun observes that many residents are also collecting water, their faces rarely betraying smiles. Since Li Chun has not experienced this segment of life in his previous existence, he remains uncertain. Thus, he leads Lu Ting and the dog into the villa, having not come into contact with the rainwater throughout. Li Chun and Lu Ting stand before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, intently watching the throng of people gathering water. Meanwhile, within a large building, a small office houses a family of 4 parents, a son, and a daughter-in-law. Surviving in the apocalypse as a complete family is a rare feat. A fire crackles in the room, fueled by wood that the husband has painstakingly scraped from the distant ice layers. Repurposing an office desk, in a blackened iron pot, a leg of a mutated rat simmers. This has been procured through a joint effort with neighboring families. The mother and daughter-in-law recline on a bed, while the son stirs the stew beside the fire. To be frank, the meat of the mutated rat carries a sour taste that Li Chun would not dare consume. Yet in the apocalypse, this has become a treasured delicacy. The husband has even sustained a gash on his calf in the process. This moment, the husband enters the room holding a basin filled with gray rainwater, exclaiming, "Here, my dear, we have water. This isn't snow melt. It's rainwater." The man speaks with excitement. Ward off the cold. They've already sealed the office windows, leaving only the flickering glow of the firelight within, thus obscuring the color of the rainwater. It's raining? Is it finally over? The wife responds with delight. Who knows? I saw so many people collecting water, so I brought some back. I've already had a drink. You all should come and have some too. How long has it been since we had decent water? The husband continues. The son, having overheard, retrieves a filthy bowl and ladles some water to offer his mother. The mother looks at her dutiful son and drinks from the bowl in one gulp, preparing to scoop a second serving when, suddenly, the father loses his grip on the basin, spilling its contents onto the floor. "Dad, what are you doing?" "Isn't that wasteful." The son protests, snatching up the basin and exiting the room. He intends to fetch more, but little does he know that this single action will save his life. Meanwhile, the husband seems to be succumbing to some poison, his throat emitting guttural sounds as his eyes turn blood-red. In the dim firelight, the daughter-in-law notices her father-in-law as distress and rises to inquire. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Mom, look at Dad." Just then, another guttural sound emanates from the mother's direction. In an instant, the husband lunges forward, pinning his daughter-in-law to the ground. The daughter-in-law, bewildered, realizes she is no match for her father-in-law and is rendered immobile. Desperately, she cries out, "Dad, what's wrong?" "I'm your daughter-in-law. Mom, please pull Dad off me." At this moment, no one pays heed to her cries as her father-in-law opens his mouth wide and sinks his teeth in her neck, causing blood to spray everywhere. The wife soon joins in, biting into her daughter-in-law's shoulder and tearing away a chunk of flesh, chewing it voraciously. Outside, the son steps into the hallway, discovering that the rain has ceased, and curses as he makes his way back. Just as he lifts the door curtain, he is confronted with the horrifying sight of his parents devouring his wife, causing him to drop the iron basin in shock. Hearing the noise, the couple turns their gaze toward their that moment. He is paralyzed with fear, witnessing the blood-red eyes of his parents, their mouths smeared with blood as they chew on flesh. A terrifying sight indeed. In terror, he bolts outside, and within the building, he finally comprehends the ghastly appearance of those around him. Each one possesses blood-red eyes, their bodies exhibiting varying degrees of decay, with elongated nails. A horde of such monsters is feasting on a human being. At this juncture, the monsters notice his footsteps and begin to converge upon him. However, they move sluggishly, allowing him a moment of relief. He swiftly grabs a metal rod from the corner and strikes down one of the monsters beside him, then dashes out of the building, fleeing as if his life depended on it. This chaotic scene unfolds continuously among the survivors. In the villa district, Li Chun and Lu Ting quietly observe the outside world. Li Chun fetches a chair, lights a cigarette, and watches the frenzied crowd outside. Reflecting on the brutality of the apocalypse, he casually grabs a bottle of mineral water and gulps it down heartily. Damn, this sight is making me thirsty. Suddenly, a commotion erupts in the crowd as a person carrying a basin steps out to collect water, only to be besieged by a throng of others. Li Chun initially dismisses it, thinking, are they really fighting over rainwater? Yet soon he senses something is amiss, for among the crowd, a trickle of blood begins to seep out. Hastily, Li Chun retrieves his binoculars, and the ensuing scene leaves him dumbfounded. The individual who had just ventured out for water is now reduced to pieces, with each person gnawing on various parts of his body. This is bad. That rainwater was toxic. Those people have turned into monsters. Li Chun turned to Lu Ting and casually handed her the telescope, despite having killed many individuals and numerous mutated rats. Lu Ting felt a chill run down her spine at the sight before her. She beheld a horde of sluggish humanoid monsters, each brandishing a dismembered human body part, ravenously devouring their grotesque feast. Observing this horrifying scene, Li Chun swiftly opened a firing port, brandishing a sniper rifle in his hands. With the crack of gunfire, one of the monster's heads exploded. However, the sound of the shot roused the attention of the others. One by one, they recklessly staggered toward Li Chun's villa, sending a shiver down his spine. Were these creatures sensitive to sound? Such was the thought racing through Li Chun's mind. Another shot rang out, striking one of the monsters in the abdomen, its intestines spilling forth. Yet, this creature did not falter, continuing its advance toward the villa that can't be killed. Li Chun muttered to himself. A subsequent shot found its mark in another monster's head, causing it to collapse in defeat. Aim for the head, Li Chun advised himself, then stowed away the sniper rifle and replaced it with an automatic rifle equipped with a suppressor and a scope. The staccato of gunfire erupted as Li Chun, honed by countless battles, exhibited remarkable precision point one after another. The monsters fell, yet they appeared undeterred, steadily surging toward the villa. After expending an entire magazine, he swiftly reloaded. Ultimately, at a distance of about 50 meters from the villa, he felled the last of them. Li Chun and Lu Ting remained transfixed, their gazes locked onto the lifeless forms of the monsters sprawled in the snow, which could also be described as the neighbors of the villa district. An hour passed without a single creature stirring back to life. Li Chun glanced at the crouched figure of Go Ro beside him, a mischievous grin flickering across his face. I could see that moment. Go Ro looked back at him, then at the outside world, revealing a look of trepidation. Dogs possess superior vision compared to humans, and Go Ro, being a mutated dog of the second tier, had sensed the impending danger at the onset of chaos, dashing to the second floor to regroup with Li Chun and the others. However, upon witnessing the glint in Li Chun's eyes, it was clear he intended for Go Ro to venture outside and assess the situation. Having partially awakened its intellect after consuming crystal stones, Go Ro understood Li Chun's intentions, yet felt helpless. Unable to defy its unscrupulous master, unable to fight back, nor to abandon him, as the villa door creaked open, Go Ro cautiously stepped outside, inching closer to the fallen monsters. Meanwhile, Li Chun readied his sniper rifle, prepared to provide cover should Go Ro find itself in peril. Go Ro turned to glance at Li Chun, rifle in hand, wagging its tail. At least you possess a sliver of conscience. It approached one of the creatures, pawing at it to ascertain its state. Upon finding it unresponsive, it felt reassured. Gradually, Its courage swelled, digging at this and that, until it found itself beside a decapitated monster. There it spotted something familiar, a golden hexagonal crystal, approximately the size of a thumb. Indeed, it was the very crystal stone it often consumed. Grasping the crystal in its mouth, it returned to the villa. Li Chun beheld the crystal Go-Ro had procured, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Finally, he need not search for rats anymore. Moreover, he had witnessed this group of people drinking rainwater transforming into their current state. He pondered whether it was merely Jiangzhou that experienced this rainfall, or if it was a global phenomenon, that if it was worldwide, the number of surviving humans would be drastically diminished. Having perused numerous online novels in his past life, he resolved to refer to these monsters as mutants. If these mutants could also yield crystal stones from their minds, then with a bit of effort on his part, he would never have to worry about crystals again. An idea began to form in Li Chun's mind. He could venture out to hunt mutants, while Lu Ting and Go-Ro could remain behind to guard the home. After all, the house must not be pillaged. Who could say whether among these mutants there lurked formidable beings? As second-tier ability users, they should be safe enough. With the emergence of mutants, it would not be long before the corresponding ability users appeared as well. Such phenomena always coexisted. This torrential downpour had arrived abruptly and departed swiftly. Yet for the confused survivors, most had unwittingly contracted the virus. Each believed they had been graced by divine rain, unaware that a mere sip had plunged them into an abyss, transforming them into these grotesque, inhuman forms. That evening, Li Chun's villa was ablaze with light as Lu Ting sat before him. "Brother Li, are you truly going out to hunt those creatures?" Lu Ting inquired, her gaze fixed upon Li Chun. Sensing her apprehension, Li Chun offered a reassuring smile. "Tomorrow, I shall venture out to assess whether these beings are manageable. If not, I will return. But what if? I do not wish for you to take risks." Lu Ting interjected. Li Chun met her gaze with a steady look. Understanding the futility of her pleas, Lu Ting resigned herself to silently support him, having chosen to follow him. "Well then, it's late. You should get some rest. I need to be in good spirits," he concluded, ushering Lu Ting into the room. The following morning, Li Chun retrieved his snowmobile, flung open the villa door, and sped outside. As he passed the scene of yesterday's carnage, he recalled having forgotten to open the blind boxes. Surely, they posed no danger. After all, Go-Ro had rummaged through them the night before without mishap. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Ting and Go-Ro, he drew forth a dagger, suppressing his disgust as he began to extract heads from the fallen mutants. One by one, just as with the mutated rats, not every mutant bore a crystal within its head. Li Chun surmised this might depend on their physical constitution or the duration of their infection. He discovered 8 crystals nestled within the brains of these mutants, and without hesitation, he stored them in his spatial pocket. Continuing his journey on the snowmobile, he arrived on the city streets, where the entire urban landscape had transformed into a haunting tableau, devoid of its former vitality, imbued with an eerie atmosphere. The remaining survivors had long since hidden themselves away. The snowmobile drew a throng of mutants, but its speed rendered them unable to keep pace. Before a dilapidated structure, Li Chun observed 4 or 5 mutants feasting on a survivor, but he halted the snowmobile, unsheathed his knife, and charged forth. With the prowess and strength of a third-tier ability user, the mutants stood no chance against him. He dispatched them as effortlessly as slicing through watermelon, as he surveyed the decapitated bodies strewn across the ground. Li Chun felt a slight relief wash over him. Thankfully, they were not formidable. In fact, they were easier to kill than the mutated rats. Given their sluggishness and fatigue that moment, a figure emerged from the corner of an adjacent building, a young man in his 20s clad in a padded coat. Brandishing a cleaver, shouted from a distance of 50 meters, "Brother, impressive skills. You've dispatched those zombies in no time." "I'm in awe." Li Chun turned to face the newcomer. "What do you call them?" "Zombies. Aren't they mutated humans?" "Indeed. Before the apocalypse, did you not watch zombie movies? They are nothing less than living corpses, devoid of any semblance of humanity," the young man replied. "True enough," Li Chun acknowledged as he observed the grotesque forms before him. "So, are you out here hunting zombies alone?" No, I wouldn't dare venture out by myself. My companions are hiding behind. After all, that we fear you. Given your remarkable prowess," the young man continued, Li Chun quickly grasped the situation. It seemed this group was intimidated by him, and own need for concern. I mean you no harm. The young man then whistled to signal his comrades, proclaiming, "Everyone, come out. He bears no ill intentions." With that, he approached Li Chun, who retrieved a handgun from his backpack, securing it at his waist. In this post-apocalyptic world, Li Chun had to tread carefully whenever he ventured out. It was not fear that guided him, but the understanding that a moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to being devoured by others. From the corner emerged 6 or 7 men, armed with an array of weapons, cleavers, kitchen knives, and daggers. The group hesitated for a moment, taken aback by the sight of Li Chun's handgun. Then, a man in his 40s spoke up. "Brother, we harbor no malice. We merely sought refuge from the zombies and owe you our gratitude for saving us." Refuge from zombies? Thus, it appears that many individuals have indeed consumed rainwater. These zombies are not particularly terrifying, are they? Moreover, you possess weapons. Why then do you need to evade them? Li Chun pondered aloud, believing that with their combined strength, even if they could not eradicate a horde of zombies, self-preservation should be well within their capabilities. At that moment, the young man who had spoken earlier interjected, "That thing can't be killed. You know, even if you slice its belly open, it can still inflict harm." Goodness, it seems you all aren't aiming for the head at all. Yet this cannot be entirely blamed on them, as the zombies had only recently emerged, and everyone was understandably terrified, scrambling to flee. The mere fact that they could muster the courage to confront them with weapons was commendable. Therefore, Li Chun advised them, the zombies' weaknesses lie in their necks and heads. Attacking any other part is futile. It was only then that the group realized, these creatures have vulnerabilities. Little brother, I have an unreasonable request. Could you accompany us back? We have many more people trapped in a warehouse, and we wish to rescue them. The middle-aged man implored Li Chun. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chun deemed the venture worthwhile, but feigned a thoughtful demeanor. The middle-aged man continued, "I understand this places you in a difficult position, but currently, you are the only one capable of saving everyone, with the meager weaponry we possess." Before he could finish, Li Chun interrupted, "Where is it located? Approximately how many zombies are there? And what benefits do I gain from this?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, the middle-aged man quickly replied, "It's situated in the southern outskirts of the city. With roughly 200 zombies that we don't have much to offer you. The warehouse contains less than 500 pounds of grain, but we can give you half. That's a decent proposition. I'll accompany you, but I must take all the zombie heads with me." Upon hearing there was grain involved, Li Chun prepared to investigate, astonished that amidst this apocalypse, there were still those with such provisions. The group did not take offense at Li Chun's peculiar request, as those heads were ineatable. During their conversation, Li Chun learned that the middle-aged man was named Qin Tian, while the young man was Qin Yu. They hailed from the same village, which had managed to preserve some food supplies and firewood due to its elevated terrain. Unfortunately, when the floods came, employees from a nearby factory sought refuge in their village. The villagers, being simple folk, had no objections, allowing the newcomers to set up camp. Peace reigned until a heavy rain prompted those employees to rush out and drink the rainwater, resulting in their infection. The bloodthirsty zombies then stormed the village, but fortunately, the grain storage was robust, and most villagers were able to take refuge inside. However, the group had been caught outside and had been pursued until they encountered Li Chun. As they spoke and walked, they reached the village entrance after an hour. Along the way, Li Chun felt a strong rapport with Qin Tian and generously gifted him his tang sword, having been mere farmers. They bore no ill intentions. Upon seeing the weapon offered by Li Chun, Qin Tian quickly shook his head. "Brotherly, I cannot accept this. It's your weapon, and soon you'll be facing zombies. It would be perilous for you to be unarmed." Li Chun then produced a new sword from his clothing, insisting, "Take it. I have another, and this blade will serve you better in your hands." Afterward, he patted the handgun at his waist, seeing Li Chun produce yet another tang sword. Qin Tian relented, taking the blade from Li Chun's hands. As the others cast envious glances, Qin Tian felt a swell of pride, thinking to himself that he would soon dispatch the zombies without mercy. Li Chun then retrieved a pair of binoculars from his backpack, scanning the village as directed by Qin Tian, swiftly spotting the grain storage. Surrounding it were numerous zombies wandering aimlessly, seemingly fixated on the villagers inside. Putting away the binoculars, the group approached the warehouse, approximately 50 meters away. Li Chun raised his weapon and fired, the nearest zombie collapsing at the sound of the shot. Qin Tian watched in admiration at Li Chun's marksmanship. Immediately, the zombies, alerted by the gunfire, began converging on them. However, Li Chun dismissed them as a mere nuisance. As a third-tier ability user, a mere couple of hundred zombies posed no threat to him. Thus, he holstered his firearm, brandishing his knife as he charged forward. Encouraged by Li Chun's valor, Qin Tian and the others followed suit. As Li Chun advanced, heads of zombies flew in his wake. They were no match for his prowess. Initially, the others struggled, but they soon found their rhythm, attacking the zombies with whatever weapons they wielded. Qin Tian, in particular, wielded his tang sword with such skill that not a single zombie could approach him. Li Chun was pleasantly surprised by Qin Tian's remarkable talent, suspecting he had trained previously. Meanwhile, Qin Tian secretly observed Li Chun, who seemed to possess inexhaustible strength, leaving a trail of fallen zombies in his wake. Qin Tian even began to wonder if Li Chun was affiliated with the government. After about an hour, not a single zombie remained standing. Li Chun's hand grew slightly tremorous from exertion. The task had indeed been physically taxing. He plopped down onto the ground, producing a pack of cigarettes to light one, exclaiming just how exhausting it had been. Qin Yu, catching sight of Li Chun smoking, rushed over with his makeshift weapon. "Hey, Brother Chun, could I have one?" he asked, his expression eager. Despite having food, they had not seen cigarettes in ages. Li Chun, observing Qin Yu's eager demeanor, tossed him the remaining half-pack, saying, "Share it with the others." Thus, the group settled beside the pile of zombies, puffing away in a rather grand spectacle. At this moment, Li Chun approached Qin Tian, offering him a cigarette. "Brother Qin, you possess impressive skills. Have you trained?" "Oh, brother, you flatter me. Compared to you, my meager abilities hardly merit attention," Qin Tian replied, slowly inhaling the smoke. "I learned a bit during my time in the military. After my discharge, I returned home to farm. I used to think that such skills were of no real use against the educated elite, but now it seems they hold some value. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Brotherly, without you, today would have been perilous. On behalf of our village, I thank you." With that, Qin Tian rose and deeply bowed to Li Chun. That moment, other survivors began to emerge from the warehouse, and upon seeing the scattered zombies, many were struck with nausea. Qin Tian spoke up. "Everyone, come and help. We need to sever the heads of these creatures and place them inside that room. Brotherly has use for them." However, aside from those who had participated in the battle, the others seemed reluctant to touch the grotesque remains, fearing contamination. Qin Tian smiled awkwardly at Li Chun. "They must be quite shaken. Please do not take offense." Brother Li Chun merely smiled and remained silent. Observing their busy efforts, he chose to lend a hand. After considerable exertion, they finally gathered all the heads into the room. Outside, Qin Yu passed around cigarettes before they all sat down to catch their breath. Meanwhile, Qin Tian showed no signs of stopping, approaching Li Chun. "Brother Li, I shall retrieve your reward now. Please hold on." Li Chun remained silent, watching him bustle about. However, given the villagers' earlier behavior, he suspected that any reward might be a distant hope. As anticipated, the sounds of heated argument emerged from Qin Tian's direction. Upon entering, they discovered that the villagers were unwilling to part with any grain to express their gratitude to Li Chun. Blaming Qin Tian and the others for hastily agreeing to Li Chun's demands in the villagers' eyes, the severed heads alone sufficed as repayment for his kindness. Why should they part with food? At that moment, Qin Tian was engaged in a fervent debate, and soon, Qin Yu joined in. It turned out that Qin Tian had been orphaned at a young age, raised by his older brother, who was Qin Yu's father. After serving 7 years in the military, he returned home only to lose his brother and sister-in-law in an accident, leaving him to care for young Qin Yu. Thus, the two uncles and nephews began their life together in this village. Qin Tian remained single, treating Qin Yu as if he were his own son. Therefore, while Qin Tian was nominally Qin Yu's uncle, their relationship was akin to that of father and son. This moment, an elder at the forefront spoke up. "You two, uncle and nephew, are utterly shameless If it weren't for the villagers, with your meager supplies, you would have starved to death long ago. Now, you dare to assist outsiders in bullying the village? From this day forth, you shall be cast out. With that, Qin Tian and Qin Yu were expelled from the village. The two, incensed, could hardly believe that after risking their lives to save the villagers from the zombies and even seeking help, they were met with such a fate. Li Chun, who had no desire to meddle in these petty affairs, could no longer stand by and spoke to the elder. I have never encountered such a brazen individual. Qin Tian and Qin Yu fought valiantly to rescue you from the jaws of zombies, and you repay them by turning against them. The elder had yet to respond when a young man sprang forward. Li Chun, fueled by anger, raised his weapon and fired in one fluid motion, taking down the youth, and a chilling silence fell over the crowd. Murder! Surround them. We cannot let them escape, someone shouted from the crowd. At that moment, the villagers united. Do not be afraid. He only has one gun. How many bullets can he have? With so many of us, we can easily overwhelm him. Someone else chimed in an instant. Li Chun, Qin Tian, and Qin Yu found themselves encircled by the crowd. Qin Tian and Qin Yu stepped forward, shielding Li Chun from harm, with Qin Tian declaring, "If anyone dares to harm Brother Li, they must step over my dead body." Li Chun, moved by the two standing guard before him, thought to himself that these were the kind of friends he truly valued. He then patted their shoulders. Signaling them to remain calm, he crouched down and retrieved a submachine gun from his backpack, firing a volley into the air before pointing it at the elder's head. "Now tell me, how many bullets do you think are in my gun?" He then waved a spare magazine for emphasis. "Step aside," Li Chun commanded, and this time, the villagers shrank back, parting to create a path for the three. But once they escaped the encirclement, Li Chun turned to Qin Tian and asked, "So, are you still intent on being the good guys?" Qin Tian said nothing, seemingly lost in thought. Li Chun offered him a cigarette and lit it, saying, "Let us go. The gunfire will attract zombies, and I prefer not to engage any further." As they passed by a small hut where severed heads were displayed, Li Chun made sure to enter and discreetly collect a head into his space. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Qin Yu lingered in the wake of the chief's hurtful words, walking aimlessly forward. About half an hour later, Qin Tian finally spoke. "Brother Li, I know you are a capable person that I entrust my nephew to you. He has a good heart, so you may keep him around for your purposes." "And what about you?" Li Chun inquired. "I have a hearty appetite. Staying would only waste your resources," Qin Tian explained. Li Chun burst into hearty laughter. "Come now, with someone like you, I could easily support 10. Brother Qin, you are a man of loyalty. If it weren't for you and your nephew standing in front of me earlier, I would never have taken you in." With that, he began to walk ahead. And after a moment's hesitation, the two followed closely behind, leaving the village on their way. A few scattered zombies, seemingly attracted by the gunfire, were making their way toward the village. This was no longer their concern. As long as they were not in trouble, they would not intervene. Li Chun and his companions arrived at the entrance of a community where the villa area lay in tranquil silence. Inside the 6 villas, the individuals previously dealt with by Li Chun had been reduced to mere remnants, devoured by mutated rats, leaving only empty shells behind. Li Chun led the two into one of the villas and instructed them, "Clean up a bit. You can stay here from now on." He then ascended the stairs, noticing for the first time that the villa's rooftop was equipped with a solar power system, explaining why so many had congregated here. Qin Tian and Qin Yu began tidying up, and truth be told, had it not been for the apocalypse, they could never have dreamed of living in such a fine home. Now, despite the presence of past horrors, it could be deemed a veritable haunted house. In a world where humans preyed on one another, who still cared about such things? Li Chun then added, "Once you finish cleaning, go to that building and fetch some supplies. Since I brought you out, I won't abandon you." He gestured toward the highest villa. Gratefully, the uncle and nephew nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and Li Chun returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by Lu Ting and Dog Meat, the former wearing a worried expression as she checked him over for injuries. Seeing he was unharmed, her anxious heart finally eased. "How was it, Brother Li? Were those creatures formidable?" "Are you referring to the zombies?" "Not particularly. They're slower than the mutated rats, and their weakness lies in the head. Even an ordinary person with a bit of courage can take them down, so it's really not a big deal." Li Chun reassured Lu Ting with a comforting glance. That's a relief. You must be hungry. I'll go heat up some food, she said, heading into the kitchen. Ever since Li Chun had entered, dog meat had been rubbing against his legs, seemingly checking if he had brought back any treats. Li Chun, with a sigh, dropped the corpses of about 10 mutated rats in the yard. Dog meat darted out. Losing interest in Li Chun and focusing instead on the remains, it appeared dog meat had quite the taste for such fare. Perhaps he should venture out to hunt some more? Lu Ting emerged from the kitchen with a dish, inviting Li Chun to eat. Just as he was about to dig in, a knock sounded from outside. Brotherly, sorry to intrude. Li Chun recognized it was Qin Tian and Qin Yu that he retrieved 2 boxes of mineral water, a 20-kilogram bag of rice, and a slab of frozen pork from his space, placing them in the yard. As the gate opened, dog meat, spotting the two, immediately rushed to the front of Li Chun. Eyeing them warily, their allies, dog meat. Stand down, Li Chun instructed. Dog meat seemed to understand, retreating to a corner to gnaw on the mutated rat, the sound of crunching bones making Qin Tian and Qin Yu's skin crawl. Those teeth are quite sharp, Qin Tian remarked. Li Chun then spoke. This is dog meat. I doubt either of you could take them on together. Also, take these supplies back with you. I'll return tomorrow. Amidst their profuse gratitude, Li Chun closed the villa door. Back in villa number 6, Qin Tian and Qin Yu stared at the mineral water, the gleaming rice, and the slab of pork in their hands. Momentarily speechless, Qin Yu handed Qin Tian a cigarette given by Li Chun, lighting one for himself as well. After finishing a cigarette, Qin Yu finally broke the silence. Uncle, am I dreaming? I can hardly believe this is real. It has been days since we've had such good food. Indeed, we owe it all to Brotherly. Since he is so generous, let us follow him and work hard, he replied, turning to head into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Li Chun was savoring a piece of pig trotter with gusto. The following morning, Li Chun, clad only in his shorts, made his way to the bathroom. Waking up felt absolutely delightful, he sang as he brushed his teeth. Washed his face and showered. By the time he finished, Lu Ting had prepared breakfast and a packet of packaged rice noodles filled the villa with a fragrant aroma. Dog meat looked on in confusion, wondering how these two shared the same preference. After donning his protective gear, Li Chun and Lu Ting, accompanied by dog meat, opened the villa doors. In the yard, a rugged vehicle equipped with anti-slip chains awaited them. Upon opening the door, they found Qin Tian and Qin Yu waiting at the entrance. You're up so early? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by zombies out here? Li Chun remarked. That moment, Qin Tian stepped forward. Not at all. Brotherly, we weren't sure when you would wake, so we decided to wait for you here. Where are we headed today? With heartfelt sincerity, Li Chun introduced, allow me to present my girlfriend, Lu Ting, and this here's go our OU-AS. He gestured toward the pair. Lu Ting had spotted the duo the previous night, but had refrained from making an appearance to greet them. Li Chun continued. This is Qin Tian, my esteemed elder brother, and this is his nephew, Qin Yu. Both are trustworthy individuals. Qin Yu interjected, isn't this a bit of a generational mix-up? You call him elder brother, and I am referred to as younger brother. Lu Ting greeted them warmly. Greetings, elder brother Qin, and hello, little brother. Qin Tian merely glanced at Lu Ting before averting his gaze, acknowledging her as his younger brother's wife and thus not to be gazed upon. Sister-in-law, it is a pleasure to meet you. If you require assistance with any substantial tasks, do not hesitate to call. Conversely, Qin Yu was unabashed, fixating on Lu Ting. Hello, sister. You are truly beautiful. My brother Li is indeed fortunate. His words were swiftly met with a sharp reprimand from Qin Tian. What are you saying? Mind your manners, Qin Yu retorted. What have I said that is amiss? Li Chun, however, paid little heed, having utmost faith in Lu Ting. After all, it is not a negative thing for his woman to inspire envy. Following this exchange, he ignited the engine of the off-road vehicle and nonchalantly handed them a pack of cigarettes, a common brand known as Hong Zhenlong. Li Chun took the wheel, firmly grasping the steering, while Lu Ting settled into the passenger seat, and Qin Tian, Qin Yu, along with Go Ro, squeezed into the back. Lighting a cigarette, Li Chun declared, let us embark on our journey and explore the surroundings. With the roar of the off-road vehicle, the group ventured towards the city. Not long after, they encountered a horde of zombies approaching. It was no wonder. given Li Chun's boisterous driving and incessant honking. As if announcing their arrival, tea present. Li Chun was in dire need of crystal stones. Possessing an ample amount would enable him to continue his ascension in due course. He would contemplate transforming Qin Tian and Qin Yu into abilities wielders as well. Unbeknownst to them, the zombies ahead harbored potential enhancements. Upon stopping the vehicle, each member armed themselves with a Tang Dao, while Go Ro bared its teeth ominously at Li Chun's command. The group charged into the throng of zombies. Lu Ting and Li Chun moving with an ease that rendered the slaughter akin to slicing through melons. Qin Tian and Qin Yu, however, found themselves exerting more effort. Yes, they observed Lu Ting and Go Ro. Astonishment adorned their faces. They had presumed Lu Ting and the dog were cowering within the vehicle, not anticipating such ferocity. Was that even a dog? It resembled a miniature tiger, fierce and formidable, capable of snapping a zombie's neck with a single lunge. Half an hour later, under Li Chun's orders, the group began extracting the brains from the fallen zombies. It was at this moment that Qin Tian and Qin Yu recalled why Li Chun had insisted on targeting the zombies' heads the previous day. Holding a golden stone the size of a thumb, Qin Tian pondered Li Chun's intentions, but wisely refrained from inquiring further, handing the stone over instead. Eventually, Li Chun managed to procure 8 stones. Lu Ting 3, Qin Tian 2, while Qin Yu, despite several attempts, failed to obtain any. Li Chun grimaced at the latter's misfortune, resolving to have the unfortunate lad refrain from extracting stones in the future. Go Ro, on the other hand, was permitted to partake, swallowing any stones it found without hesitation. In the days that followed, Li Chun led the trio and Go Ro in hunting zombies throughout Jiangzhou City, amassing over 400 crystal stones. According to Li Chun's calculations, ascending from the first to the second tier would likely require around 10 stones, while advancing from the second to the third tier would necessitate 100 stones. Presently at the third tier, to break through to the fourth, he would need either higher tier stones or to consume 1,000 stones. Thus, the stones in his possession were far from sufficient. He needed to gather 100 second tier stones or 10 third tier stones. Or alternatively, hunt a fourth tier mutated entity. Days passed, and upon encountering ordinary zombies or mutated rats, Li Chun grew disinterested. Delegating the task to the trio and Go Ro, he was on the lookout for higher-tier zombies or mutated rats. However, as the zombies became more prevalent, mutated rats seemed to vanish, becoming a rare sight. One day, the group arrived in the city as planned, searching for zombies beneath a towering office building. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the structure, as a colossal zombie crashed through the glass, charging towards them with a speed comparable to that of an ordinary human. Li Chun narrowed his eyes, recognizing this as an evolved zombie, uncertain of its tier. He instructed Lu Ting, "Why not give it a try?" Without hesitation, Lu Ting brandished her knife and surged forward, engaging in a fierce duel with the zombie's claws, neither party gaining the upper hand. Leveraging her strength and agility, she seized an opportunity and plunged her blade into the zombie's abdomen. Yet the zombie, seemingly impervious to pain, lunged at Lu Ting with its massive claws, prompting her to evade just in time, realizing that a direct hit could be fatal. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Qin Yu were embroiled in battle with other ordinary zombies. Seizing the moment while the high-tier zombie was momentarily unbalanced, Lu Ting turned and thrust her knife into the back of its skull. The high-tier zombie thrashed for a brief moment before falling silent. With a pallid expression, Lu Ting approached, severed the zombie's head, and extracted a purple crystal stone, presenting it to Li Chun, comparing it against the second and third-tier mutated rat stones. He discerned that this was indeed a second-tier zombie. This revelation indicated an alarming truth. Zombies were beginning to mutate and evolve. For the sake of safety, Li Chun resolved to facilitate the ascension of Lu Ting and Go Ro to the third tier. As they were his most loyal companions, that he also intended to share the method of evolution with Qin Tian and Qin Yu, allowing them to awaken their unique abilities. Who could predict the potential emergence of fourth or fifth-tier zombies, or hordes of second and third-tier zombies? In such a scenario, he could retreat into a space of safety, a secret known only to him. Even Go Ro remained oblivious to it. This was his greatest trump card. Exhausted, the group returned to the villa, where Li Chun welcomed Qin Tian and Qin Yu inside, leaving them profoundly moved. They understood that from this moment on, Li Chun had truly embraced them. Li Chun gazed at them, stating, "Your entry here signifies that I genuinely regard you as brothers. We shall face challenges together." Qin Tian was the first to rise, exclaiming, "Our current circumstances are entirely due to your generosity, Li. Without you, my nephew and I would have likely succumbed to the zombies long ago. Henceforth, unless I am dead, I shall stand before you." Qin Yu added, "Li Gu, from this moment on, you are my true brother. At your command, I would brave fire and water. If you instruct me to go east, I shall not stray west. And if you bid me to chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken." Go-Ro interjected, "Why would I chase a dog? Besides, do you think you can outmatch me? Moreover, where are the chickens? I haven't seen any in ages." Li Chun regarded the sincerity in their eyes. "All right, you two should bathe on the first floor. You both reeked." He then produced several sets of clean clothes for them, while leading Lu Ting upstairs. Qin Tian and his nephew watched in awe as hot water flowed from the shower, nearly moved to tears. It had been so long since they had bathed, acutely aware of their own odor. It was no wonder Go-Ro, seated in the back, had shown disdain for them. After a full hour, they emerged from their wash, marveling at their fragrant selves, exclaiming, "Now this is living." Soon after, Li Chun and Lu Ting descended to the first floor, where Lu Ting entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. As a table laden with dishes was set before the two uncles, they were at a loss, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to muster the courage to ask it. It had been so long since they had encountered such fare. Fresh cabbage, fruits, beef, eggs, and a large roasted chicken at the center. Li Chun returned from upstairs with 2 bottles of Maodai, causing both men to salivate. Who would have imagined that amidst the apocalypse, Li Chun could still live so lavishly? Under Li Chun's gentle prodding, they finally took their seats, and as Li Chun and Lu Ting began to eat, the two uncles, disregarding all decorum, dug in heartily. "Slow down. No one is competing with you. Follow me, and I cannot guarantee every meal will be this sumptuous, but I will ensure you do not have to consume the flesh of mutated creatures." Li Chun addressed the 2 individuals. At that moment, the pair recognized their own lack of decorum, yet the enticing aroma was simply irresistible. Thus, Qin Tian and Qin Yu, both raising their wine glasses, stood up and declared, "In this lifetime, we toast to you, expressing our gratitude for rescuing us from the depths of despair. Without further ado, let our intentions be conveyed through this wine." With that, they downed their drinks in one swift motion, and Li Chun, not one to be overly sentimental, followed suit. Lu Ting, however, merely sipped a small amount, perplexed by the appeal of the beverage, especially given its exorbitant price. After the meal, the two staggered back to Villa No. 6, while Li Chun, buoyed by the effects of the alcohol, carried Lu Ting up to the second floor. Dog Meat looked on in bewilderment at the bottle of wine. What on earth is in this stuff? Everyone seems to have lost their minds. That it then climbed onto the table and gulped down the half-glass of wine Lu Ting had left untouched, only to be greeted by visions of numerous female dogs wagging their tails at it. The following day, Qin Tian and Qin Yu arrived as promised outside Li Chun's villa, choosing not to knock but to wait patiently. Qin Yu greedily inhaled a puff of smoke and inquired, "Uncle, what do you think Li Gu summoned us for so early this morning?" "How would I know? If you ask me, who should I ask? Yet it is nearly 10 o'clock, and he still hasn't risen." Qin Tian replied languidly. Meanwhile, within the villa, Li Chun opened his eyes and glanced at the clock. Indeed, alcohol is a wondrous thing. The previous night, under its influence, he had been occupied until the early hours, and Lu Ting was still deep in slumber. Rising, he drew back the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, spotting the two outside and realizing he had forgotten about them. He hastily descended and opened the door to let them in. Dog Meat was already whining in hunger. Li Chun, carrying the two from the first floor, tossed a dozen mutated rat carcasses into the yard and told Dog Meat, "Feast upon this. Once you're done, you'll have to catch your own, as I have none left." Due to their recent battles against zombies, they had scarcely encountered any mutated rats. The two seated themselves in the living room on the first floor. "What do you suppose Li brother has summoned us for?" He pondered. Li Chun, having freshened up and holding a bowl of instant noodles, could not help but notice the enticing aroma wafting toward them, causing them to swallow hard. "Just a moment while I enjoy my breakfast," he said, slurping as he ate. The two could hardly contain their desire, but Li Chun feigned ignorance, believing that constant indulgence was not the way forward. After finishing, he sat before them, adopting a serious demeanor. The two, sensing his sudden gravity and the faint hint of menace emanating from him, felt anxious, worried that they might have offended him somehow. After a prolonged silence, Li Chun finally spoke. "You two have accompanied me in slaying numerous zombies and have witnessed my strength. Do you wish to grow stronger?" "Of course, ever since witnessing your and Lu Ting's prowess. It has been our dream to attain such power." They both nodded in unison. "Very well, I can grant you greater strength. However, I have but one condition: unconditional loyalty to me. Can you adhere to this?" Li Chun reiterated, fixing his intense gaze upon them. "Brotherly, just tell us what to do. I'm not one for flattery. You have observed our conduct these past few days. We are not ungrateful." Qin Tian asserted as he stood up. Qin Yu followed suit, declaring, "Brother Chun, I am unwavering in my loyalty to you." Seeing their earnest expressions, Li Chun retrieved 2 crystal stones from his pocket and handed them to each of them. "Consume these," he commanded. Without hesitation, they swallowed the stones, showing no doubt that Li Chun would harm them. Perhaps this was true trust. As they ingested the crystals without a moment's pause, Li Chun's expression softened, and he informed them, "Shortly, you will feel a painful sensation in your abdomen. However, after enduring this pain, you will understand why I possess such strength." With that, he left them to their fate and ascended to the second floor to brew tea. Meanwhile, the two downstairs suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain, followed by a surge of warmth coursing through their limbs. An hour later, both realized they now possessed seemingly limitless strength, and sensed that if confronted by a zombie, they could face it with ease, if not with the same composure as Li Chun ate tea that moment. Li Chun reappeared on the first floor, asking, "How do you feel? Do you sense an abundance of power?" "Congratulations, you have both become first-tier supernatural beings." Qin Yu looked at Li Chun and asked, "Li Ge, are you implying that the essence within the zombies can enhance our strength?" "Indeed, zombies have mutated due to consuming rainwater, although I remain uncertain as to why the rainwater carries the virus. Moreover, it is not only zombies. Previously mutated rats also contain these crystal stones within their brains that I neglected to mention that both Lu Ting and Dogmeat are currently second-tier supernatural beings, a tier above you. Therefore, I do not wish for you to feel invincible simply because you have gained abilities," Li Chun reiterated. "What about the zombies outside, brotherly?" Qin Tian inquired, voicing his concern. "Correct, Brother Qin. Zombies also possess tiers. The one Lu Ting dispatched the other day was a second-tier zombie. However, I have yet to encounter any higher-tier zombies, and we must not let our guard down. Thus, we must leave this villa and hunt more formidable mutated beings to grow stronger ourselves, enabling our survival in this post-apocalyptic world," Li Chun stated gravely. Tea that moment, Lu Ting, having finished her grooming, descended from the second floor. After greeting them, she quietly awaited the conclusion of their discussion. "All right, you both should return to Villa No. 6 to process this information. For the next couple of days, we shall not rush to venture out," Li Chun concluded, and the two understood and took their leave. After they departed, Li Chun produced 100 crystal stones and handed them to Lu Ting, saying, "This is 100 crystals. Should you wish to advance to the 3rd tier, you will likely require this many. You should also ascend and break through. I suspect the zombies will only grow stronger in the future." Lu Ting nodded in agreement, recalling the difficulties she faced against the second-tier zombie yesterday. Observing Lu Ting's retreating figure, Li Chun mused, "This young lady has certainly become more taciturn since unlocking her abilities." With that, he approached Dogmeat, pouring 100 crystal stones into its bowl. "Feast upon this. Once you finish, you will become even stronger." Dogmeat, recognizing the value of the offering, began to chew eagerly. Li Chun, feeling somewhat bored, ascended to the 3rd floor, placing a new water tank in the sink and connecting the hoses. Everyone else is off to break through. What shall I do?" He lamented. The television was dull, the games uninteresting, and Lu Ting was unable to play, leaving him quite listless. Perhaps I should visit the neighboring villas, but that seems rather unenticing. The villa district had long been deserted during the onset of the heavy rain. It had predominantly turned into a haven for zombies, most of them having been eliminated by Li Chun. Perhaps a stroll outside, he decided. Mounting his snowmobile and heading toward the city, he left a note for Lu Ting. Out for a while. Do not worry about me. Once the ice encased the world, communication had ceased, and only the authorities, likely hiding away, remained capable of satellite communication. The snowmobile wandered aimlessly across the icy landscape, surrounded by groups of zombies that rushed toward the sound of the engine, only to halt as they failed to keep pace. Li Chun, at that moment, could hardly be bothered with these lower-tier zombies. It would be a waste of energy. He sought higher-tier zombies or other survivor factions. Just as he was passing an alleyway, a gunshot rang out, followed by several more. Li Chun's eyes narrowed, and he stopped the snowmobile, stowing it away. Drawing an automatic rifle, he stealthily approached the direction of the gunfire. Gunfire indicated the presence of survivors, and climbing atop a nearby high-rise, he pulled out binoculars to survey the area. Before him lay a square, now transformed into a snowy expanse. In the midst of it, two figures were sprinting from a horde of zombies, occasionally firing back at their pursuers. To be why sheer coincidence. The two made their way into the very building where Li Chun was concealed, internally cursing. He thought, damn it, are they trying to lure the zombies here? Or is this mere coincidence? How fortuitous! Soon enough, he overheard the conversation of two women from below. Sister, I'm running low on bullets. What about you? A feminine voice remarked, I have run out as well. Hurry upstairs. These zombies are peculiar. Some of them are exceptionally fast. I sense we are no match for them. Let us ascend and see if we can find something to barricade the staircase. With that, she dashed up the stairs, and as the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer, Li Chun thought to himself, well, it seems I have more work to do. Zombies, just what I needed. Who goes there? Raise your hands. The girl lifted her gun, aiming it at Li Chun, who was casually observing with binoculars. Two beautiful ladies I see. What is the matter? Can't handle them. If you can't, just run over here, Li Chun teased. At that moment, another girl, slightly older, regarded him with suspicion, tightening her grip on her knife. Hello, we didn't know you were here. Please forgive any offense, the older girl said. Sis, why waste words on him? He asked, just a survivor. Look at him. His eyes are fixed on you. Definitely not a good person. The younger girl, petite lowly, interjected as she prepared to charge forward. Bullets are precious, and besides, she didn't want the gunfire to attract more zombies. Don't be so impulsive, the older girl admonished, stepping in to restrain her sister. However, it was too late. The lowly had already lunged at Li Chun, swinging her knife. In a swift motion, Li Chun sidestepped, causing the lowly to be unexpectedly thrown aside, her body colliding with the concrete wall, resulting in a startled exclamation. The older girl rushed over to help her up, saying, in the future, could you refrain from such impulsiveness? Then, turning to Li Chun, she continued, I apologize, sir. My sister has a habit of acting rashly. Please spare her this once. Considering we are all survivors, it was clear to the older girl that Li Chun was not to be trifled with. Even with both of them together, they felt uncertain of their chances against him, as he emanated a palpable aura of lethality. Likely honed through countless battles in this apocalyptic world, children need proper guidance. Otherwise, they may not even realize how perilous their actions can be. Truth be told, Li Chun was quite irritated. It seemed that merely glancing at a beautiful woman could invite danger that moment. The commotion had attracted at least 6 second-tier zombies, who charged up the stairs. Li Chun could no longer afford to focus on the two sisters. With a curt move aside, he surged towards the 6 second-tier zombies, his tang knife slicing through the air, decapitating the foremost creature. With a swift flick, he disemboweled another, its intestines spilling onto the floor. Li Chun showed no signs of hesitation, swiftly severing its head. A gunshot rang out, and the third zombie's skull was shattered. Turning his head, Li Chun noticed that the lowly had shot down one. What the hell? No honor among thieves. Are we stealing kills now? Irritated, Li Chun tightened his grip on the knife and charged at the remaining 3. Dispatching them all within 10 minutes, he then retrieved an AK rifle from his backpack and unleashed a barrage at the staircase. The two girls watched in astonishment. Could he possibly be a fool? Why didn't he pull out the gun sooner? What else with the theatrics? Nevertheless, his combat prowess was undeniably impressive, having taken down 5-second-tier zombies in a single encounter. As the corridor fell silent and no more zombies approached, Li Chun began extracting the crystal stones from the decapitated heads, starting with the 6-second-tier zombies, which yielded 6 purple crystals. Indeed, these were akin to the mutated rodents. Once transformed, they possessed crystals within their brains. Stowing the 6 purple crystals into his backpack, actually into his spatial pocket, he proceeded to search for ordinary crystals. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. After completing this task, Li Chun's hands were drenched in blood. Yet he had not once glanced at the two sisters. Observing his bloodied hands, he pulled out a bottle of mineral water to wash them. The girls stared in disbelief. What was he doing? This extravagant man was using mineral water to clean his hands. The lowly then chimed in. Hey, you're quite the spendthrift. Using mineral water to wash your hands. I haven't had mineral water in ages. Li Chun looked at her. Spendthrift? I do this regularly. The older girl then added, Sir, this does seem rather wasteful. I don't see it that way, Li Chun replied, wearing a mischievous grin. By the way. Are you from Jiangzhou? Since you're first-tier ability users, why not seek out lower-tier zombies for enhancement? We're not from Jiangzhou. We fled from the neighboring Lingzhou. Unfortunately, upon arrival, we were pursued by a horde of zombies, including 6 formidable ones that we had to take refuge in this building. Please don't misunderstand. It was all a coincidence, the older girl explained. Lingzhou? Li Chun mused, recalling that Lingzhou was adjacent to Jiangzhou, a city larger than the latter. If Jiangzhou were considered a third-tier city, then Lingzhou would be second-tier. He then inquired further. What is the situation over there? Li Chun had been contemplating leaving Jiangzhou, as resources were dwindling, and the survivors were desperately impoverished. However, he had refrained due to his inability to break through to the 4th tier. The situation is similar. Zombies are everywhere, and survivors are grouped under a man named Baigu. He has taken an interest in us sisters and wishes to add us to his harem. Which is why we fled. The older girl elaborated. Baigu is utterly repulsive and lecherous. Any survivor with even a hint of attractiveness has fallen victim to his advances, the lowly interjected. Through their conversation, Li Chun learned that the older sister was named Luo Ling, while the younger one was Luo Li. They in turn discovered his name as well. Li Chun smiled. The name suited them well. The older sister appeared astute and composed, exuding a wise aura, while the younger sister was the quintessential lowly. Had the apocalypse not occurred, she would have been the dream of countless otaku. The man known as Baigu was formerly a member of the underworld, named Ma Bin, possessing firearms and followers, with numerous supermarkets, nightclubs, and bars under his control. When the apocalypse struck, he commanded his subordinates to procure supplies for his villa in the mountains. Thus, he continued to live quite comfortably. Following the outbreak, he aspired to unify Lingzhou, amassing power to seek out survivors, men to toil for resources and kill zombies, while women became mere tools for his gratification, with the more attractive ones entering his harem. By chance, Ma Bin encountered the two sisters and sought to recruit them for his purposes. The sisters, citing physical discomfort, managed to steal a gun and escape Lingzhou. On their journey, they killed a zombie, which dropped a crystal. Luo Li found it appealing and began to play with it, only to absorb it. This incident led them to discover the secret, and both became first-tier ability users. Eventually, they arrived in Jiangzhou, where they encountered Li Chun. Li Chun observed the two sisters, both undeniably beautiful, their oversized winter coats failing to conceal their figures, particularly with Luo Li. Despite her petite stature, her curves were quite pronounced. Li Chun felt an involuntary attraction and, despite himself, experienced a moment of infatuation. The sisters noticed his gaze and grew wary, fearing they had encountered another Ma Bin. Sensing their apprehension, Li Chun awkwardly chuckled. I mean no harm, and besides, I have a wife. To dispel the tension, he retrieved 3 self-heating rice meals from his backpack, inviting them to share meal. It is said that beauty holds privileges in any circumstance. If Qin knew of Li Chun's generous offering of self-heating rice, she would undoubtedly remark on his tendency to prioritize beauty over friendships. The sisters regarded the self-heating rice with intrigue. It seemed Jiangzhou was not as destitute as they had thought. However, it had been a long time since they had enjoyed a proper meal. although Ma Bin's regime ensured they wouldn't starve. The food was hardly appetizing, often salvaged from beneath layers of ice or comprised of mutated rodent meat. The decent quality food was reserved for higher-ups or those who had made significant contributions. As ordinary members, they could only access meager rations of expired provisions daily. The two sisters did not hesitate. The temptation of good food in this apocalypse was hard to resist, especially for Luo Li. Are you a magician? Your backpack doesn't seem large, yet you keep pulling out food. Come on, what else do you have? Before she could finish, Luo Ling reprimanded. Do not be rude. Mr. Li has already been exceedingly gracious upon their initial encounter. There was an unmistakable lack of formality. However, a thought emerged in Li Chun's mind. With a gentle smile, she reassured the two, stating that it was of no concern. After all, they were both extraordinary beings, and, moreover, sisters. Since she had an abundance of resources, why not accept their offer? With a mischievous grin, Li Chun contemplated widening the "Oh, you wish to indulge in some delectable cuisine?" she queried. Last night, I feasted on spicy crayfish. But I must admit, I overindulged in the peppers, and I still feel somewhat unwell, Li Chun remarked, casting a glance at Loli. Upon hearing this, Loli's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You have crayfish at your home? They aren't mutated, are they? You wouldn't dare deceive me just because I'm younger. Li Chun mused silently, pondering Loli's youthfulness, yet promptly replied, How about this? I shall return home briefly, and tonight I will prepare spicy crayfish for you. Right here. Luo Ling, despite her efforts to maintain composure, found herself swallowing hard at the prospect. However, as the elder sister, she concealed her excitement. Loli continued, You aren't trying to trick us into waiting here while you fetch someone to deal with us. Are you? What reason would I have to seek assistance? You shall witness my culinary prowess tonight, Li Chun declared before beckoning the two to join her for dinner. After their meal, Li Chun rode her snowmobile back to the villa. At that moment, Go Ro was napping in its doghouse, likely digesting the crystal it had consumed for its evolution. Lu Ting remained in her room, seemingly yet to complete her absorption or ascend. Li Chun chose not to disturb them, instead resting at home for a while. Following a soothing cup of tea in the living room, she set out in her off-road vehicle. In the trunk of the vehicle lay pots, pans, and a liquefied gas canister, along with some clean crayfish and assorted seasonings. Upon arriving at the high-rise building, Li Chun effortlessly transported the items upstairs, her physical prowess making the task seem remarkably easy. The two girls gazed in astonishment as Li Chun approached them, laden with bags and even a gas canister. Clever of you not to flee. It appears you shall enjoy a splendid meal today, Li Chun remarked with a smile. Loli, brimming with excitement, pointed at Li Chun and exclaimed, Wow, this is real. You are quite impressive. Soon after, Li Chun heated the oil in a pot, and before long, a steaming batch of spicy crayfish was ready. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, captivating the two girls. Loli wasted no time. Diving into the feast without hesitation, in contrast, Luo Ling displayed more decorum, waiting for Li Chun to sit before delicately enjoying her meal, all the while expressing her gratitude. Before long, Loli, with a full belly and relaxed posture, turned to Li Chun and asked, Liga, do you have any more of this delectable dish? The allure of fine cuisine was indeed irresistible, transforming a girl who once threatened him into someone now addressing him with familiarity. Just then, Luo Ling interjected, Mind your manners. You hardly resemble a lady in your current state. Oh, sister, Liga doesn't seem like a bad person. He wouldn't harbor ill intentions toward a little girl like me. In fact, you and Liga seem quite well matched, Loli countered. I have plenty of such delicacies at home, including steak, lobster, pig trotters, roasted chicken, and duck. Everything you could desire. Li Chun interjected in response to Loli's inquiry. Wow. Then take us to your home. If you have these treats every day, you will become my big brother. Loli continued enthusiastically. Li Chun chuckled, but remained silent. Reflecting on the girl's innocent thoughts, did she truly believe he was not a villain? Luo Ling chimed in. Loli, you are incredibly rude. Loli, dismissive, ignored Luo Ling's reprimand and turned to Li Chun, saying, Li Gu, truly, how about we become sworn siblings? From now on, you shall be my big brother, and as long as you have food, I will always have half. Li Chun found the statement somewhat troubling, yet he chose to remain silent. Or perhaps, I could have my sister become your little wife, and then we would be family, allowing me to stay at your home every day, Lowly chattered on. Luo Ling's face flushed with embarrassment. Was this really her sister? She instinctively swatted Lowly on the head, scolding, "Do not speak such nonsense." Li Chun felt a tinge of awkwardness at Lowly's boldness, yet he found it somewhat endearing. Thus, he suggested to Luo Ling, "Since you two have just arrived in Jiangzhou and have nowhere to go, it is unsafe outside. Why not stay in my neighborhood? There are several vacant houses nearby, and it would provide you with some protection." Luo Ling pondered this, acknowledging the reality of the situation, especially with the emergence of second-tier zombies. She nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I must trouble you." Li Chun that moment, a phrase flickered in Li Chun's mind. A close neighbor enjoys the first pickings. Being neighbors would certainly present ample opportunities. Bringing them home was not something he had considered. He hardly knew them well, and he was uncertain whether Lu Ting would take kindly to having two beautiful girls in their vicinity. Leading them downstairs, they approached the off-road vehicle, where he gestured for them to get in as dusk was swiftly approaching. Since the outbreak of the zombies, Li Chun had never ventured out at night, prioritizing safety, so he decided to return to the villa. Upon their arrival, the night had fully descended. Li Chun pried opened the door to Villa number 8, ushering the two girls inside. It was at this moment that Luo Ling and Lowly realized that this was the vacant house Li Chun had mentioned. Indeed, they were about to engage in some form of trespassing. However, under the circumstances of the apocalypse, they were quite adaptable. Li Chun unloaded the pots, pans, and a case of water from the vehicle, pointing to the tallest building. "I reside there. Those in Building 6 are my brothers. If they inquire, simply mention my name." With that, he returned home to this moment. Lu Ting had successfully ascended to become a third-tier ability user, while Go Ro continued to slumber peacefully, leading Li Chun to wonder if it were indeed alive. Upon seeing Li Chun return, Lu Ting approached him eagerly. "Li Ge, I made a breakthrough. Thank you. There is no need for us to discuss such matters. What matters is the breakthrough, which enhances our chances of survival," Li Chun replied, embracing her. Lu Ting gazed into Li Chun's eyes, planting a kiss on his cheek before inquiring, "Who are those two girls?" "Two girls?" Li Chun thought to himself, realizing he had been careless. Villa number 8 was merely a stone's throw from his own home, and with his lights so bright, Lu Ting had undoubtedly seen them. I encountered two sisters while hunting zombies today. They escaped from Lingzhou. Seeing they had nowhere to stay, I brought them here. You won't be angry, will you? We just met. Nothing untoward has occurred," Li Chun stated awkwardly. Lu Ting chuckled. "Li Ge, where's your mind wandering? As long as you bring them home, I have no objections as long as they are to your liking." Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, they all depended on Li Chun for survival. What difference did it make if he had multiple women? Moreover, given Li Chun's robust vitality, having someone to share the burden was far from a disadvantage. Li Chun was elated by Lu Ting's open-mindedness. He promptly kissed her fervently on the lips and lifted Lu Ting, heading upstairs. "What are you doing? You haven't bathed yet. Go wash up." Lu Ting exclaimed. "Bathe? Why bother? I'll just have to wash again later." "Come now, my little darling. Why complicate matters?" At that moment, Go Ro remained blissfully asleep, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, having not seen a female dog in ages. Not even a male, for that matter, as the night wore on. Li Chun enjoyed a particularly deep and sweet slumber. Even experiencing several delightful dreams, he envisioned himself surrounded by admirers, basking in joy. However, this peaceful night was abruptly interrupted by a series of loud knocks that jolted both Li Chun and Lu Ting from their dreams. Disregarding the drool that had escaped him in his sleep, Li Chun swiftly rose from bed, AK rifle in hand, and exited the room. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he was met with a comical yet exasperating sight. Lowly was banging on his door, while Qin Tian and Qin Yu were rushing towards them, weapons drawn. Realizing the potential for conflict between the two groups, Li Chun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as Qin Yu reached the villa's entrance, brandishing his knife and pointing it at Lowly. "Who is this wild girl, and what business do you have here?" Lowly, glancing at the young man who was only slightly older than herself, retorted, "And who might you be?" "Young lad, I'm merely knocking on my brother-in-law's door. What concern is it of yours, brother-in-law? Li Chun found himself utterly bewildered, as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. How could it be that overnight he had somehow become a brother-in-law? He exclaimed to the heavens, I swear I have not even touched her sister's hand. At that moment, Qin Tian and Luo Ling approached, the latter with a rosy complexion, upon hearing the claim that Li Chun was her brother-in-law. Qin Yu hesitated to act recklessly, asking, Are you Lu Ting's younger sister? Before Luo Li could respond, Luo Ling interjected, My dear young brother, please do not misunderstand. This is my sister, who has been mischievous since childhood. Do not take offense. Qin Tian and Qin Yu exchanged glances, astonished by Luo Ling's beauty, realizing that Li Chun was indeed fortunate, as she was as stunning as Lu Ting. Just then, Li Chun opened the villa door and stepped outside. Luo Li rushed forward, linking her arm with Li Chun's. Brother-in-law, when are we having breakfast? I'm famished. This left Li Chun in a state of bemusement. Why are you calling me that? When did I become your brother-in-law? Luo Ling, blushing, chimed in, Luo Li, what are you doing? Let go of Li Ge. Luo Li replied, Did we not agree yesterday? As long as you provide me with delicious food every day, I shall make my sister your little wife. Which makes you my brother-in-law. With a playful shake of Li Chun's arm, she inadvertently caused his nose to nearly bleed. The little girl was indeed developing quite well. At that moment, Lu Ting emerged from the villa, her gaze landing on the scene of Luo Li clinging to Li Chun. Instead of speaking, she turned to Luo Ling, exuding the aura of a third-tier ability user, which sent a shiver down Luo Ling's spine. Li Chun thought to himself, This is it. I have done nothing wrong yet find myself misunderstood. Did we not agree to keep things amicable? Luo Li looked at Lu Ting in awe. Wow, you are so beautiful. You must be Li Ji's wife. Lu Ting smiled. Indeed, I am Lu Ting. You may call me Ting Jia. She then turned her attention back to Luo L. In a sudden move, Luo Li broke free from Li Chun's hold and wrapped her arms around Lu Ting's. Ting Jia, hello. Look, that's my sister. You have no objections to me making my sister the little wife of Li Ge, right? By the way, Ting Jia, when are we eating? I'm so hungry. Lu Ting was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of the little girl, while Luo Ling felt an overwhelming desire to disappear from embarrassment. Lu Ting then turned to Li Chun. So, what do you think? Brother Chun, why not introduce us? Li Chun rubbed his nose awkwardly, introducing everyone while feeling increasingly uncomfortable. All right, everyone is up now. Qin Gu, Xiao Yu, and my two little sisters, please come inside and I will prepare breakfast for you, Lu Ting declared with the authority of the villa's matriarch. And one declined, and they all entered the villa in a procession. As they walked, Lu Ting discreetly pinched Li Chun's thigh, causing him to wince in pain, but he dared not voice his discomfort. Upon reaching the doghouse, she kicked the sleeping dog meat. Luo Li entered the villa with the curiosity of a child discovering a new world, unabashedly exploring every corner. Luo Ling wished she could strangle her sister, but with so many people present, she could only watch helplessly. Lu Ting observed the lively little girl, but chose not to intervene, as long as she stayed off the second floor. Though curious, Luo Li understood the importance of boundaries and remained on the first floor. Seeing Lu Ting enter the kitchen, Luo Ling naturally followed her in. Ting Jia, let me help you, she offered. You can cook too, my little sister. Then let's do it together. I also wish to discuss something with you, Lu Ting replied, glancing at Luo Ling. What stage have you and Li Ge reached? This question left Luo Ling feeling quite awkward. Ting Jia, you're overthinking it. There is nothing between me and Li Ji. Not listen to my sister. She just loves to eat and concocted this excuse to get a free meal. Noticing Lu Ting's silence, Luo Ling continued. Ting Jia, trust me, there's truly nothing between Li Ge and me. Lu Ting reassured her. All right, my dear sister, I believe you. Even if there were something, I would not be upset. Li Ge is quite exceptional, albeit intimidating. The fact that you can enter the villa indicates he trusts you. Therefore, I do not wish to see anyone betray him or put him in danger. With that, Lu Ting's third-tier ability user aura radiated once again to Do you understand what I mean? Luo Ling, being astute, quickly grasped Lu Ting's implications. Rest assured, Ting Jia, I understand your sentiments. We sisters will not endanger anyone. Lu Ting smiled. Very well, let us prepare the meal. After breakfast, you two should take a shower and freshen up. I believe Li Go will appreciate it. Shortly thereafter, the two women in the kitchen presented a hearty breakfast of porridge, buns, and a large bowl of egg noodles, causing Luo Li's mouth to water. After Luo Li devoured 3 large bowls of noodles and 6 buns, astonishment spread across the group. How can she eat so much? Even Li Chun, who had witnessed her ravenous consumption of crayfish, could only exclaim that he could not afford to feed her, despite her being an adorable girl. As they looked on, Qin Yu observed Luo Li with keen interest, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This is what I like. Luo Li, sensing the gazes upon her, timidly asked Lu Ting, Ting Jia, did I eat too much? Laughter erupted among the group, with everyone insisting, not at all. Lu Ting, with a gentle smile, reassured her, not at all, darling. If you enjoy eating, then indulge yourself. Amidst the laughter, the little girl burst into tears. I haven't had such a delicious breakfast in ages, before the apocalypse. I rarely had the chance to eat such large meat buns. It turned out that Luo Ling and Luo Li were orphans from a remote mountain village in Lingzhou, having lost their parents at an early age and raised by their grandparents. When Luo Ling turned 12, both grandparents passed away, leaving her as the family's pillar, dropping out of school to care for her sister and the farm, just as she managed to support her sister until the age of 18. The apocalypse struck. They had arrived here, which explained Luo Ling's maturity beyond her years. Lu Ting, deeply moved, disregarded Luo Li's dirtiness and embraced both sisters, joining them in their tears. Li Chun and the others remained unfazed, accustomed to the tragic tales of the apocalypse. After the meal, Lu Ting gathered an assortment of clothing, taking the two sisters to freshen up. Meanwhile, Li Chun and the other two were ushered outside. In the courtyard, Li Chun offered each of them a cigarette, lighting one for himself and taking a deep drag. Tell me, why do women change their minds so often? At first, she was all authoritative. And now, after just a breakfast, look at them inside. They are like a family. Brotherly, I genuinely sympathize with those two. At once, I encountered a girl in a similar plight, and hearing her story tugged at my heartstrings. Qin Tian replied slowly. Li Chun raised an eyebrow. Did you end up adding her to your collection? Qin Tian looked surprised. Oh, brotherly. How did you know? Li Chun and Qin Yu instinctively distanced themselves from Qin Tian, regarding him with disdain. In truth, Li Chun understood that these two girls were not malicious. In fact, that alone was enough. The villa door creaked open. The three of them stepped inside. I could see that moment. Lu Ting beamed at Li Chun, revealing two exquisite beauties standing in the living room. Luo Ling, clad in a black spaghetti-strap nightgown, ignited within Li Chun an impulse that could lead him astray. Indeed, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she cannot escape the need for adornment. Previously, he merely thought her face was lovely, albeit dirty. However, after being rejuvenated by the essence of life, she appeared even more stunning than Lu Ting. Meanwhile, Luo Li, dressed adorably, sat on the sofa, munching on a large piece of bread, completely oblivious to the three entering. Qin Yu, transfixed, could hardly tear his gaze away from Luo Li, nearly drooling at the sight. His intentions painfully obvious to divert attention. Li Chun turned to Qin Tian. Brother Qin, now that you're also a first-tier ability user, would you like to test your strength outside? Qin Tian eagerly replied. I've been wanting to do that. Shall we head out? Li Chun turned to Lu Ting and said, Ting Ting, you three stay at home today. Do not venture out. From now on, let's handle the laborious tasks of going out. After speaking, he started the off-road vehicle, with Qin Tian seated in the front passenger seat and Qin Yu in the back. Meanwhile, Dog Meat, having slept for over a day, remained in slumber. Li Chun had kicked it several times to ensure it was alive, and upon confirming it was, he disregarded it. However, he was quite eager to see how it would look after breaking through to the third tier. The three of them drove towards the outskirts of the city, to higher geographical locations that if there were any survivor factions, they would likely be heading in that direction. Although the majority had turned into zombies, some humans remained uninfected. Li Chun's objective was simple, to acquire the gold they possessed. And if they could conveniently obtain some crystal stones along the way, that would be splendid. Additionally, it would provide Qin Tian and Qin Yu a chance to hone their skills. After hearing about the incident in Lingzhou involving Ma Bin, Li Chun felt a sense of urgency. if those two sisters could inadvertently awaken supernatural abilities, it was certain that other supernatural beings existed as well. Perhaps at this moment, Ma Bin was one such being, though he estimated that his tier was likely not very high. After driving for about an hour, they arrived near a village in the southern outskirts of Jiangzhou. The village was predominantly covered in ice and snow. With only a few solitary houses standing atop the higher hills, Li Chun alighted from the vehicle to investigate. Indeed, in the suburbs, wisps of smoke were rising in some areas, suggesting that humans were still managing to make fires. This indicated that humanity still persisted. Just as Li Chun was about to drive the off-road vehicle closer for a better look, a roar erupted from behind. They beheld an astonishingly large zombie charging towards them. This zombie stood at least 3 meters tall, crushing the icy surface beneath its feet with a sound akin to shattering glass, albeit only breaking the surface layer at a third tier, perhaps. Li Chun mused. He instructed the others to remain in the vehicle, asserting that engaging such a creature would be tantamount to courting death. Li Chun dashed forward, firing 2 shots from his shotgun at the zombie, which merely paused momentarily before resuming its charge. Good grief, it isn't even fazed by the shotgun. It must be more formidable than a mere third tier, Li Chun thought, becoming serious. He then yelled back to the two, "Hurry, drive away from here." Qin Tian began to feel anxious. He understood that Li Chun had encountered a formidable opponent. At this moment, Li Chun was already engaged in combat with the creature, wielding a tang knife. Each strike against the zombie's body sparked a shower of flames. Its defenses were astonishingly strong. It was no wonder the shotgun could not breach its armor, but he needed to find its weakness. Li Chun harbored a bold idea, which was why he had instructed the others to leave in the vehicle. Qin Tian and Qin Yu realized they were merely liabilities. If the zombie diverted its attention to them, they would likely meet their demise. They started the off-road vehicle and maneuvered away from the scene. As they distanced themselves, Li Chun found himself dodging numerous attacks from the zombie, his hand gripping the knife, trembling slightly. This creature was impervious to blades and bullets. Observing the creature's grayish-white eyes, Li Chun recognized that it was unlike ordinary zombies. Its eyes were not blood red, but rather a pallid gray. This must be its weakness. With that realization, Li Chun swiftly vanished from sight. The zombie, momentarily perplexed, found itself striking at thin air where Li Chun had been. Indeed, Li Chun had entered the spatial realm. Just as the zombie was bewildered, he reappeared, leaping into action with the tang knife aimed directly at its eyes. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact, the zombie's steel-like claws intercepted him, blocking the strike. The blade collided with its palm, producing a sound of metal clashing, and the tang knife snapped in two. As the massive hand swung towards him, Li Chun vanished once more in the spatial realm. He contemplated his strategy, and after a brief moment, he wore a sly grin, grasping a new tang knife that he reemerged, once again aiming for the zombie's eyes. At this juncture, the creature emitted a series of guttural sounds, seemingly mocking the feeble human before it. With its hands raised defensively, it awaited Li Chun's strike, perhaps anticipating the sound of another blade breaking. However, when the anticipated strike did not come, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its rear, as Li Chun had deftly maneuvered behind it and delivered a fierce stab to its posterior. The zombie reflexively brought its hands to cover the pain, but in that fleeting moment, Li Chun produced another tang knife and plunged it into its eye socket, twisting it to obliterate its brain. At that moment, Li Chun collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the colossal zombie that had just fallen, a smile gracing his face. After taking a brief respite, he proceeded to slice open its head. At this juncture, a dark red crystal emerged in his grasp. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Qin Yu had engaged a second-tier zombie in battle. Their coordination was remarkably seamless, employing a rather rogue strategy. Qin Tian would thrust a knife and then flee, allowing Qin Yu to capitalize on the distraction and strike the creature. The second-tier zombie could not match their speed, ultimately succumbing to their relentless assault. Li Chun scrutinized the massive zombie in the snow, pondering its tiered IT should be beyond a mere third tier. Third-tier crystals were deep purple, while this one was dark red. Judging by the time of its emergence, it was likely a fourth-tier zombie. He was astonished by how swiftly the zombies advanced. It seemed he needed to expedite his own growth, that I must hasten my progress, he mused to himself. With that, he followed the tracks left by the vehicle, seeking out Qin Tian and Qin Yu. Just then, they returned, and upon seeing Li Chun walking through the snow, they understood that he had triumphed over the zombie. Li Chun entered the vehicle, and Qin Yu produced a light purple crystal, presenting it to him. Brotherly, we teamed up to take down a large zombie. Let me tell you, that creature couldn't outrun us, that we each took turns stabbing it, and by the end, we had thoroughly punctured its backside until it could no longer move. Qin Yu chattered excitedly. Li Chun accepted the crystal, reflecting inwardly. These two are quite resourceful. They could have easily pocketed this crystal. With Qin Tian's intellect, he should realize that this crystal can elevate their abilities. Observing Qin Yu's animated recounting, Li Chun smiled and handed him a pack of cigarettes, saying, "Well done. Let us continue this way. Unconventional tactics are the most effective." Upon hearing Li Chun's praise, Qin Yu extracted a cigarette, offering one to both of them as he remarked, "Thanks, brotherly," and proceeded to enjoy a leisurely smoke. Tea that moment, Qin Tian spoke up. "Brotherly, did that big guy die? Were you injured?" "Yes, it's dead. The speed at which zombies advance is exceeding my expectations. After we return, I will provide you with crystals to expedite your power enhancement. The type of second-tier zombies you just fought will likely become quite common." Li Chun expressed with concern. Qin Tian fell silent, focusing on driving as he turned the vehicle back towards the villa. Upon returning, Li Chun hurried to his room, locked the door, and retrieved the dark red crystal without concern for its cleanliness. Swallowing it whole, as before, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a warm sensation enveloping his body. About an hour later, Li Chun sensed a surge of immense energy coursing through him. Indeed, it was a fourth-tier zombie. "One crystal has allowed me to break through," he thought at that moment. A piece of information flooded his mind, signifying that he had awakened a new superpower, spatial evasion. In essence, this ability allowed him to instantaneously shift from one space to another. Having read numerous web novels, he referred to this capability as teleportation. This was an invaluable tool for escape and surprise attacks. No sooner had he completed his thoughts than he found himself in the third-floor gym. Suddenly, Li Chun reappeared in the open space outside the villa. Almost immediately, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, rendering him unable to muster the strength for another teleportation at this moment. Li Chun came to understand two things. First, that upon elevating his power to the fourth tier, he had the potential to awaken an extraordinary ability. And second, that his current capacity for teleportation only permitted him to move twice. It seemed he must continue to enhance his strength. Nonetheless, this excursion had yielded significant gains, which led Li Chun to ponder the spirit realm. Should he consider stealing from that mob inn? After contemplating this, Li Chun made his way back to the villa, conceding that he could not return to his room at this moment. Lu Ting and the others were preparing a grand feast, eagerly awaiting his return to dine together. As the villa door swung open, everyone stared in bewilderment at Li Chun, who had just come back from outside. Wasn't he in his room? Observing their puzzled expressions, Li Chun explained, "I've leveled up to the fourth tier, so I wanted to see if jumping out the window would be fatal." He shrugged nonchalantly at the group before turning back to his room to retrieve 2 bottles of Matai, which he had procured from a renowned liquor store. Although his supply was limited, Qin Tian, spotting the bottles on the table, rubbed his hands in excitement. After all, what man doesn't he love a good drink? The 3 women seated together engaged in lively conversation, their bond having deepened to that of sisters over the course of the day, before little Loli lay an entire platter of chicken legs. Her eyes narrowed as she glared at the others, as if to say, "This platter is mine, and no one is allowed to take it." The 3 men began toasting each other, with Qin Yu recounting the day as thrilling escapades to Lu Ting, who listened with concern etched on her face as she glanced at Li Chun. He offered her a reassuring look, conveying that she need not worry, for she understood his capabilities better than anyone else. After wrapping up his report, he playfully engaged with little Loli, affectionately calling her Loli sister. Luo Ling occasionally stole glances at Li Chun, sensing an intriguing aura about him that drew her closer. Today, Sister Ting had shared many stories about Li Chun, igniting a profound curiosity within her. Once curiosity takes root, it is not long before one is ensnared. Li remained oblivious to Chun's intentions as the two playfully tussled on the sofa, her ample bosom occasionally brushing against him, stirring a tempest of desire within him. Meanwhile, Chun Tian addressed Li Chun, saying, "Brother Li, let us enhance our strength. Otherwise, should we encounter formidable zombies next time, we would only be a burden, as we were today." After the meal, Li Chun distributed 10 ordinary crystal stones to each of them, instructing, "Return and elevate your abilities. These should be sufficient for you to reach the second tier. There are likely many second-tier zombies in Jiangzhou now. Once you awaken, venture out to hunt them down and bring me any purple crystal stones you find. I have use for them. However, relying solely on crystal stones for enhancement is unwise. You both lack combat experience. Do you understand my meaning?" At this point, Chun set aside his playful demeanor, listening intently. Once the two departed, Li Chun turned to the 3 women in the villa and asked, "Ting Ting, shall we sleep together tonight?" Lu Ting shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "I have no objections, but let us see if the other two agree." After a spirited discussion, it was decided that Li Chun would sleep alone while the 3 women would share a bed. The rationale was that Li refused to sleep in Villa 8 due to its filth and preferred the scent of Sister Ting. Thus, it was clear that Li Chun and Luo Ling would not even entertain the thought. Li Chun observed the 3 women occupying his room and descended to the first floor, delivering a forceful kick to Dog Meat. The dog whimpered, "Damn it, I nearly got hurt just trying to sleep." At this moment, Dog Meat remained oblivious, having been poked and prodded multiple times by Li, showing no signs of responsiveness. The IT resembled a toy dog, left forgotten in a corner. Li Chun reclined in the guest room, regretting not installing a camera in the master bedroom. The image of the 3 women sharing a bed kept him wide awake. Thus, he retreated to the living room to play games, but with the internet down. He could only indulge in the single-player games he had previously downloaded. Late into the night, Dog Meat suddenly whimpered, and its body began to swell as if it were about to explode. Li Chun heard the commotion and descended the stairs to investigate, only to be startled. Dog Meat was on the verge of bursting. Li Chun observed quietly, feeling powerless to assist if it truly exploded. He would likely be drenched in its blood. He mischievously pulled out an umbrella, hiding behind it as he watched intently. After about half an hour, Dog Meat's whimpering ceased, and it fell back into a deep sleep. Li Chun kicked it lightly. Seeing it still asleep, he retreated to the guest room and succumbed to slumber. The following day, a shriek awakened everyone in the villa. Luo Ling stared blankly at the large dog before her, while Dog Meat confronted her, eyeing this unfamiliar person with caution. "What is going on?" Li Chun, rubbing his sleepy eyes, made his way to the first floor. "What in the world is this giant dog?" Upon seeing Li Chun, Dog Meat wagged its tail and rushed over to lick him, causing Li Chun to jump back in surprise, utterly unprepared. "I asked at you, Dog Meat. How did you get so big?" Although he had witnessed Dog Meat's swelling the previous night, seeing the now lively and bounding giant dog left him astonished. Dog Meat had undoubtedly doubled in size, dressed in a tiger skin. It would resemble a small tiger. "IT seems you've successfully leveled up," Li Chun mused. "IT this moment, everyone was awake. Dog Meat leaped on a Lu Ting, nuzzling against her soft form. "Is this really Dog Meat? Why has it suddenly grown so large?" Lu Ting inquired, looking at Li Chun. Li Chun, eyeing Dog Meat with a menacing expression, warned, "If you keep that up, I'll stew you." He turned to Lu Ting and replied, "Yes, it seems that after leveling up, its size has increased. Don't let it rub against you. It's too dirty." Lu Ting glanced at Luo Ling and Li, introducing Dog Meat as their new friend. Surprisingly, Dog Meat seemed to understand, rubbing against their hands in welcome. Soon after, Li hopped on a Dog Meat's back, and they began frolicking together. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, dogs also prefer the larger companions. At this moment, Li Chun looked at Lu Ting with a pitiful expression. "Sister, did you not notice my dark circles?" Lu Ting feigned ignorance, turning to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, realizing something was amiss. Li Chun quickly exited the villa and headed to Building 6. At this point, Chun Tian and Chun Yu had both completed their enhancements and greeted Li Chun upon his arrival. "Brotherly, what brings you here so early?" Chun Tian asked. Li Chun regarded the two, who had ascended to the second tier, and said, Great job on leveling up. Now I have your first task. Clean up Villa 8 today. Qin Tian and Qin Yu exchanged bewildered glances. What was this? Were they not supposed to be out hunting zombies? Cleaning instead. However, they said nothing and turned back to gather their tools before heading towards Villa 8. Uncle, I feel like something is off with Brotherly. What is going on? Qin Yu queried. Qin Tian glanced at the equally perplexed Qin Yu and replied, If you're asking me, who should I ask? Did Sister Ting give you a beating? Following that, the two fell silent, smoking as they entered cleaning mode. Meanwhile, in the villa, Luo Ling stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Li Chun lead Qin Tian and the others into Villa 8. Equipped with brooms and cleaning tools, lost in thought, ate tea this moment. Luo Ling's heart was in turmoil. Brotherly still did not fully trust them. It seemed she needed to be more proactive. Li Chun entered the villa to find the table laden with an array of delicacies. Little Loli was rolling around with dog meat, while Luo Ling and Lu Ting were busy preparing bowls and chopsticks. Brotherly, let us call them to eat, Lu Ting suggested. Li Chun grinned at Lu Ting, saying, Well, didn't Little Loli say Villa 8 was dirty? So, I sent them to tidy it up. Let us eat first. Lu Ting, glancing helplessly at Li Chun and then at Luo Ling, chose not to argue and began inviting everyone to breakfast. After the meal, Li Chun rode his snowmobile out alone, seeking to locate more high-tier zombies to further enhance his strength. Once Lu Ting had tidied up, Luo Ling picked up her tools and entered Villa 8. Qin Yu, noticing Loli following closely behind Luo Ling, couldn't help but smile broadly. Loli, sister, what do you think of the room I cleaned for you? Is it tidy? Now, how will you thank me? The young girl, with an air of disdain, cast a glance at Qin Yu and declared, I do not reside here. I wish to sleep with Sister Ting. Meanwhile, Luo Ling addressed Qin Tian, saying, Thank you, Brother Qin. Luo Li, refrain from speaking nonsense. Where do you expect to sleep if you are with Sister Ting and Brotherly? Luo Li appeared perplexed, wondering why Brotherly must necessarily share a bed with Sister Ting. Nevertheless, the bed was large enough for all to fit together. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment, pondering whether Brotherly was not a mere man. Observing Qin Yu's expression, Luo Ling comprehended the situation and turned to Luo Li, stating, You see, your insistence on sleeping with Sister Ting last night has caused Brotherly to take refuge in the guest room. Upon hearing Luo Ling's words, Qin Yu's face brightened with a smile. Thank goodness. I always believed that Chun Gu was not so beastly, Li Chun retorted. Damn it, I would like to, but the timing isn't right. However, only children are interested in young girls. As Luo Ling tidied up, she mused, Well, this place is quite pleasant. Although I disturbed Li Chun last night, I wonder if he truly harbors feelings for me, as Sister Ting suggested. Why else would he assist us in cleaning Villa number 8? Does he only have eyes for Lu Ting? Does he find us bothersome? Li Chun thought to himself, It's primarily because of your sister. I do wish, but your sister is in the way. It seems I must play matchmaker for Qin Yu and Luo Li. Qin Tian interjected, What about me, little brother? At that moment, Li Chun had arrived in the city center, aimlessly searching, perplexed by the situation. Logically, after the freezing, although most people perished, many survivors should remain. Were the mutated individuals truly so scarce? Why were there so few zombies? Although he had slain some, it could not be this quiet. Clearly, he needed to elevate to the 5th tier or wait for Lu Ting to reach the 4th tier before venturing out. Otherwise, remaining in this small Jiangzhou would hinder his progress. Perhaps he should first steal Ma Bin's resources from Lingzhou? With this thought, Li Chun resolved to find a tall building, for the height would aid in locating zombies. Upon arriving at a tall edifice, he stored his motorcycle in his spatial pocket and ascended the stairs. At this moment, the building stood desolate. Not a single survivor or zombie was in sight, not even a mutated rat. Reaching the rooftop, Li Chun produced a pair of binoculars, leaning forward to survey the city. His side adorned with a sniper rifle and a Desert Eagle holstered at his waist, he was fully armed, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Shortly thereafter, a cluster of dark figures appeared through the binoculars. Approximately 600 meters away, at the base of another building, he observed several knife-wielding individuals circling the perimeter of a crowd, which comprised over 100 ragged survivors trudging through the snow. The leader, sporting a pistol at his waist, urged the crowd, Everyone, hurry up! Let us return to Lingzhou before nightfall. Brother Ma is waiting for us at home at that moment. Another knife-wielding man approached, offering him a cigarette and lighting it with a fawning expression. Scarface, with so many captures today, Brother Ma will surely reward you handsomely. The brothers will certainly enjoy the spoils as well. That he paused before adding, I see a few lovely young ladies among them. Once they are cleaned up, they could be a fine tribute to Brother Ma. A significant achievement indeed. Scarface regarded his astute subordinate with a grin, patting his shoulder. Rest assured, as long as you follow Scarface, you shall never go hungry. He then turned to the group. Everyone, be vigilant. Do not let anyone escape, especially those young ladies. They are intended for Brother Ma. Perhaps, once he tires of them, I might benefit from your good fortune. But for now, do not entertain any foolish ideas. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he continued, while Jiangzhou may be impoverished, one can never be certain of formidable presences lurking about. Be cautious. The group nodded in agreement, continuing to urge the survivors onward. Scarface then addressed the subordinate who had just offered the cigarette. Have we checked that villa from last night? It was brightly lit even in this apocalypse. The subordinate pondered for a moment before replying, I went to investigate. It appeared there were 5 or 6 individuals I wanted to storm in last night. Their dinner looked quite sumptuous, and there seemed to be alcohol. Moreover, there were several beautiful women. Honestly, those women are more attractive than the ones around Brother Ma. What do you think, Scarface? Hearing the mention of alcohol, Scarface involuntarily swallowed hard. It had been ages since he last laid eyes on a bottle. Indeed, they were members of Ma Bin's crew. During the outbreak, many from his team had succumbed to becoming zombies, resulting in a severe reduction of his forces after a confrontation with survivors. However, he had no choice. His faction needed to maintain its strength. Thus, he dispatched individuals to seek out survivors, persuading them to join. For those who resisted, forceful suppression was employed, and serendipitously, this external team had arrived in Jiangzhou, intending to capture this group and later scavenge supplies from the ice. In the event of a zombie attack, these individuals would serve as valuable cannon fodder. Ibn thought to himself that he could not afford to lose any more of his core strength. If this group were to be depleted, it would likely attract the attention of rival factions, jeopardizing his precious resources. Li Chun, overhearing their conversation, furrowed his brow tightly. It appeared that these individuals had set their sights on his villa. Moreover, with such a large-scale capture operation in Jiangzhou, it was likely the work of Ma Bin's faction. He had yet to make a move, yet they were already plotting against him. Thus, he could not be blamed for responding unfavorably. With a calm demeanor, Li Chun stepped out from the corner, positioning himself in their path. That moment, the subordinate who had previously offered the cigarette pointed his machete at Li Chun, demanding, Who are you? Do you dare block our path? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and fall in line. We'll take you to enjoy the good life. The subordinate spoke menacingly. Li Chun regarded him with a smile, as if observing a cadaver. With a swift motion, he severed the young man's arm, causing a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The other seemed oblivious to the speed with which he drew his blade. Scarface's expression turned icy as he swiftly drew his sidearm, a weapon provided by Ma Bin for intimidation. In truth, he would only fire as a last resort. Bullets were precious. Who dares to harm me? I advise you to drop your weapon and come along quietly, Scarface threatened, aiming his gun at Li Chun, while the other 10 or so individuals brandished their knives, encircling him. How audacious of someone to obstruct their group. It was an act of sheer folly, Li Chun slowly replied. Had you not set your sights on my villa, I would have had no interest in your trivial matters. You are the owner of the villa? Well, that works out nicely. Hand over your supplies and women, and I might consider sparing your life. Scarface grinned at Li Chun. In his mind, as long as he held the gun, this man would surely surrender without a fight. You are members of Ma Bin's faction from Lingzhou. You have the audacity to come to Jiangzhou to abduct people. Li Chun continued. Scarface laughed maniacally. You know about our brother Bin? It seems you possess some knowledge. How about this? Bring your supplies and women, and accompany us. That I will ensure you have the easiest tasks. But the women, they belong to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding slap echoed as a crimson handprint appeared on Scarface's face. In that instant, he attempted to pull the trigger, only to realize his gun was empty. What the hell? Who hit me? Scarface stared blankly at his subordinate. The subordinates, still clutching their knives, trembled slightly, It was too fast. Was this still a human? They pointed at Li Chun, who held Scarface's firearm, as if they had seen a ghost. Scarface, finally regaining his wits, shouted, "Attack! Kill him!" Though the group trembled with fear, they were seasoned street thugs accustomed to violence. Driven by fervor as they charged at Li Chun with knives in hand, Li Chun, drawing his Tang Dao, regarded them with an expression of disbelief, as if to say, "With such insignificant little fish, I lack even the inclination to engage." Within a minute, over 10 of them lay lifeless on the ground, each slain by a single stroke, sending the scarred leader into a frenzy. He was accustomed only to bullying the weak alongside Ma Bin and had never encountered such a spectacle. Weak-kneed, he fell to his knees before Li Chun, pleading, "Big brother, I was wrong. Spare my life, and I promise never to return to Jiangzhou. I will also give you these slaves." He gestured towards the surviving members, whose vacant stares suggested they had long been paralyzed by terror in this apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, showing no inclination to resist. This was precisely why a mere 10 individuals, armed with a single firearm, could command 100 others. Li Chun slowly approached the kneeling scarred leader. Crouching down, he locked eyes with him and declared, "I will ask you questions, and you must answer truthfully if I find your responses satisfactory. I may spare your life." The scarred leader nodded vigorously. "Big brother, I assure you, I will speak freely. Just grant me a chance to live. You come from Lingzhou to capture people solely for the purpose of scavenging for supplies?" Li Chun inquired. "Yes, I know. We also need to defend against zombies, for we lost many during the outbreak," he replied. "How many of you remain? Do you possess heavy weaponry? Can Ma Bin fight?" Li Chun pressed on. "Aside from workers, we have around 300 people. 8 Gu has an AK and some handguns. Brother Bin is formidable. We are no match for him. 1 or 2 dozen of us stand no chance. He is incredibly strong, capable of splitting bricks with one hand. I've seen him dent an iron gate with a single punch." The scarred leader flattered, eager to appease. Li Chun considered his words carefully. 300 individuals, equipped with firearms, and this Ma Bin likely possessed abilities of the first or second tier. Thus, a visit to Lingzhou became imperative. Should Ma Bin grow stronger, Li Chun would find himself at a disadvantage. Given Ma Bin's expansionist ambitions, he would not tolerate any rivals. Hence, it was essential for Li Chun to act preemptively. Resolute, Li Chun gazed at the kneeling leader and fired a shot into his thigh. Before the leader could react, another shot rang out, striking his other leg. "You promised you wouldn't kill me." "Why?" the leader exclaimed, wide-eyed with disbelief. Li Chun glanced at the individuals behind him. "I haven't killed you. I merely rendered you immobile as for whether they choose to kill you. That is beyond my knowledge." He then turned to the crowd. "An eye for an eye, a grievance for a grievance," and vanished around the corner of the corridor. The scarred leader stared blankly at the crowd, thoughts racing. "It's over." As the first blow landed on his face, more and more joined in, and slowly, under the relentless assault of over 100, the scarred leader succumbed, eyes closed in despair. Meanwhile, Li Chun sped towards the villa on a snowmobile. Upon returning, he found that the sanitation of Building 8 had been completed. It was midday, and Lu Ting and Luo Ling were busy cooking in the kitchen, while Qin Tian squatted in the yard smoking. Qin Yu and Luo Li were engrossed in a heated game on the couch. Observing the gathered individuals, Li Chun contemplated who would be the most suitable companions for his expedition to Lingzhou. However, upon seeing Qin Tian's robust physique, he quickly made up his mind. Upon noticing Li Chun's return, Qin Tian enthusiastically exclaimed, "You're back. Ready for a meal?" Li Chun greeted him with a smile, and soon the group gathered around the table for dinner. The spread included several home-cooked dishes, and before Luo Li was a generous bowl of braised pork. The others, accustomed to lavish feasts, had grown weary of such fare, but Luo Li seemed perpetually hungry. Observing her appetite, Qin Yu sighed, realizing that at this rate, he couldn't afford to keep up. After the meal, Li Chun spoke up. "Brother Qin Yu, I need you both for a task. This afternoon, the 3 of us will head to Lingzhou to capture Ma Bin. Are you willing?" Without hesitation, Qin Tian replied, "Brother Li, whatever you say, we shall do. We are at your command. But will our strength be a liability?" Li Chun offered him a reassuring look. "No worries. It shouldn't pose a significant problem. They were just a bunch of ordinary people that ate tea that moment. Luo Ling interjected. Li Ge, should we join as well? After all, more hands make lighter work. Li Chun shook his head. If you go, how can I secure the upper hand? He intended for Qin Tian and Qin Yu to assist him in subduing Ma Bin, subsequently allowing them to take over. This would provide Li Chun with an additional channel for collecting crystal stones and treasures. As for the two women, he would consider their involvement later. Taking them to seize control was impractical, particularly as he was not yet ready to part with the safety and security of the villa. Thus, he said to Luo Ling, "Your strength is insufficient. Focus on enhancing it for now. I am uncertain of the circumstances we may encounter, but please inform us of our location later." Lu Ting looked at Li Chun with concern. "I send it risky? Li Ge, perhaps you shouldn't take such a gamble that we have enough supplies." Li Chun gently patted her head. "Rest assured, I am confident." Lu Ting ceased her objections. The person she trusted most was Li Chun. As long as he was assured, she felt no need to worry, for any additional concern would only burden him. Qin Yu glanced at Li Chun and then at Luo Li, seemingly conveying, "Brother, that's mine. You need to leave it for me." Li Chun saw through his thoughts and turned to him. "Don't worry. Lingzhou is not far from Jiangzhou. When the time comes, I will provide you with a snowmobile." Qin Yu replied, "All right, I trust Brother Li. You wouldn't lead me astray." He then turned to Luo Li. "Luo Li, was it Ma Bin who bullied you? Brother will take his head for you. When I return, will you marry me?" Luo Li turned her head in disdain and remarked to Dog Meat, "Dog Meat, why do some people always overestimate themselves?" Dog Meat seemed to comprehend her words and flashed a cheeky grin at Qin Yu, leaving him in an awkward position. The group erupted in laughter, while Qin Yu wished he could vanish into the ground. "Enough with the jokes. Let us prepare to leave," Li Chun declared as he ascended to the second floor. He retrieved 2 sets of bulletproof vests and helmets, handing them to Qin Tian and Qin Yu to wear. Next, he headed to the yard to start the off-road vehicle as the 3 climbed in. Lu Ting watched the vehicle drive away, turning back to the villa to say to the 2 women, "All right, all the cleaning was in vain. Tonight, you both will sleep with me." Luo Li excitedly hugged Lu Ting's arm. "Hey, I get to smell Sister Ting's lovely scent while I sleep." Feeling the softness of the embrace, Lu Ting mused, "What on earth does this little girl eat? She is so petite, yet has developed so well." Glancing at Luo Ling, she thought, indeed, the sister dotes on her younger sibling, giving her all the good stuff. Tea that moment. In the off-road vehicle, the 3 were smoking. Qin Yu was driving, while Li Chun sat in the passenger seat. Toying with an M16 automatic rifle, he casually briefed Qin Tian on the situation. "Brother Qin, this Ma Bin was quite a formidable character. They currently have about 300 members, some of whom likely carry handguns. So be cautious. Moreover, Ma Bin is likely an ability user, probably of 1st or 2nd tier, on par with you, that will park on the outskirts and approach their headquarters under the pretext of trading firearms. I'll arm you both with guns, and will first deal with the ones wielding weapons that I intend to leave Ma Bin for you to handle, so you can establish your authority." Qin Tian nodded. "No problem, that we'll act as the situation dictates. As for Ma Bin, leave him to Qin Yu. He is eager to prove himself." Qin Yu chuckled. "Seems like you're looking out for me." Without the slightest regard for the other party, the 3 individuals hastened towards Lingzhou in their vehicle. By evening, Li Chun and his companions entered the territory of Lingzhou, the headlights of their car illuminating the vast white expanse. In this post-apocalyptic world, the ostentation of an off-road vehicle was ill-advised, so Li Chun instructed Qin Yu to turn off the headlights and halt for a rest. The 3 took turns sleeping, ever wary of unforeseen circumstances. At this juncture, Li Chun had already ascended to the 4th tier of ability users, and his awakened superpower had significantly enhanced his mental strength. Thus, staying awake for an entire night posed little fatigue for him. However, he knew that his companions would not consent to his sleeplessness, and they too closed their eyes in the vehicle. As the night passed without incident, the trio consumed some bread and biscuits before preparing to continue their journey. Currently, they were merely on the outskirts of Lingzhou, approximately 30 minutes away from the city center. They traversed countless villages and towns, most of which were devoid of life, occasionally encountering a few wandering zombies. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel, Li Chun and his companions collected their crystal stones. When they were about a kilometer away from Lingzhou, Li Chun instructed Qinyu to drive into an empty warehouse on the outskirts, signaling for them to proceed into the city on foot. Who knows if Ma Bin has set up a checkpoint in the suburbs? While pretending to return to the vehicle, Li Chun concealed the car within his spatial storage. He then beckoned his waiting companions outside the warehouse, and they set off on foot towards the city. As they passed through clusters of towering buildings, they observed individuals scavenging for supplies in the snow. These people appeared ragged and frail, while a number of muscular figures armed with steel knives surveilled them from the periphery. The stark contrast between these two groups was evident. The laborers, clearly malnourished from long-term deprivation, stood in stark opposition to their brutish overseers. It was no wonder that a mere handful of individuals could control so many. Upon noticing the arrival of the three strangers, a leader approached them immediately, demanding, "Who are you? What brings you to Lingzhou?" At this moment, Li Chun stepped forward and said, "I seek your boss for a business transaction. Hurry and report." Well, you have quite the audacity, don't you? What makes you think you're worthy of our boss's attention?" The leader retorted. Li Chun remained silent, instead unzipping his backpack to reveal an M16 rifle. "I wonder if your boss might have interest in this." The leader's expression shifted instantly upon seeing the firearm, and he warily inquired, "Sir, are you suggesting that you wish to trade this?" "Indeed, if you know what is good for you. Take me to your boss," Li Chun continued. Upon noticing that neither of Li Chun's companions bore any visible weapons, the leader's demeanor softened. "Come with me. I'll take you to meet our boss." After exchanging a covert glance with his subordinate, which Li Chun caught, he understood that a warning was being sent out. However, in light of the overwhelming disparity in strength, Li Chun remained unconcerned, only worried about his two companions, as they were merely second-tier ability users. The leader led Li Chun and his companions toward the streets of the high-rise buildings. But his pace noticeably slowed. On a hillside in Lingzhou stood a sizable villa, flanked by numerous warehouses. Originally, this had been Ma Bin's supply depot and clubhouse, which had since transformed into the largest sanctuary in Lingzhou after the apocalypse. At this moment, the area around the warehouse was bustling with activity, with individuals patrolling with steel knives, others stationed on rooftops, and some dragging boxes through the snow, transporting supplies in and out of the warehouse. Inside the villa, four individuals were engaged in drinking and playing cards, each attended by a beautiful woman. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Ma Bin was engrossed in a game of landlord with two attractive women, occasionally shouting out in excitement, eliciting hearty laughter from those below, while his coarse language caused the maidens to blush. Suddenly, a subordinate burst through the entrance, panting heavily. Upon seeing his disheveled state, a bald man kicked him to the ground, not allowing him to speak before delivering a slap. "What the hell do you think you're doing here? Do you not understand the rules? Can't you see that Brother Ma is busy?" UV disturbed his mood. "How many lives do you think you have?" The subordinate, bewildered and clutching his stomach, replied, "Third brother, I'm sorry, but I have important news to report." "Him? What is it?" The bespectacled man, known as second brother, inquired as he stood up. "3 individuals have arrived from the city, claiming they wish to trade with Brother Ma. All 3 are armed, and the leader is carrying a rifle." The subordinate hurriedly conveyed, fearful of further reprimand, "How many guns do they have?" Second brother pressed for clarification. "They have 3 guns, 1 long and 2 short. Dog brother is escorting them up the hill." The subordinate added, "Very well, bring them up. I'll meet them," second brother instructed. Meanwhile, Ma Bin had descended the staircase, dressed in a set of pajamas. The villa was equipped with a fireplace, currently burning with manufactured charcoal, keeping the interior warm. "What all this commotion? You're disrupting my mood," Ma Bin grumbled. The bespectacled man couldn't help but scorn internally at Ma Bin's need for a distraction. Aside from his swift actions in this matter, he was otherwise slow in all respects. However, as their leader, Ma Bin was to be treated with respect. "My apologies. I didn't mean to disturb you. But 3 outsiders have come with guns wishing to trade. I've sent Dog Brother to bring them up, and they've been scoffed. Trade? Why not just rob them while you're at it? What all this shouting for?" "Wait, did you say they're armed?" Ma Bin's brow furrowed at this revelation. "Gather our men immediately. Have them stand by near the villa. You 2, come with me." Approximately 20 minutes later, Dog Brother arrived at the entrance of the villa with Li Chun and his companions. observing Li Chun brandishing an M16 rifle, while the other two possessed handguns and tang swords. Ma Bin instinctively sensed that these visitors did not come with benevolent intentions. However, years of experience in the mercantile world had instilled in him a calm demeanor. He approached the trio with a welcoming smile. "Honored guests, I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Please come inside." Li Chun then spotted a rotund, bald man with a face full of pockmarks and a broad grin approaching them. "You must be Brother Ma. This newcomer wishes to conduct business with you," Li Chun declared, raising his rifle as he spoke. "Very well. Please come in that it's cold outside, but warm within," Ma Bin gestured invitingly. As Li Chun and his companions entered the villa, a quick-witted subordinate swiftly closed the door behind them. Qin Tian and Xin Yu thought nothing of it, considering the fierce winds outside. However, Li Chun perceived it differently. With his heightened mental acuity, he sensed that the villa was now surrounded by their men. Yet, Li Chun did not reveal his awareness. "Is your boss inside? Surely he wouldn't initiate hostilities here," he mused, following Ma Bin's lead and taking a seat on the sofa with an amiable smile. "My friends, what is it you wish to exchange with me today?" Ma Bin inquired directly, understanding that these visitors were likely decisive individuals. Hence foregoing any unnecessary questions, as he spoke. Ma Bin's gaze casually flicked towards the second floor, where a figure had already trained a rifle on Li Chun from a concealed corner. Li Chun, having sensed the ambush above, surmised that the person likely possessed the only rifle they had. Maintaining an air of ease, Li Chun opened his backpack and placed 5 handguns and a submachine gun on the table before him. All devoid of magazines, his eyes gleamed with interest at the sight of the firearms. "Brother, what do you wish to trade for?" he inquired eagerly. "Gold, silver, and jewels," Li Chun replied succinctly, then added, "I wonder if Brother Ma has any on hand?" Ma Bin chuckled heartily, taking a sip from his cup. "That will depend on how much you have to offer, my dear brother." Bin continued to engage in evasive conversation, clearly reluctant to provoke a formidable adversary. Although he possessed a considerable amount of gold and jewels, in this apocalyptic world, trading firearms for such trinkets seemed utterly foolish. Bin could not help but think that these 3 individuals were either looking for trouble or had lost their wits. Amidst the rampant zombies, who would willingly exchange weapons for material possessions. Yet, it was undeniably unfair to cast aspersions on Li Chun, for in this entire world, it was likely that only Li Chun found value in gold and jewels. Li Chun promptly responded, "I still have some at home. It all depends on how much Brother Ma is willing to offer." Bin erupted into hearty laughter. "Then, my brother, name your price. How much is this long one worth?" "And what about the bullets?" Li Chun feigned contemplation, and after a moment declared, "These were hard-earned by my brothers and me. How about this? For the long one, you give me 20 Gene, and for the short one, 5 Gene each. As for the bullets, they cost 10 grams apiece. That if there's no gold, we can negotiate with other equivalent items." This moment, Ma Bin felt a surge of frustration. He had initially thought he was dealing with a significant power. But these 3 turned out to be nothing but fools. He maintained a jovial facade. Thinking so, "My brother is just jesting with me. You truly believe they are worth that much?" Li Chun remained unflustered. Contemplating that his goods were indeed valuable, and he wished to provoke a fight, he replied, "Brother Ma, you should know better than I which is more important, life or material possessions." Upon hearing this, Ma Bin laughed even more maniacally. "Well said, my younger brother. In that case, why not take a look upstairs?" Ma Bin gestured towards the second floor where the gunmen were stationed. He then turned back to Li Chun, wearing a grin, and added, "Please do not move, and those 2 behind you should refrain from any sudden actions. Any misstep, and I fear a bullet might find its way into my dear brother's head." Rising to his feet, he remarked, "I truly cannot discern whether you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending. You think that possessing a firearm renders you invincible, daring to tread upon my territory?" He continued, "Let us not make this difficult. Place everything you have on the table, including that backpack." Bin commanded. This juncture, Li Chun maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Suddenly, he rolled off the couch and fired a shot toward the second floor. The gunman upstairs was oblivious to the unfolding chaos until he collapsed lifelessly. Bin's expression turned cold as he retreated swiftly to the second floor, while his companions advanced, drawing their handguns and aiming at Qin Tian and Qin Yu, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The two hurriedly sought refuge behind the couch. Yet Qin Tian was struck in the abdomen. He touched his painful wound and muttered, "Fortunately, I have Brother Li's bulletproof vest." At that moment, the third and fourth comrades had exhausted their ammunition and were hot on their trail, just as the fourth was about to bring his knife down upon Qin Yu. The sound of gunfire erupted from behind, causing him to tumble on a Qin Yu. Li Chun's voice then rang out, "Qin Yu, pursue Ma Bin. Let us see how you perform to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances." Li Chun tossed his rifle to Qin Yu, who wasted no time grabbing the weapon and headed upstairs. Outside, the sound of gunfire alerted others, leading them to burst through the doors. The leader, a bespectacled man, raised his weapon and fired at Li Chun, who rolled aside to evade the shot. What is this, a film shoot? How did he manage to dodge a bullet? Li Chun seized the opportunity and lunged forward, slicing through the man's glasses and delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the bald third comrade was engaged in a fierce struggle with Qin Tian, but soon found himself at a disadvantage. Had Qin Tian not been wounded, he would not have been able to endure this long. Although the bulletproof vest offered some protection, it was still agonizing, an ordeal difficult for an ordinary person to withstand. Observing the dire situation, the second comrade had already retreated. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as the bald third comrade's head went flying into the crowd. Seeing that Qin Tian had freed himself, Li Chun fought while retreating towards the second floor, allowing Qin Tian to take his place as a second-tier ability user. Dealing with these common thugs who only knew how to rob was exceedingly easy. With each swing of his Tang Dao, a thug collapsed, preventing anyone from breaching the villa's entrance. Qin Yu chased after Ma Bin to the second floor, witnessing him enter a room and slam the door shut. At that moment, Qin Yu began to pound on the door. Li Chun observed this scene and thought, "It seems Ma Bin is quite fearful of death. This must be a specially designed security door." Though not as formidable as Li Chun's villa door, it was not easily breached. "Step aside," Li Chun uttered, delivering a powerful punch that caved in the door. With two more strikes, he succeeded in breaching Ma Bin's chamber. Qin Yu swallowed hard, marveling at Li Chun's immense strength. Upon entering the room, however, Li Chun found no sign of Ma Bin. Only two naked women huddled in the corner, trembling. Li Chun, unperturbed by the sight, inquired, "Where's Ma Bin? Where did he go?" One bolder woman stood, pointing toward a nearby wardrobe. Qin Yu kicked it open, revealing a dark, ominous passageway. "Goodness, Ma Bin is truly terrified of death," Li Chun thought at that moment. Ma Bin, witnessing Li Chun's combat prowess from the window, realized he had encountered a true adversary, one of extraordinary strength, but he swiftly turned to flee down the secret passage. Had he not seen Li Chun dispatch the bespectacled leader with a single blow, he would not have run. He was acutely aware that the young man outside could not breach the door. Understanding that if he did not escape today, he would likely meet his end, he thought, "As long as I survive, I can seek revenge later." Though he lamented his lost supplies, nothing was more precious than life. If he could escape successfully, there would be opportunities for retribution in the future. Li Chun was surprised by Ma Bin's cautious nature, but hesitated only briefly before entering the tunnel, while Qin Yu followed without a second thought. Li Chun turned to him and said, "Go assist your uncle. I'll handle things here." Initially, he had intended to leave Ma Bin alive to preserve Qin Yu's dignity, but given the uncertainty of the tunnel, Li Chun could not afford to take risks with him. Furthermore, he believed that going alone would increase his chances of success. After walking for several seconds, he stumbled upon a long corridor illuminated by dim yellow lights, accompanied by the sound of a diesel engine. Likely a generator. Could it be that Ma Bin is also someone who has been reborn? Li Chun pondered. Otherwise, how could one explain this basement and the passage? Or perhaps he is simply an exceptionally cautious individual. Such people tend to live long lives. As he continued down the passage, he discovered a fork in the tunnel, which presented a dilemma. Choosing one path, he soon found it to be a dead end. Although he moved swiftly, by the time he returned to the other tunnel, he noticed the snowmobile had already sped away a considerable distance. Li Chun retrieved his sniper rifle and fired a shot, but unfortunately, missed. Shaking his head, he retraced his steps, but on the way back, Li Chun quietly examined the basement. which was a maze of intersecting paths filled with numerous iron cages. There was even a room stocked with so-called adult toys, likely where Ma Bin had previously imprisoned his enemies. This reminded Li Chun of a news story from years ago. A certain corporation's president mysteriously vanished along with 5 assistants. Notably, the president was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Looking at the cages and then at the room, Li Chun began to connect the dots. Had it not been for the apocalypse, Ma Bin would undoubtedly have been a significant figure. In a warehouse-like area, Li Chun discovered something that brought him great joy. Pushing open the warehouse door, he was greeted by 2 armored off-road RVs as he ran his hand along the vehicle's surface. He felt the icy chill radiating from it. He struck the door with all his might, but it remained unyielding. Next, he drew his Desert Eagle and fired at the window. The bullet ricocheted back, nearly hitting him, yet the window showed no signs of damage. "This is truly a treasure of the apocalypse," Li Chun exclaimed. Perhaps Ma Bin was so flustered that he hastily took the snowmobile. Otherwise, who could contend with him if he drove one of these? Yet, as Li Chun climbed into the vehicle, preparing to start it, he discovered it was out of fuel, sitting in the driver's seat. He burst into laughter. "What a fool Ma Bin is! Oil, I have plenty. But how could Ma Bin have run out of fuel?" This left Li Chun utterly perplexed, upon witnessing nearly 20 diesel generators humming below. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a waste! Truly, an extravagant waste." Casually stowing his off-road camper into space, Li Chun pushed open the door to the next warehouse. Inside, he was greeted by an array of various food items. Moving on to the 3rd and 4th warehouses, Li Chun opened all the doors, revealing them brimming with provisions and survival supplies. It was evident that he was indeed the proprietor of a chain supermarket. Selectively, he collected a substantial amount of supplies before returning to the surface. I could see this moment. Qin Tian and Qin Yu stood in the center, surrounded by numerous ragged survivors, while many others lay or knelt before them. Li Chun approached and gathered the firearms displayed on the coffee table before stepping outside. Looking at Qin Tian, he remarked, "Brother Qin, I must say I didn't expect this. Impressive. You've managed to rally so many people in such a short time." Qin Yu, grinning widely, added, "Go. What about Ma Bin? I'll explain everything once we head down." With that, Li Chun walked in front of Qin Tian, who stepped aside. "Brotherly, now that everything is in order, how shall we deal with these people?" Qin Tian inquired. Li Chun gestured slightly and then entered the building. That moment, he spoke, "Brother Qin, I leave this place in your capable hands. Not just for now, but in the future as well. I intend for you to manage it for how to handle the people. That is entirely up to you." Qin Tian's expression turned serious as he replied, "If brotherly holds me in such regard, I shall certainly safeguard this place for you. Unless, of course, it is over my dead body." Li Chun chuckled softly, saying, "Ma Bin has fled. His apartment leads to a basement, which I suspect very few know about. Within, you will find ample resources to win over that group of survivors outside. As for my request to safeguard this place, it's not as dire as you believe. Your lives are of utmost importance. No matter the circumstances." Qin Tian, moved by this sentiment, couldn't help but regard Li Chun with heightened admiration. Li Chun continued, "Right now, I need you to find out where Ma Bin has hidden his treasures and crystals. I have great use for them. In the future, I will rely on you to help me gather such items." Qin Tian turned to leave, and shortly thereafter, the sound of gunfire echoed. Li Chun realized that none of Ma Bin's former subordinates would likely survive. Qin Yu was seen mercilessly beating one of Ma Bin's direct subordinates, the very same one who had fled earlier, now kneeling and begging for mercy. After a brief interval, Qin Yu successfully uncovered a pile of gold, silver, and approximately 80 crystals. Li Chun gazed at the trove of treasures before him. A smile graced his features. However, upon viewing the 80 golden crystals, a slight shadow of disappointment crossed his face. It seemed Ma Bin had yet to ascend to the 3rd tier, likely due to a shortage of crystals. The speed at which Qin Tian and Qin Yu operated was indeed impressive. By the 3rd day of their reclamation, they had nearly organized everything. Supplies were distributed according to individual contributions, employing a point system that allowed members to exchange points for any available resources at the headquarters. Qin Tian also organized a trustworthy group of individuals to serve as internal personnel on the 4th day. Li Chun prepared to return to Jiangzhou. Before leaving, he entrusted Qin Tian with 200 crystals, stating, "Brother Qin, here are 200 crystals. You and Qin, you may each take 100 that this should enable both of you to advance to the 3rd tier, allowing you to venture out to hunt zombies. You can also reserve a portion for reliable individuals to gain special abilities." After both men assured him repeatedly, Li Chun left them the previous off-road vehicle along with a submachine gun and the rifles and pistols belonging to Ma Bin. Although they initially resisted, they accepted the offerings without hesitation upon seeing the off-road camper parked outside. Under their watchful eyes, Li Chun drove off in the new vehicle, heading towards Jiangzhou. Upon arriving at the village he had previously visited, the car suddenly swerved dangerously, nearly flipping over. Li Chun refrained from exiting immediately. Instead, he glanced through the rearview mirror, noticing a massive rock rolling beside the vehicle, and a wave of fear washed over him. Had it been his former off-road vehicle, it likely would have been crushed or toppled. Who could possibly throw such a large rock? Was there someone constructing a catapult? As he looked into the distance, he was startled to see a zombie resembling a ball fixating on him. Li Chun promptly accelerated the vehicle, fleeing at high speed, for the strength of this zombie was terrifying. Moreover, it seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence. Utilizing tools rather than simply tearing and clawing like other zombies, Li Chun raced towards Jiangzhou. The spherical zombie pursued him rapidly from behind. Realizing that the speed of the vehicle alone would not suffice to escape its grasp, he quickly devised a plan. Spotting a valley ahead, he directed the car towards it. The zombie, while in pursuit, intermittently picked up nearby objects to hurl at him: rocks, steel pipes, and other sufficiently heavy items. Fortunately, the vehicle's snow chains proved effective, allowing it to maneuver freely over the icy terrain. Li Chun was extremely cautious not to collide with the massive stones, fearing the potential damage would be too great. After a swift drive through the valley, the zombie lost sight of the moving car and hastened its pace. At that moment, an idea struck Li Chun, and he instantly teleported to a nearby mountain peak, setting up a sniper rifle. He saw the zombie arrive at the car, gripping its chassis with both hands, effortlessly overturning the 3 or 4-ton vehicle. Witnessing this scene, Li Chun swallowed hard. This creature possessed immense strength. The zombie, with its rear raised, began peering through the car windows in search of the humans inside. Li Chun recognized his opportunity. Drawing from his previous experience in hunting 4th-tier zombies, he aimed a sniper rifle at the zombie's vulnerable spot. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and a 12.7mm bullet swiftly struck the zombie's rear. The creature yelped in pain, instinctively clenching its backside, its face contorting as it turned to glare in Li Chun's direction. At that moment, Li Chun fired again, this bullet aimed at its eyes. The zombie raised its hands to block the incoming shot. Li Chun was inwardly alarmed. Indeed, mutated zombies possess tough, resilient flesh that, in retaliation, a massive rock was hurled toward him. Li Chun's face drained of color as he rolled to evade the projectile. Resuming his position, he fired another shot, this time hitting the zombie in the neck, causing blood to flow, a clear sign of injury. However, it was merely a surface wound, the bullet embedded just beneath the skin. The zombie, like a splinter being extracted, dislodged the bullet and charged toward Li Chun with determination. At this moment, Li Chun braced himself. He could not afford to teleport again unless absolutely necessary, for doing so would likely leave him weakened. Should he fail to eliminate the zombie, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Thus, he drew a tang knife, bracing the hilt against a nearby rock, waiting for the zombie to lunge at him. As the zombie leapt forward, Li Chun thrust the knife upward, just as the creature was about to crash into him. He contorted his body in an unnatural manner. The zombie, propelled by its momentum, crashed its abdomen forcefully onto the upright tang knife. With a sharp crack, the blade shattered, its tip penetrating the zombie's belly. Albeit only a few centimeters deep. At that moment, Li Chun had already made his escape. The furious zombie pivoted and charged at Li Chun once more, raising its palm to strike him in the face. Li Chun swung the tang knife towards its palm, but it was futile. However, it seemed that in its exertion, the zombie inadvertently struck its own sensitive area, causing it to stumble and stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chun circled around to its rear and unleashed a blast at its vulnerable spot. The force of the shot sent dozens of steel pellets into the zombie's rear, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Simultaneously assaulted in that area, the zombie was pushed to the brink of fury, turning to charge at Li Chun with renewed aggression. Li Chun retreated hastily, but his abdomen was still caught, resulting in a gash. Crimson blood gushed forth, instantly staining his clothing. It is worth noting that Li Chun was clad in a bulletproof vest, which attests to the immense strength behind that grip, capable of tearing through such protective gear. Enduring excruciating pain, Li Chun turned and fled. This marked his first injury, yet he remained remarkably composed, contemplating retreating into the spatial realm if necessary. The spatial realm. With that thought, Li Chun's figure vanished. Unlike teleportation, the entry point into the spatial realm is also the exit point. If misused, it could lead to being ambushed. The zombies, in a frenzy, spun around in desperation. Bewildered at the sudden disappearance of the diminutive figure, one of the zombies, having learned its lesson, covered its rear with one hand to thwart any further sneak attacks from Li Chun. Timing was of the essence. Li Chun knew that the zombies would be milling about where he had just vanished. After hastily bandaging his wound, he retrieved 2 grenades and pulled the pins. With a mere thought, Li Chun reappeared at his previous location. Nearly colliding face-to-face with a zombie, he tossed the grenades and once again disappeared. The zombies gazed curiously at the 2 dark objects, reaching out to grasp them, only to be met with 2 resounding explosions, leaving one of the zombie's claws a mangled mess. That moment, Li Chun re-emerged, rolling to the side, observing the enraged zombie. With one claw now a bloody ruin, a smile crept across his face. The weaponry from the United States was indeed effective. The zombie, now wholly focused on Li Chun's shotgun, hastily covered its eyes with a functioning claw. However, in that fleeting moment, another shot rang out. The zombie's speed plummeted, each step a staggering effort, and Li Chun recognized that he had nearly exhausted its stamina. Drawing his Tang Dao, he circled behind the creature and plunged it deep into its flesh. As the zombie instinctively reached to remove the knife from its rear, Li Chun seized the opportunity, leaping forth to aim at its eye socket with a shotgun. The zombie, until its final breath, could not comprehend its defeat at the hands of such a small adversary. It was primarily Li Chun's treachery that thwarted any semblance of honor in combat. Li Chun regarded the massive form before him, then glanced at the grotesque remains of its rear, reflecting, truly, a resilient rear indeed. After enduring so much, it remains largely intact. Subsequently, he extracted a vibrant red crystal from the zombie's head, its hue strikingly vivid. Li Chun stored the overturned off-road vehicle within the spatial realm, only to release it moments later, testing the ignition to find it remarkably intact, save for a few scratches. Indeed, a fortress of a vehicle. He swiftly entered the cabin, reclining on the built-in bed of the RV. Having just engaged in a fierce battle with a 5th-tier zombie, Li Chun was acutely aware of the importance of strength. He resolved to break through his limits on the spot. As long as no other 5th-tier or higher zombies attacked, safety was assured. Little did he know, the 5th-tier zombie he had just vanquished was one of the strongest in Lingzhou and even Jiangzhou. Wiping the red crystal with his clothing, he swallowed it whole. Having become quite accustomed to the process of upgrading, everything proceeded smoothly. Once he absorbed the crystal's power, it confirmed his ascendance to a 5th-tier ability user, albeit without awakening any extraordinary powers this time. However, after testing, he discovered he could utilize teleportation 5 times before feeling mentally drained. Returning to the vehicle, he prepared to rest for the night, intending to set off back to Jiangzhou at dawn. Stepping outside, he filled the RV's fuel tank with diesel, turned on the air conditioning, and lay down. Surprisingly, sleeping in the RV was quite comfortable, equipped with a complete fresh air system that prevented any stuffiness. As Li Chun lay in bed, he ventured into the spatial realm once more, initially expecting the vast trove of gold and jewels from Ma Bin to bring significant changes. However, he was disappointed to find the space unchanged. The fog ahead still obscured. Li Chun began to doubt whether the gold and jewels were of any use or if the space had reached saturation, requiring different resources for further upgrades. After pondering for a while and finding no answers, he decided to cease his contemplation and succumb to sleep, for the day had been exhausting. Upon waking the next morning, Li Chun marvelously discovered that the wound on his abdomen had already scabbed over. Upgrading to the 5th tier had evidently enhanced his recovery capabilities. After casually eating something, he drove the vehicle toward the villa, eager to see Lu Ting after several days apart, wondering if she had missed him. As the off-road RV entered the community gate, Lu Ting caught sight of it within the villa. Her expression turned tense as she summoned 2 other women, quickly activating the high-voltage fence around the villa. Appearing as if preparing for battle, the sight of the armored RV approaching only heightened her concern. Upon seeing Li Chun emerge from the vehicle at the gate, her anxieties were finally alleviated. With the gate opened, Li Chun parked the vehicle and entered the villa without uttering a word, ignoring the astonished gazes of Luo Ling and Luo Li as he swept Lu Ting into his arms and retreated into a room. "What are you doing? They're still outside," she protested, but her words were silenced. Subsequently, the living room felt as though they had checked into a quick-service hotel. Luo Li nonchalantly digging into a large watermelon, while Luo Ling blushed, contemplating, "Are all men this impatient?" After an hour of friendly negotiation, the 2 women exited the room. Li Chun, appearing unfazed, greeted Luo Ling. "It's been a few days. You've become even more radiant." Luo Ling, unable to keep up with the conversation, merely nodded with a flushed face and hurried away, in high spirits. Li Chun addressed the 3 women. "Tonight, let us have a barbecue on the 3rd floor. Are my 3 beautiful companions interested?" Luo Li leaped up, wrapping her arms around Li Chun, exclaiming, "Long live Brother Li." To ease the awkwardness, the other 2 women eagerly agreed. Thus, the 4 of them busied themselves, with Li Chun opening the skylight on the 3rd floor. Despite the icy landscape and starless sky, the sheer darkness above provided a sense of relaxation. Watching the 3 beauties bustling about, Li Chun reminisced about a wintry night in his previous life. Lamenting, "Heaven has indeed been kind to me before long." Billowing smoke emerged from the 3rd floor skylight as the charcoal blazed, causing Li Chun to tear up from the fumes. He placed an array of prepared ingredients on the grill, each skewer sizzling and dripping with oil, eliciting salivation from the group to make tea that moment. Luo Ling shoved Li Chun aside, declaring, "Let me handle it. I once operated a barbecue restaurant to support my sister's education." "Who knew you possessed such a talent? I entrust everything to you," Lu Ting said with a smile. "Just watch me, Ting Jia. I promise you'll be satisfied. Tonight, I'll treat you all well," Luo Ling replied confidently. Li Chun chuckled mischievously. "Satisfy us? I'm not that easily pleased." Lu Ting seemed to catch on to something, stifling a laugh from the side. Luo Li, however, was indifferent to their musings as long as there was delicious food. Nothing else mattered. Shortly after, the freshly grilled barbecue emerged, steaming hot. Luo Li opened her arms wide, each finger pinching a skewer, prompting laughter from everyone as she remarked that it was quite enjoyable. Unbeknownst to them, Li Chun had already brought up 2 crates of beer from downstairs. "Barbecue without beer feels soulless," he declared. Lu Ting boldly popped open a bottle and handed it to Luo Ling, who hesitated, aware of her own limits with alcohol. Yet, under the persuasion of Li Chun and Lu Ting, she eventually accepted. Outside, snow fell heavily, while inside, the 3 women sipped chilled beer, feeling the oddity of the juxtaposition. After an hour of silent eating, Luo Li could no longer bear it. She dashed downstairs and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Luo Ling began to feel the effects of intoxication, recounting the hardships of raising her sister over the years, moving both Li Chun and Lu Ting deeply. Brotherly? If I hadn't met you, my sister, I might not be here," Luo Ling confided. Li Chun comforted her. "You're drunk. What are you saying?" "Really, brotherly, Ting Jia, we were prepared to fight to the death that time upstairs, with only 1 bullet in the gun. Those 2nd-tier zombies were truly beyond what Luo Li and I could handle. In truth, I regretted leaving Lingzhou or not staying with Ma Bin. At least Luo Li would still be alive. But thankfully, we met you." Luo Ling continued, pausing for a moment to take a hearty gulp of beer before turning to Lu Ting and saying, "Ting Jia, I know you and Chungu are deeply in love, but could you perhaps spare some of him for me?" At that moment, although Lu Ting felt a bit tipsy, she still retained her clarity. "What are you saying?" "Sister, I am your elder. Chungu is not solely mine. Upon hearing Lu Ting's words, Luo Ling, fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage, suddenly lunged into Li Chun's embrace. Li Chun looked utterly bewildered as he glanced at Lu Ting, who was smiling at him with amusement. Li Chun opened his arms, appearing flustered, repeatedly telling Luo Ling, "You're drunk." Observing their antics, Lu Ting also playfully threw herself into the mix to stoke the flames. Li Chun grabbed a nearby bottle of beer and gulped it down in one go. To hell with it, he thought. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, Li Chun succumbed to sweet slumber, his final thought before drifting off being, "So, alcohol is truly a wonderful thing. I like it. Tomorrow, I shall drink again." When Li Chun lazily awoke, he found Luo Ling sprawled on his chest, gazing up at him as soon as she noticed he was awake. A hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Ting had risen early and was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Luo Ling, brimming with curiosity, incessantly questioned Lu Ting. "Ting Jia, why did I end up sleeping in the guest room? Did we sleep together? I want to check on Li Gu and my sister. Are they really... Oh, Ting Jia, what are we having for breakfast? I'm starving." Lu Ting, somewhat exasperated, eventually decided to ignore her. Noticing Lu Ting's indifference, Luo Ling turned and dashed toward the enormous dog. "Dog meat, come, let us play a riding game." Dog meat swiftly ran toward the third floor, thinking to itself, "Don't you know your own weight? If I can't provoke you, I can certainly avoid you." Meanwhile, in the room, the two individuals who had broken through their barrier began to engage in a playful tussle, until Lu Ting and Luo Ling, along with dog meat, had satisfied their appetites that the door to the second floor slowly swung open. Li Chun sheepishly regarded Lu Ting, who, as if nothing had happened, casually said, "You're up, let us go have breakfast." Luo Ling, however, seemed to have discovered something new, exclaiming, "Sister, does your foot hurt? Why do you walk so strangely?" The others mused. "Do you truly not understand, or are you feigning ignorance? At 17 or 18, how can your only concern be food?" After breakfast, Li Chun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying his neighborhood and glancing toward the high-rise buildings. Surely, there was no one over there. Should he venture to take a look? Li Chun mused aloud. Perhaps an unexpected interest had arisen, as he called for dog meat, rifle in hand, and headed toward the high-rises. "You should come along for the sweep. They say dogs can see things that humans cannot." Li Chun remarked to dog meat. The dog shot him a look of deep disdain. "Why don't you ever take me along when you're indulging in delicacies?" Truth be told, this was Li Chun's first visit to the high-rise area. Observing the three buildings partially buried in ice and snow, he chose one and entered. The layout of this neighborhood featured three high-rises situated in front of a villa district, with the high-rises facing the street and the villas located behind them. However, there was a noticeable elevation difference, as the villa district was perched atop a mountain, ascending tier by tier, with Li Chun's villa positioned at the highest level. Upon reaching the top floor of the high-rise, he gazed toward the villa area, contemplating whether he could recruit some trustworthy individuals to establish a foothold in Wahoo Mountain. Yet, he shook his head, deeming it too troublesome if he and Lu Ting, along with those two sisters, exercised caution, they could still be considered quite safe at present. During this time, aside from a few formidable zombies, he had not encountered many ordinary zombies. Where had they all gone? Were they hiding? Or had a more powerful species emerged? All of this remained a mystery. Previously, it was said that Li Chun's supplies were sufficient to last him 10 lifetimes. But in this perilous post-apocalyptic world, mere sustenance was not enough for a peaceful night's sleep. Strength was paramount. Since Li Chun had ascended to the 4th tier and awakened his superpowers, he had contemplated elevating Lu Ting as well to see what abilities she might awaken. But regrettably, he lacked sufficient crystals. He had thought he could take it easy, yet it seemed he still had to venture out to hunt 4th tier zombies or slay 1,000 ordinary zombies. However, gazing at the desolate high-rises, he pondered where all these creatures had vanished. Li Chun mused. He faintly heard subtle sounds emanating from the adjacent room. Are there still living beings here? He grasped his gun and proceeded cautiously, with dog meat also becoming alert. However, they did not rush in. Instead, they approached slowly. If one acted recklessly in this post-apocalyptic world, they would have met their demise countless times over. The sound only echoed once. and sensing Li Chun and dog meat's approach, it ceased altogether. Could there be a more formidable presence next door, or perhaps a zombie that had developed intelligence? Li Chun couldn't help but think that if it were the latter, it would spell danger. A fifth-tier zombie, or one even more powerful becoming more intelligent than humans, would indeed be a calamity for survivors. Li Chun slowly pressed his gun against the door, which had already been damaged. With a gentle push, it swung open. Just as dog meat was about to charge, and upon seeing a figure inside, the person suddenly spoke. "Don't kill me, Xiao Li. Please don't kill me." Hearing this voice, Li Chun halted dog meat and cautiously entered the room. Inside, he found a disheveled woman seated in the corner, with a fallen stool before her. She clutched a kitchen knife, her clothes in tatters, and on the table lay a hardened bun bearing distinct bite marks. Li Chun immediately recognized it as something dug out of the ice, something even dog meat would disdain. The woman's hair obscured much of her face, but despite her grimy appearance, her eyes still gleamed with life. "Xiao Li? Who else would call me that?" Li Chun pondered. Then, unexpectedly, he found himself exclaiming a name that surprised even him. "Zhang Jie? Is that you, Zhang Jie?" It's me. I'm Zhang Jie. I even represented the neighborhood committee to visit you before. Please don't kill me." The woman exclaimed urgently upon realizing he recognized her. Li Chun was even more perplexed. "Kill you? Why would I want to kill you?" "Ah, you're not going to kill me, but I'm older than you. Would you still want me?" Zhang Jie asked, equally confused. "If you truly desire it, I wouldn't object, just as long as you don't kill me," she continued. Li Chun thought, "What is going on here? Even in this state, I wouldn't be interested." "Zhang Jie, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? Why would you say such things?" he inquired once more. Zhang Jie gazed at him in bewilderment, her mind racing. Could it be that this is the legendary killing god? Ever since the incident where dozens were slain by Li Chun in the villa area, he had earned a reputation as a killing god among the survivors in the high dash rise. It was said that he was a bloodthirsty maniac, often seen on the second floor of the villa, wielding a sniper rifle for amusement, and that he was particularly lecherous, not sparing even the youngest. Zhang Jie had previously encountered Li Chun when she was captured by Ma Bin's minions and was meant to be sent to Lingzhou. Witnessing Li Chun dispatch over 20 individuals with ease, she had intended to seek his help but chose silence, believing that at over 40 years old, she still had some allure. If this demon were to take her in, she would be oblivious to how she might meet her end. If Li Chun were aware of such a reputation, one could only imagine his reaction. However, as Zhang Jie observed the man before her, despite the aura of bloodshed surrounding him, he didn't seem like a villain. If Li Chun truly were as the rumor suggested, how could she still be alive? Hastily, she said to him, "It's nothing. Really, I must have been lightheaded from hunger. I was just rambling." In light of their past as neighbors, Li Chun pulled out a piece of bread and offered it to her, saying, "Here, have something to eat." "Zhang Jie, I never expected you to still be alive." Li Chun discerned that she had not become an extraordinary being, but was merely an ordinary survivor. Otherwise, she would not have dared to approach so boldly. Sister Zhang glanced at the bread in Li Chun's hand, hesitated for a moment, then seized it and began to eat. After Sister Zhang hastily swallowed the bread, Li Chun took the opportunity to inquire about the situation in the neighborhood. Sister Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Jinmei, had, after the onset of the apocalypse, heeded Li Chun's advice and stockpiled numerous supplies. Following a torrential downpour, she witnessed the social king and his entourage looting resources indiscriminately. Consequently, she concealed herself and her supplies in a relatively secluded place, which had been established by her husband during his lifetime. Her husband was a high-ranking official, thus the existence of a hidden room was quite plausible. This allowed her to evade the clutches of the social king and his followers. However, once her supplies were depleted, she ventured out to scavenge, ultimately avoiding starvation. After the zombie outbreak, she retreated into the hidden room to escape danger. But when she later went out to scavenge, she was captured by a scar-faced man, leading to her encounter with Li Chun. Subsequently, after being rescued by Li Chun and finding herself without a place to go, she mustered the courage to return here to search for any usable items that may have been left behind in the buildings. Observing her in such a disheveled state, a sudden thought crossed Li Chun's mind. In his limited understanding, he perceived that Sister Zhang was not inherently bad, and Qin Tian was also a decent person. They were of similar ages. Perhaps he could send her to Lingzhou? This would not only save Sister Zhang, but also benefit Qin Tian. For Li Chun, who had taken many lives, this could be seen as a form of merit. Thus, he spoke to Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang, it seems unsustainable for you to continue like this. The icy cold may linger indefinitely. How about I offer you a place to go? Ah, you wish to take me in, but I truly have nothing left apart from this body, Sister Zhang replied. Li Chun rubbed his nose, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Is that how you perceive me? Not to worry, it's not me, but rather a friend of mine. He is in Lingzhou, and you could assist him with cooking and laundry. My own supplies are limited. I can't afford to support you. Upon hearing Li Chun mention cooking and laundry, Sister Zhang instantly grasped the situation. It appeared that this young man still had the leisure to play matchmaker at such a time. Yet, considering her current condition, having a place to eat and sleep was not an unreasonable proposition. She then asked Li Chun, "What kind of person is your friend? He won't have a horde of people around him. Will he? A horde? You overestimate him. He's the kind of person who couldn't even strike a fart with a stick." Li Chun replied lightheartedly that no, he is quite a good person, currently managing a group of survivors. He is honest, diligent, and, importantly, ensures that everyone is well fed and clothed. Then how could he possibly take a liking to me? Zhang Jinmei, she pondered, feeling a wave of self-doubt as she regarded her filthy appearance. Rest assured, I will handle it. Just tell me if you are willing to come with me, Li Chun assured her. After considerable hesitation, Sister Zhang finally nodded in agreement. He instructed her to wait there while he returned to the house to explain the situation to Lu Ting before starting the vehicle and setting off. At the entrance of the community, Sister Zhang stepped into Li Chun's RV. However, upon seeing the immaculate interior of the vehicle, she hesitated to sit down. Li Chun smacked his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten about this detail. After driving a short distance, he halted the vehicle and went to the back. Luckily, the RV was equipped with a shower. Pretending to rummage through the cabinets, he retrieved several sets of women's clothing from his storage and offered them to Sister Zhang, saying, "Sister Zhang, why not take a shower first? This vehicle has a water tank for hot showers." Overwhelmed with excitement, Sister Zhang could hardly find words. She had lost track of how long it had been since she last enjoyed a hot shower. Being a woman of a certain age, she felt no shyness and harbored no fear of Li Chun. Trusting his character, she thought to herself that with a man like him, who knows who might be taking advantage of whom. Grabbing the clothes, she entered the RV's restroom. Moments later, the sound of splashing water filled the air, prompting Li Chun to step outside for a smoke. Though Sister Zhang was not unattractive, he decided to refrain from pursuing anything further. Once refreshed, Sister Zhang emerged clad in a brand new outfit. In that moment, she appeared transformed. While she might not possess the beauty of Lu Ting or Luo Ling compared to the other survivors of the apocalypse, she was a striking contrast. Li Chun silently mused, "Brother Qin, my dear brother is in for a treat." Meanwhile, Qin Tian had no inkling that his future wife had just been arranged for him. Continuing on their journey, Li Chun expertly maneuvered the RV along the road to Lingzhou. As they passed the site of a prior battle with fifth-tier zombies, he noted that the corpses had vanished, possibly devoured by other zombies or creatures. Li Chun chose not to dwell on the mysteries of the world, opting to mind his own business in order to live longer. After several hours of travel, the RV entered Qin Tian's territory. The survivors, engaged in ice scraping, were diligently surrendering their found supplies, seemingly forming a cohesive community. Li Chun felt a sense of satisfaction at Qin Tian's leadership abilities, appreciating that his efforts had not been in vain. Upon driving into the villa, Qin Tian and Qin Yu came out to greet him. For the two, their current circumstances were largely thanks to Li Chun, although they were aware that he required them to collect gold and crystals. Both were genuinely grateful to him. With a playful grin, Li Chun stepped out of the vehicle, teasingly asking, "Old Qin, do you want a wife?" Qin Tian felt an odd sense of familiarity upon hearing this. A wife? Who wouldn't want one? Without a second thought, he nodded. He trusted Li Chun not to lead him astray. Li Chun then called out Zhang Jinmei from the RV. The moment Qin Tian laid eyes on her, he was instantly captivated. It was as if she had been born for him. "What do you think, old Qin? Sister Zhang was once the director of our community's committee that I believe her management skills will be invaluable to you. And you're of similar ages," Li Chun remarked to Qin Tian. Qin Tian, appearing earnest, replied, "As long as she doesn't mind me, I have no objections." Seeing Qin Tian's attitude, Li Chun turned to Zhang Jinmei, saying, "Sister Zhang, this is Qin Tian. He is very upright and values loyalty. What are your thoughts?" Upon meeting Qin Tian, Zhang Jinmei felt he was quite suitable for her. His military demeanor instilled a sense of security in her. Not being a young girl, she did not feel shy. She boldly addressed Qin Tian, "Brother Qin, as long as you don't mind me, I will stay by your side to cook and do the laundry." Laughter erupted among the group, and thus the arrangement was sealed. Li Chun thought to himself, "Perhaps I truly have a knack for matchmaking." He entrusted Zhang Jinmei to Qin Tian and prepared to take his leave. Despite Qin Tian and Qin Yu's persistent invitations to stay, Li Chun ignited the RV and drove off into the snowy expanse. Having accomplished this, he felt the urge to explore further. Li Chun was not one to remain idle. Although residing in the villa was undeniably comfortable, he understood that in a world where humans devour one another, becoming too accustomed to comfort could be detrimental. At this moment, the apocalypse had lingered for so long that everyone had lost track of time. After enjoying a prolonged period of happiness, Li Chun resolved to venture out, fully aware that growth could only be achieved through exploration. He left behind ample supplies for the three women and the dog, ensuring they could sustain themselves for an extended period, preparing to bid them farewell and embark on his journey. With the three women present, Li Chun addressed Lu Ting, "I am setting out this time to seek breakthroughs and gather more resources. You all stay home and keep watch." He then handed Lu Ting all the remaining crystals he had, advising her that if things stabilized, she could also venture out to collect crystals, but only within Lingzhou and Jiangzhou. On the table lay 3 rifles, 3 handguns, and numerous rounds of ammunition. In the yard, an off-road RV stood ready for the 3 women. Approaching the doghouse on the first floor, Li Chun patted the dog's head and said, "While I'm away, you must protect the 3 lady masters." The dog obediently nodded and promptly returned to its nest to sleep, seemingly indifferent to everything around it. However, Li Chun was aware that the dog understood him. It was merely a bit lazy. Yet, when the situation arose, it certainly sprang into action. After ensuring everything was in order, Li Chun mounted a snowmobile and departed the community, across the vast expanse of white snow. A figure clad in a bulletproof helmet, dressed in cold weather gear, and carrying an automatic rifle rode swiftly on a snowmobile. In an instant, he vanished into a dip in the mountains. The bend of that dip, Li Chun produced another off-road vehicle, filled it with fuel, stowed the snowmobile away, and entered the RV. "What a show-off," he muttered. "I'm freezing to death." Although the snowmobile allowed for quick travel, the biting wind was relentless. Despite being fully equipped, he found it difficult to withstand the cold gusts. Once inside the off-road vehicle, with the air conditioning cranked up to maximum, he gradually began to feel warm. Setting off once more, Li Chun aimed to head north, with the intention of reaching a larger city, where he hoped to encounter more survivors. His first target was Binhai City, a coastal metropolis that, prior to the apocalypse, was renowned as one of China's major first-tier cities, boasting a population of tens of millions and thriving industries. The journey was long, but with space at his disposal, safety was not a concern. It was a several thousand-kilometer trek. Even without snow cover, it would require hours of driving. Li Chun retrieved a map of China, affixed a compass to the dashboard, and proceeded northward. Due to the snow-covered terrain, it was easy to become disoriented, so he drove cautiously, taking care to compare the terrain and buildings against the satellite imagery he had previously downloaded. There was no rush. He treated it as a tour through the apocalypse. He couldn't help but marvel at the high performance of the off-road RV. No matter how he pushed it, it remained unscathed. The one left at home had been toppled by zombies. Yet this one stood tall, without a scratch. As he traveled slowly, he always searched high rises whenever he spotted them. However, most were empty, though a few did harbor survivors, albeit in scarce numbers. Even upon seeing these individuals, the usually decisive Li Chun showed them no hostility. The further he traveled, the more unsettled he felt. He had previously thought that survivors would be few in a small place like Jiangzhou, but the encounters along the way led him to reflect. There truly weren't many humans left in this world, in the vast white wilderness, with one person and one vehicle continuing their journey. Li Chun felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. He pondered the fate of humanity, wondering where they had all gone. Was extinction truly on the horizon? From that point onward, he paused in each town or small city he came across, searching for survivors. Yet, he was often met with disappointment. Even when he found a few individuals, they were on the brink of despair, their eyes vacant and driven to madness at the sight of food. Some, upon spotting Li Chun as an outsider, bore a glint of ferocity that instilled fear in him. Indeed, it was a gaze that hinted at cannibalistic intent that a few even lunged at him, but Li Chun swiftly dealt with them. He couldn't help but lament how abruptly the apocalypse had arrived, catching humanity completely unprepared, unable to mount any form of resistance, merely surviving in a world where hope for existence was fleeting. Equally perplexing was the scarcity of zombies along his journey. To date, Li Chun had only collected around 60 crystals, most of which were the first or second tier, better than nothing, he thought, as he stored them in his space. Gradually, Li Chun had been traveling for nearly a month, moving at a leisurely pace. One day, he arrived at Tong City, approximately 500 kilometers from Binhai. This city was significantly larger than Lingzhou, and upon entering, it bore an eerily quiet atmosphere, much like the others. However, unbeknownst to him, as his vehicle crossed into Tong City, several pairs of eyes were fixated on him. Li Chun navigated aimlessly among the towering buildings emerging from the ice, feeling an unsettling discomfort within the city. The silence was oppressive. Typically, cities he passed would have some sound from survivors or solitary zombies, but Tong City was enveloped in an unsettling stillness. Li Chun became wary. Places that defied logic often concealed dangers. With this thought in mind, he drove into a high-rise building, parked the vehicle deep within, and ascended the stairs. For safety, he donned his bulletproof helmet and vest. Gripping a shotgun in hand, in the narrow corridors, it would prove exceptionally effective. There was little chance anyone could evade its might, that he ascended steadily, inspecting each floor of the office building, now deserted. The remnants of extinguished campfires scattered throughout bore witness to the building's former glory. Yet nothing flammable remained. Eventually, Li Chun reached the top floor, from where he could survey most of the city. As usual, he pulled out his binoculars to scan the area. His disappointment. The pristine white city revealed nothing but solitary structures, devoid of life. Suddenly, he faintly heard the sound of footsteps below, causing him to tense up. Moments later, the footsteps grew louder and more numerous, perhaps numbering around 20 individuals. Uncertain of their intentions, Li Chun stowed the shotgun and drew a handgun, positioning himself at the corner of the stairwell, waiting in silence for the approaching group. Not knowing if they were friend or foe, he preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. After all, there were few humans left in this world. Thus, he opted to conceal his shotgun. If he had chosen to fire as they ascended, they likely would not have made it up the stairs. Gradually, the footsteps drew nearer, and Li Chun realized they were just beneath him. "Mao, we saw that person enter this building, but his vehicle has vanished. It's quite peculiar," one voice remarked. "What is so strange about it? This world is full of oddities. Just be polite when you meet him. Anyone capable of making a car disappear is likely no ordinary individual," Mao instructed. "What if he left? That means we've wasted our time climbing these stairs," another member chimed in. "Are you stupid? Has anyone seen the vehicle leave?" Mao retorted. Then, the group continued their ascent, with Mao leading the way to he prepared to step onto the top floor. A gun was suddenly pressed against his head, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Li Chun regarded him with a steely gaze. "Who are you? Why are you following me? Please spare us. We mean no harm, but we merely received orders from our leader to meet you upon your arrival in Tong City." Mao blurted, terrified that in this apocalyptic world, who could survive to this day without being a ruthless individual? He feared that Li Chun would pull the trigger without hesitation, upon assessing the group of about 20 individuals before him. Li Chun noted that each was armed, primarily with melee weapons. However, two among them held crossbows aimed at him. Standing just behind Mao, Li Chun glanced at the crossbows trained on his. "Oh, this is how you make acquaintances?" At this, Mao turned to the two behind him. "Put those down, do you hear me?" When Mao first laid eyes on Li Chun, he sensed an aura that suggested he was no ordinary person, a unique presence characteristic of an ability user. Mao Ge felt more apprehensive than he ever had before, even before his own leader. This man might be even more formidable than his superior. As the two lowered their crossbows, Li Chun relaxed his hold on the gun pressed against Mao Ge's head and scrutinized him further. Are you a first-tier ability user? Speak. What is it you want? Mao Ge finally felt at ease, responding, You guessed correctly. You must be a traveler of the apocalypse that we noticed you upon your entry into Tong City and were sent by our leader to invite you to our base as a guest. Apocalypse traveler? Base? Li Chun pondered these terms in his mind, yet he maintained a calm facade. His gaze seemed to pierce through Mao Ge, who nervously continued, Many travelers like you have come to Tong City and have been invited to our base. Some, upon seeing our base's favorable conditions, have chosen to stay. Moreover, your formidable prowess will undoubtedly earn the admiration of our leader. Perhaps in the future, you might even ascend to the position of my direct superior. At that juncture, should there be a demand for resources, they will be readily available, and should beauty be desired, it shall also be procured. Brother Mao continues his allure. It becomes clear to Li Chun that this is a calculated effort to consolidate power. The so-called base seeks to recruit capable individuals to bolster its strength. But why do they desire such growth? It could either be due to the presence of high-level zombies in Tongchun or the existence of multiple bases that mutually restrain one another. Suddenly, he finds himself intrigued by this so-called base organization and turns to Brother Mao, inquiring, Is it true that your base offers such considerable advantages? Additionally, what is the extent of your leader's abilities? Brother Mao, sensing an opportunity, replies eagerly, Our base provides clean water, food, meat, liquor, and cigarettes. If your abilities are sufficient, we can even arrange for companionship. Li Chun, uninterested in these offerings, retrieves a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Lights one and coolly asks, Do you have this? As he awaits an answer, he presses further, What is your leader's strength? Brother Mao, eyeing the cigarette in Li Chun's hand, swallows hard and responds, I can't say for certain about our leader's abilities, but I doubt I would survive a single encounter with him. Li Chun ponders whether he should investigate further. If their leader possesses significant power, how would he respond? Nonetheless, with his skills in teleportation and spatial manipulation, he feels confident. Observing Li Chun's demeanor, Brother Mao notes his wealth and wonders whether he will join their base. If not, this mission may falter. It turns out that he is an outer member of the base, tasked with recruiting talent by showcasing the area to potential recruits. Those who successfully bring in powerful individuals receive appropriate rewards, and the stronger the recruit, the greater the reward. The man driving the rugged RV is clearly no ordinary person. The mere possession of such a vehicle indicates a level of strength that would have deterred weaker individuals from attempting theft. After contemplating for a moment, Li Chun flicks away the remnants of his cigarette and declares, Very well. Under the condition that the offerings are satisfactory, I will accompany you, but do not attempt any tricks, for the consequences would be beyond your capacity to bear. Brother Mao, sensing success, beams with delight and gestures invitingly for Li Chun to follow him downstairs. Thus, the group descends in an orderly fashion, while the last of the underlings, seizing the moment when attention wanes, deftly picks up a discarded cigarette, but extinguishing it with a pinch before carefully stowing it away, drawing envious glances from those nearby. Upon reaching the first floor, Brother Mao eagerly approaches Li Chun, asking, Where is your vehicle? Li Chun turns to him with a cold snort. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Brother Mao, drenched in cold sweat from fear, is nonetheless rewarded with a cigarette from Li Chun's stash, leading him to express his gratitude profusely as he treasures it in his pocket, continuing to guide Li Chun towards the base. Navigating through the icy landscape, Brother Mao leads Li Chun to the foot of a towering mountain. During their trek, Li Chun poses a question that has been nagging at him. In such a vast Tongcheng, why haven't we encountered any people? And where have all the zombies gone? Brother Mao, taking a drag from his cigarette, replies, There are no people on the ice. Most have retreated to caves or tunnels. As for the zombies, I have slain a few in the past, but they seem to have vanished inexplicably. Through their discussion, Li Chun learns that humans cannot endure the cold and have fled to unsealed caves or tunnels, rarely emerging to scavenge for supplies. Thus, the scarcity of survivors explains his lack of encounters. Watching Brother Mao fervently smoke, Li Chun pulls out a pack of 6 exquisite cigarettes and hands one to him, inquiring, Are there many bases like yours in Tongsheng? Brother Mao, elated, accepts the cigarette with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother. You are truly generous." In Tongsheng, there are 3 bases, each governed by a different leader. We belong to the southern district, while the eastern city and western suburbs each host 1 base. Our base is the largest, but the other 2 are formidable in their own right, leading to a stalemate of sorts. However, I have heard that resources are dwindling, and all 3 factions are vying for talent. I suspect conflict may arise soon. Upon hearing this, Li Chun realizes the motivations behind the recruitment efforts of various factions, a struggle for resources. It seems that regardless of whether in times of peace or apocalypse, wherever humanity resides, rivalry persists. After approximately half an hour, the group arrives at the base of a great mountain. Before them lies a snow-covered expanse, revealing a dark cave entrance emitting a faint yellow light. A path, though obscured by ice and snow, leads from the mountain's foot to the cave. At this moment, a tractor stands idling at the base. Indeed, a rural 4-wheel drive tractor, heavy yet immensely powerful, capable of traversing the treacherous landscape with ease when fitted with anti-slip chains. The single-cylinder roar of the engine resonates rhythmically, prompting Brother Mao to shout, albeit loudly, "Brother, please hop on." While this tractor may not be swift, it saves us from climbing to Li Chun says nothing and climbs into the trailer, followed by Brother Mao, while the others remain behind. As the tractor begins to move, Li Chun and Brother Mao successfully reach the cave halfway up the mountain. What greets them is a bustling crowd, diligently working in an organized manner. Most do not even glance up at the arrival of Li Chun and Brother Mao, as if such visitors have become a commonplace occurrence. As Li Chun ventures deeper, he discerns that they are within an unfinished highway tunnel, equipped with heavy machinery, such as excavators, loaders, and road rollers. The further they proceed, the more astonished Li Chun becomes. Numerous rooms have been carved out beside the tunnel, each fitted with doors and windows reminiscent of northern cave dwellings. Just ahead, 2 colossal air compressors are in operation. Li Chun wonders where the electricity originates, and upon reaching the midpoint, he discovers 5 rooms guarded by sentinels, from which the sound of diesel engines emanates. 5 diesel generators are at work, recalling the dark objects reflecting light atop the mountain. He realizes they are solar power devices. Clearly, Tongcheng is not as simple as it appears. Continuing forward, a granite barrier obstructs their path, with a door hewn from the rock, presumably leading to the quarters of their leader. As the door swings open, a rush of warm air envelopes them, and Li Chun steps inside, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The interior is lavishly furnished, boasting a variety of opulent furniture and appliances, rivaling Li Chun's own villa. Seated upon an oversized mahogany chair is a woman in her 30s, resplendently adorned, exuding a subtle yet commanding presence as she regards Li Chun with keen interest. Brother Mao steps forward, addressing her, "Boss, I have brought the person you requested. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." The woman nods, gesturing for Li Chun to sit. He takes a seat without hesitation. "You are quite audacious, young man," she remarks. Li Chun squints, assessing her. Her aura suggests she is a 4th-tier ability user. Though he wonders if she possesses any awakened powers, he responds, "You invited me to sit, did you not? Besides, that tractor was anything but comfortable. It left my back aching, and I must say my brother is no insignificant figure." The woman chuckles. "Who would have thought you possessed such charm? If you would be willing to part with your RV, I would not object." Li Chun muses to himself about her keen awareness. The woman continues, "You must be a spatial ability user, capable of storing such a large vehicle within your realm. It seems your rank is quite impressive." Li Chun furrows his brow. A spatial ability user? Could it be that others share his unique power? Alternatively, this has long been an open secret. The fact that you can discern at a glance that I am a spatial abilities user indicates that you are not lacking in talent either. I wonder, what kind of abilities does this beautiful lady possess? Li Chun feigned ignorance as he spoke. The woman smiled alluringly, slowly raising her hand, and a snowflake seemed to be under her control. Racing towards Li Chun, transforming into a snow sword mid-flight, aimed directly at his face. What the hell? She can control ice and snow. Li Chun thought to himself, but he sensed that the power of this snow sword was not particularly formidable. He should be able to handle it. He immediately threw a punch, shattering the snow sword into countless fragments, though his fist felt a sharp sting. Thankfully, he was uninjured. I could see that moment. The woman's gaze shifted slightly as she remarked, You are a fifth-tier abilities user. Having sensed Li Chun's strength, she no longer looked down on him. Such a person would be an asset worth recruiting to her side. Controlling the entire resources of Tongzhou would then be a mere formality. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, her expression brightened into a welcoming smile. Little brother, where do you hail from? You must be weary from your journey. Why not stay with me for a few days? It would be a good opportunity for us to foster some rapport. Although Li Chun had just shattered her snow sword, he felt a twinge of alarm. If he hadn't awakened to the fifth tier, he would likely have been bound here by this woman today. Aside from his spatial abilities, what other diverse powers exist alongside this enchanting lady's ice and snow abilities? Perhaps staying here for a while to gather some information wouldn't be such a bad idea. He then addressed the woman before him. If you are not afraid of my ulterior motives, I could indeed stay here for a while. However, I am not one to be easily placated with a mere hole-in-the-wall for a room. Upon hearing this, the woman saw potential. With two rival factions on the verge of conflict, having such a skilled individual by her side would provide an added layer of security. Absolutely, from now on. You shall reside with me, and I guarantee you a life fit for royalty, she responded. Subsequently, the atmosphere between them grew enchanting as they engaged in light-hearted banter, each harboring their own hidden agendas. As they exchanged flirtatious remarks, Li Chun gleaned a wealth of information. The woman was named Meng Yanyan, affectionately called Sister Yan by everyone at T36. She had previously owned a large jewelry store and was a significant figure in both the black and white markets. After the onset of the apocalypse, she led a group to seize this territory, commandeering the tunnel and establishing a relatively safe haven for survival, all while building her own faction. After the zombie outbreak, she awakened her abilities, reaching the fourth tier by absorbing crystal stones, thereby gaining the power to control ice and snow, solidifying her position as the leader of the southern city of Tongzhou. Her followers numbered in the thousands. Among the abilities users she had recruited, there was a fire user with extraordinary control over flames, seemingly unmatched within the fourth tier. However, unfortunately for him, he encountered Sister Yan's ice control, and before the flames could rise, they were extinguished under the heavy snow. Thus, he had become one of her subordinates, reduced to the role of a cook. There was also a portly man, a fourth-tier Earth abilities user, who resembled a human wall. His desire for Sister Yan's beauty led him to willingly submit to her, though one could sense her deep disdain for him on her face, were it not for the impending conflict between the three major factions. Sister Yin would not have given him a second glance to AS for the rest. Sister Yin claimed ignorance, having never encountered them at this point. Li Chun's thoughts drifted to Lu Ting back home. He wondered what kind of abilities she would awaken upon breaking through to the fourth tier. Just as Li Chun was beginning to feel restless, Sister Yin, seated at the head of the table, finally signaled for dinner. Li Chun rose, lit a cigarette, and followed Sister Yin to her dining area. Two individuals were already seated there, a hefty man, approximately 25 years old, presumably the Earth abilities user, and a tall, lean man around 50 with a cold gaze and a goatee. Upon spotting Li Chun behind Sister Yin, both men instinctively cast him fierce looks. The hefty man spoke first. Sister Yin, who is this? Not just anyone can dine with us. The goateed man wore a similarly unfriendly expression, thinking to himself, what is this guy? Just because he's a tad more handsome than me, he gets to be so close to Sister Yin. At that moment, Sister Yin addressed Li Chun. It seems they are not particularly welcoming towards you. Perhaps you should make your intentions clear. Li Chun shook his head in exasperation. Why did he always encounter pretentious people? However, knowing he would be staying here for a while, he decided not to hold back. In an instant, Li Chun vanished, reappearing with a dagger pressed against the hefty man's throat. The moment Sister Yin suggested he make a display of his abilities, both men had been on guard. They never expected him to be a typical trickster with such remarkable skills. Provoking him could lead to their untimely demise. Sweat beaded on the hefty man's forehead as Li Chun withdrew the dagger and asked, Am I qualified now? Yes. Brother, please take a seat, the hefty man quickly replied, moving aside to offer Li Chun and Sister Yin a place. Meanwhile, the goateed man, now wearing a fawning expression, said this roasted chicken is a bit cold. Let me warm it up for you. With that, he conjured flames in his hands to reheat the chicken, prompting Li Chun to stifle a laugh. The man truly had potential as a cook. The hefty man pulled out a pack of Lu Sanja cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Li Chun. Brother, a smoke before the meal makes one feel like a deity. Li Chun accepted the cigarette with a smile, tucking it behind his ear before retrieving a pack of Huazi from his own pocket. Here, everyone, try this. The others were taken aback. Not only was this guy powerful, but he was also wealthy. They thought, this is bad. Sister Yin might just take a liking to him. The meal progressed merrily, and soon they were calling each other brothers. After dining, Sister Yin led Li Chun to a room where she spoke of her intentions. Little brother, you must be aware of the power dynamics in Tongzhou. I find myself in a predicament. Two factions are eyeing me hungrily, and resources are scarce. You could lend me a hand, she said, walking gracefully to Li Chun and sitting on his lap. Feeling the softness of her presence, Li Chun thought, this woman does not seem like a good person. He promptly asked, how can I assist you? Moreover, what isn't it for me? Sister Yin, with a seductive smile, replied, although I am a few years older, I believe no other woman in Tongzhou can compare to me. Surely you find me appealing? It is not too much to ask. Just lend me a hand when I am in peril. Li Chun mused that while she was indeed attractive and fit his tastes, she still paled in comparison to Lu Ting. However, given her background in the jewelry business, she likely possessed considerable riches, but he brushed her hand away as she reached for him and said, Sister Yin, I am currently in need of gold and silver. I wonder how much you have. Initially irritated by Li Chun's dismissal of her hand, Sister Yin burst into laughter upon hearing his request. You've come to the right person. I may not have much else, but I assure you, gold and silver are plentiful here. You might just find your space too small for it all. I also know that the other two factions have their fair share of wealth. Li Chun then inquired, what about crystal stones? How many do you possess? At the mention of crystal stones, Sister Yan's expression soured momentarily. She thought, if I had enough crystal stones, would I be here flirting with you? I would have squashed you like a bug. But the moment passed, and she quickly donned a cheerful smile again. Oh, dear brother, I don't have many, perhaps just 8 or 10, but that shouldn't be a problem. Li Chun understood that resources were likely scarce for everyone, especially after the zombies had seemingly vanished overnight. Nevertheless, he was willing to accept even a few. He then adopted a lecherous expression, fixating on Sister Yan's bosom. All right, if your gold and silver satisfy me, I wouldn't mind staying with you a while longer. However, I want all the gold, silver, and crystal stones from the other two factions as well. Meng Yinya nodded in agreement to his request. To be honest, she was aware that the number of crystal stones was quite limited among everyone. Subsequently, under Yin Jie's guidance, they arrived at a warehouse where piles of gold, silver, and jewels were stacked high. Although such treasures had little worth in the apocalyptic world, who could predict when this calamity would come to an end? Li Chun had his doubts about Yin Jie possessing only this one warehouse. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. If Yin Jie were to recruit a few more supernatural beings, he might find himself at a disadvantage if a group decided to turn against her. Li Chun stored the contents of the warehouse into his spatial realm and followed Yin Jie out. In truth, Meng Yin was not worried about Li Chun absconding with the goods without offering assistance. She held a degree of confidence in her own abilities and in the competence of her subordinates. Furthermore, she understood that Li Chun was attracted by the gold reserve she possessed, although she was uncertain of his intentions for acquiring them. As long as she had what he needed, she was confident in her ability to keep him around. Upon entering Li Chun's room, Meng Yin excused herself, feigning anxiety about what Li Chun might do. However, shortly after her departure, there was another knock at the door. Li Chun opened it, and to his astonishment, 2 stunningly beautiful women stood at the threshold, clad in scanty attire. The leading woman, noticing Li Chun's presence, pulled her companion inside his room and said, Mr. Li, we have been sent to keep you company. Li Chun was taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Was this the kind of treatment one received at this base? He coldly regarded the two and commanded, Leave, I have no need for you. Return from whence you came. The women were startled. They could not fathom why this man was so different from the others. Unlike the previous night's man with a goatee who had indulged excessively, the gentleman dissatisfied. Fear not, we provide excellent service. Please allow us to stay. The previously silent girl interjected. It turned out they were part of the base's entertainment for guests, akin to the offices established by Wang Sheng of the Chongqing gang, where goods were exchanged for pleasures. However, for significant guests, resources were provided to please them or extract information, with rewards of food for each successful task. Meng Yin had instructed them to ensure I was well served, for failure to do so would result in punishment and a lack of resources. The urgency in the latter girl's demeanor was palpable. Li Chun, well aware of their purpose, retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles from his spatial realm and handed them to the women, stating, "Do not disturb my rest. Either summon Yin Jia or take your leave with these." Under the subtle pressure of Li Chun's 5th-tier supernatural aura, the 2 women retreated in terror, hiding the noodles as they hurriedly reported back to Meng Yin. Upon hearing their account, Meng Yin laughed heartily. "Incredible. He is not easily swayed by lust. It seems this individual is quite difficult to handle. You 2 may leave now." Relieved that they faced no punishment, the women scurried back to the office. The next day, as dawn broke, it was of little consequence within the tunnel. Darkness prevailed when the lights were extinguished. Yet to maintain a semblance of normalcy, a large clock had been installed, chiming at each hour. Li Chun was roused by the sound, dressed, and splashed some mineral water on his face from his spatial realm before heading to the base's entrance. Although the tunnel offered tranquility and restful sleep, he could not shake the feeling of unease. A collapse would spell disaster. As he approached the entrance, he spotted Meng Yin waiting there, and upon seeing him, she smiled warmly. "Mr. Li, you're up quite early. Today appears to be uneventful. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll?" At that moment, Meng Yin made no mention of the previous night's events, yet she regarded Li Chun with newfound respect. Walking side by side, Li Chun casually retrieved 2 meat sandwiches he had purchased from the food street and offered one to her, saying, "Here, have a bite. I haven't had breakfast yet," since she was already aware of his spatial abilities. There was no need to conceal the secret from her. Meng Yin accepted the sandwich and remarked leisurely, "I see you possess such delightful treats. Thank you. However, do be cautious in revealing your spatial powers to others." Though she was the leader of the base, food supplies were not particularly abundant. The lavish meal from the previous night was a rare occurrence, a luxury they could not afford regularly. With her thoughts on the other 2 bases eyeing her for expansion, she had considered unifying the Copper City. Li Chun devoured the sandwich, uncouthly belching afterward, and then lit a cigarette. In contrast, Meng Yin maintained a gentler demeanor, savoring her modest meal with an air of elegance. Taking nearly 20 minutes to finish, which made Li Chun internally lament the complexities of women. Once she concluded her meal, he eagerly inquired, "If you want my assistance, you should at least provide insight into the other 2 factions. I feel rather uneasy being in the dark. Shall we discuss this as we walk?" Meng Yin suggested, linking her arm with his as they stepped outside the base. Though an outsider, they appeared as a couple. Yet this was a deliberate tactic by Meng Yin. She was aware that spies from rival factions were likely planted nearby, and the leaders of the other 2 factions had long coveted her beauty, eager to draw her into their midst. Why publicly associating with Li Chun? She could also signal to the other factions that he was now her ally. Li Chun observed her sudden display of warmth and mused. What scheme is she concocting now? Nonetheless, he paid it little mind, interpreting it as an acknowledgement of his strength, perhaps a sign of Li Chun's own arrogance. Feeling emboldened by her enthusiasm, he playfully squeezed her rear, declaring, "You've been holding back. Consider this a little interest." Caught off guard by Li Chun's boldness, Meng Yin initially felt anger rising within her, but then reconsidered. This could work to her advantage, as the other 2 leaders would likely harbor deeper resentment toward him now. As they strolled and conversed, Meng Yin began outlining the situation regarding the other 2 factions. Copper City was divided into 3 main regions, historically independent yet intertwined economic zones: the Southern District, Eastern District, and Western Suburban New Area. Following the onset of the apocalypse, Meng Yin and her followers occupied the Southern District, gradually expanding their influence. The Eastern District was under the control of a man known as Crow, who had previously been a local tyrant and now resided in a large semi-mountainous air raid shelter. Once a CS base, equipped with power generation and essential living facilities, The western suburban area was led by a man named Zhou Bojian, who had brought survivors into a karst mountainous region, where a vast cave provided a comfortable environment year-round. Previously a tourist spot with adequate facilities, Crow, though a formidable presence, was only a fourth-tier supernatural being, recently promoted and possessing earth-based powers, renowned for his strong defense. However, Li Chun's exceptional speed should pose no challenge for him. In contrast, Zhou Bojian was more enigmatic. His capabilities were unknown, but likely below the fifth tier. Yet he was incredibly swift, rumored to possess wind-based powers, and adept with a blade. Li Chun gleaned a general understanding of the strengths of the other two bases and felt reassured about his prospects. Still, he inquired, do they possess heavy firearms? Crow has some, but after the zombie outbreak, he exhausted his ammunition while clearing out the eastern district's undead. Thus, he poses little threat. Meng Yanyan replied, as for Zhou Bojian. He was the owner of a travel agency and has access to numerous supermarkets in Copper City, rich in resources. However, there are no reports of him possessing firearms, and given his preference for blades, he likely scorns such weaponry, she continued. With this information, Li Chun felt increasingly confident, realizing that the only firearm he had displayed was the pistol in front of Mao Gu. Would Crow's formidable defenses withstand a shotgun blast? And could a wind elemental truly fly? I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. Regarding the man who had previously kidnapped and humiliated her, the resentment within her heart was so intense that she wished for nothing more than to see him suffer 1,000 tortures. How could one possibly harbor love for such a person? At last, the tea was brewed, and without regard for its temperature, Crow poured it straight into his mouth. After grimacing from the heat, he turned to Zhou Bojian and stated, our two factions are nearly equal in strength, and the southern district is a veritable treasure trove. I am aware that you have been pondering this for some time. Why not act within the next few days? Zhou Bojian glanced at him and replied, Crow, are you really in such a hurry? Your sister Yan Yan possesses the ability to manipulate ice and snow. Do you have confidence in facing her? Crow retorted, if I had confidence, would I be seeking you out? We are all motivated by profit, so spare me the roundabout talk. Zhou Bojian poured him another cup of tea and said slowly, let us agree beforehand on how to divide the spoils. I know there are ample supplies in her tunnel, along with treasures of gold and silver and large mechanical equipment. Zhou Bojian reiterated. Crow fell into contemplation, aware that the riches within far exceeded what he mentioned. While food was one aspect, the gold and silver held little value. The true prize was the tunnel itself, which had been partitioned by Meng Yanyan with granite, making it akin to a treasure chest. Therefore, after seizing it, he knew he could not relinquish the generator or the large equipment, leaving only the gold, silver, and a portion of the food to share. He then looked up at Zhou Bojian and said, I will take the lead, and you shall assist in restraining those with abilities. Once our objective is achieved, I can share half of the food and treasures with you. As for the large equipment, it would be of no use to you without fuel, that he added. And one last thing, my Yin Yin must not be harmed. She is mine. Zhou Bojian inwardly scoffed, thinking, does he take me for a fool? Half of the food and treasures? What use are they to me? However, he replied, Crow, I shall merely be assisting you. How about this? I take 2/3 of the food, and you keep the rest? Upon hearing this, Crow was overjoyed. Thinking Zhou Bojian had lost his wits, he eagerly nodded. Brother Zhou, you truly are a man of character. Rest assured, after this, I will not trouble you again. Let us forge a mutually beneficial partnership. Zhou Bojian stood, gesturing to the large characters behind him. Integrity wins the world. Fear not, for I am also a man of integrity. Now let us discuss the specifics. Zhou Bojian declared grandly, if either Li Chun or Meng Yanyan were to see the phrase integrity wins the world, they would silently curse, another empty-handed schemer. Subsequently, the two engaged in hushed discussions within the room. Meng Yanyan's capable subordinates numbered around 700, the majority being women. Crow would lead the first offensive with 500 men attacking from the front to draw out some of their forces. Zhou Bojian would likewise dispatch 500 from the left side of the tunnel to cut off the retreat of those who attempted to flee, when they inevitably confronted Meng Yanyan. Crow would take the lead, using his defenses to withstand her snow sword, while Zhou Bojian would provide support. Being a wind elemental, he could create wind blades and small tornadoes for assault. Zhou Bojian was secretly calculating that if Crow's 500 could scatter or eliminate 400 of Meng Yanyan's forces, he would then quietly mobilize 1,000 men. The first 500 would merely serve as a distraction, not engaging in a true fight. Once Crow's contingent was overwhelmed, his 1,000 would surge forth. Essentially, he intended to let them fight first, and then he would join in later. Zhou Bojian harbored another thought. As long as Crow could delay Meng Yanyan, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. He was wary of their collaboration. If one fell, the remaining would pose little threat. Even if this did not eradicate them, he would have to resort to his final trump card. Ultimately, the two reached a joyful agreement to assemble at the edge of the southern city early the day after tomorrow, aiming to launch a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Li Chun found himself at loose ends, wandering the base. Meng Yanyan had seemingly vanished, likely avoiding him after witnessing his lewd behavior. Though Li Chun possessed commendable traits, he understood one crucial truth. Once a man has obtained a woman, her value diminishes in his eyes. The best strategy is to leave him yearning, yet with hope. Those so-called goddesses before the apocalypse had toyed with their devoted suitors in precisely this manner. However, he underestimated Li Chun. While he had once been a devoted admirer, he was no longer the naive youth he had once been. As Li Chun strolled through the base, he observed people entering and exiting the rooms flanking the tunnel. Some greeted him warmly, while others appeared fearful and avoided him. He did not dwell on it, thinking, why would anyone be particularly friendly upon my arrival? As he continued, he unknowingly approached a few rooms illuminated with pink lights, from which indistinct sounds emerged. A woman, somewhat alluring in appearance, beckoned to him. "Come here, little brother," Li Chun replied. "Are we acquainted?" The woman, noticing his silence, continued, "Seeing how young you are, would you like to come in and have some fun with your sister? I can entertain you in any way you desire, and it's all fairly priced. Just a pack of instant noodles." Li Chun furrowed his brows, reflecting, this Meng Yan is quite a character, adept at exploiting human desires. Observing the woman's feigned allure, he quietly replied, "No thanks, I prefer an ant." To his surprise, instead of retreating, she became even more animated. "Oh, I see. Little brother is quite the romantic. We have men too. Just tell me your preference, and I'll find one for you." This left Li Chun dumbfounded, thinking, has the fourth industry in Tong City developed to such an extent? Without looking back, he hastily retreated, feeling utterly appalled, as laughter erupted behind him. He was genuinely disgusted and decided to remain in his room for the rest of the day, fearing he might lose control and resort to violence. That evening, when dinner time arrived, Li Chun made his way to Meng Yanyan's exclusive dining hall as promised. At that moment, the rotund man and the one with the goatee were already seated, leaving two places vacant for Meng Yanyan and Li Chun. Indeed, no matter the setting, strength remained paramount. Tonight's meal consisted of simple home-cooked dishes. With each person serve a bowl of white rice. Li Chun shook his head at the modest fare, thinking it rather lacking. Meng Yanyan seemed to notice his dissatisfaction and remarked, "Brother, my place cannot compare to yours. Resources are quite scarce. Otherwise, no one would dare disrupt the tripartite balance in Tong City." Li Chun smiled without replying, then turned to enter the room. Upon returning, he held a platter of braised pork and 2 bottles of ergot. The rotund man and the one with the goatee stared at Li Chun as if they had seen a ghost, glancing at Meng Yanyan in disbelief. Where had this come from? Had Yin Jie prepared a special meal for him? Truly, one can be envious of others. Meng Yanyan, however, merely smiled and remained silent as she watched Li Chun twist open a bottle. The two men were drooling in anticipation. They eagerly urged Li Chun, "Brother, you're in a growth phase. Eat more." Li Chun thought, "I'm no one's servant. If you want to drink, just drink. There is plenty of this in the storage." Yet, he was not a petty person. Sometimes, relying solely on strength to suppress others is not ideal. He raised his hand and offered 1 bottle to the goateed man, saying, "Here, brother, you too can share." He then opened another bottle, pouring some for Meng Yanyan and himself. Frankly, in his past life, Li Chun had consumed this liquor frequently. While inexpensive, it packed a punch. The 4 of them continued to toast and drink, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. After a short while, with 2 bottles of wine consumed, each person had downed half a gene, leaving them far from intoxicated. IT was not only because they were all capable individuals. Even ordinary folk would have been fine. Just as they continued to drink, on the other side, the crow was already preparing in advance, counting its forces. Once the four had finished their drinks, they each returned to their quarters to rest. As everyone sensed that perhaps within the next few days, the other two bases would likely come knocking at their door. Emboldened by the effects of the alcohol, Meng Yanyan attempted to tease Li Chun, but was met with a merciless rejection. Upon returning to her room, Li Chun pondered the gold and jewels she had stored in her spatial pocket the previous day. In a flash, she entered her personal space, and with the enhancement of Meng Yanyan's gold and jewels, she felt that the hazy boundary had become slightly thinner. However, it was only marginally less opaque. The nature of what lay beyond the gray mist remained elusive, after lingering in the space for about 10 minutes. She exited back to her room, realizing that staying there served little purpose. More gold and jewels were still needed. Should she take the risk and attempt to steal from the two bases under the cover of darkness? However, Li Chun quickly dismissed this thought, opting to wait for the three factions to deplete each other instead. Eventually, everything would still belong to her. The next day, Li Chun retrieved a tablet from her space and spent the entire day engrossed in a novel. By the time she felt dizzy from reading, she found herself admiring the writers. How could they possibly pen so many words without going bald? In truth, she feared encountering the absurdities of the base once more. Meanwhile, the usually taciturn Fatty and Goatbeard unexpectedly ventured out of the base. Taking a significant stroll outside, it seemed Meng Yanyan had also sensed something amiss. Aside from the sentinel stationed outside, all other personnel returned to the base, claiming they were exhausted and had decided to grant everyone a day off for relaxation. This day, the office was exceptionally lively, with the young ladies inside earning a fortune, albeit at the cost of not having left their beds. Each counted the supplies beneath their beds while muttering curses about beasts and scoundrels, yet it was clear they were all rather pleased. Meanwhile, the effeminate Zhou Bojian brewed tea while polishing his long knife. With the subordinates frequently rushing in and out of his room to report on the situation, that on this very day, the crow tested several young women, and at last, with the final one, he finally elicited a response, rewarding her with a box of instant noodles and promising to look out for her in the future. The girl returned to her room beaming, feeling as though she had suddenly married into a wealthy family. Having completed his business, the crow was in high spirits, loudly proclaiming in his room that he no longer needed to resort to last-minute measures. However, it seemed that the entire Copper City was shrouded in a layer of gray, pressing down on people's chests, making it difficult to breathe. Although it appeared that everyone was relaxed, in truth, they were all on guard for something. Those in the know understood that after tomorrow, the population of Copper City would likely diminish significantly. Yet all of this seemed unrelated to Li Chun. To them, she was merely a traveler from the apocalypse. And for Li Chun, they could fight all they wanted. She only sought what piqued her interest. On the second day, as dawn broke, the east city and west suburb were bustling with activity. The departing crowd, each armed with their preferred weapons, was eager for the day ahead. The crow stood at the forefront, shouting to the crowd, "Brothers, whether we feast on meat, drink wine, or indulge with women depends on today. Follow me." Meanwhile, in the west suburb, Zhou Bojian, equipped with a long knife, addressed his gathered brothers. "Brothers, once we unify Copper City, we will all become its masters. Follow me, and I promise you a bright future. Now, let us depart." The two groups set off almost simultaneously towards the southern edge of the city. Along the way, both the Crow and Zhou Bojian swiftly dealt with several scouts from South City. Yes, the two factions gathered. They charged fiercely towards South City, in the west suburb, after the personnel from the two bases converged. A team quietly set off towards South City. Soon, a formidable throng surged towards the southern base, led by the Crow, who proclaimed at the foot of the hill, "Meng Yanyan, come out. Your brother has come to rescue you." The Crow struck a pose he deemed heroic. Upon hearing the Crow's voice, Meng Yanyan hurried to Li Chun's room. "Brother, someone is bullying my sister." Li Chun opened the door to find Meng Yanyan along with Fatty and Goatbeard waiting outside, and promptly followed them out. This moment, several hundred followers appeared at the tunnel entrance, with Meng Yanyan and Li Chun leading the charge. "Oh, I thought it was some dog barking outside this early. Turns out it's the impotent brother," Meng Yanyan taunted. However, uttering the term impotent brother before so many people left the crow gritting his teeth in anger. Meng Yin, stop asking for trouble. Look at my brothers behind me. If you know what is good for you, follow me and you can continue to indulge in luxury. His glare then turned menacingly towards Li Chun. That pretty boy beside you. You're Yin's lover. Aren't you? Once I catch you, I'll hand you over to Zhou Bojian for some education. Li Chun was bewildered. What had he done to deserve this? It seemed that the crow's jealousy was extraordinarily potent. Perhaps simply because he was good-looking. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, dismissing the crow as just a mere clown to tea that moment. Meng Yin interjected. Crow, stop the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. What is this childish barking? Have you been taken in by Zhou Bojian? The crow, infuriated, waved his hand, and 500 of his underlings charged forward. The hundreds at the tunnel also surged forward to meet them, and in an instant, a chaotic melee erupted, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Among the two factions were also several first- and second-tier capable individuals, but for the most part, they each sought out their own opponents to engage. Just then, Meng Yin unleashed an ice spear into the throng, taking down a first-tier capable individual from the crow's side in a single encounter. The crow, amidst the fray, targeted first- and second-tier capable individuals, raising an earthen wall to defend against Meng Yin's ice sword. Suddenly, a series of ice spikes erupted from the ground, catching a few off guard and impaling them. It was needless to say that this was the work of Meng Yin. While Li Chun observed coldly from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. She was keenly observing the battlefield, contemplating how she would handle other capable individuals of similar rank if she encountered them. After much thought, she couldn't help but wonder why others awakened powers that were primarily offensive, while her teleportation skill was only useful for escaping. Indeed, comparing oneself to others was disheartening. Her ability felt almost underwhelming. At this moment, she glanced over at Fatty and Go Beard, who also showed no intention of joining the fray, prompting her to furrow her brow slightly. Meng Yin, noticing this, shouted, Aren't you two going to help? What are you waiting for? Li Chun was her trump card and partner. Against the crow, she didn't need him. In truth, she understood that the crow was merely a front-line fighter. Zhou Bojian was the true adversary. Hearing Meng Yin's call, the two reluctantly plunged into the chaos. Yet it was evident to any discerning eye that they were not fighting with full commitment. That moment, the crow, caught off guard, was pierced in the shoulder by Meng Yin's ice sword. The crow panicked. Damn it, Zhou Bojian, if you don't show up soon, I'm done for. Yet no response came. The crow seemed to realize something, but it was too late. In just a matter of minutes, both sides had suffered significant casualties. The crow, drenched in blood, realized that in a one-on-one confrontation, he was no match for Meng Yin. Just then, a chorus of battle cries erupted from the side as Zhou Bojian charged in with a large contingent of men. They had convened at the edge of South City, and Zhou Bojian, under the pretext of flank attack, had separated from the crow, agreeing that once the fighting commenced, he would strike from the side to cut off Meng Yin's retreat. Zhou Bojian shouted, Crow, my little brothers are here to help you. Charge. The crow cast aside his previous doubts and, fueled by sheer physical strength, plunged back into the fray. Zhou Bojian wielded his long knife with lethal precision, cutting through the chaos as Meng Yin cried out, Brother, come quickly to my aid. Li Chun gazed at Zhou Bojian, who wielded an exceptionally long blade. One would think he would fear injuring himself with such a lengthy weapon. Yet it was undeniably effective as the long sword danced through the air. None dared to approach. Seizing the moment, Li Chun surged into the throng, swiftly closing the distance to Zhou Bojian, employing his agile form to engage him in combat. Do not inquire why he chose this opponent. Li Chun had no fondness for effeminacy, and Zhou Bojian was, rather infuriatingly, quite handsome. That moment, Zhou Bojian unleashed a blade of wind, hurtling directly toward Li Chun. As a spatial abilities user, Li Chun possessed not only the capacity for instantaneous movement, but also a profound understanding of spatial dynamics that surpassed that of others. With remarkable speed, he evaded the attack. In a heartbeat, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Zhou Bojian's abdomen. The strength of a fifth-tier abilities user was beyond Zhou Bojian's reckoning, sending him sprawling several meters away, crashing to the ground. My word, a formidable opponent. Previously, someone had whispered to him that the man Meng Yanyan had been with that day was immensely powerful, a warning to heed. Observing Zhou Bojian retreating, he thought, I cannot provoke him. But I can certainly evade, Li Chun called out. What a coward. You runt the first encounter. Zhou Bojian, now behind the crowd, intermittently launched wind blades and long sword strikes at his adversaries. The onlookers could only express their disdain. Such behavior was utterly devoid of martial ethics. Just then, a wall of snow suddenly materialized before the crow, hurtling towards him. With a punch, he shattered Meng Yanyan's snow wall, feeling quite pleased with himself. My Yanyan, is that all you can muster? Can you even keep up with your own stamina? I'm still quite strong. Seizing the moment of distraction, Meng Yanyan summoned all her strength to conjure 3 ice spikes. Launching them towards the crow, shrouded in a veil of snow mist. The crow laughed more. How tiresome. Your snow wall lacks solidity. You must be out of energy. With that, he swung a punch, anticipating an effortless demolition of the snow wall. But as his hand pierced through the snow mist, an agonizing pain shot through it, followed by his chest and then his neck. Although the crow's defenses were remarkable, the ice spikes did not penetrate deeply into his chest. Yet the neck, being inherently vulnerable, succumbed easily. Clutching his neck, he stared at Meng Yanyan in disbelief. After all my affection for you. And with that, he collapsed. Meng Yanyan, exhausted, had expended all her energy on the last 3 ice spikes. Retreating towards the tunnel entrance, observing the crow's demise, his minions began to waver. Just as they prepared to flee, another group surged towards them. Zhou Bojian roared with laughter. Didn't he see this coming, did you? That fool crow. Now, everyone present, lay down your weapons and surrender, or you shall meet the same fate as Crow. In that moment, panic ensued among Crow's men, as well as Meng Yanyan's, while only Li Chun remained unfazed. A faint smile gracing his lips, Zhou Bojian then addressed Meng Yanyan. You see the battlefield's dynamics. Surrender, and perhaps I will spare your life. Turning to Li Chun, he added, I've heard you have a taste for men. Follow me, and I assure you, you shall find great comfort. With a sinister smile directed at Li Chun, the latter felt a wave of revulsion, glancing at Meng Yanyan. Your base truly requires cleansing. There are no secrets to be had here. I merely uttered a casual remark in the office, and now the enemy is aware. He then hurled a string of expletives at Zhou Bojian. Get lost. You wretched creature! How could your mother bear such a disgusting being? Is that thing you call a body even capable of urination? Zhou Bojian, unfazed and grinning, raised his hand slightly, uttering a command to attack. The crowd remained still, while a hefty man struck Meng Yanyan with a powerful punch. Sending her flying, he was confident in his strength. After this blow, Meng Yanyan would likely never rise again. He had no intention of killing her. Having already promised Zhou Bojian that he would claim this woman for himself. Just then, a flaming knife swung toward Li Chun's neck, wielded by the goat-beard. Anticipating the strike, Li Chun dodged, swiftly retaliating with a thrust that pierced the man's chest. Goatbeard could hardly comprehend how fast Li Chun was. Last time, he had swiftly held a blade to the hefty man's throat, yet this was even quicker. This was all the more impressive, given the element of surprise. In truth, Li Chun had been wary of both of them for some time, that if they were genuinely sent by Meng Yanyan, they should have charged into the crowd earlier. Their subsequent lethargy only heightened his suspicions about their intentions. The hefty man, now realizing the danger, swiftly erected a wall of earth before him, eyeing Li Chun with wariness. Li Chun chuckled softly. You truly don't understand the concept of instantaneous movement, do you? In a blink, Li Chun vanished, and the hefty man felt a chill at his neck as warm liquid gushed forth. He pointed a trembling finger at Li Chun, making incoherent sounds. Gradually, he felt himself lifting off the ground. And soon, he knew nothing more. From a distance, Zhou Bojian was rendered speechless at the sight, finally shouting, Everyone attack! Charge! Meng Yanyan is out of combat power. Whoever captures her first shall claim her. Initially, he had anticipated a smooth operation. Yet the unexpected strength of the man beside Meng Yanyan had thrown his plans into disarray. As Zhou Bojian's minions heard his call, they surged forward as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Li Chun frowned. If I kill them all, I might just tire myself out. Even the bravest cannot withstand sheer numbers. However, When it came to killing, he was indeed a professional. With that, he retrieved an automatic rifle from his spatial storage. As the sound of gunfire echoed, the first wave of attackers fell, leaving the others dumbfounded. "You have a gun? Why didn't you say so earlier? Who could possibly contend with that?" Instinctively, some cowardly souls turned to flee. And as one broke ranks, others soon followed. The tide of morale crumbled, leading to the collapse of the battle. Meanwhile, Meng Yanyan, enduring excruciating pain, rose and shouted, "Brothers, do not let them escape. We must pursue." At that moment, Mao Gu and a few uninjured minions recognized an opportunity for glory and charged forward with their blades drawn. Zhou Bojian, witnessing the tide turning against him, promptly retreated. Li Chun, spotting his escape, utilized instantaneous movement to position himself in front of Zhou Bojian. The sudden appearance of Li Chun startled Zhou Bojian, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Just as he raised his long blade, a dark void appeared at his chest. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Bojian's body was blasted through, leaving a gaping hole that allowed light to pass through. His eyes widened in shock as he fell. Lifeless, Li Chun picked up the long blade, noting its lightness and sharpness, which gleamed ominously. He then casually seized a steel knife, discarded on the ground. Hurling it into the air, with a swift slice of the long blade, he bisected the steel knife mid-flight. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "What a treasure! I wonder what material it is made from." Stashing it away in his spatial storage, he thought about how useful it would be in future battles. Instead of returning to the tunnel, Li Chun followed the fleeing crowd to the western outskirts, entering a cave where only a few remained. Grabbing a handful of individuals, he quickly extracted the location of the warehouse. After a thorough plundering, he made his way to an old air raid shelter, employing the same method to gather riches before leisurely heading back towards the tunnel. This expedition had yielded abundant spoils, weighing several hundred pounds of gold and silver. Though gold was scarce, he had also acquired over 40 crystal stones, primarily of the first tier. Upon returning to the tunnel, he found Meng Yanyan had been carried back to her room. Though severely injured, her wounds were not life-threatening. Upon seeing Li Chun's arrival, she struggled to rise, saying, "This time, I owe you a great debt, brother. Without you, I and the people behind me would have either perished or lived a life of torment at Zhou Bojian's hands. Such gratitude cannot be expressed. From now on, this shall be your home, and I, too, shall be yours." Li Chun hastily urged her to lie down and refrain from speaking. He paid little heed to her words. Exiting Meng Yanyan's room, he found the entire base bustling with activity, as the task of integrating resources from 3 different bases was no trivial undertaking. However, such matters were not his concern. Yet he could not depart just yet, as there were still items he needed to retrieve. He decided to wait until Meng Yanyan was able to rise before addressing those matters, and with that thought, he returned to his own quarters. The night passed in silence, and as the morning bell rang, Li Chun arose from his slumber. He briefly washed up with bottled water, although there was water available from the melted snow in the tunnels. He was always cautious about what he consumed. Arriving at Meng Yanyan's exclusive dining area, he was greeted by the sight of her already seated there. "You've recovered so swiftly. What kind of physique do you possess?" he inquired, gazing at her. Meng Yanyan regarded the man before her, admiring his impeccable appearance and formidable strength. Ultimately, a woman seeks a powerful ally. In the outside world, she was a formidable figure feared by many. Yet, deep down, she remained a woman in need of protection and cared a tea that moment. Her gaze toward Li Chun softened, and she replied gently, "It's nothing. A 4th-tier ability physique isn't so weak, though I haven't fully recovered. Basic mobility is no issue." Li Chun teased. "Is that so? How about we find a place to stretch a bit?" To his surprise, a fleeting blush crossed Meng Yanyan's face as she shyly responded, "You naughty little brother, teasing your sister again, you rascal." Li Chun thought to himself, "What's this? This woman can actually feel shy." Having experienced 2 lifetimes, he was no naive romantic. Even with Lu Ting and Luo Ling, he would readily abandon them in the face of danger. The allure of a strong woman was merely a manifestation of humanity's primal desires, and he had no intention of entangling himself in romantic sentiments. He then earnestly stated, "Sister Yin, I fulfilled my part of the bargain. So it's time for you to honor your promise regarding the crystal, he continued, and I refuse to believe that a jewelry merchant like you has only a paltry amount of stock. With a playful smirk, he observed her reaction, which left Meng Yanyan feeling a tad uncomfortable. However, she gently took hold of Li Chun's arm and sweetly said, I can be yours entirely, so acquiring other items is merely a matter of your request. Feeling the softness of her arm around his, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, thinking, what a vexing enchantress. Yet, given the instability of their newly acquired base, he remarked, how about you allow your little brother to stay with you a while longer? With my current frail state, I couldn't possibly handle a formidable opponent on my own. She then playfully shook his arm. Just a bit longer, pretty please? Observing the shy expression on Meng Yanyan's face. Li Chun pondered. Could it be she has been possessed? This doesn't seem like an act. Thus, he suggested, let us eat first, and casually retrieved some steaming food from his storage. Meng Yanyan was already accustomed to such displays. And after their meal, Mao Gu approached her to report on the battle situation and the recent gains. Having distinguished himself in combat, Mao Gu had been promoted to a mid-level leadership position within the base. No longer needing to engage in less than savory activities, he felt a deep gratitude toward Li Chun, as without him, he would likely still be lost, either dead or enslaved, scavenging for resources in the icy wasteland. With a sense of familiarity, he spoke to Li Chun without pretense, but Li Chun had no interest in hearing such matters and turned to step outside for a smoke. Moments later, Mao Gu reappeared. Brother Chun, congratulations on becoming our leader. Please take good care of your little brothers from now on. Li Chun looked at him in surprise. Who said I was becoming your leader? Come on, Brother Chun. Let us not be modest. Our leader is destined to be you. If you're already our leader, then that makes you our boss, Mao Gu replied, envy evident in his tone. What kind of logic is that? Do these people really think I've become a son-in-law here? Li Chun mused, somewhat irritated but in a good mood. He felt a strong urge to slap him. Instead, he retorted with irritation, get lost. Stop flapping your gums like a woman. Mao Gu, understanding the unspoken message, darted away to Li Chun. Feeling exasperated, thought to himself, if Meng Yanyan dares to seduce me again tonight, I swear I'll take action. The rumors outside had already begun to circulate. And he grimaced at the thought, by the time Meng Yanyan had organized her affairs, it was already afternoon. Her fourth-tier ability physique was indeed remarkable. In just a day and a night, other than her inability to fight, she had nearly returned to normalcy. As night fell, Li Chun arrived at the dining area as promised. The ingredients for dinner were particularly abundant, with an array of dishes adorning the table that a bottle of white liquor was also present. And Meng Yanyan looked at him with a smile. Li Chun sat beside her and glanced at the white liquor, recalling that it might have fetched 700 or 800 a bottle before the apocalypse. In this resource-scarce world, it was likely one of the best spirits available to Meng Yanyan. Considering this, he thought she had provided a fine reception, yet still retrieved 2 bottles of red wine from his storage. The white liquor isn't suitable for you. Let us enjoy some red instead, he suggested. Meng Yanyan looked at him with tenderness, which made Li Chun's heart flutter. After all, he was still a normal man. He intended to leave the next day for Bin City, and with that in mind, he contemplated whether to indulge in a passionate encounter before departing. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, deciding not to complicate matters further. As they exchanged cups and savored their drinks, Meng Yanyan, emboldened by the alcohol, suddenly wrapped her arms around Li Chun's neck. Sensing her warm breath against his ear, he bit his tongue to maintain composure and swiftly pushed her away, retreating to his room. The following morning, Li Chun awoke leisurely and opened his door to find Meng Yanyan waiting at the entrance, her expression soft. Little brother, why don't you just stay? I promise to treat you well for a lifetime, she said tenderly. Li Chun looked at the older woman, realizing she genuinely wished for him to stay. Honestly, do all women become foolish in the presence of men? In this damned apocalypse, one misstep could cost a life. And she speaks of a lifetime, he thought. Thus, he replied, I have many matters to attend to. Staying in one place would only lead to stagnation. Focus on managing this base well. If fate allows, I will return. Even as he said this, he doubted his own words that I in this frozen wasteland, who wasn't he merely a transient in this world? Who could predict whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event would come first? Meng Yanyan silently watched him, understanding that someone like Li Chun could not be retained, regardless of any romantic notions as she contemplated. A flicker of melancholy crossed her gaze, since they could not predict the future. Perhaps it was better to live for the present. How about loving me just once? She said with deep emotion. Li Chun thought to himself, stay composed. Do not become a man who sows wild oats everywhere. Noticing his silence, Meng Yin turned to leave, pondering, does he truly prefer men? After she departed, Li Chun reflected for an hour, humming a tune as he exited his room, gazing at the snowy expanse of Tong City. He thought of the 3 women far away in Jiangzhou. They should be faring well, given the strength of their fortress. Just then, Mao Gu approached. Brother Chun, our leader asked me to take you somewhere. You're taking me. Where's your leader? Li Chun inquired. Mao Gu wore a troubled expression. Our leader said she wasn't feeling well, so she wouldn't be seeing you off. What is going on? Is she trying to drive me away? Perhaps it's for the best not to meet, Li Chun mused. Following Mao Gu, they arrived at a warehouse filled with gold, silver, and jewels, enough to fill half the space. Li Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. After sending Mao Gu away, he collected the treasures into his storage. That moment, Mao Gu handed him a bag. Brother Chun, our leader asked me to give this to you. After Li Chun accepted it, Mao Gu continued. Brother Chun, did you offend our leader? I can't shake the feeling that she wants you gone. Perhaps it's because I prefer men, Li Chun thought. Li Chun casually remarked, so it's true that Chun Gu has a penchant for men. Why not take a look at me? At this, Mao Gu perked up immediately, making a move to leap into Li Chun's embrace. However, Li Chun swiftly kicked him away, exclaiming, get lost. I have no interest in someone like you. Following this, Li Chun made his way out of the tunnel at the base, glancing at the 10 or so crystal stones in his hand. Pondering, this trip was worthwhile. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, prompting him to head towards the foot of the mountain and into the city. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the base, a striking figure watched Li Chun's departing silhouette, her eyes brimming with tears. Meng Yin silently vowed to herself, one day, I shall make you willingly stay by my side. Oblivious to the emotions behind him, Li Chun drove into the city, retrieving his off-road RV and heading swiftly towards Bin City. The distance from Tong City to Bin City was approximately 500 kilometers, separated by a checkpoint known as Longhu Pass. Beyond Longhu Pass lay the vast and flat terrain of Bin City. Historically, Longhu Pass had always been a contested stronghold, and in this post-apocalyptic era, it was likely far from peaceful. Nevertheless, to enter Bin City, one must traverse Longhu Pass. There was no other route. As Li Chun journeyed towards Bin City, the biting cold caused his vehicle's speed to dwindle. He glanced into the rearview mirror at Tong City, wondering what Meng Yin would be like upon his return. After enduring 2 hours of arduous travel, Li Chun finally beheld the looming Longhu Pass. The pass was flanked by 2 colossal mountains, one resembling a dragon's head and the other a tiger descending from the hills. Nestled between these mountains was a vital path leading to Bin City. Although frozen, the road remained smooth, appearing like a white jade ribbon entwined between the 2 peaks. At that moment, atop the Tiger Mountain of Longhu Pass, about 4 or 5 individuals stood, the leader peering through binoculars at the approaching RV. Li Chun was blissfully unaware that he had caught their attention. Quickly return and report to the boss. Another apocalyptic traveler has arrived in a luxurious RV. The leader instructed his companions. Anyone capable of affording an RV in this icy wasteland must surely be a substantial catch. An excitement flickered across their faces. One of the younger members, equipped with a pair of skis, swiftly darted towards their base. Indeed, they were a faction at Longhu Pass, specializing in robbing travelers like Li Chun. By staying in the mountains, they avoided the arduous task of scavenging for supplies on the icy surface, living a relatively comfortable existence. When travelers became scarce, they would venture down to Bin City to seize opportunities. It would not be an exaggeration to label them as bandits of the apocalypse, engaging in acts of plundered that moment within a natural cave in a hall that had been artificially modified. 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman, were seated. Several torches flickered nearby as they conspired in secrecy. If Li Chun were to witness this scene, he might well believe he had time traveled to an era where bandits roamed freely. Just then, the young man who had skied into the hall reported, prompting the three to cease their discussion. "Boss, there's a situation outside. We've spotted an apocalyptic traveler in an RV. Number of occupants unknown." The young man delivered his report in one breath. The leader remained silent, while a bearded man to his left interjected, "What? An RV? Did you get a clear look?" He turned to the leader, saying, "Brother, this might be a big catch." The leader, seemingly unfazed, replied coolly, "Take some people and capture him. Leave the woman alive, but kill the MNAT this." The woman seated to the right spoke up, "Wait, brother, I want to go too, to see if there's anyone to my liking." The two men burst into laughter. "San Mei, we knew you'd be interested. Go on, go on." Meanwhile, Li Chun had just turned into the first bend of Longhu Pass, which consisted of 5 sharp turns before exiting into Bin City's territory. Unbeknownst to him, at the third bend, a group of 20 to 30 individuals had gathered, and a pit about a meter deep had already been dug into the road surface. Should a vehicle dare to pass, it would undoubtedly be rendered immobile. The mountains of Longhu were adorned with towering trees, many of which poked through the icy blanket. With keen eyes, Li Chun noticed signs of tree felling on the mountain, indicating that this place was likely inhabited. It seems Longhu Pass is not as peaceful as it appears, Li Chun murmured, simultaneously easing the vehicle's speed. He was unafraid of traps. After all, he possessed the ability to collect items into his space. His only concern was that driving too fast might lead to unforeseen accidents, resulting in injury on the snowy slopes. 2 sentinels were stationed at each bend, one observing and the other signaling. Li Chun slowed down at the first bend. The watchers felt a pang of anxiety. Had he discovered their presence? However, they reassured themselves that they were well hidden. As Li Chun entered the second bend, the two relaxed slightly, thinking he was merely cautious about the curves. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Chun smoothly navigated into the third bend, where the onlookers were now alert, eagerly anticipating his plunge into the pit. With a resounding crash, the heavy RV toppled into the pit. Li Chun cursed under his breath. Which fool dug this pit? Yet he quickly pieced together the situation, casting a wary gaze around as he exited the driver's seat and entered the cabin, grasping an automatic rifle. He prepared defensively for whatever lay ahead. In an instant, a group of people descended from the mountain, brandishing weapons, some clearly equipped with firearms. At the forefront were a man and a woman, but both were unarmed. Li Chun immediately discerned that they were both level 4 ability users, though he was unsure if they possessed any awakened powers. Dozens of individuals swiftly surrounded the RV, and a young man stepped forward, declaring, "You have entered the territory of our Longhu Pass Apocalyptic Alliance super ability team. We request that you exit the vehicle for inspection." Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. If they intended to rob him, they should at least drop the pretense. The so-called Apocalyptic Alliance super ability team. What a joke, and the audacity to demand he step out for an inspection. With the vehicle trapped in the snow, the assailants felt no fear of Li Chun suddenly retaliating. After 2 minutes of silence from within, one of the younger members struck the windshield with an axe. Contrary to expectations, the glass did not shatter. The rebound force sent the young man staggering back several steps. The two leaders frowned. This vehicle was sturdier than anticipated. Grabbing a nearby henchman's handgun, Zhu Yu, the second in command of this so-called super ability team, fired 2 shots, yet the glass showed no signs of damage, not even a scratch from the 9mm bullets. Realizing the vehicle was impervious to their attacks, Zhu Yu whispered something to one of the younger members, who then dashed up the mountain. Li Chun was intrigued by the unfolding events, pondering whether the young man was going to alert others. He had no qualms about capturing all of them. Their audacity in digging a pit on the road was infuriating. Eliminating them would be simple. 1 swift teleport and a hail of bullets would suffice. However, he refrained from doing so. Killing too many would disrupt the balance of the universe, and he still needed to search for essential supplies. Moreover, it seemed that the zombies had vanished overnight. Yet Li Chun did not believe they had all been eradicated. There is undoubtedly an undisclosed secret behind it all. With humanity dwindling, any unforeseen developments could spell doom for all remaining inhabitants of Blue Star. At this moment, Zhu Yu spoke, "Friend, we mean you no harm. Please disembark and rest at our base." Due to the RV's tinted windows, Zhu Yu could not discern the situation inside. only noting that there was indeed someone present through the windshield. Given his sensitivity as a level 4 ability user, he sensed that the occupant was not to be trifled with, and thus, caution was warranted. Li Chun felt a surge of frustration. They had already fired shots, and to claim no malice was utterly absurd. Li Chun awaited the return of the younger brother who had just departed, curious about the individual he would bring along. Thus, he resolved to endure the wait, for outside the weather was frigid, while the interior of the vehicle remained as warm as spring, rendering them impervious to the cold. Suddenly, a figure descended from the mountain. Li Chun narrowed his eyes, observing that this person strolled leisurely, yet moved with remarkable speed, reaching the base of the hill in mere moments. With a cheerful demeanor, he regarded Li Chun within the vehicle and remarked, "Friend, since you have ventured into my territory at Longhu Pass, why not step down for a cup of tea before you depart?" It would allow Zheng to extend his hospitality. Li Chun immediately perceived that this man was formidable, likely above the 4th tier, perhaps a 5th tier ability user, although his speed could not match Li Chun's instantaneous movement. He was, thus far, the swiftest ability user Li Chun had encountered. That moment, Li Chun grappled with the decision of whether to exit the vehicle. But if he remained inside, what other abilities might this person possess? Conversely, if he chose to step out, how should he respond? After a period of contemplation, Li Chun resolved to act. With a mere thought, he vanished from the vehicle and reappeared before the the instant of Li Chun's abrupt appearance. Zhang Tianlong's body quivered slightly. A 5th-tier wind ability user. He prided himself on his unparalleled speed. Yet this individual had silently materialized before him from the vehicle, had he intended to launch a surprise attack. While it might not have been fatal, injury would have been unavoidable. He could not guarantee his ability to evade such a masterful technique. In the blink of an eye, many thoughts raced through his mind, ultimately leading him to conclude that he lacked the certainty to confront this individual. Therefore, for the time being, it was prudent not to create animosity. He promptly introduced himself. "I am Zheng Tianlong, making a living here at Longhu Pass. If I have offended, I ask for your forgiveness. May I inquire as to how I should address you?" Li Chun regarded him coolly, then shifted his gaze to the side where Zhu Yu stood, stating, "It appears the leader is indeed a leader, possessing a quality that is anything but ordinary." That moment, Zhu Yu felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. In the midst of the icy expanse, cold sweat trickled down his back. Zheng Tianlong glanced at Zhu Yu and addressed Li Chun. "This person is my second brother. Zhu Yu, did I apologize for his earlier transgressions on his behalf, and I hope you can find it in your heart to be magnanimous." Zhu Yu, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, hastily added, "This brother, my earlier actions were indeed inappropriate. I hope you can show me mercy." Li Chun regarded the group before him with a bemused smile, pondering whether they had grown addicted to their roles as bandits or had simply watched too many dramas about them, as their manner of speech was rather archaic. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and addressed Zheng Tianlong. "Zheng, you may call me Li Chun. I intend to travel to Benhai City. I wonder what your customs are." Seeing that Li Chun did not appear particularly angered, Zheng Tianlong erupted in laughter. "Customs apply to others. But for a master like you, of course, there are no restrictions." "Then I thank you. Zheng, I would appreciate your assistance with this vehicle." Li Chun replied to Zheng Tianlong. "Not a problem, but it will take some time to manage the vehicle. If you wish, Li, you could join me in the mountains for a while," Zheng Tianlong suggested, gesturing towards a dark cave atop the mountain. Li Chun raised his gaze, realizing that from within the vehicle he had failed to notice the cave above. It seemed those in this area favored dwelling in caves. However, given that Zheng Tianlong was a 5th-tier ability user, venturing in without caution could pose risks. Conversely, declining the invitation might provoke Zheng Tianlong's ire. Furthermore, given his presence in this territory, Li Chun contemplated whether he should inquire about the situation in Benhai City. With these thoughts in mind, he addressed Zheng Tianlong. "Then I shall impose upon you." Zheng Tianlong made a gesture of invitation and led the way, traversing the path with an agility that seemed to defy gravity, arriving at the cave entrance in the span of mere moments. A broad smile adorning his face, Li Chun perceived this as a test of his capabilities and, without hesitation, flashed to the entrance of the cave. This moment, Zhu Yu, having conferred with their sister Tang Lioi, followed closely behind to the cave's mouth. Meanwhile, The younger brothers were busy clearing ice to pave a path for the vehicle at the bottom of the pit. In truth, Li Chun could have used a simple gesture to store the vehicle in his spatial realm, and then released it outside the pit. However, he refrained from doing so, partly out of irritation at having been forced into this pit, and partly to conceal his spatial abilities. From their earlier conversation, it appeared that Zheng Tianlong was unaware of Li Chun's status as a spatial ability user. Observing Zheng Tianlong's remarkable speed, Li Chun suspected he must be a wind ability user, albeit significantly stronger than the fourth-tier Zhou Bojian. As Li Chun followed Zheng Tianlong into the cave, he grew increasingly astonished. The layout resembled a bandit stronghold straight out of a television drama. Torches illuminated the path, providing both light and warmth, while a figure wielding a steel knife stood at a distance, enhancing the atmosphere of the scene. At this juncture, both men were deep in their thoughts. Zheng Tianlong, uncertain of his ability to subdue Li Chun, sought to keep him within the stronghold, and even if he could not retain him, he was keen to avoid animosity. Conversely, while Li Chun held no fear of Zheng Tianlong, he recognized that even if he could eliminate him, it would likely be a challenging endeavor. Among the group he had encountered earlier, aside from Zhu Yu, there was also a woman, presumably a fourth-tier ability user as well, that if he engaged in a confrontation with Zheng Tianlong and sustained injuries, the remaining two could exploit the opportunity to strike. Leaving him with insufficient assurance to manage the situation, Li Chun was cautious, perhaps even fearful. He would not take risks unless absolutely necessary. The four of them arrived in Zheng Tianlong's hall, where torches illuminated the space brilliantly. After settling in, Zheng Tianlong inquired, "From where does brotherly hail? And what brings you to Benhai City?" Li Chun had been surveying the hall and recognized that such caves indeed served as excellent shelters in the post-apocalyptic world. Responding to Zheng Tianlong's question, he replied candidly, "I come from Lingzhou, and my purpose in Benhai City, like many others, is to seek resources." As Li Chun's vehicle remained locked, none were privy to the extent of his supplies. Nevertheless, given his evident strength, Zheng Tianlong was astute enough not to pry into the matter. Li Chun harbored no concerns that they might attempt to seize his vehicle. No ordinary force could move such a hefty machine without substantial machinery. Thus, he engaged in casual conversation with them until his gaze fell upon Tang Lioi, and with a hint of intrigue, he remarked, "This beauty must be a fourth-tier ability user. Am I correct?" Upon feeling his gaze upon her, Tang Lioi, who typically wore a confident demeanor around men, momentarily displayed a flicker of shyness. Li Chun mused to himself, "What is this? Am I truly so handsome?" Zheng Tianlong, observing Li Chun's interest in his sister, felt a surge of delight. Could it be that this man was so indiscriminate in his affections? In truth, Tang Lioi was not particularly attractive. She was in her 40s, with a robust figure that swayed with an exaggerated confidence reminiscent of a penguin. Yet, she was a veritable temptress, having ensnared many men in their base. Zheng Tianlong introduced her, saying, "This is my younger sister, Tang Lioi, a fourth-tier ability user. Our Lioi has a penchant for heroes like you. Brotherly, perhaps you two could converse privately." Li Chun thought to himself, "You are suggesting a retreat, but with someone like her, I would feel nauseated even calling her a beauty." After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "That may not be necessary. However, I do have a question for you." Li Chun quickly diverted the topic, wishing to avoid drawing the unwanted attention of Tang Lioi, lest he succumb to the impulse to eliminate her. Tang Lioi, noticing Li Chun's abrupt change in topic and his evident disinterest, felt a flash of anger cross her face, though she restrained herself from reacting given her brother's presence. Brotherly, please proceed." "I shall respond with utmost honesty," Zheng Tianlong encouraged. "Zheng, during my travels, I have encountered numerous survivors yet have seen few zombies, as if they vanished overnight. You know the reason behind this?" Li Chun asked directly. Zheng Tianlong pondered briefly before responding. "As for the specific cause, I cannot say. However, my second brother once witnessed something intriguing during a trip to Benhai City, which I believe may pique your interest." Upon hearing this, Li Chun turned his attention to Zhu Yu. "Oh, then please share, Zhu." Zhu Yu, who had been silently enduring the conversation, felt a surge of anticipation as it was finally his turn to speak. Straightening his posture, he earnestly began, "Brotherly, on that occasion, I led my brothers to Benhai City to scavenge for supplies. I prepare to rise and return along Hushan. An unexpected event occurred that has prevented me from setting foot in Bincheng ever since. It all began with a seemingly ordinary excursion into the city for procurement, which instilled a profound sense of dread in Zhu Yu regarding Bincheng. True to form, Zhu Yu gathered a contingent of approximately 30 individuals and ventured to the western outskirts of Bincheng, where most survivors still resided in high-rise apartments at that time. Thus, Zhu Yu led his team to a towering building. After overpowering a minor faction, they intended to make their way back to Longhushan. Upon exiting the high-rise and advancing for about a kilometer, they stumbled upon a horde of zombies assaulting a handful of survivors. Ever since awakening his extraordinary abilities, Zhu Yu had been particularly exhilarated by the sight of zombies. Rallying his brothers, they charged forth. However, the zombies, facing over 30 armed survivors, behaved as if they were seasoned soldiers, forming ranks and preparing for battle. The clash was fierce, with Zhu Yu showcasing his prowess by claiming the heads of the undead. Regrettably, the situation for his subordinates was far from optimistic. These men, typically fierce and formidable in their previous encounters with ordinary zombies, found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage, in the blink of an eye. Half of their number had perished. As the zombies multiplied, they began to encircle individual survivors in triangular formations, systematically devouring them as if they had been trained in advance, just as Zhu Yu was reveling in his slaughter. A formidable fourth-tier zombie suddenly emerged and seized him. Soon, his entire team had been consumed, and sensing the dire predicament, Zhu Yu retaliated against the fourth-tier zombie with a powerful punch before fleeing into the distance. In the midst of his escape, he caught a glimpse of a dark figure atop the high-rise, gesturing as if commanding the zombies. Upon witnessing Zhu Yu's retreat, the figure waved a hand, and the zombies receded like a tide, losing all interest in pursuing him. When Zhu Yu looked back at the high-rise, the shadowy figure had vanished as if it had never existed. The zombies that had pursued him also disappeared without a trace. Upon returning to Longhu Pass, Zhu Yu relayed this unsettling news to Jing Tianlong and Tang Liuyi. After a discussion, they all concluded that someone must be controlling the zombies. Consequently, they resolved never to return to Bincheng after that incident. Li Chun, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. If Zhu Yu's claims were true, the existence of someone capable of controlling zombies was indeed terrifying. He pondered whether he should continue his journey to Bincheng. If he were to encounter such a situation himself, how would he respond? The revelation weighed heavily on Li Chun's mind. Although his relationship with the people of Longhu Pass was neither particularly strong nor weak, the credibility of this information was undeniable. Li Chun perceived that Zhu Yu was not one to conceal matters, making the news reliable. However, if he wished to enhance his strength, he would need to hunt zombies and acquire crystal stones. If someone truly had the ability to control zombies, that individual must possess formidable power to know. Perhaps it was not a single person, but rather an organization or faction exerting control over the undead. After all, spanning hundreds of kilometers from Jiangzhou to Lingzhou, then to Tongcheng and finally to Longhu Pass, Li Chun doubted that a solitary individual could achieve such control. What of Lu Ting and the others in Jiangzhou? Would they be in danger? Yet, Li Chun quickly reassured himself. The small town of Jiangzhou likely would not host particularly powerful zombies. Furthermore, as long as Lu Ting and her group refrained from foolishly wandering about, they should be safe. Moreover, unless that individual could phase through walls or transform in extraordinary ways, entering his villa would be nearly impossible. Additionally, if that person could control zombies of greater strength, Zhu Yu would not have escaped unharmed. Thus, the strength of the zombies controlled likely correlated with the controller's own abilities. With these thoughts swirling his mind, Li Chun resolved that in order to break through his limitations, he must venture to Bincheng. Ever since encountering Zhang Tianlong, a fifth-tier ability user, his desire for power had intensified. Who knew if sixth-tier, seventh-tier, or even higher beings existed? He turned to Zhu Yu and asked, "Brother Zhu, are you certain that the figure in the black robe was a person and not a zombie or some other humanoid creature?" Zhu Yu reflected for a moment before replying, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I only saw a shadowy figure in a black robe, but I feel there is a greater chance it was human. Zombies do not stand so upright." At this point, Zhang Tianlong chimed in, Why don't you stay with me for a while, Li? I can send someone to investigate further, and you can head to Bincheng afterward. Tang Lioi added, Yes, Li brother, it has been ages since I've encountered a man as handsome and capable as you. Why not stay for a time? She then cast a flirtatious glance at Li Chun. Li Chun, feeling repulsed, thought to himself that he would rather not endure her presence, but he quickly replied, No thanks, brother Zheng, beauty Tang. My family is waiting for me in Lingzhou, and I truly have no time. Zheng Tianlong's expression darkened momentarily, but was quickly masked by a smile. Since he could not convince Li Chun to stay, he could only allow him to explore Bincheng as long as Li Chun returned alive. They could devise a plan then. With a smile, Zheng Tianlong said, Since you insist on going, I wish you safe travels, brother. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, remember that there will always be a place for you at Longhu Pass. Just then, a subordinate entered to report that a path had been cleared from the pit, and vehicles could now exit without issue. Li Chun took his leave, and the others promptly rose to see him off. Especially Tang Lioi, who walked up beside him and said, When you return to Longhu Pass, be sure to visit me. Li Chun assured her he would, and then quickly made his way down the mountain. During his time at Longhu Pass and his meeting with Zheng Tianlong, Li Chun sensed that their knowledge of the situation was more intricate than what Zhu Yu had disclosed, since they were unwilling to elaborate. Further inquiry would be futile. Nevertheless, with the safety of his spatial abilities, he felt relatively secure, although he had not tested how long he could remain in that space. After acquiring a wealth of gold and jewels in Tongqing, he anticipated being able to stay for a day or two without issue. Moreover, he had a premonition that his upcoming journey to Bincheng would yield significant rewards, perhaps even unexpected surprises. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he found that the large pit had been repaired with an icy slope. Li Chun nodded to the group, started his vehicle, and accelerated out of the pit as he drove away. Zheng Tianlong shook his head and remarked, Bincheng is not a simple place. I hope you return alive. Perhaps, in due time, Longhu Pass will gain an additional formidable ally. He then led his men back to their cave, while the subordinates below resumed digging into the previously filled pit, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next apocalyptic traveler. They seemed to labor with enthusiasm and without complaint. Li Chun stopped the car at the fifth bend, stepped out, and retrieved a steaming dish from his spatial storage, hastily consuming his meal. After resting for about half an hour to replenish the mental energy expended during 2 teleportations at Longhu Pass, he resumed driving, speeding toward Bincheng. As he crossed the threshold of Longhu Pass, a vast expanse of white greeted him. Rising from the gently undulating terrain were numerous ice pillars. As he drew nearer, he realized these pillars were remnants of skyscrapers from the world before the apocalypse. Indeed, it was a first-tier metropolis, incomparable to the smaller cities he had encountered previously. As Li Chun gazed upon the densely packed skyscrapers, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, compared to the other cities he had traversed. The number of survivors here was significantly higher. Perhaps it was due to the superior quality of these buildings. As he drove his RV through the city center, he encountered numerous survivors. Although the RV attracted a fair amount of attention, it was not met with the fervent gazes typical of smaller towns, and on the contrary, most people seemed rather indifferent, engrossed in their own affairs. Occasionally, he spotted small groups of survivors battling zombies, though they were merely low-tier zombies and ordinary humans. There were no high-tier zombies in sight. Just as in other cities, that Li Chun had little interest in the low-tier zombies. The survivors, after dispatching the zombies, typically collected the crystal stones and vanished into the maze of towering buildings. Being a newcomer in this unfamiliar place, Li Chun aimlessly wandered the city as dusk began to descend. He found himself driving down a street that was barely visible, with rooftops adorned with dilapidated billboards. It seemed that this had once been a bustling commercial avenue. Suddenly, a man dashed out from an alley, slipping and falling right in front of his vehicle. Li Chun quickly slammed on the brakes. Skidding several meters before coming to a halt amidst the man's frantic shouts, he remained in the vehicle, coldly observing the man before him, pondering, is this really the end of the world? And yet there are still con artists? The boy scrambled to the side of Li Chun's RV, banging on the window and pleading, Big brother, save me. I'm caught in a zombie wave. Li Chun, with an icy glare, retorted, Zombie wave? What nonsense is this? Just as he was pondering the situation, a horde of zombies surged out from the alley, and Li Chun quickly discerned that a few second and third-tier zombies were mixed among them. Intrigued, he disregarded the man outside, opened the door, and brandished the long knife he had acquired previously, rushing out to confront the zombies. The horde was not particularly large, comprising only about 20 to 30 zombies. With deft movements of his long knife, Li Chun swiftly concluded the battle. This weapon is indeed quite effective. The old saying holds true. An inch longer, an inch stronger, he mused, admiring the sharpness of the blade. He had no idea what material it was crafted from, but it proved to be exceedingly sharp, easily slicing through both second-tier and third-tier zombies with a single strike. He rummaged through the corpses for crystal stones. The nearby man was left in awe, realizing that this stranger was even more formidable than his own leader. He felt as if he had narrowly escaped death that day. After Li Chun collected the crystal stones, he approached his vehicle, preparing to leave that moment. The man suddenly knelt before him, bowing his head repeatedly. Li Chun, with a neutral expression, inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" The man rose and replied, "Thank you, big brother, for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have been torn apart by that horde." Li Chun thought to himself, is it customary for people in large cities to be so polite, bowing at every turn? This is quite excessive, he responded. It was merely a small act of kindness. Besides, you were just a convenient opportunity. What I truly sought were these. He then lifted the crystal stones, shaking them slightly, which made the young man's eyes glisten with eagerness. Yet he understood that they belonged to Li Chun. "Big brother, are you an ability user? Which powerful faction do you belong to?" The man asked, seemingly astonished. Li Chun felt puzzled. Are ability users so rare in Bin City that he is this surprised? The man chuckled and said, "You must be new to our Bin City. There are indeed ability users here, neither too many nor too few, but most tend to remain within the base." He added, "They all have lofty airs about them, and it is quite rare to encounter someone as approachable as you." Li Chun, intrigued by this young man, realized that being unfamiliar with his surroundings, he could benefit from having a local guide to navigate Bin City. Thus, he asked with interest, "What is your name? You seem like an ordinary person. Why are you out here alone? And what did you mean by a zombie wave?" Several questions poured forth, leaving the man momentarily flustered. He finally replied, "My name is Chu Rue. Everyone calls me Xiao Rue. How about this? Since you just arrived in Bin City and have nowhere to go, why not come to my home? It's quite unsafe here at night." After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Chun concluded that this ordinary lad posed little threat to him. Furthermore, with his spatial abilities, his safety was assured. He was also keen to learn more about Bin City, so he nodded in agreement. Signaling for him to get in the vehicle, Xiao Rue's heart soared at the invitation. He had unwittingly befriended a powerful ally, and perhaps his sister could be saved as a result. Upon entering the RV, Xiao Rue pulled out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Li Chun, saying, "Brother, would you like a smoke?" Li Chun examined the cigarette, wondering how long it had been since it had been stored. He then retrieved a pack of Hua Zi from his pocket, lit one, and said, "You should keep that for yourself. I have my own." Xiao Rui understood that Li Chun did not trust him, but seeing the swirling smoke in the RV, he realized that this benefactor certainly had the means to enjoy a smoke. He lit his own battered cigarette and began to smoke as well. Li Chun followed Xiao Rue's directions, navigating through a series of twists and turns into a narrow alley that on either side stood the homes of survivors, dimly lit by feeble lights. Yet the entire alley was eerily quiet. Li Chun couldn't help but marvel at how a large city managed to maintain illumination. In nearly every lit area, there was a small solar-powered lamp on the rooftops, ensuring visibility was never an issue. He eventually stopped in front of a two-story building. Taking advantage of Xiao Rue's distraction, he discreetly tucked a handgun into the vehicle before following him inside his home. Upon entering, a faint voice called out, "Brother, you're back." Xiao Rue hurriedly replied, "Yes, I'm back. Is your condition any better today?" The interior was dimly lit, with only a small solar lamp providing light. Li Chun peered in the room and vaguely saw a girl lying on the bed, seemingly injured. Xiao Rue then introduced, "Big brother, this is my sister, Chu Mu Shui. She was accidentally scratched on her back by a zombie during an outing, so she has been better than I hope you don't mind." Li Chun smiled and said, "Not at all that moment." The girl spoke up, "Brother, we have a guest. Could you please cook the noodles we got the other day?" Xiao Rui quickly responded, "This big brother saved my life today. Otherwise, I might not have returned." He then turned to Li Chun and asked, "I still don't know how to address you, Li Chun." He replied nonchalantly. Chu Mu Shui then added, "Thank you so much, brotherly. However, our home is modest, so I hope you won't mind." Li Chun smiled and reassured her, "Not at all." Meanwhile, Xiao Rui had busily set up a pot to cook the noodles they had received as a reward from the base. Li Chun observed him, choosing not to disturb his efforts, and sat down on a nearby stool to smoke, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Before long, Xiao Rui emerged with 3 bowls of noodles. Taking one into the room, he then handed the largest bowl to Li Chun while he took the smallest for himself, quickly devouring it. Noticing that Li Chun hadn't touched his noodles, he asked, "Brotherly, why aren't you eating?" Li Chun pushed the bowl toward him, smiling, "I'm not hungry. You go ahead." Xiao Rui seemed to grasp Li Chun's intent, pouring some noodles into his own bowl and swallowing them eagerly. He then looked at Li Chun and said, "These noodles are quite precious. Brotherly, you should eat." At that, a smile spread across Li Chun's face as he replied, "Just give me a moment." He turned and went to the RV, retrieving several steaming dishes he had purchased from the food street for 500 yuan each, and returned to the room. Xiao Rui stared in astonishment as Li Chun produced 3 aromatic dishes from a vehicle in an instant. Unable to help but ask, "Brotherly, what is this?" Li Chun gazed at him with a serious expression and said, "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Take this and give it to your sister to help her recover. Merely consuming plain noodles will not suffice after her injury." Chu Rui harbored no doubt and displayed no hesitation as he picked up a plate of braised ribs and retreated to the inner room. Meanwhile, Li Chun retrieved a self-heating rice meal and began to eat alongside the remnants of 2 dishes. By the time Chu Rui emerged from the inner room, Li Chun had nearly finished his meal. He then pushed the remaining dishes towards Chu Rui and said, "Eat up, it will go well with your noodles." Chu Rui looked at the leftover food on the table, swallowing hard, to be honest. It had been quite some time since he and his sister had partaken in a proper meal. Even if it was merely a plate of leftovers, after expressing his gratitude, he began to eat. Before long, the disposable container that held the food was licked clean as if it had been washed. Only then did Chu Rui raise his head, looking somewhat embarrassed as he addressed Li Chun. "Brotherly, to speak frankly, my sister and I have not had the pleasure of such delicious food in a very long time, so please do not mock us at this juncture," Li Chun inquired. "Assuming there are no surprises, you must have joined some faction, haven't you? How did you end up in this state?" Having satisfied his hunger, Chu Rui no longer concealed the truth. "Brotherly, I indeed joined a faction. It's relatively minor in Bing City. Furthermore, I am merely an outer member, so it turned out that after the onset of the apocalypse, Chu Rui's parents could not endure the extreme heat and both perished. His sister, Chu Mu Shui, was a senior at Bing City University. Chu Rui was among the more intelligent individuals, and shortly after the apocalypse began, during those sweltering days, he sensed something was amiss. He rushed to the university to bring her home and stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. However, not long after, a group of neighbors broke into their home, seizing their supplies and property. He attempted to resist, but was severely beaten and driven out. With no alternatives, he limped away with his injured body, seeking shelter for himself and his sister. After several trials and tribulations, they arrived at this place. Just a few days prior, while searching for supplies, they encountered zombies, resulting in Chu Mu Shui sustaining a scratch on her back. Coincidentally, a group of individuals passing by noticed that Chu Rui was a young man who had swiftly dispatched 2 zombies, prompting them to invite him to join their ranks. However, he was currently just an outer member, lacking the qualifications for base residency. Once he offered up crystal stones or gathered sufficient supplies to exchange for them, he could settle into the base. That time, his sister Chu Mu Shui would also be saved, which was why he ventured out daily in search of solitary zombies. It is crucial to note that in this apocalypse, any wound could be fatal without proper medication. Today, however, he had a disastrous outing, encountering a horde of zombies and fleeing in disarray until he met Li Chun. This moment, Li Chun's heart swelled with joy. Crystal stones can be exchanged for supplies, and are zombie hordes a common occurrence? Crystal stones can indeed be traded for food among those who lack power or among teams that specifically hunt zombies. If Brotherly has supplies, I can take you tomorrow, Churue replied earnestly. As for the zombie hordes, they primarily gather in the northern part of the city, while the larger factions have established a defensive line between the south and north, with designated individuals hunting zombies there. However, Churue warned, if ordinary people venture out at night, there are times when gaps in the defenses open up, allowing zombies to roam into the southern area. During the day, those zombies will lie in wait. Emerging at night to attack survivors. Li Chun, puzzled, asked, could it be that these zombies have formed an organization to confront the survivors? I cannot say for certain, Brotherly. I have yet to encounter such matters. Churue replied, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Have you consumed any crystal stones to enhance your strength? Li Chun questioned again. Perplexed, he found it strange that this young man had obtained crystal stones yet chose not to strengthen himself. Even a first-tier enhancement would provide some level of self-protection. Churue chuckled. How could I not consume them? However, it was a near-death experience. I felt as though my stomach might burst. Huh, what happened? Is it toxic? What about Lu Ting, Qin Tian, and Qin Yu? They all consumed them. The revelations that followed nearly caused Li Chun to break into a cold sweat. It turned out that not everyone could gain strength or advance by consuming crystal stones. Most individuals lacked the necessary constitution, and forcing consumption could result in their bodies being overwhelmed by excessive power. This meant that those around Lu Ting and others were indeed exceptionally fortunate. Li Chun felt a chill of fear wash over him. Grateful for his good fortune, while wiping the sweat from his brow, it seemed that not everyone could simply hand over a crystal stone and boast. Here, eat this, and I'll make you strong. Then take me to your faction tomorrow. I wish to understand the power dynamics in Bing City, Li Chun declared. He then turned and boarded the mobile home. Chuckling to himself. After all, the mobile home contained everything one could need. A compact little house. He would undoubtedly sleep there. As Li Chun lay on the small bed in the mobile home, he mulled over the information he had gathered over the past few days. Contemplating the path ahead, if Bing City held particularly powerful entities, he would need to proceed with caution. Thus far, the strongest individual he had encountered was Zheng Tanlong, a fifth-tier ability user, while Zheng was somewhat weaker than himself. This was solely due to Li Chun's spatial abilities and teleportation. The fact that Zheng Tianlong had chosen to remain in the Longhu Pass as a local tyrant rather than develop in Bing City surely stemmed from reasons unknown to Li Chun. Hence, it was evident that Bing City harbored potent forces beyond his comprehension. Therefore, he must refrain from recklessly utilizing the mobile home until he understood the power dynamics of Bing City. Although he possessed spatial abilities to elude danger, he was aware of the adage, possessing a treasure can lead to misfortune. Moreover, if he could genuinely exchange for high-tier crystal stones, then there was hope for him to enhance his strength. With the supplies at his disposal, Li Chun dared to claim he was among the wealthiest individuals in this post-apocalyptic world. However, he feared that high-tier crystal stones would not be easily exchanged by anyone. Lost in thought, Li Chun eventually drifted into slumber, adopting a carefree attitude. Let them come. I shall confront whatever challenges arise. For him, Bing City, despite its inherent dangers, also represented an extraordinary opportunity. The next day, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window of the mobile home as Li Chun completed his morning routine in the restroom. Recalling the scene from the previous night when Churue had prepared noodles for him, he retrieved 3 cups of instant noodles and exited the vehicle, making his way to Churue's residence. The house was quiet, and upon seeing Li Chun enter, Churue merely greeted him, brotherly. You reawake, before lowering his head and returning to his seat in silence. Li Chun handed him the instant noodles and a few bottles of mineral water, instructing him to boil water for the noodles. Churue mechanically repeated his actions, but occasionally glanced at Li Chun, a look of hesitation in his eyes. Li Chun grew increasingly perplexed. This young man seemed transformed overnight. Had he encountered some trouble? Li Chun's instincts suggested it might be related to his sister. Thus, he inquired, What is the matter with you today? Did a wealthy woman bully you last night? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Churue could no longer contain himself and turned to kneel before Li Chun, exclaiming, Brotherly, please, I beg you to save my sister. If you agree to help her, I will be your loyal servant from now on, willing to face any danger for you." Li Chun was taken aback. What was the situation with the people of Bing City that they resorted to kneeling at the slightest provocation? He stepped forward to assist him up, saying, "Let us discuss the matter at hand. I do not appreciate this behavior. Speak plainly. What is the situation?" Chu Rui, pulled his feet by Li Chun, had tears glistening in his eyes. "Brotherly, my sister has been burning with fever all night. I fear her wound has become infected that I previously sought medication, but I was unable to gather enough crystal stones that I am powerless, unable to save my sister. Without antibiotics or similar medications, she will face certain death." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Brother Li, I know you possess crystal stones, so could you lend me some? I will repay you, even if it costs me my life." Li Chun, observing the young man before him in his early 20s, felt a surge of compassion. He was a loyal and righteous individual. "Why didn't you call me last night when she was burning with fever? Why wait until now to mention it? I cannot give you crystal stones, but take me to see her." Upon hearing that Li Chun was unwilling to part with the crystal, Chu Rui's eyes instantly dimmed. However, it was understandable. After all, Li Chun had already saved him once. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world where self-preservation was a struggle, what right did he have to ask for assistance? Nevertheless, he still led Li Chun into the room. Inside, Chu Mushuel lay on the bed, sound asleep, her complexion flushed and burning with fever. Chu Rui lifted her clothing, revealing a horrifying wound that slashed diagonally across her pristine back, nearly covering it entirely, with exposed flesh beginning to rot. The room was warmed by a crackling fire, providing some comfort. Had they been in a freezing environment without proper bandaging, she would have surely succumbed to her injuries. Noticing Li Chun's entrance, Chu Mushue turned her head away, feeling embarrassed, as she was still a young college girl yet to graduate. Seeing the severity of the situation, Li Chun sharply instructed Chu Rui, "Wait for a moment. When I call for you, carry her to my RV. Your conditions here are far too inadequate." He then turned and exited the room. Starting the RV, activating the air conditioning, and retrieving numerous medical supplies and a surgical knife from within, all of which he had procured for free from pharmacies and small clinics prior to the onset of the apocalypse. He called out to Chu Rui inside the room, "Hurry, bring her in." Chu Rui, albeit confused, complied and carried Chu Mu Shui into Li Chun's RV. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped them, providing Chu Rui a momentary sense of comfort. Li Chun directed him to place Chu Mu Shui upon the bed, which had already been prepared with a layer of cushions. Observing the ghastly wound on her back, Li Chun felt a throbbing headache. Such a condition necessitated surgery, removing the necrotic flesh, followed by disinfection and bandaging to reduce her fever. Yet he was not a doctor, and in this world, where would he find one? He had no choice but to proceed himself. Turning to Chu Mu Shui, he said, "I must cut away the rotten flesh from your back and treat you. Let me make it clear. I am not a doctor, and I cannot guarantee that you will survive." This statement was directed at both Chu Mu Shui and Chu Rui. He continued, "Whether we proceed is up to you at this moment." Chu Mu Shui was too feverish to speak, while Chu Rui, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Li Gu, just do it. Whether she lives or dies is her fate. Staying here is merely awaiting death." Li Chun affirmed with a nod and gathered a selection of medications, instructing Chu Rui to assist him in locating disinfectants and painkillers. Once everything was prepared, he addressed Chu Mu Shui. "It will hurt a lot. Bear it and do not move, or else it will become troublesome." Chu Mu Shui managed a nod, though it was a struggle. Li Chun instructed Chu Rui, "Hold her still. Do not let her move." The clinic and pharmacy had everything one could need, except for anesthetics. Though even if there were, Li Chun would not know how to use them. He first used scissors to cut away all of her filthy clothing, fearing further infection, and then applied iodine on her entire back. After disinfecting the surgical knife with alcohol, he cautiously began excising the necrotic flesh from Chu Mu Shui's back. She bit down on a bedsheet. Whether from the fever's numbing effect or sheer will, she did not scream, allowing Li Chun to work with increased speed. With the bleeding controlled, disinfected, and bandaged, he administered anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medication. Exhausted, Li Chun collapsed onto a seat in the RV. The task of saving a life was infinitely more challenging than taking one. This was his first experience with such a procedure, truth be told. He could not bear to watch this blossoming young woman perish before his eyes, especially since he held a favorable impression of his siblings. Thus, his compassionate heart surged forth, yet whether Chu Mu Shui would awaken was beyond his control. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exited the RV, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he looked at the young girl lying before him at the tea that moment. Chu Rui followed Li Chun out, and after Li Chun covered Chu Mu Shui with a blanket, he handed a cigarette to Chu Rui, and they both squatted at the doorway to smoke. After finishing a cigarette, Li Chun instructed Chu Rui to take the passenger seat while he climbed into the driver's seat. Regaining his focus, Chu Rui felt immensely grateful to Li Chun, thinking to himself that regardless of whether his sister awoke, as long as Li Chun did not despise him, he would be his most loyal subordinate. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Chu Mu Shui let out a soft groan from the bed, prompting Chu Rui to rush to her side. "Sister, how do you feel?" After checking her forehead, he excitedly shouted to Li Chun, Li go, she has broken her fever. My sister has broken her fever." After saying this, he knelt before Li Chun in gratitude. Li Chun, bemused, approached and playfully kicked Chu Rui, sending him sprawling to the ground. "If you dare kneel again, I'll shoot you," he warned, patting the gun at his waist at the tea that moment. Chu Rui seemed unbothered by the pain, instead grinning as he stood up and approached Li Chun. "Li go, you have saved both of us. You are now our reborn parent." Li Chun grimaced at the remark. "I certainly do not have a son as large as you. Just work diligently alongside me." At this juncture, Chu Mu Shui weakly chimed in. "Li go, I cannot thank you enough. Once I recover, I will serve you, cooking and washing for you." Li Chun found her words eerily familiar, reminiscent of something Zhang Jia had once said to Qin Tian. What could this possibly mean? He moved closer to examine Chu Mu Shui's wound. Noticing that the swelling had receded like tea this moment, Li Chun felt a swell of joy within him. He was not only capable of taking lives, but also saving them. He then addressed Chu Mu Shui. "Rest well. While Chu Rui tidies up your room, you can sleep in my RV, since Chu Rui would undoubtedly need to stay and care for Chu Mu Shui." The previous plan required adjustment. After Chu Rui had organized the room, Li Chun provided him with a clean set of bedding and instructed him to move Chu Mu Shui inside, that he then told Chu Rui, "You will stay here for the next few days to look after her. I will head to the quarantine zone in the city center to see if I can find anything useful." Chu Rui expressed his desire to accompany Li Chun, but was promptly refused. If the quarantine area was indeed a place where survivors isolated themselves from the zombies, it would be far too dangerous for someone like him to venture there. After retrieving a map of Bin City, Li Chun had Chu Rui mark the route before driving the RV away. As for why he did not leave the pristine RV for Chu Mu Shui, Li Chun thought they had not yet established enough trust for such a gesture. Not long after setting off, Li Chun found a secluded spot to park the RV within his space and armed himself with a long knife. Heading towards the city center. Upon entering the urban area, Li Chun caught sight of a row of barricades made from various tools, wooden, iron, and an assortment of other materials that dazzled his eyes. This was the so-called zombie quarantine line, resembling scenes from a zombie video game. Meanwhile, Li Chun observed many individuals resting beside the barricades, chatting and laughing, seemingly unconcerned, as Li Chun approached with his knife. A few nearby individuals stood up. 1 tier ability user rose to greet him. "Which base are you from, brother? Are you in the wrong place?" Li Chun furrowed his brow, realizing there were indeed factions, each with its own resources. "I have no base. I am alone," he replied. "So you're a free hunter? The free hunters are over there." The man gestured towards the far west. It seemed that factions were indeed in place. After thanking the man, Li Chun made his way in that direction. He walked away. The 2nd-tier ability user could not ascertain Li Chun's level, but guessed it was only slightly stronger than his own. After all, those above the 4th tier would typically not frequent such places unless facing formidable zombies. They were the city's elite, possessing ample resources and no need to hunt zombies here. Thus, the 2nd-tier ability user remarked to himself, "It seems the West is growing stronger again. That person must be at least 3rd tier. Consequently, the crystal head tax likely means our factions will need to collect a bit more." It became clear that those without bases or factions generally possessed lower power levels. And to advance, one needed to align with a faction as the city was under the control of several major forces. This defensive line was also a collaborative effort among these powerful factions. In order to hunt zombies along this defensive line and acquire resources, one must supply the major factions. Otherwise, they will face joint suppression, either being recruited, compelled to surrender a portion of their crystal stones, or risk the wrath of those ruthless elites. Consequently, unorganized survivors generally experience a slow enhancement of their strength. Upon witnessing the arrival of Li Chun, an individual of the third tier approached him, remarking, "Brother, with such impressive strength, you are a free hunter." Li Chun inquired, "Pray tell, what distinguishes a free hunter from others?" The man continued, "You must be at least fourth tier. Have you awakened any extraordinary abilities? Why not align yourself with a faction? Progress in this western region is rather sluggish." Noticing Li Chun's puzzled expression, he proceeded to explain the local rules at that moment. Li Chun comprehended that, indeed, wherever there are people, there will inevitably be a hierarchy of status and wealth. Just as he was about to inquire about the faction distribution here, a horde of zombies surged towards them. Li Chun squinted and observed the highest among them was a third-tier zombie, with most being first and second tier, and only a scant few second-tiered. The command of the third-tier ability user. Everyone charged forth from the barricade, brandishing various weapons to engage the zombies. Li Chun, unwilling to be outdone, brandished his long knife and dashed out, swiftly reaching the third-tier zombie and severing its head with a single stroke. After dispatching a few second-tier zombies and collecting their crystal stones, he retreated from the battlefield. The people from the west regarded Li Chun with admiration. His speed surpassed that of individuals from larger bases significantly. This person must possess formidable strength, at least fourth tier. If we could secure his allegiance, our future would be assured. Meanwhile, atop a high building outside the defensive line, a man with binoculars also took note of Li Chun. He lowered the binoculars and remarked to those nearby, "When did such a formidable figure emerge among the free hunters? Quickly investigate and, if possible, try to recruit him. If Li Chun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this was a fifth-tier ability user." At that moment, several buildings behind them had also taken notice of this sudden emergence of a skilled individual, instructing their subordinates to investigate his background. Unbeknownst to Li Chun, who held several second-tier crystal stones and one third-tier crystal stone, he observed the ongoing battle. The third-tier ability user who had previously spoken approached Li Chun and said, "What should I call you, brother?" "I am Guillaume. Being older, everyone calls me Brother Yong." Li Chun, seeing the man introduce himself, realized he needed to gather information from these individuals, and thus responded warmly, "Brother Yong, you may call me Li Chun. Why are you not out there slaying zombies?" "Haha, with just a few high-tier ones taken down by Brother Li, let the lower-tier ones be left to them," Guillaume replied with a hearty laugh, displaying no anger over Li Chun claiming his kill. That moment, Li Chun understood why these individuals were stationed at the far west. Not only were there fewer zombies, but their ranks were also considerably lower. After observing for a while, Li Chun discerned this issue, while other areas had not seen fourth-tier or higher zombies. The sheer number of zombies there was several times greater. Thus, each wave of extermination elsewhere yielded substantial rewards, while their area only offered meager gains. Moreover, the common zombies had a low chance of yielding crystal stones, leading to pitiful earnings. Li Chun then expressed his apologies to Guillaume, saying, "As a newcomer, I am unaware of the local customs. I apologize for any disturbances caused. Brotherly, do not mention it. Throughout history, resources have always favored the capable. If my strength pales in comparison to yours, I have no grounds for grievance." Guillaume replied nonchalantly. In truth, he felt quite helpless. He had amassed 7 third-tier crystal stones and needed only 3 more to reach a potential breakthrough to the 4th tier. However, third-tier zombies were scarce in this western area, and he had hoped for luck today, only to have his prize snatched by Li Chun. Li Chun gazed towards the front of the blockade and asked, "Brother Yong, why does no one charge forward to engage? There should be many high-tier zombies beyond this line." Guillaume examined Li Chun, realizing he was indeed new and perhaps unfamiliar with the situation in Bin City. He began to explain, "It is not so simple. Formidable entities dwell there. It is said that a 7th-tier zombie once appeared, which was subsequently repelled by several 6th-tier experts from the base." Guillaume paused before continuing. Two of the sixth tier experts here have perished, and it is said that the 7th tier zombie was also injured, which is why it has not returned. Otherwise, Bin City would have become a veritable hell on Earth. Furthermore, it is rumored that several 6th tier zombies linger there, though they seldom make an appearance. Thus, a tacit agreement has formed, where only low-tier zombies are occasionally dispatched to harass this side, and should either side deploy high-tier entities for slaughter, the other will respond in kind. Over time, this has established the current stalemate. Upon hearing that there were even 6th tier or 7th tier entities in the area, Li Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was glad he had not brazenly driven his RV into the fray that he assessed his own capabilities. Realizing he was a 5th tier ability user to ascend to the 6th tier, he would need to either hunt a 6th tier zombie or collect 10 5th tier crystal stones or 100 4th tier crystal stones. The requirements for 2nd and 3rd tier stones were exorbitantly high. Without favorable conditions, it would be a long time before he could gather them. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Li Chun's mind, particularly as another 3rd tier ability user arrived. Guiyong approached Li Chun again, saying, "Brother Li, having fought for so long, how about I treat you to a meal? Let's have a good chat." Li Chun, having lost interest in the current situation, agreed to Guiyong's invitation. They proceeded towards the area beyond the blockade and arrived at the base of a tall building, where a group of individuals obstructed their path. Guiyong, with a beaming smile, handed 5 first-tier crystal stones to the leader of the group, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The leader then turned to Li Chun and stated, "You must be a 4th-tier ability user. Hand over 10 first-tier crystal stones or 1 2nd-tier crystal stone." This individual was a 3rd-tier ability user. Although he could not discern Li Chun's true strength, he assumed he had awakened some special ability, never considering that Li Chun could be a 5th-tier user. Guiyong had informed Li Chun of the local rules, but Li Chun was taken aback by the demand for such a large sum. His expression darkened. It was not that he feared these factions, but rather that he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Initially, he had thought that 1 or 2 first-tier crystal stones would suffice, but the demand for more was a different matter entirely. He coldly replied to the man, "Are you certain you wish to collect from me? Ah, such bravado. Do you believe being 4th tier makes you invincible? Here's your chance. Either pay up or accompany me back to the base." The man snarled menacingly. That moment, Guiyong stepped forward, whispering into Li Chun's ear, "Brother Li, it's better to avoid trouble. Let it go, we cannot afford to offend them." Li Chun ignored Guiyong's counsel, taking a step forward and delivering a resounding slap to the man. The 3rd-tier ability user barely comprehended what was happening before being sent flying several meters, crashing against the glass of the high-rise building and shattering a large hole in it. Fortunately, Li Chun had not struck with lethal intent. Otherwise, the individual lying on the ground would have been a corpse. Despite the pain, the 3rd-tier ability user managed to rise, shouting to the surrounding 3rd-tier ability users, "Surround him! Do not let him escape." Guiyong, witnessing the scene, turned pale. This young man was far too impulsive. What were they to do now? As a group of individuals prepared to take action against Li Chun, a tall and slender man descended from the heights of a building, delivering a decisive kick to the instigator among the 3rd-tier abilities wielders. He then addressed Li Chun, saying, "My apologies, brother. It was one of my subordinates who acted inappropriately. You extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf. It was all a misunderstanding." This moment, Li Chun, wearing a smile, responded, "Then I kindly ask this esteemed elder to keep a closer eye on his subordinates in the future. Should there be a next time, I cannot guarantee that he will be able to stand again." The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, pondering, who is this person? Why does even this esteemed individual treat him with such courtesy? This man is Yu Tai Run, the 2nd in command of the Yuhu gang, a formidable 5th-tier expert. Aside from their leader, Bai Xian, he is the most powerful within the gang. Could it be that this individual is also a 5th-tier ability user? Among the most aggrieved was the 4th-tier ability user who had just been struck, having been beaten twice in one day, once by an outsider and once by his own second brother. He had nowhere to voice his grievances. However, he quickly realized that the man before him was someone he could not afford to provoke. He hurriedly approached Li Chun and said, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Li Chun replied with a warning to not let it happen again. nodded with a smile at the man who introduced himself as you, and turned to leave. At that moment, Ren made no effort to prevent Li Chun's departure, but remarked, "Brother, do come by and visit me often. I feel a strong affinity with you." Li Chun did not respond, but waved his hand to Ren as he continued on his way. At this juncture, Yong hastened to catch up with Li Chun, appearing as if he had something to say. Li Chun cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Brother Yong, if you wish to speak, do so. Why hold back?" "My apologies, Brother Li. I did not anticipate that even the second strongest of the Yuhu gang, Ren, would treat you with such respect. I had speculated that you were a fourth-tier expert." "Please do not take offense," Yong replied. "Brother Yong, you are being overly courteous. There is no need for such formality that I do not carry myself with such airs." Li Chun responded kindly, that moment. Yong added, "However, Brother Li should be cautious of Yutai. Our it is rumored that he is cunning and duplicitous, a man of ruthless character. While he appears affable on the surface after you struck a subordinate, we cannot know what thoughts linger in his mind that I suspect he may wish to recruit you. But should you decline to join his faction, he may very well plot your downfall." Yong's expression was one of concern. Li Chun, too, had an inkling of Ren's intentions. His demeanor had clearly indicated a desire to draw him in. Should he fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, it was highly plausible that you would seek to eliminate him swiftly. After all, the various factions in Benhai City were engaged in both overt and covert struggles for power. They would not allow him to become an enemy. If he could not be harnessed for their benefit, then he would be eradicated. Thus, he spoke to Yong in a calm and casual tone. "I appreciate your warning, Brother Yong, but I have my own strategies in place. There is no need for you to worry about me." After expressing his gratitude for Yong's counsel, Li Chun fell silent, his mind occupied with devising a response. He surmised that in the coming days, many would approach him seeking to win him over. And should he acquiesce to any one faction, it would signify enmity with the others. This scenario could prove exceedingly troublesome, with the potential for sixth-tier experts to pursue him. Therefore, what he most urgently needed was to elevate his own abilities to the sixth tier. Only then would he be regarded with caution in Benhai City, and no one would dare to target him. Clearly, his current strength was insufficient, and he would need to act swiftly on his intentions from earlier that day. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at Yong's residence, which was a tall building. Given Yong's status as a third-tier ability user, his living conditions were far superior to those of Chu Ruwei and his sister. It could be said that all the residents in this modest building were protected by Yong and a few other ability users, though they had not formed a proper faction. They lived in relative peace. The major powers looked down upon them, while the minor factions feared Yong's strength. Thus, they coexisted harmoniously, gathering resources and dispatching zombies as needed. Li Chun followed Yong into his abode, which consisted of a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout. A few light bulbs illuminated the space, and the windows were tightly sealed against the cold. Upon seeing Yong return, a woman immediately approached him with a tender smile. After glancing at Li Chun, she said, "We have a guest at home, old Go." "Indeed, this is my brother Li Chun, who fought alongside me against the zombies. Go prepare some food. We've been out all day and are famished." Yong instructed the woman. She smiled at Li Chun, acknowledging him, before turning to enter the kitchen. Li Chun and Yong sat in the living room, engaged in conversation. "Brother Yong, do you think the zombies are being controlled by someone? They seem so organized and disciplined." Li Chun inquired. Yong mused, wondering where Li Chun's apparent ignorance stemmed from. Before responding, "They are indeed controlled by someone. Rather, they have become organized among themselves. It is said that once zombies reach the 6th tier, their intelligence is comparable to that of humans, and there are indeed 7th-tier beings in Benhai. But if zombies are transformed from human survivors infected by the virus, how can there still be so many of them after all this slaughter?" Li Chun questioned once more, perplexed. "Well, I can't say for certain, but according to those higher-tier ability users, zombies seem to migrate to other cities once resources in a particular area are depleted." Yong elaborated. This moment, Li Chun began to grasp why there had been so few zombies encountered along the way. They likely migrated to other large cities. But where would the zombies from Jiangzhou and Lingzhou go? Li Chun found it hard to believe they had the capacity to traverse thousands of kilometers. After a moment's thought, he asked again, Brother Yong, have you ever encountered a 7th-tier zombie? Well, I suppose I have. Back when I was still a 2nd-tier ability user, I caught a glimpse of it during a battle between 6th-tier experts. The zombie was clad in a black robe, appearing no different from an ordinary human expert. As for its true appearance, only those who participated in the battle would know. Guillaume replied candidly to Li Chun's inquiries at this juncture. Li Chun recalled the mysterious figure in black that Zhu Yu had mentioned at Longhu Pass. It was likely the 7th-tier zombie. He couldn't help but marvel at Zhu Yu's good fortune. After consuming a modest meal at Guillaume's home, Li Chun bid farewell and set off toward Chu Rui's place. Wondering how the brother-sister duo was faring after his absence of one day, he walked partway. Just as he was about to retrieve his off-road vehicle, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Observing the speed of the approaching individual, Li Chun was reminded of Zhang Tianlong. The speed was astonishing. Instinctively, Li Chun grew vigilant, his gaze firmly fixed on the newcomer. Brother, I am Zhou Jian from the Haisha gang, and I have come at the behest of our leader to invite you to our headquarters. What do you say? The man wasted no time in stating his purpose. Li Chun frowned, while the man seemed to be extending an invitation. His tone carried an air of command that left an unpleasant impression. Thus, he replied, "It's getting late, and I need to rest. Perhaps another time to tea." That moment, a flicker of confusion crossed Zhou Jian's face. Typically, regardless of their strength, individuals would express respect upon hearing the name of one of the 4 major factions in Binhai City, the Haisha gang. For an ordinary person, receiving such an invitation would be a highly coveted opportunity. What was going on with this individual? Was he foolish or possessed of extraordinary power? However, Zhou Jian observed that Li Chun was merely a 5th-tier ability user and wondered if there was something remarkable about him. He pressed on, "Brother, you may not be fully aware of our Haisha gang. Our base houses 4 5th-tier ability users, and our leader is a 6th-tier expert who has even awakened superpowers. Surely, this piques your interest?" Awakened superpowers? So, the other 4 do not possess any. Li Chun replied with a smile. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Zhou Jian was left in stunned silence, staring at the spot where Li Chun had been. What the hell? I need to report back quickly. This person can turn invisible. Li Chun, disinterested in engaging in futile conversation, instantly teleported to Chu Rui's residence. Meanwhile, Zhou Jian, hurrying back, was reporting the situation to a leading figure in a room. "Boss, this person vanished before my eyes in an instant. I believe he has awakened an ability akin to invisibility." The leader cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Jian and said, "Then we must seize the opportunity. We cannot allow the other 3 families to get ahead." After a brief pause, he added, "Make an effort to befriend this individual. An elusive opponent is the most perilous. And what have you discovered today?" Zhou Jian promptly replied, "We found that this person arrived in Bincheng just yesterday. It is said he traveled in a motorhome, which has since gone missing. He is currently staying at the residence of a small-time thug named Chu Rui." Alone? Why has he gone to that Chu Rui's home? Were they acquainted beforehand? What is Chu Rui's strength? The leader continued to inquire. Zhou Jian responded, "Chu Rui is merely an ordinary person, according to our investigation. It seems he was saved by this individual, which is how they came to know each other. Continue to observe and keep an eye on the movements of the other 3 families," the leader instructed. Waving Zhou Jian off at that moment, Li Chun had just finished examining Chu Mu Shue's wounds and had changed the dressing again. After giving Chu Rui a few instructions, he departed, alone in the darkness. Li Chun sped away. Had Zhou Jian been present, he would have noticed that Li Chun's speed surpassed his own considerably. Li Chun arrived at a secluded spot, circled around to ensure no one was present, and then retrieved the motorhome. By now, night had fully descended. Entering the vehicle and securing the door, Li Chun swiftly fell into a deep slumber as dawn broke. Li Chun rubbed his sleepy eyes and completed his morning routine in the motorhome. Just as he was about to step outside, he noticed 2 individuals quietly observing him from outside the vehicle. "What is going on? I was certain there was no one around last night." Li Chun furrowed his brow. He then opened the door and stepped out. Upon seeing Li Chun emerge, the 2 individuals approached, one of whom he recognized as Yu Gang's Yu Tai Ren from the previous day. The other person radiated the aura of a 5th-tier ability user. "We meet again, Brother Li," Tai Run said leisurely. Gazing at Li Chun, Li Chun felt no inclination to regard this as mere coincidence and replied, "Good morning, Brother Yuta. I presume you are here with some instructions for me." "Brother Li, you flatter me. No instructions, merely that our leader wishes to invite you to our base for a visit." "What do you say?" "Grant us this favor." Tai Ren articulated their intent. 2 fifth-tier experts dispatched to extend an invitation. Are they truly so desperate for personnel in their large organization? Li Chun mused, though he noted that Tai Ren's demeanor was much more amiable than the previous night. Reluctantly conceding, he decided to acquiesce, stating, "I appreciate your gang's generous invitation. Fortunately, I have no pressing matters today and would be glad to visit. However, I shall be driving. What about you?" Li Chun's meaning was unmistakable. He would not allow them to ride in his vehicle. Tai Ren gestured toward a nearby mountain, suggesting, "Why don't we proceed ahead? You can follow us there." Afterward, Tai Run and his companion began walking in that direction. Li Chun pondered whether he should reveal his spatial abilities. However, the thought of leaving such a large motorhome unattended made him uneasy. Ultimately, he shook his head, deciding it was best not to expose himself before reaching the 6th tier. He then started the vehicle and drove toward the direction indicated by Tai Run. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Li Chun gazed at the cluster of villas atop it. Reminiscent of his hometown, Jiangzhou, that he parked the motorhome alongside, secured the doors, and awaited their arrival in silence. As he discarded 3 cigarette butts on the ground, he caught sight of the 2 figures approaching Tob Frank. The 2 indeed lived up to their 5th-tier prowess, moving with commendable speed. Upon spotting Li Chun's motorhome, their faces broke into smiles. If they could recruit him, the Tianlong gang, which had always been their equal, would likely find itself relegated to a subordinate position. Subsequently, Li Chun followed the 2 to the highest villa on the property. Tai Ren announced, "Brother Li, we have arrived. Please come in." As the villa's grand door swung open, a wave of warmth rushed out, indicating that the affluent of the pre-apocalyptic world possessed remarkable foresight. Upon entering, Li Chun's eyes fell upon a tall man seated at the head of a redwood sofa. Quietly observing him, Li Chun scrutinized him in return. The man exuded a formidable aura that instilled a sense of danger in Li Chun, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time since the world had changed. Silently, he contemplated, is this the 6th-tier expert? At that moment, the leading man rose and addressed Li Chun. "May I ask how to address you, brother?" "Please take a seat." Tai Run interjected, "Li, this is our boss, by Xian." Li Chun inwardly cursed, realizing they had not conducted thorough background checks. Tai Run had been addressing him as Brother Li just moments ago. Nevertheless, he refrained from exposing the oversight, responding, "I am Li Chun, at your service." Boss. Li Chun adopted a lowly demeanor, which pleased the leader inwardly. Bai Xian then laughed heartily. "Welcome, Brother L. Why humble abode lacks proper hospitality. I hope you will not find it lacking." With a grand gesture, a steaming cup of tea materialized before Li Chun. What kind of ability is this? He can manipulate objects from a distance. Is this a show of strength? It turned out that Bai Xian had awakened his psychic ability, and his mental prowess was formidable enough to control objects for attack. Upon breaking through to the 6th tier, he could even manipulate the minds of others. Thus, he ranked among the most powerful figures in various factions, which had allowed the Yuhu gang to flourish under his leadership. Li Chun extended his hand to accept the steaming cup of tea.